Chapter 1. The return that led to the downfall of the Sect. In the vast wilderness on Golden Tortoise Island, outer disciple Xiao Xian has been part of my Sect for a millennium. Yet he has shown no inclination towards cultivation, indulging instead in endless revelry, disregarding the hierarchy and committing acts of tyranny and injustice, thus causing turmoil within the Sect. Therefore, we hereby expel Xiao Xian from the Sect, stripping him of all Shanqing Dao methods, and from this moment forth, he shall no longer be considered a disciple of our Sect. Within the Bayou Palace, the esteemed Tongtian Patriarch sat regally upon the main seat, while Duobao coldly read the decree from the steps below. Xiao Xian gazed at Duobao with a calm demeanor, though his eyes burned with resentment, his hands clenched tightly beneath his robes. Surrounding him were thousands of Sect disciples, their expressions a mix of mockery, disdain, pity, and sympathy, yet not a single soul dared to speak on his behalf. Xiao Xian cast a cold smile at Duobao. Not long ago, Duobao, this so-called elder brother, had approached him, seeking his support to become the deputy patriarch of the Sect. However, Xiao Xian had merely wished to lead a languid existence, avoiding entanglement in the power struggles among Duobao and his faction, and had politely declined. Little did he know, Duobao harbored a grudge now. Having achieved his ambition of becoming the deputy patriarch, he was eager to make an example of his disobedient junior brother. A classic case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This method of ruling, often discussed in later generations, aimed to use Xiao Xian as a warning to others, impressing upon them the dire consequences of defiance. Truly, Duobao embodied the essence of the Sect's elder brother, destined to become the future Buddha. Xiao Xian raised his eyes to the Tongtian Patriarch, for he knew that this patriarch was his only hope of salvation. Master, I assure you, I have committed no act that could harm the Sect. I implore you to see the truth. Yet, in response to Xiao Xian's pleas and desperate defense, the Tongtian Patriarch remained unmoved, refusing even to cast a glance in his direction. Despair engulfed Xiao Xian. Though he had anticipated little hope, the Patriarch's indifference plunged his heart into an abyss. Would a sage concern himself with a mere celestial immortal like him? It seemed that Duobao's ruthless display had likely received the tacit approval of the Sect's Patriarch. Duobao, witnessing Xiao Xian's audacity in seeking help from the Patriarch, darkened his expression and bellowed, "Bold Xiao Xian, are you still unrepentant? Stubborn to the core? I shall now strip you of your Shanqing Dao methods and expel you from the Sect." With a wave of his hand, the immense power of Duobao, a great Luo golden immortal, instantly immobilized Xiao Xian. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xian's complexion turned ashen, his once raven hair now turned white, and the spiritual energy around him dissipated entirely, leaving him devoid of power. The surrounding Sect disciples lowered their heads in fear, unwilling to meet Xiao Xian's gaze, their respect and trepidation towards Duobao deepening. The Tongtian Patriarch furrowed his brow slightly. Not only had Duobao stripped Xiao Xian of his Shanqing Dao methods, but he had also shattered his foundation. With Xiao Xian's cultivation lost, it was likely he would not survive long. Duobao coldly regarded the incapacitated Xiao Xian, then with a flick of his wrist, expelled him from the Sect, casting him onto a desolate island. From the main seat, the Tongtian Patriarch spoke, "Enough. The matter is settled. Henceforth, Duobao shall serve as the deputy patriarch of the Sect, managing the affairs of the sect. You are all dismissed." Once the disciples had retreated, the Tongtian Patriarch turned to Duobao and said softly, "Duobao, I do not concern myself with your methods, but remember not to lose your moral compass. Do you understand?" He held reservations about Duobao's merciless treatment of Xiao Xian, not out of pity for the latter, but out of concern that Duobao, in his quest for power, might lose sight of the path. Duobao, drenched in cold sweat, quickly replied, "Yes, master. I shall remain true to my heart and focus on my cultivation henceforth." The Tongtian Patriarch nodded, closing his eyes to meditate, while Duobao, feeling the weight of his master's words, withdrew. On the desolate island, Xiao Xian forced a bitter smile. Having traversed to the Sect had initially filled him with joy. After all, it was a sect led by saints, where no one dared to provoke him. He had intended to lead a leisurely life, lying low until he could ascend to the heavens post-deification. Though he lacked the omnipotent powers of the Patriarch, he had hoped to live out his days in peace. Yet now, it seemed his fate was sealed. Xiao Xian's expression twisted in rage. The opportunism of Duo Bao and the heartlessness of the Patriarch filled him with immeasurable hatred. If only I could have another chance, I would ensure that Duo Bao and the GS Sect pay a heavy price. Beep. Sensing the host's departure from the GS Sect, activating the invincible Patriarch system. Binding system now. A system? Xiao Xian was taken aback. He had thought himself devoid of any lucky breaks, only to discover that activation required detachment from the GS Sect. It seemed that justice, though tardy, would not be absent. System binding successful. Greetings, esteemed host. The invincible Patriarch system is at your service. Detecting host's loss of cultivation, initiating healing process. Healing complete. In an instant, Xiao Xian felt his cultivation return, his shattered foundation restored. Overwhelmed with ecstasy, he marveled at the system's efficacy. Beep. Now explaining. This system is named the Invincible Patriarch System. The host must establish a sect to utilize its two functions. Function 1. Sect gifts. By enhancing the sect's fortune, the host can receive rewards, including cultivation methods, divine abilities, spiritual roots, and treasures. Even if the host desires a spouse, this system can tailor one for you. Function 2. Disciple gratitude. By accepting disciples and elevating their strength, the host's cultivation can also be enhanced. However, the host's cultivation growth will not be reflected back to the disciples. That is all for now. Does the host have any questions? Xiao Xian pondered briefly before inquiring. System. Is the reward mechanism completely independent, or can they influence each other? Beep. They are interdependent. For instance, if the host accepts a disciple with great fortune, elevating the sect's luck, the host can both receive rewards from the sect gifts and benefit from the disciple's cultivation increase. This function is excellent. Xiao Xian nodded inwardly. As long as he established a sect, these two functions could complement each other, rapidly enhancing his power. Yet, to establish a sect, one required not only a prime celestial abode, but also a treasure to anchor the sect. The GS Sect had perished due to its lack of such a treasure. Beep. To aid the host in swiftly establishing a sect, the system presents an initial funding gift pack. Please check your rewards. An initial funding gift pack? Isn't that akin to a beginner's gift? This system is truly considerate. Open the beginner. Initial funding gift pack. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have attained golden immortal cultivation, elevating to the rank of primordial demon god. Secular method. Supreme Dao Canon. Anchor treasure. Patriarch seal can evolve alongside sect growth. Top tier celestial abode. Tian Yuan 7 peaks can land anywhere at will. Wonderful. You truly are a remarkable system. Xiao Xian laughed heartily, realizing that what he lacked had arrived just in time. A radiant light enveloped him as his cultivation soared, breaking through to the level of golden immortal, surpassing the realms of celestial immortal, profound immortal, and true immortal. His foundation was now elevated to that of the primordial demon god, akin to the three pure ones. What once seemed arcane now felt intimately familiar, as if he could grasp the Tao with a mere thought. Moreover, the supreme Tao canon encompassed the 3,000 paths and various divine abilities. It was a method that pointed directly to the Tao. Practicing this supreme Tao canon would allow nearly anyone to discover their own path. This truly is an instantaneous ascent. Gazing towards Golden Tortoise Island, Xiao Xian mused, Duo Bao, you have cast me out from the GS Sect. I bear no grudge against you after all. One must look after their own interests. Yet, you should never have stripped me of my cultivation. And Tong Tian, your indulgence of Duo Bao and your utter lack of regard for our bond as master and disciple shall lead to the destruction of your GS Sect in the future. Xiao Xian had never considered himself a benevolent individual. If you provoke me, then you shall naturally bear the brunt of my wrath. Beep. Esteemed host, where should the Tian Yuan 7 peaks be located? Chapter 2. Harvesting 2 young disciples and establishing a sect. Upon facing the inquiries of the system, Xiao Xian instantly regained his composure and spoke to it, located within the human tribes and distant from the territories of the demon and witch races, as well as the sanctified sects and various hidden powers of the primordial wilderness. Although we have entered the age of saints, we are currently amidst the calamity of the witch and demon races. And even the saints dare not act recklessly. The human race has just been created, and its potential as the protagonist of heaven and earth has yet to be discovered that I can certainly propagate the human race. Acquiring its fortune and merits, as for whether I will encounter the teachings of Laozi, I am uncertain, yet there is little choice. The most populous races in the primordial wilderness, aside from humans, are the demons and witches. Encountering the demon race led by Emperor Jun would be courting death, and the witch race is even more formidable. If Hong Jun and others disregard me, why would they pay attention to me? The best candidates are undoubtedly the human race, which is currently undergoing a calamity. The three teachings of the West do not dare to send their disciples into the calamity if I act swiftly to propagate the human race. Gathering enough of its fortune and merits to enhance the sect's luck and elevate my own power, it would be ideal to establish a grand image of a saintly master within the hearts of the human race. At that point, with the fortune of the human race shielding me, even the saints would think twice before acting against me. Ding! The 7-star celestial peak has landed, and the sect master seal is inside. Please proceed to the mountain gate promptly to establish the sect. This system is eager to showcase its capabilities. Xiao Xian chuckled, finding the system quite amusing, akin to a child, though not at all bothersome. All right, let us go. He swiftly made his way towards the 7-star celestial peak, guided by the coordinates provided by the system. Time was of the essence. One cannot help but marvel at the vastness of the primordial wilderness. Each peak occupies an area larger than half of Earth, and despite Xiao Xian's golden immortal cultivation, it took him over 100 years to arrive. The scenery along the way was a feast for the eyes, truly deserving of its reputation as the primordial wilderness. Ding, host! You have reached the vicinity of the 7 stars celestial peak, and 2 beings are currently vying for your mountain gate. What? Xiao Xian's eyes widened in shock. The primordial wilderness is indeed perilous. He had merely been en route, and now his mountain gate was under threat of seizure. Had he known, he would have landed it upon arrival. Now it's too late. Could those attempting to seize his mountain gate be hidden powers of the primordial wilderness? System, did you not instruct to avoid the locations of such beings? Indeed, I have steered clear of the locations of great powers. Then why have I been discovered? You have not been discovered. The beings vying for the mountain gate are merely 2 celestial beings. Celestial beings? Xiao Xian hastily scanned his surroundings and spotted 2 colossal creatures battling in the southeast. One was a dragon adorned with azure scales, while the other was a Kirin cloaked in earthy hues. Isn't that the azure dragon and the earth Kirin? How did they discover my mountain gate? It's protected by an innate great formation bestowed by the system. Without the system's guidance, these 2 celestial beings could not possibly see through it. Ding! The host should be aware that the 3 innate races possess a unique treasure-seeking talent, allowing them to sense the presence of treasures. Hence their quarreled, a treasure-seeking talent. Xiao Xian stroked his chin, recalling myths from later generations that spoke of dragon kings possessing treasures, phoenixes dwelling only in lands of wealth, and Kirins bringing good fortune. Perhaps they truly do possess a special treasure-seeking ability. No wonder the 3 innate races have managed to survive despite their dire circumstances. They are even depicted vividly in the myths of the human race in the future. If I were to take them as disciples, ding, ding, ding. Warning, the host cannot accept them as disciples. Xiao Xian was taken aback. Why not? Their qualifications are too low. It took them 10,000 years of cultivation just to reach the celestial realm. They might only attain the Tai golden immortal at best. Xiao Xian exclaimed. Is that polite? I cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach the celestial realm. Without the system, I might not even achieve the golden immortal. Would that not make me inferior to them? System, it seems your point holds some merit. Very well then, I shall accept them as young disciples. But as for the title of disciple, we shall forego that. Xiao Xian's expression brightened, turning to the 2 battling beasts nearby. The treasure is mine to claim. Kindly step aside. Nonsense. I discovered first, you shameless dragon. Xiao Xian raised a hand, and the pressure of a golden immortal descended upon the two beasts, pinning them down. "Spare us!" Both the Azure Dragon and Earth Kirin trembled at the sight of Xiao Xian, their hearts racing. This man must intend to kill and consume us. Had we known, we would never have ventured out. The primordial wilderness is far too dangerous. You have caused a disturbance at my mountain gate, and thus deserve punishment. However, considering the virtue of preserving life, will you agree to be my young disciples?" Xiao Xian hovered in the void, his expression cold as he regarded the Azure Dragon and Earth Kirin, as if threatening them with annihilation should they refuse. The two creatures nodded furiously, having no choice in the face of death. How easily they acquiesce. This feels somewhat surreal, Xiao Xian mused internally as he lifted the pressure. The Azure Dragon and Kirin instantly transformed into the appearance of two youthful disciples. Xiao Xian was taken aback. He realized that these two disciples were genuinely in the guise of children, without any magical alteration. System, is this their actual age? Indeed, the average lifespan of the Dragon and Kirin races is at least 500,000 years. Even mixed breeds possess a lifespan of 400,000 years. Having cultivated for merely 10,000 years, they are naturally still children. Xiao Xian was astonished. Is this the advantage of a powerful bloodline? Ignoring Xiao Xian's surprise, the Azure Dragon and Kirin, now in their young forms, bowed respectfully to him. "Greetings, Master." Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring two young disciples, enhancing the Sect's fortune. Rewards: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, the Celestial Seal, and 100 Innate Spiritual Roots. Rewards: Medium Innate Spiritual Treasure, the Celestial Kirin Pearl, and the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring two young disciples. Feedback from the disciples. Cultivation level: Tai, Golden Immortal. Xiao Xian exclaimed, "What a surprise! The rewards are this impressive." He was genuinely astonished. If acquiring two celestial beings yielded such excellent rewards, then gathering 100 or 80 in the future might swiftly elevate him to sainthood. Host, you are overthinking it. Host, this is merely the first round of rewards and feedback, which explains the abundance that if you only accept celestial beings in the future, I regret to inform you that you will never reach the Daluo Golden Immortal level. Oh, I see. Xiao Xian contemplated this and chose not to dwell on it further. He turned to the two young disciples and kindly inquired, "Do you have names?" "Master, I am called Azure Dragon." "Master, I am called Earth Kirin." Xiao Xian continued to ask, "What brought you here?" The Azure Dragon and Earth Kirin exchanged surprised glances. They were uncertain how he could accept them without knowing their origins. After a moment's hesitation, Earth Kirin responded, "Master, I left due to family discord." The Azure Dragon, appearing indifferent, added, "I am an orphan. My parents were killed long ago." Xiao Xian regarded the Azure Dragon with a deeper gaze, sighing to himself. Such unfortunate children. With a wave of his hand, the Celestial Kirin Pearl and Azure Dragon Divine Spear appeared before them. "Since you have joined my ranks, I shall bestow upon you protective treasures." "Thank you, Master." The two young disciples expressed their gratitude with gleaming eyes, their perception of Xiao Xian shifting towards familiarity at a medium grade. Innate spiritual treasure is exceedingly precious. Typically, great powers in the primordial wilderness bestow only postnatal treasures upon their disciples. Yet they had not anticipated Xiao Xian's generosity in granting each of them a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, significantly reducing their resistance to his earlier coercion. A gentle approach, followed by a reward, though simple, proved remarkably effective. "Very well, let us proceed." Xiao Xian observed the two young ones brimming with joy, leading them towards the 7-star celestial peak. After all, he too was eager to witness the top-tier cave abode bestowed by the system and compare it to Golden Ao Island. Xiao Xian gestured lightly towards the void ahead, and the surrounding space rippled, enveloping the three of them. After a brief moment of darkness, 7 grand and majestic mountain ranges materialized before Xiao Xian and his two disciples. These 7 mountains spanned an impressive area of nearly 20,000 hectares, undeniably vast, featuring lakes, deserts, towering peaks, cliffs, dense forests, snowy mountains, grasslands, and various other terrains. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the essence of life was plentiful, rivaling even Golden Ao Island. It was truly an exceptional location for a spiritual abode. Moreover, there were numerous innate spiritual roots present, and with the additional 100 innate spiritual roots rewarded by the system, Shaoxian was now among the wealthiest in the primordial wilderness. Among the treasures lay exquisite jade, celestial herbs, and countless spiritual medicines. Should they be fully excavated, it would not only sustain a sect, but could even support an entire race. Is this truly the master's abode? It is astonishingly beautiful, the two young ones exclaimed, marveling at the sight before them. This shall be our home from now on. Shaoxian's eyes flickered with astonishment, reflection, and concern, all intertwined with a sense of ambition. The once discarded disciple had now risen to become the leader of a sect. He made his way directly to the highest peak among the 7 great mountains, where a magnificent palace stood tall, a creation specially prepared for him by the system. Upon entering the palace, he beheld a seal hovering in the center. With a mere gesture, Shaoxian summoned the seal into his hand. It was none other than the seal of the sect leader. Host, please proceed to name your sect. Name it. Shaoxian surveyed the surrounding 7 peaks, since this place was called the 7-star Tianyuan Peak, and his own name contained the character Xian. He decided to name it Tianxian Sect. The characters Tianxian appeared above the palace door, and he felt his own fortune merging with that of the 7-star Tianyuan Peak. The Azure Dragon and the Earthly Lin behind him also sensed themselves enveloped by a surge of luck. Congratulations, establishing the sect has been successful. This marks the beginning of everything. From now on, the sect's fortune will no longer be ephemeral. It has a foundation for longevity. You have been rewarded with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Tianxian Sword, 360 unparalleled divine abilities, and 108 supreme Dao classics. Shaoxian turned to the 2 young disciples, a subtle smile on his face. The sect had just been established, and his cultivation was still weak. He could only rely on the system's rewards for now. My dear ones, I shall train you diligently. The 2 young disciples felt a chill run down their spines at Shaoxian's smile, sensing an ominous premonition. Host, I sense an exceptionally gifted individual has appeared near the dojo. Hurry and recruit him as your eldest disciple. Chapter 3. Wow. This reward is truly remarkable, my dear. You are indeed a splendid disciple. What? Exceptionally gifted? Shaoxian was somewhat taken aback. Just how extraordinary was this person referred to as exceptionally gifted by the system? I must hurry to know. No, that would be too low-key. Shaoxian turned to the 2 young disciples behind him and said, Ahem, Azure Dragon, Earthly Lin, there is someone outside with whom I share a master-disciple bond. Go and bring him here. Understood, my lord. Once the 2 disciples left, Shaoxian hastily inquired of the system. System, who is this exceptionally gifted individual? Is he some kind of exotic being from the primordial chaos? Or perhaps a spirit root or a spirit treasure taking form? System, I apologize, host, but it is neither. Shaoxian, then what exactly is it? Host, it is simply a person. Winky face, a person? Shaoxian raised an eyebrow, cautiously asking the system, are you saying it's a member of the human race? Indeed, host, and a rare innate Dao body at that. An innate Dao body. Shaoxian was instantly overjoyed. Are you saying this human possesses an innate Dao body? Since the creation of humanity by the Saint Enhua, the first generation of humans were all innate Dao bodies, the most suitable physique for cultivation. However, as humanity proliferated, no one guided them in cultivating, leading to the gradual degeneration of the innate Dao body. Even when Laozi later bestowed the method of golden elixirs upon humanity, it could not reverse the trend of degeneration. The Xian sect had caught Laozi's attention precisely because of its innate Dao body. But afterward, the innate Dao body among humans seemed to vanish entirely, never to reappear. Who would have thought that he would encounter one now? Yes, this human's bloodline has surprisingly reverted to its ancestral state. If the host takes him as a disciple, he will be the most suitable disciple for you. Shaoxian nodded, feeling immense joy, but simultaneously contemplating a bold idea. For now, he would focus on recruiting Shi as his disciple. Gazing 100 miles beyond the dojo, he spotted a human, battered and bruised, yet still pressing onward. That must be him. Shaoxian sent forth a stream of spiritual light, guiding the Azure Dragon and Earthly Lin to retrieve this human. He was determined to secure this disciple, not wishing for any mishaps. Outside the dojo, the Azure Dragon and Earthly Lin, following Xiao Xian's guidance, came upon the human. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Could it be him? But how could he be a human? The two were perplexed, having always perceived humans as weak creatures, often regarded merely as food. Yet Xiao Xian's guidance was undeniably accurate. The two descended from their cloud and approached the human. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Azure Dragon and Earthly Lin, the human was overwhelmed with joy and immediately knelt, pleading, "Esteemed celestial youths, I sincerely seek the Tao. Please," before he could finish his sentence. He fainted, causing the Azure Dragon and Earthly Lin to fear he had died. Humans truly are fragile. They thought helplessly, yet they still brought Shi before Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian gazed at the unconscious Shi, his brow furrowed, that he gently enveloped him with his spiritual power, gradually healing his wounds under his control. After a gentle nudge, Shi slowly began to awaken. The first thing he saw was the expansive palace. Followed by Xiao Xian and the two young disciples behind him, Shi hurriedly rose, bowing deeply to Xiao Xian. "Taoist, I, Shi, sincerely seek the Tao. I implore you to take me as your disciple." Xiao Xian's expression remained calm. Unaffected, he regarded Shi and inquired, "Shi, do not rush to bow. While we share some connection, the crucial aspect lies with you." Shi was taken aback, not comprehending Xiao Xian's meaning, but he eagerly replied, "Taoist, I truly seek the Tao and am willing to accept any challenge." "Very well. First, you must answer me 3 questions, and then I shall decide whether to accept you as my disciple." "Yes, I will pass the test." She was instantly exhilarated, eager to respond to Xiao Xian's inquiries. Xiao Xian gestured for him to calm down and asked, "Who are you?" She paused, perplexed by the question, before responding without hesitation, "I am Shi." Xiao Xian nodded and continued, "What is your current objective?" She hesitated, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. "That I wish to learn skills, to cultivate, to protect my kin, to annihilate the demon race, and to avenge my family." "And after you have avenged them, where do you intend to go?" She faltered again, pondering where he would go after avenging his family, who had perished in the demon race's hunt. He fell silent. "After I learn skills and avenge my kin, where shall I go?" Xiao Xian remained patient. After all, the 3 great philosophies of humanity could easily confound an ancient individual. After a long moment, she lifted his head to meet Xiao Xian's gaze, stammering yet resolute, "I wish to teach the human race. Skills that I want to strengthen the human race, to empower all humans, to ensure the human race is no longer oppressed by the demon race, that I want the human race to become the strongest race of the primordial chaos." As he spoke the last words, a radiant light sparkled in Shi's eyes, resembling a beacon illuminating the dark path ahead. The Azure Dragon and Earthly Lin stared in astonishment at Shi, never expecting him to harbor such ambition. Xiao Xian smiled, thoroughly satisfied with Shi's response. Upon realizing that his first disciple was of the human race, a bold idea emerged in his mind. He envisioned using Shi as a foundation to radiate his reputation throughout the entire human race. In due time, all humans would come seeking the Tao, and although he could not accept all of humanity as disciples, he could impart knowledge to them, teaching them survival and mastery of power, enabling them to adapt more swiftly and effectively to the primordial chaos. At that point, the merits and fortunes he would gain would be immense. With a system by his side, he could undoubtedly achieve the Tao of mixed origin. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would be invincible beneath the saints, and even they would not dare to act against him lightly. With this thought, Xiao Xian gazed at Shi with a gentle expression and slowly said, "Shi, the path ahead will be arduous. You must be prepared to endure hardship." "Huh? Ah, yes." She initially appeared stunned but quickly understood, immediately bowing to Xiao Xian. "Disciple Shi greets the master, since you are my first disciple. The first disciple of Tianxian's sect. I shall give you another name, taking Tian as your first name and Xin as your surname. I hope you can pierce through the darkness of the human race like the dawn. From now on, you shall be known as Tian Chenzi. Tian Chenzi. I am Tian Chenzi. Thank you, master." Shi, now Tian Chenzi, joyfully shouted to the sky, bowing deeply to Xiao Xian. "Congratulations, host, on accepting your first disciple. Rewards have been doubled, and the sect's fortune has increased. You have obtained the sect's spiritual treasure, the Tianju Shengxian sword, which can be enhanced alongside the Sect's growth. You have received rewards: seeds of the Tao of pills, seeds of the Tao of instruments, seeds of the Tao of swords, which can assist in comprehending the complete Tao. You have acquired the most suitable cultivation method for humans: Tianyuan Dominance Body Technique. You have gained precious innate spiritual treasures: Taiji Pearl. 5 Elements Banner, Qian Kuan Furnace. You have received 10 superior innate spirit roots and a manual for disciple cultivation, which contains information on all physiques in the primordial chaos and their cultivation processes, aiding the host in better nurturing disciples. The feedback from disciples has doubled. Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Level. Beep. The beginning is always the hardest. This is the host's first time accepting disciples, and rewards are doubled. There will be no further doubling of rewards in the future. Upon hearing the system's continuous notifications, Xiao Xian was momentarily dumbfounded that I understand the joy of previous transmigrators now. Setting aside everything else, he had merely spent a century leaping from Celestial Immortal to the Luo Golden Immortal. Surely, even the Heavenly Tao could not match such rapid progress. As he gazed at Tianqinzi, his eyes gleamed with fervor akin to discovering a treasure. If Tianqinzi were to grow, would becoming a sage or mixed origin still be a dream? Chapter 4. The Ideals of Teaching and the Unparalleled Teaching Plan, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him and striving to maintain the dignity of his master. Xiao Xian solemnly addressed Tianqinzi. Disciple, you shall rest for now. Formal training will commence tomorrow. Xiao Xian gazed upon Tianqinzi, already envisioning him as a lucrative asset. Sanglong, Tulin, please prepare a room for your senior brother. Yes, master, they replied. Thank you, master. As the 3 departed, Xiao Xian could no longer contain his exhilaration. This was simply delightful. He began to tally the rewards from the system. High-quality spiritual roots, exceptional spiritual treasures, and most notably, the seeds of the great Tao, the heavenly punishment sacred profound sword, and the manual for cultivating disciples. Point 1 was instrumental in assisting Xiao Xian in comprehending the complete great Tao, while the other, akin to the previously awarded Sect Master Seal, was a growth-type spiritual treasure. The manual for cultivating disciples was truly a timely boon, and Xiao Xian felt immense gratitude for the system's thoughtfulness. System. While the Tian Yuan body possesses commendable attributes, the cultivation seems challenging, and its grade appears somewhat low, limited to the Great Luo at most. Xiao Xian perused the Tian Yuan body, a technique deemed by the system as most suitable for humanity. But it seemed somewhat lacking, for as the protagonist of the world, the potential of humanity could hardly be confined to merely the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In response to Xiao Xian's doubts, the system patiently elucidated. Indeed, humanity possesses great potential, but what of it? The resources of the primordial world are finite. If every human were to cultivate, even if humanity were to dominate the primordial world in the future, the sheer number of paths would be unsustainable. Among 10,000, perhaps only one is suitable for cultivation. Among 100 million, there may be 10,000 who can cultivate that. In the future, the human population will exceed trillions. How many will truly be able to cultivate? Especially after the calamity of the Wu and Yao, where all innate spiritual energy transformed into acquired spiritual energy, cultivation became even more arduous, considering the reproductive rate and innate aptitude of humanity. This Tian Yuan body is indeed the most suitable for widespread dissemination among humans. Xiao Xian suddenly realized he had been influenced by future perspectives. This was the primordial world, not the trivial Earth, where a population of merely a few billion humans could not be the norm. Perhaps trillions of humans were merely a fraction, if the issue of spiritual energy in the primordial world remained unresolved. Then humanity was indeed ill-suited for overly advanced techniques. However, the inability of humanity to cultivate advanced techniques did not imply that my disciple Tianqinzi was incapable. Xiao Xian still hoped he could shoulder the grand cause of humanity's resurgence. Merely reaching the Great Luo would not suffice. The host can create new techniques for Tianqinzi by amalgamating the methods from the Supreme Tao Canon, the system suggested. Xiao Xian nodded. This was indeed feasible. The issue of techniques resolved, he still needed to prepare cultivation resources. While his own dojo was rich in resources, he must also learn to allocate them wisely. Xiao Xian retrieved the seed of the Tao of alchemy and swallowed it whole. Mastering alchemy required not only adept skills, but also a profound understanding of various medicinal properties. Yet this posed no challenge for the system that a single seed of the Tao of alchemy enabled one to master all pharmacology. With alchemical techniques rivaling those of the primordial world's greatest alchemist, Taiqing Laozi did a deluge of information and insights into the great Tao inundated Xiao Xian's soul and will, as if he were swimming in an ocean of elixirs. The previously obscure knowledge of pharmacology suddenly became clear, allowing Xiao Xian to comprehend it fully, even extrapolating and creating more concepts of alchemical philosophy. Before long, Xiao Xian opened his eyes, having grasped the complete art of alchemy. Now, even if Taiqing Laozi were to engage him in discourse, he could likely leave the venerable master speechless. The system's might left Xiao Xian at a loss for words. All he could do now was to ensure he did not squander the system's assistance. With a wave of his hand, rare medicinal herb from the 7 stars Tian Yuan Peak were instantly drawn before him. He took out the recently rewarded Qinquan furnace and began his alchemical work. Xiao Xian was utterly serious, not merely because Tian Qinzi was his first disciple, but because of his philosophy regarding discipleship. Having accepted this disciple, he felt a profound responsibility to educate him well. If a teacher is lax, the student will falter. While he was unaware of how other saints operated, he was determined not to emulate Tongtian Jiao Master, who merely took on disciples without caring for their education. Based on his memories from the Jie Jiao, one would simply be given a technique to figure out on their own, receiving occasional teachings without regard for whether the disciples understood, leaving them to fend for themselves. During the Fengshan era, many Jie Jiao disciples perished in the early stages, while for reasons unknown, Tongtian Jiao Master displayed no reaction. In contrast, Yuan Shi Tianzuan appeared more like a qualified teacher, diligently guiding his disciples and seeking justice for them when wronged. To Xiao Xian, being a teacher meant providing students with a sound education. The master leads the disciple to the door, but the cultivation lies in the individual. Yet one must at least guide them to the door. Simply handing a student a math problem and declaring they could become a doctor upon completion, without explaining the reasoning behind the solution, was frankly unacceptable. This teaching method was simply too much for Xiao Xian, who had grown up under the red flag that he could not abide by such neglect. If one chooses to take on disciples, they must do so equitably, even if certain disciples are favored due to their innate talents. At the very least, one should not allow others to suffer deprivation. As Xiao Xian's focus on alchemy deepened, he acknowledged that while his motives for taking on disciples were self-serving, he must take responsibility for their growth. He would exhaust every means to ensure his disciple flourished. Even if Tian Qinzi's innate talent proved limited, Xiao Xian would still empower him to possess the strength for self-preservation, for that was his duty. The following day, Songlong and Tulin led Tian Qinzi to the Tian Xian Hall to pay their respects to Xiao Xian. Upon seeing them, Xiao Xian promptly guided them to a hot spring nearby, pointing to the jade-like spring water. This is a spiritual spring born from the convergence of Earth's meridians and spiritual energy. Henceforth, you shall come here every morning to soak for an hour. He gestured for Tian Qinzi to remove his clothing and enter. Yes, master. Tian Qinzi nodded in agreement, quickly shedding his garments and leaping into the hot spring. Subsequently, Xiao Xian produced 2 vials and handed them to Tian Qinzi. These are the creation cleansing pills and the Qinquan Foundation establishment pills I have concocted. Absorb the cleansing pills in the spring and ingest the foundation pills. You understand? Tian Qinzi nodded and poured a cleansing pill from its vial. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that invigorated both Tian Qinzi and the 2 attendants, Songlong and Tulin. While Tian Qinzi felt nothing amiss, merely sensing the extraordinary quality of the pill. Songlong and Tulin, being knowledgeable, were astounded that a pill capable of stirring the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth must possess at least 8 golden patterns. Thus, they turned to examine the pill in Tian Qinzi's hand. Discovering it bore 9 golden threads. By the heavens, it boasts 9 golden patterns. In the primordial world, pills were graded from 1 to 9, corresponding to the realms of human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, profound immortal. True immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, and Quasi-Saint. Beyond that, only saints could refine sacred grade pills. However, even among each grade, there were distinctions, with the finest exhibiting golden patterns, which could only manifest when the efficacy reached its zenith. The effects produced by such a pill were truly unfathomable. The cleansing pill Xiao Xian provided, regardless of its grade, was unmistakably extraordinary given its 9 golden patterns, and Songlong and Tulin could ascertain that its efficacy was exceptional. Indeed, as Tian Chenzi placed the pill in the spring, it immediately began to boil, with the spiritual energy erupting at least tenfold compared to before. Tian Chenzi then retrieved another vial and poured out a foundation establishment pill. Songlong and Tulin looked on in awe once more, and again, it bore 9 golden patterns. Master, truly extravagant. Songlong and Tulin were envious to the core. They had never consumed even a single pill with a golden pattern in their lives. Yearning to know what the taste of 9 golden patterns was like, Tian Chenzi consumed the foundation establishment pill. A wave of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by excruciating pain. This moment, Xiao Xian interjected. The cleansing pill, while intensely painful, will aid in purging impurities from your body and enhancing your qualifications. The foundation establishment pill will solidify your foundation. After a month of soaking, you should be well prepared. Tian Chenzi nodded, enduring the pain coursing through his body, and inquired, "Then, Master, when may I begin my cultivation?" Xiao Xian rolled his eyes. "Not for a while yet. You are far too eager. Now listen closely, your primary focus must be on solidifying your foundation. Otherwise, given your current state, no matter how exceptional your talent, you will find yourself limited to the Tai realm. When the time comes for humanity's revival, you will lack even the strength for self-preservation. Do you understand?" Tian Chenzi gazed at the serious Xiao Xian, fear creeping into his heart as he nodded. Xiao Xian then produced a scroll and handed it to Tian Chenzi while elucidating the developmental strategy for the future. "For this month, focus on establishing your foundation. Afterwards, I shall provide you with body-tempering pills and purity pills to help you forge a flawless physique. Concurrently, I will teach you body-tempering techniques to expedite your physical development. In your spare time, you should transcribe scriptures in the scripture repository. I do not wish for my disciple to be illiterate. Follow this method for a decade, and you will be nearly ready to cultivate. In the subsequent 300 years, you must, and after 500 years, you must." Xiao Xian elaborated on the training regimen he had devised for his disciple, and Tian Chenzi listened attentively. Meanwhile, Songlong and Tulin were left in astonishment. Xiao Xian's training plan was remarkably detailed. Although this method of cultivation was unsuitable for them, compared to their own innate legacies, this training regimen could only be deemed exceptional, in the primordial world. All teachers typically employed a hands-off approach, merely providing a technique for disciples to practice on their own, offering explanations only when convenient. However, it seemed their master was rather different. Songlong and Tulin had never encountered anyone as meticulous and earnest as Xiao Xian in crafting a cultivation plan for them. Not even the elders of their clan had done so. In any case, this would be your plan for the next 3,000 years. During this period, I will continuously assess your progress. From now on, Songlong and Tulin will assist you with your daily meals. Once you have finished your immersion, come to the Tian Xian Hall to find me." After delivering these words, Xiao Xian left Tian Chenzi to contemplate the matter, taking Songlong and Tulin with him. Upon returning to the palace, Xiao Xian suddenly recalled something and took out 2 scrolls, handing them to Songlong and Tulin. "These are your cultivation methods. You must also strive diligently. You may freely utilize the resources in the mountains, but be mindful of moderation to avoid waste." After patting their little heads, he returned to the palace to continue his own cultivation. Songlong and Tulin, clutching the scrolls in their arms, were immediately moved to tears. Their father had never treated them with such kindness. Chapter 5. Master creates a treasure of virtue, noticing the reaction of the 2 young ones. Xiao Xian felt somewhat speechless. Was this truly enough to evoke such emotion? Were these 2 so starved for affection? For Xiao Xian, it was merely a matter of educating 1 or 3. It was all the same effort. However, for Songlong and Tulin, the situation was different. One had been subjected to relentless oppression, while the other had never known love. Their characters, shaped by such an environment, were exceedingly sensitive and fragile. All right, there's no need to be so moved. Hurry and prepare breakfast. Xiao Xian waved his hand, patting their heads and urging them to get to work. He returned to his own palace, as he needed to carefully consider the forthcoming teaching plan. Soon after, Tai and Chenzi emerged from his medicinal bath and arrived at the Great Hall, where Songlong and Tulin had also prepared breakfast. However, upon seeing the spiritual fruits before him, Xiao Xian found them rather unappetizing. Though these rare fruits, born from the roots of innate spiritual trees, were exceptionally delectable, he felt they lacked something essential. It seemed time to import various delicacies from the future into the primordial world. He could not bear to subsist solely on fruits every day. The mighty beings of the primordial world exclaimed, "Are you speaking human language? We can't even find a single innate spiritual root. And you complain about its taste. Master, do these spiritual fruits not suit your palate?" Tai and Chenzi inquired, noticing Xiao Xian's discontent as he devoured the fruits with great enthusiasm, having never tasted anything so exquisite. Songlong and Tulin, hearing Tai and Chenzi's words, looked anxiously at Xiao Xian. Could it be that they had chosen fruits that did not please their master? Yet they had presented him with the largest, ripest, and most spiritually abundant fruits available. At Tai and Chenzi's remark, Xiao Xian internally scoffed, "Of course, who would desire such tasteless fare?" He longed for oil-splashed noodles, spicy hot pot, barbecued skewers, and more. However, in response to Tai and Chenzi's inquiry and the fearful glances of Songlong and Tulin, Xiao Xian smiled and reassured them. "Not at all. It's just that these foods are too nutritionally singular and, in the long run, unsuitable for your cultivation, that I shall procure some foods rich in diverse nutrients shortly, ensuring your training yields greater results." Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Tai and Chenzi's eyes glistened with determination. He instinctively resolved to cultivate diligently to repay his master, while Songlong and Tulin felt tears welling in their eyes. "Our master is truly wonderful. We are so moved." After breakfast, Xiao Xian imparted the techniques for body refinement to Tai and Chenzi, and then took Songlong and Tulin to search for materials. "System, do you know where I can find crops like wheat and rice?" Though Xiao Xian yearned for the culinary delights of his past life, he wished to avoid a fruitless search throughout the primordial realm, as that would be an utter waste of time. To put it plainly, you are simply lazy. "Host, the Qixing Tianyuan Peak has them." Xiao Xian exclaimed. "What? The Tianyuan Peak has them?" His expression darkened. Treasures lay before him, yet he was unaware. "Host, nearly all the raw materials found on the Earth star can be found at Qixing Tianyuan Peak. Why didn't you mention this earlier? How would you know if you haven't even visited Tianyuan Peak?" Xiao Xian paused, realizing the truth. Upon arriving, he had established a sect, taken on disciples, and had been busy concocting elixirs for his eldest disciple and formulating training plans. Despite having his own dojo, he had never set foot in it. He felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. However, there was no need for concern. There would be ample time in the future for training his disciples, which would also provide him with the perfect opportunity to relish life. Xiao Xian had never been particularly industrious. Upon his arrival, he had intended to live a leisurely life. Had it not been for the incident with Duo Bao, he would likely be lounging comfortably in the Jie sect by now. Now possessing the cultivation of a great luo, he was among the elite in the primordial realm, with the innate great formation surrounding Tianyuan Peak. Few could disturb him, making it the perfect paradise. Nodding to himself, he planned to prepare the conditions for a tranquil life, teaching his disciples while enjoying ice cream and skewers, all while awaiting system rewards. Ah, what a beautiful life! With this thought, Xiao Xian felt invigorated, his spiritual sense extending across Qixing Tianyuan Peak, ultimately locating wheat and rice at the base of one of the mountains. This is it. He brought Songlong and Tulin before the familiar plants, their golden grains glistening in the light. Xiao Xian's heart surged with excitement. Fried rice, rice cakes, noodles, and more were about to come to life in his hands. The vastness of Chinese cuisine was about to unfold. Surveying the area, he spotted a patch of barren land and nodded in satisfaction. This would be the perfect spot. Gathering some timber, he began to meticulously carve and shape it. His hands moved with the precision of a blade, and as wood shavings flew, the plow gradually took form. Songlong and Tulin watched in bewilderment. Why was their master crafting these things by hand when he could simply use magic? In their confusion, the curved plow was completed. Holding it in his hands, Xiao Xian reflected on how, since attaining immortality, his memories from his past life had become increasingly vivid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create this plow. Boom! Above the nine heavens, thunder rumbled as a vast cloud of virtue descended upon Qixing Tianyuan Peak, with 80% directed toward Xiao Xian and the remaining 2/10 affixed to the curved plow, transforming it into a treasure of virtue. Xiao Xian was unfazed. It was all within his grasp. However, Songlong and Tulin were left in shock. This is virtue, a grand manifestation of virtue, they exclaimed. From this peculiar contraption, has the heavenly Tao gone awry? Songlong and Tulin could not comprehend why this was the case. They felt that, given the circumstances, they could achieve the same result. Xiao Xian placed the curved plow onto the barren land, and to their astonishment, it began to operate independently, tirelessly tilling the soil until a neat field was cultivated. Xiao Xian gathered a handful of grains and scattered them across the prepared ground, simultaneously collecting some timber and approaching a nearby river to commence further crafting. This Xiao Xian's hand sent, with shavings flying once more. Songlong and Tulin raised their brows in curiosity. Another creation? Before long, a water wheel was completed and positioned above the river, along with a flume to direct the water towards the paddy field. Splash! The water wheel began to turn with the flow of the river, lifting buckets of water that gradually filled the flume, eventually flowing into the newly cultivated rice field. Water is flowing out, Xiao Xian exclaimed gleefully. Songlong and Tulin stared in confusion. What is the significance of this? A simple spell could water the field. Yet, once again, the thunderous resonance from above answered them, as another surge of golden virtue descended upon Xiao Xian, and the water wheel transformed into a treasure of virtue. Ah, what is happening? Songlong and Tulin were utterly bewildered. Can someone explain why this is? Chapter 6. 888 Treasures of Virtue. Astonishment all around. Songlong and Tulin raged internally, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What is this? This is virtue, not cabbages. Why does the heavenly Tao bestow so liberally? Suddenly, they exchanged glances, both arriving at a startling conclusion. Could it be that our master is the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao? This theory seemed plausible. After all, how else could one explain the phenomenon of casually crafting toys to gain virtue? They spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, pondering the implications of their theory. Could the heavenly Tao experience love? Who is the object of its affection? As Songlong and Tulin spiraled deeper into their wild imaginations about the heavenly Tao's progeny, Xiao Xian observed the ominous dark clouds gathering above Qixing Tianyuan Peak, threatening to strike down upon them. Alarmed, he interrupted their reckless thoughts. Xiao Xian felt exasperated, as a great Luo golden immortal. Discerning the thoughts of these two little celestial beings was a trivial task. You dare to speculate about the heavenly Tao? How absurd! The heavenly Tao cannot experience love, nor does it reproduce. You two are quite the entertainers. If the heavenly Tao were to strike you down, I would not collect your corpses. With Xiao Xian's reprimand, Songlong and Tulin snapped back to reality, a cold sweat breaking out upon their brows. What just transpired? It must have been our inner demons taking hold. Infinite heavenly venerable, infinite lifespan Buddha. It was all a misunderstanding. Heavenly Tao, forgive us, do not smite us. The ominous clouds above gradually dissipated under the incessant apologies of Songlong and Tulin, seemingly reluctant to hold a grudge against these two mischievous youngsters. Xiao Xian observed the reckless antics of Songlong and Tulin, feeling an urgent need to bestow upon them some merit for protection. Otherwise, should an unfortunate event arise and the heavenly Tao strike, it would inevitably implicate him. With this thought, Xiao Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, addressing the oblivious duo. Come here, both of you. Assist me in accumulating some merit. Do not go and court disaster again. Songlong and Tulin nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of their situation, as their lives were at stake. However, a question lingered in their minds. If their master was to gather merit, could he also benefit from it? They were left in a state of confusion. only to be further astonished, speechless, and numbed by the events that unfolded next. Following the creation of the plow and water wheel, Xiaoxian went on to craft an array of agricultural tools such as hoes, sickles, graphite knives, and seedling horses, along with essential household items like tables, chairs, and beds, as well as hunting weapons including fishing nets, axes, and bows. It could be said that Xiaoxian had essentially invented every conceivable item from ancient China. Even encompassing the 4 great inventions and the 4 treasures of the study, he produced a total of 888 tools, not due to any limitation on his part, but rather because this number held auspicious significance. After all, it was his first endeavor, and a touch of good fortune was preferable to as for the heavenly Tao. It wasted no time in showering him with a deluge of merit. For every tool Xiaoxian crafted, the Tao bestowed upon him an equivalent measure of merit, culminating in a total of 888 instances that, in an instant, the entire Tianyuan Peak transformed into a vast ocean of merit. Songlong and Tulin, under Xiaoxian's deliberate care, found themselves adorned with halos of merit, numbly witnessing the spectacle. Having experienced this phenomenon 888 times, they had grown accustomed to it. Xiaoxian's situation was even more extravagant. As the merit above his head coalesced into a golden cloud that enveloped the entire Qixing Tianyuan Peak, its golden radiance shooting forth into the heavens, tinting clouds miles away with a golden glow. Xiaoxian remarked, "There is no other way. I am simply exceptional." Now that the tools were ready, he instructed Songlong and Tulin to accompany him in culinary endeavors. "From now on, the sustenance of our Tianxian sect will rely on you two." Songlong and Tulin, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. "Yes, master." Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoxian's series of actions had already drawn the attention of formidable beings from the primordial realm that a mere 1 or 2 instances of merit might be overlooked. For in the vastness of the primordial world, there would inevitably be a few fortunate souls who inadvertently received blessings from the Tao. However, the frequency and scale of Xiaoxian's merit was glaringly evident. Within a year, the Tao had bestowed merit upon him 888 times. Such a rhythm was unparalleled. Moreover, with the accumulation of such merit, the golden cloud above Tianyuan Peak appeared to those in the know as conspicuous as ink on white paper. In the Yao Court, situated above the 33 heavens, resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with pearl-embroidered footwear and golden insignia, the Yao Emperor Dijuan sat on his throne, flanked by Dongwang Tai, while the white jade steps below were occupied by the Yao Master Kunpeng. The Shihuang Fushi and other notable Yao generals such as Beis and Guiche, along with countless Yao deities. Your Majesty, after thorough calculations, there have been a total of 888 instances of merit bestowed, accumulating into a golden cloud of merit covering an expanse of miles. We are unable to ascertain its origins, one reported. Upon hearing this, Fushi and the others were astounded. Such a vast cloud of merit could rival that of a sage's ascension. If this individual possessed the primordial purple energy, he could likely achieve sainthood immediately. Dijuan suppressed his astonishment. The inability to investigate was to be expected, as beneath the merit, all evils were repelled, and fortune flourished, rendering investigation a fundamental impossibility. That he instructed the lesser Yao to find a way to uncover the individual's origins, urging them to extend goodwill toward him, for they could neither draw him in nor make him an enemy. "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, the Yao Master Kunpeng turned to Dijuan, suggesting, might this individual be connected to the Wu clan, given his presence in their territory? Hearing this, Dijuan furrowed his brows. The Yao clan was currently slightly weaker than the Wu clan, and should the Wu clan ally with this unknown figure of merit, the Yao would face even greater pressures. Dongwang Tai's expression turned grave upon realizing Xiaoxian's potential ties to the Wu clan, and he boldly proposed, "Brother, since this individual was not targeted by the Wu while in their domain, he must hold some significant relationship with them. Perhaps we should capture him and confine him within the Yao clan, or eliminate him outright." The other Yao generals gasped in shock, while Kunpeng and Fushi were equally taken aback. Dijuan gazed at Dongwang Tai with exasperation. His brother's lack of foresight was astonishing. Did he not see the vast cloud of merit hovering above? To imprison or slay such an individual would invite calamity upon the Yao clan. leading to their ultimate destruction at the hands of the Wu clan. Fushi, concerned about the potential folly of Tai, hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, although this person resides within Wu territory, it does not necessarily imply a connection to them. We should first send someone to make contact, to ascertain his sentiments toward the Yao." Dijun was highly pleased with Fushi's counsel. He was indeed the wise one of the Yao clan. Very well. Let it be as Fushi suggests. Meanwhile, we must expedite our offensive against other clans and prepare for the Wu's potential aggression. When the time comes for us to unify the primordial clans, it will be the moment of our decisive battle against the Wu. Understood. In the Panga Hall of the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches convened to discuss matters regarding Shaoxian, for with the Yao clan already acting, the Wu, being his close neighbors, could not afford to remain idle. "Brother, our kin have ventured to investigate, yet upon entering the realm shrouded by merit, they became disoriented and eventually emerged without having encountered anyone," reported Zhu Meng, expressing his frustration to Di Jiang. This news left Di Jiang disappointed, while Ho Tu voiced her thoughts. Merit possesses a spirit. Only those with sincere hearts may be recognized by it. Our kin, while lacking malice, also bore no goodwill toward this individual. Thus, it is only natural that they were not acknowledged. What shall we do now? We do not even know his name. If he were to be swayed by the Yao, it would be disastrous, Zhu Rong exclaimed, his voice booming. The Yao and Wu had now reached a point of absolute opposition. Should the Yao grow stronger, it would not bode well for the Wu. Perhaps we should send a collective of our ancestral witches to seek out this young man, that if we could capture him and bring him back to the Wu, we would not need to worry about the Yao ensnaring him, suggested Zhu Rong. Well, every organization has its share of foolishness. Unfortunately, a few of our ancestral witches actually supported Zhu Rong's proposal, remarked Di Jiang. Zhu Jioyin and Ho Tu, who were slightly more sensible, sighed in resignation. This was a troublesome endeavor. The concept of merit was exceedingly intricate, especially in the unscientific world of the primordial realm. Generally, those who possessed great merit would experience smooth sailing, while those who opposed great merit would find themselves besieged by misfortune. There were even instances where individuals, seeking to retaliate against opposing factions, would curse entire clans with merit, resulting in a once mighty clan, boasting several great Luo Jingxian, being annihilated within a century. Thus, in the primordial world, merit was akin to a universal remedy, a ticket to existence, and in a sense belonged to the realm of the fated children of fortune. But if the Wu truly provoked Shaoxian, given the vast cloud of merit above him, the Wu clan would inevitably face ruin. Zhu Jioyin calmed the other ancestral witches, addressing Di Jiang, "Brother, we must make every effort to establish contact with this individual. If we can ally with him, that would be ideal. If not, we must ensure that the Yao do not seize the opportunity." That Di Jiang nodded in agreement, appreciating Zhu Jioyin's reliability. The others had truly lost their sense of reason. "Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Be mindful of your approach." "Understood, brother." As both the Wu and Yao clans fretted over Shaoxian, the Six Saints of Destiny also turned their attention toward Qixing Tianyuan Peak. After all, the descent of 888 instances of merit within a year was far too remarkable to go unnoticed. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa anxiously contemplated the heavenly secrets. As the mother of humanity, she sensed that the merit bestowed had significantly affected the fortunes of the human race. This individual would undoubtedly have profound connections to humanity in the future, yet the heavenly secrets remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Nuwa in a state of distress. On Mount Shiryang, within the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi similarly focused on Shaoxian's direction before returning to his meditative practice, displaying no emotional fluctuations as the leader of the human sect. Like Nuwa, felt the tides of humanity's fortune shifting, but he deemed it irrelevant to his own concerns. His sole priority was ensuring the survival of humanity. The rest held little significance for him. As for Shaoxian's accumulation of merit, Laozi thought it unnecessary to dwell upon, for it was not as if he himself had gained such merit. Instead of fretting about it, he would rather devote his time to further cultivation, concocting elixirs, or even indulging in sleep, all of which seemed far more appealing. Indeed, he was as tranquil as water. Unlike Laozi's indifference, the primordial supreme being in the jade clear palace of Kunlun Mountain was exceedingly exhilarated. Chapter 7, Tong Tian. At that moment, he truly felt blinded, having listened to the slanderous words of the treacherous disciple, Duobao. The primordial supreme being rose to his feet, his gaze fixed eagerly in the direction of Xiaoxian, a visage brimming with excitement. Both he and the Tong Tian had established their great teachings with the hope of expanding their sects to become the singular dominant force in the primordial world. Otherwise, they would not have been the protagonists in the War of the Gods. As a sage, he could naturally transcend countless obstacles of merit. Upon seeing Xiaoxian, he fervently shouted within his heart, "Incredible! Truly remarkable!" Not only did Xiaoxian possess an abundance of merits, but his qualifications were also exceptionally outstanding, and his roots were extraordinarily remarkable. He was the perfect candidate to be a disciple of my teaching. It is well known that the Chan teaching has always pursued an elite path. They do not accept those with inadequate roots, poor qualifications, or questionable morals. Such stringent criteria have rendered the Chan teaching a mere handful during the War of the Gods, hindering its growth. But now, a turning point had arrived. If he could bring Xiaoxian under his wing, the monumental merits he possessed would surely elevate the fortunes of the Chan teaching several notches. It was simply perfect. The primordial supreme being was filled with anticipation, eager to meet Xiaoxian and have him bow before him. However, upon catching sight of the gleaming plaque of the Tianxian at the Qixing Tianyuan Peak, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Good heavens, it turns out to be a rival. His previously elated expression instantly transformed into one of despair. His concern was not that Xiaoxian's sect might pose a threat to him, but rather how to entice him to join the Chan teaching. With countless merits backing him, Xiaoxian was set to sail smoothly along the path of cultivation. Moreover, as a Deluo golden immortal, he was already in possession of a blessed realm like Qixing Tianyuan Peak, ensuring an abundance of resources. This significantly diminished the Chan teaching's advantages. Now, only his status as a revered sage could attract Xiaoxian. However, the latter's decision to establish his own sect indicated a lack of interest in sages. Should he approach recklessly, he would likely face rejection. This was not what the primordial supreme being wished to see. The thought of eagerly seeking a disciple only to be turned away was unbearable, and returning in such a manner would be a source of embarrassment for him. If he were to be discovered, he would become a laughingstock among the sages. How troublesome! Shaking his head, the primordial supreme being dismissed his thoughts, deciding that it would be best to wait for the right opportunity. In the West. At Ling Mountain, senior brother, this child has a connection with our West. Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon Xiaoxian, who was enveloped in immense merits. As he spoke, he involuntarily began to move towards the east, only to be halted by Jane. Junior brother, calm down, calm down. The time is not yet ripe. Jayan's expression was one of helplessness. His junior brother was far too impatient, lacking the steadiness he himself possessed. Zhuan Ti swallowed, his throat dry as he spoke to Jiayin. Senior brother, if you would join us in the West, we would be freed from our barren state, able to give birth to our own beings, and no longer need to seek souls from the East. Jiayin nodded, understanding Zhuan Ti's sentiments. Yet he felt it was unlikely. Xiaoxian was protected by immeasurable merits, making it impossible to entice him through divine means. Attempting to recruit him from the desolate West would be futile. Junior brother, we must consider this long-term. Revitalizing the West cannot be rushed. Zhuan Ti fell silent at Jiayin's words, ultimately nodding bitterly. Yes, senior brother, I understand. Our West will surely flourish. On Golden Ao Island, at the Bo Palace. Duo Bao, come here. The furious voice of the Tong Tian echoed across Golden Ao Island, and a terrifying pressure swept through, causing the disciples of the Jie to tremble in fear. Tong Tian's face was as dark as thunder, filled with anger, regret, and heartache. The golden clouds of merit above the Qixing Tianyuan Peak stung his eyes painfully. How foolish I was to have driven away such a treasure. Yes, it is all Duobao's fault. It is entirely Duobao's fault. Gripping his heart, Tong Tian's pain intensified as he pondered how, had Xiaoxian still been a disciple of the Jie, he would have immediately appointed him as the successor. In just a century apart, Xiaoxian had reached the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, His roots elevated to those of a primordial demon, and he possessed an abundance of merits. If the Jia were to acquire such merits, it would be sufficient to stabilize its fortunes. At that point, what fear would they have of the Chan teaching? With the scale of the Jia, it could become the foremost sect in the primordial world. The fortunes would then soar, and with boundless luck aiding him, he could surpass Laozi and the primordial supreme being, becoming the foremost of the sages. Yet now, all that was lost, the more he envisioned a bright future, the more it pained him. How could I have been so blind? Tong Tian's current mood was akin to that of an ex-girlfriend in a modern novel, who after breaking up finds her former partner soaring to great heights. If only you had taken off sooner, would I have ever let you go? It was infuriating. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He needed to find a punching bag to vent his frustrations. At that moment, Duo Bao timidly approached the Bo Palace. "Master, did you call for me?" Tong Tian's gaze fell upon Duo Bao, and the more he looked, the more displeased he became. Duo Bao felt a chill run down his spine under Tong Tian's stare. Fearing for his life, "Duo Bao, you have been slacking off in your cultivation these past years. I am here to offer you some guidance though." "Why yes, master." In the years that followed, Duo Bao's cries of torment echoed continuously in the ears of the Jia disciples. "And master, I truly cannot endure any longer." Duo Bao, panting and on the verge of collapse, pleaded with Tong Tian, fearing that if the beating continued, he would truly be sent to reincarnation. Tong Tian observed the now plumper Duo Bao and finally ceased his assault, realizing that if he continued, it would lead to serious consequences. However, he still felt an overwhelming anger. Tong Tian recalled his 7 celestial attendants, but now only Chang Er and Ding Guang remained on Golden Ao Island. And once more, Duo Bao's cries reverberated throughout the island. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian had not anticipated that he would stir such a multitude of forces. Yet even if he did, it mattered little, as none dared to make a move against him. He was currently engaged in recreating a traditional Chinese delicacy, a dish adored by the masses: hot pot. In the opulent hall, Xiao Xian sat before a large pot, its fiery red broth bubbling vigorously, releasing an incredibly spicy aroma. Surrounding the pot were an array of ingredients. Xiao Xian picked up a slice of meat roll and dipped it into the crimson broth, swirling it briefly before placing it in his mouth. The sensation of spiciness, freshness, and tenderness spread throughout his palate. "Ah, this is the feeling." A glimmer sparkled in Xiao Xian's eyes. This was what culinary delight truly meant. Previously, he had been mindlessly gnawing on fruit. What deliciousness could that possibly offer? "Spare me the lofty and refined fare. I apologize. I am but a simple man, unable to appreciate such delicacies. It is the home-style dishes that suit me best. Master, what is this?" Tian Qinzi and Sanglong Tuling were salivating at the sight, the spicy aroma of the hot pot already igniting their appetites. "This is hot pot, a new dish. You must try it." Without hesitation, Xiao Xian dug in. Eating hot pot in this mythical world was exhilarating. Observing his master relish the meal so delightfully, Tian Qinzi felt encouraged to join in, picking up his chopsticks to taste a bite. And without further ado, he started devouring the food. It's unbelievably delicious. Tian Qinzi had never tasted anything so exquisite. He raised his bowl and began a feast, while Sanglong and Tuling were not far behind. "Master, can we have hot pot from now on?" Lacking experience, they inquired, "What more could there be?" "You shall see in due time." Chapter 8. The system rewards again. Xiao Xian takes in more disciples. This is the essence of life. Xiao Xian reclined contentedly on his cloud bed, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual fruits and snacks. Ever since he introduced the culinary delights from his past life, Sanglong and Tuling seemed to have awakened their inner foodies, mastering every recipe within just a year, and even inventing new dishes. Xiao Xian reached for a piece of crispy skin, placing it in his mouth. This was crafted by Sanglong and the others following the method for making chips. However, this crispy skin was even crunchier and more flavorful than chips, boasting a variety of tastes. The only drawback was its difficulty in mass production, but with so few disciples in the sect, there was no immediate concern. Stretching lazily, Xiao Xian reflected on the past year spent eating and sleeping. Had it not been for his cultivation as a Deluo golden immortal, he would surely have ballooned. Tian Qinzi's body refinement had been completed. In another 10 years, he would lay the foundation for his cultivation journey. Xiao Xian had 10 years of leisure time left to cherish. As he turned over, preparing to continue his slumber, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The fortunes of the host's sect have greatly increased. Settlement complete. Rewards are being issued. Reward: Tao Inspiring Treasure. Tao Lotus assists others in attaining enlightenment. Reward: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure. 9 Heavens Battle Platform can project the battle souls of any strong being to assist others in their cultivation, facilitating faster enlightenment. Reward: Cultivation Treasure. Heavenly Pool Spiritual Spring can aid others in enhancing their cultivation, elevating their roots, while also cleansing their karmic debts. Reward: Guardian of Spiritual Herbs. Assists the host in cultivating spiritual roots and protecting spiritual herbs. Reward: 3 Seeds of the Tao. Can choose any 3 paths of the Tao. The rewards have arrived. Xiao Xian instantly sat up, exclaiming, with such news, I find myself no longer drowsy. Yet I cannot fathom why the system's rewards have arrived so tardily. It has been a year since then. Host, the system responded. The substantial merits you have accrued have led to the continuous growth of your sect, which only recently began to stabilize. Thus, the issuance of rewards has been delayed until now in the future. Rewards will only be granted once the sect's fortune reaches a certain threshold. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Xian mused. So it's a phased reward system. That indeed offers convenience. He then turned his attention to the rewards announced by the system. The 9 Heavens Stand, the Divine Pool of Spirit Spring, and the Guardian of Spiritual Herbs were all commendable offerings, particularly the latter 2, which were essential for the sect. The Grand Tao Lotus Platform was even more exceptional. A treasure of enlightenment that sufficiently attested to its worth. Hongjuan's ascendance as the Tao ancestor was undoubtedly aided by the invaluable creation Jade Butterfly, and while the Grand Tao Lotus Platform might not surpass the creation Jade Butterfly, it certainly held its own. With a wave of his hand, a massive purple lotus platform materialized before him, its radiant aura of the great Tao enchanting all who beheld it. Goodness, this lotus platform is truly grand. He marveled, estimating its diameter to be at least 3 meters, sufficient to serve as a bed. Delighted, Xiao Xian settled onto it, contemplating how he could now cultivate even in his slumber. Truly, I am diligent. He then observed the 3 seeds of the great Tao displayed on the panel and clicked to use them. Ding! Please select any 3 great Taos. The system will automatically confer them. Previously, the system had rewarded him with seeds of the Pill Tao, Weapon Tao, and Sword Tao, all of which he had absorbed with commendable effects. However, it was unfortunate that these could not be utilized for enlightenment. In theory, mastering a single great Tao entirely should suffice for one to attain the Mixuan Tao. But although the seeds granted by the system could enable complete mastery of a single great Tao, they could not facilitate enlightenment, which was rather disheartening. Xiao Xian wondered if this was a flaw in the system. Yet, he found little cause for concern. Having the ability to master a great Tao without any effort was already a significant gain. One must learn to be content, he thought. System, I choose the Tao of Strength. The Tao of Slaying Heaven and the Tao of Clones. Ding! Conferred successfully. Please use. Xiao Xian nodded in satisfaction and swallowed the 3 seeds of the great Tao. The Tao of Strength was known as the most formidable among the 3,000 great Taos, serving as both the source and the terminus of all paths. While it lacked the myriad miraculous uses of other Taos, its overwhelming might to shatter myriad laws was precisely what Xiao Xian favored. He opted for the Tao of Slaying Heaven primarily because of the system's reward, the treasured weapon of the sect, the Slaying Heaven Saint Mysterious Sword. Although it was a sword, its fundamental Tao was the Tao of Slaying Heaven. It would indeed be embarrassing if you were unable to wield it proficiently. As for the Tao of Clones, its purpose was obvious, to gather disciples. Could one really rely on promising talents to come knocking at their door? While the true self enjoyed leisure at home, his clones could traverse the vast wilderness to recruit disciples, allowing him to idly await a continuous stream of rewards for his efforts. Was there a better way to be lazy? Or rather, to recruit disciples? Xiao Xian's aura surged as he harmonized with the 3 great Tao principles, and the lotus platform beneath him radiated a gentle light to aid his understanding. Before long, his aura began to settle, and a figure began to coalesce before him, his assembled clone. Xiao Xian pondered. This clone possesses the cultivation of a pinnacle Tai. Impressive indeed. The Tao of clones is certainly not without merit. Typically, clones would only hold a tenth of the original's power. With Xiao Xian as a Deluo Golden Immortal, he could usually only manifest a clone of early Tai, but this clone seemed to embody roughly a third of his strength. Moreover, in times of crisis, it could borrow the original's power, allowing it to attain the level of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Thus, it was evident that the Tao of clones was indeed worthwhile. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the clone into the world, leaving the number of disciples it could attract to chance. Having completed his tasks, he reclined once more, thinking. Sleeping can be rejuvenating. A thread of spiritual light shot forth from the 7 stars Tianyuan Peak, transforming into the figure of Xiao Xian's clone. The clone touched its face, marveling at the peculiar sensation of being aware of another self within Tianyuan Peak while existing separately. Furthermore, in this clone state, it could also utilize the system. Should you sense any suitable individuals nearby, be sure to inform me at once. Affirmative, host. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Xian soared northeastward, where the stronghold of the demon race lay. Simultaneously, the region with the most diverse array of ancient tribes. What's this? The ominous energy is quite dense. As he approached the demon territory, Xiao Xian felt the oppressive weight of calamity intensifying. He observed demon armies scouring every corner of the wilderness, capturing or annihilating hidden ancient tribes. The demon race was indeed tyrannical. Non-compliance resulted in annihilation. It seems the Wu clan has exerted considerable pressure on them. The accumulation of calamity surged, and malevolent energy thrived. The calamity between the Wu and the demon race was on the brink of eruption, that a grand conflict was likely to unfold soon, and Xiao Xian felt a pressing urgency to recruit disciples of high potential. Lest the human race be left unprotected, with a grave expression, he hastened his pace, scouring the demon territory for suitable disciples, encased in the protective aura of his merits, as long as he did not approach any quasi-saint level beings. It was unlikely that anyone would notice him. Thus, he wandered through the demon territory for a century, yet remained empty-handed. Xiao Xian was unperturbed. The system had high standards, so it was quite normal not to find suitable candidates in a short span. Furthermore, he had only traversed a fraction of the demon territory. Even if he found nothing there, he could still explore other regions of the wilderness, the northern 10,000 mountains, the vast grasslands, the immortal volcano in the south. And the 4 seas were all places he intended to visit. He was determined to find suitable disciples. Ding! A suitable target has been detected 1.3 million miles to the north, within the Howling Wolf clan. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. Finally, the Howling Wolf clan. Is that the one occupying 1 million miles of grassland? Unexpectedly, my second disciple hails from their lineage, but that matters little. As he pondered, Xiao Xian crossed space, heading toward the vast grassland. At last, he had caught up, urging himself to quicken his pace. Not let them escape. Rest assured, they won't. A Tai Golden Immortal and several Golden Immortals raced across the grasslands, shrouded in a plume of black wolf smoke, pursuing a small wolf spirit. Its once silver coat was now stained crimson with blood. Though weary, it pressed on, knowing that the encroaching wolf smoke was rapidly closing in, threatening its very life. In the void, Xiao Xian's figure gradually materialized as he observed the impending demise of the young wolf. System, is this the disciple you have found for me? Indeed, he is a descendant of the ferocious beast Tao Wu, and his bloodline has begun to revert to its ancestral form. His talent is unparalleled, comparable to that of the innate demon gods. His potential is absolutely promising. With proper cultivation, he could attain mixed yuan. Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow. Is my concern solely about talent? I am referring to the entangled fate he carries. Host, I assure you, very well. Xiao Xian sighed in resignation, realizing that the system was solely focused on talent. In that case, I shall save him. As the black wolf smoke was about to engulf the young wolf, Xiao Xian transcended space, wrapping his arms around it. With a gentle push forward, he unleashed a palm strike imbued with overwhelming might toward the encroaching smoke. The sudden turn of events forced the Tai Golden Immortal to halt, astonished as he beheld the palm strike descending upon him. Is this the power of a Deluo golden immortal? It is beyond my capacity to resist. With a clenched jaw, he pulled several companions in front of him, shoving them toward the palm strike while summoning his full power to protect himself. Witnessing this, Xiao Xian's brow raised slightly. Such decisiveness was commendable. Boom! Several golden immortals perished instantly beneath the palm strike, while the Tai golden immortal staggered back. Coughing up blood, his aura diminished as he gazed at Xiao Xian with terror. Begone! Xiao Xian regarded him coolly, exuding a deathly pressure that threatened the Tai golden immortal. The Tai, shaken to his core, dared not even glance back. Unable to muster a retort, he immediately invoked his divine powers to flee. Xiao Xian paid him no mind. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he recognized that the Tai still held potential utility. He gently set the young wolf down and used his divine powers to heal its wounds. As he tended to its injuries, Xiao Xian silently calculated the threads of fate, swiftly uncovering the events that had transpired. It was a coup. This little wolf was the youngest son of the Howling Wolf clan's chieftain. Due to the overwhelming might of the demon race, Emperor Jun had coerced the Howling Wolf clan into submission. However, the Howling Wolf clan had long existed in the wilderness and held considerable strength. With a history tracing back to the Dragon and Han calamity, they possessed their own dignity, and within their ranks were several quasi-saints, making them unwilling to bow before the demon race. Yet, every organization has its traitors. The Howling Wolf clan was no exception. This individual was none other than the chieftain's brother, the young wolf's uncle. Although he was also a quasi-saint, he feared an attack from the demon race and was also covetous of the chieftain's position. Thus, he conspired to amass power within the clan, colluding with the demon race to eliminate the chieftain and seize the throne for himself. Ultimately, he sought to eradicate the entire bloodline of the chieftain, including the chieftain's son. The little wolf had escaped under the protection of its siblings, but was soon pursued. Were it not for Xiao Xian's intervention, it would likely have perished by now. Xiao Xian shook his head. I suspected. His fate is deeply entangled, not only involving internal strife within the clan, but also dragging the demon race into the mix. His future is destined to be fraught with calamity. But what of it? If I choose to protect my disciple, no one shall lay a finger on him. Xiao Xian gazed at the young wolf, which was staring back at him, clearly aware of his presence. What is your name? I am called Maodun. Maodun. Ah, what an extraordinary name indeed. In the annals of Chinese history, Maodun was undoubtedly a formidable sovereign. You wish to remain by my side and learn? Maodun hesitated slightly and inquired of Xiao Xian, can you help me defeat those individuals? Xiao Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. Maodun felt a twinge of disappointment, but in the next moment, Xiao Xian's words ignited a surge of excitement within him. Not only will I empower you to vanquish them, but I shall also enable you to overthrow your uncle, unify the vast steppes, defeat Dijuan, and avenge your father. Therefore, will you become my disciple? Upon hearing Xiao Xian's declaration, Maodun was enveloped in exhilaration, instinctively sensing the authenticity of Xiao Xian's promise. I am willing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the second disciple. Ensuring the continuation of the teachings, Sect Fortune Reward, Seed of the Path of Slaughter, Rewarded Divine Ability, Domain of the All-Destructive Kill God, creating a realm that suppresses the opponent, with countless intricate applications and the potential to generate myriad divine abilities. Rewarded Supreme Spiritual Treasure, Heart of Slaughter, Feedback on Disciples' Cultivation, Peak of Deluo. Xiao Xian's eyes gleamed with delight. The Peak of Deluo was indeed impressive. How gratifying it is to accept disciples. The rewards are remarkably good, especially the domain of the all-destructive kill god. This is truly a domain skill, one that is exceedingly advantageous. However, before Xiao Xian could continue reveling in his joy, his expression suddenly shifted as he gazed towards the expansive grasslands. Let us test your skills against them. Haha, what grandiose words you speak. An elder, his face aged and draped in royal robes, with two wolf ears protruding from his head, materialized before Xiao Xian, accompanied by three Deluo beings, anti-E, whom Xiao Xian had previously allowed to escape. Are you the one who wishes my nephew to eliminate me and unify the vast grasslands? The elder's countenance was icy, clearly indicating that he was Mao Duan's uncle. Having overheard Xiao Xian's earlier words that you not consider your own Luo cultivation, how dare you presume? An insignificant quasi-saint. Xiao Xian sensed the elder's aura and quietly assessed that he seemed somewhat weak. Seeing Xiao Xian fall silent, the elder assumed he was intimidated and continued to taunt, "Boy, if you surrender now, I may spare your life and allow you to become a servant of my Howling Wolf clan." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Xian had no desire to engage with such trash. He turned to Mao Dun, who wore a fierce expression, filled with hatred directed at the elder. Xiao Xian gently reassured Mao Dun, "Do not worry. They will soon cease to exist." Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, the elder snorted with a laugh and prepared to attack, but suddenly found himself immobilized, sensing an overwhelming danger. The sounds around him faded, and the scenery dimmed into an inky darkness. What is this? The elder was filled with dread, feeling as if he were ensnared, his cultivation suppressed, as if he had fallen into another's grasp, unable to resist. Die! Before Xiao Xian's voice faded, an endless storm of blades surged towards the elder and his companions. In the next instant, the elder summoned all his magical power, deploying every defensive technique he possessed, frantically swaying amidst the infinite storm. The three Luo and the small Tai were reduced to mere dust in that fleeting moment. This is impossible. How could a mere Luo possess such terrifying and bizarre power? The elder was engulfed in profound fear, yet he understood that if he did not find a way to escape, he would inevitably be worn down and face certain death. Xiao Xian's expression remained indifferent. Although he had not ingested the seed of the path of slaughter, preventing him from maximizing the domain of the all-destructive kill god, it mattered little, as long as he could suppress them. Despite possessing only peak Luo cultivation, he wielded the path of strength, using it to drive the path of swords, which in turn amplified the domain of the all-destructive kill god. Defeating a lowly quasi-saint was more than sufficient, as long as he remained cautious and denied the elder the chance to approach. What is this? Suddenly, Xiao Xian's expression stiffened as he gathered magical power to form a barrier before him. A tremendous, violent force abruptly shattered his storm of blades, affecting him and shaking the domain of the all-destructive kill god. A primordial spirit surged forth, impossible to halt. Xiao Xian watched the fleeing spirit with a peculiar expression. Realizing that the individual was weak and unexpectedly timid, opting for self-detonation to escape rather than fighting to the death. Master is truly remarkable. Master is incredible. Mao Dun gazed at Xiao Xian with admiration, his eyes filled with respect and awe. From his perspective, Xiao Xian had effortlessly suppressed his detestable uncle, crushed the three Luo into dust with a mere wave, and compelled even his quasi-saint uncle to self-detonate in flight. Xiao Xian chuckled as he ruffled Mao Dun's head. "Would you like to learn?" Mao Dun fervently nodded, having witnessed Xiao Xian's overwhelming prowess. Mastering this technique would surely make revenge effortless. "I will teach you when we return. You must study diligently." "Yes, master. Rest assured, I will master it." Xiao Xian was pleased with Mao Dun's attitude, and, holding him close, prepared to return to Tianyuan Peak. While traversing the wilderness alone posed no challenge for him, it was perilous for young Mao Dun, so it was best to return to the sect first. "Host, wait. I have discovered something of great interest that you may find appealing." Chapter 10. This is a national treasure. The system's words left Xiao Xian puzzled. Something of great interest? What could it be? Yet the system remained enigmatic, failing to provide a direct answer. "Host, 62 kilometers southeast. You should go see for yourself." Xiao Xian. Oh, all right, since you speak so mysteriously, I am growing increasingly curious. Let us proceed. With Mao Dun in his arms, Xiao Xian soared into the air, heading swiftly southeast. It was merely over 60 kilometers, easily traversable in an instant by a Luo golden immortal. Upon catching sight of the black and white orbs, his eyes widened in astonishment that, "Oh my, I must investigate further. This is indeed a national treasure." "You understand me. System 1, 2, 3, a total of 26. Excellent, splendid. I shall take them all." As he gazed at the adorable black and white orbs, Xiao Xian's heart melted. In his past life, he could only observe national treasures through screens. Never having the opportunity to touch one this time, he intended to indulge himself. Slowly approaching the orbs, he seized one and began to caress it vigorously, simultaneously producing a spiritual fruit to entice them. Little cuties, you must be suffering here. Would you like to come with me? I promise you will have meat every day. The black and white creatures emitted a soft whimper. Woo-woo, Maodun. Maodun stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Where has my illustrious and mighty master gone? Who is this person? He cannot be my master. Maodun glanced between Xiao Xian and the black and white orbs, his expression shifting to one of fierce determination as he glared at the round. Chubby creatures, that it is all your fault for seducing my master. I shall bite you to death. Meanwhile, the black and white orbs, being petted by Xiao Xian, fell into contemplation. In the primordial world, all beings possess spirit, understanding Xiao Xian's words without issue. The black and white orbs observed the grinning Xiao Xian, glanced at the spiritual fruit in his hand, and then looked at the fiercely glaring Maodun. They nodded in agreement, picking up the spiritual fruit to nibble on. The black and white creatures thought to themselves, "It is not that I seek pleasure, but rather I am compelled by the demands of life. Oh, how obedient! My little treasure, let us depart," with a wave of his hand. Xiao Xian gathered all the black and white orbs into his sleeve, leaving one behind to enjoy at a leisurely pace. In the sky, a cloud drifted towards Tianyuan Peak, with Xiao Xian petting the black and white orbs while a solitary little wolf sat a distance away. Maodun lamented, "I have fallen from favor. Master no longer loves me. Little treasure, I shall bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Gun Gun, all right?" The black and white creature responded eagerly, "Sure, Xiao Xian, Maodun." As they approached Tianyuan Peak, Xiao Xian sensed two distinct factions lingering outside, both led by quasi-saints. This surprised him. Indeed, in the era of the witch and demon, quasi-saints were plentiful, and golden immortals were as common as dogs. However, it was rather unusual for two quasi-saints to appear in the same location, especially at his doorstep. Clearly, the visitors bore ill intentions. Cautiously, Xiao Xian stowed away Gun Gun and Maodun and strode forward. Whatever the case, he would confront them directly. Xiao Xian's arrival drew the attention of both factions. Noticing he had not concealed himself, he addressed them. "Might I inquire as to your purpose in visiting Tianyuan Peak?" Upon hearing this, both factions were startled. Could he be the master of this place? Immediately, the leaders of both factions brought their retinues before Xiao Xian. "I am Fuxi, a humble Taoist. I hope you will not take offense at my abrupt arrival. I am Zhu Jiuyin of the Witch Clan, here to pay my respects to you. My friend S.O., they are representatives of the Witch and Demon clans. But what business do they have with me?" Xiao Xian pondered, yet maintained an expression of calm indifference, nodding in acknowledgement. Noting Xiao Xian's seemingly disinterested demeanor, Fuxi was unconcerned, recognizing that they had indeed been rude by blocking his doorstep. However, Zhu Jiuyin harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction. Feeling a slight irritation toward Xiao Xian, "May I ask if you are the esteemed Xiao Xian?" Fuxi inquired with a friendly demeanor, which took Xiao Xian by surprise. He had not anticipated that they would know his name. The demon clan was indeed formidable. As Zhu Jiuyin furrowed his brows, he pondered how the witch clan had been investigating for quite some time without uncovering Xiao Xian's name. Yet the demon clan seemed to possess this knowledge. However, given the circumstances, it appeared that Xiao Xian had not previously interacted with the demon clan. "The witch and demon clans have business with me?" Xiao Xian inquired. Nodding, he tacitly acknowledged his identity. Fuxi was about to engage in polite conversation to foster rapport, but Zhu Jiuyin, eschewing such formalities, directly stated, "Our witch clan is inclined to befriend you and would like to extend an invitation for you to visit us." Xiao Xian was somewhat taken aback by their candor. It seemed the witch clan was indeed forthright. Fuxi, feeling somewhat helpless yet still respectful, nodded in agreement. "Our demon clan shares the same sentiment. We kindly request your esteemed presence, allowing us to host you properly. Visit? Once I step in, I suspect I might never emerge." Xiao Xian was acutely aware of their intentions, likely stemming from the merits he had accrued in the past. Now that the witch and demon clans had taken notice of him, it was only natural that the saints would also be paying attention. I can only imagine the expression on Tong Tian's face upon realizing that I have not only attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, but also accumulated countless merits. What a spectacle that would be! Not merely a spectacle. Tong Tian would be so incensed that he would discipline Duo Bao and Chang Er for hundreds of years before relenting. I comprehend your intentions, but I wish to remain uninvolved in your affairs. So you need not worry. Xiao Xian expressed his disinterest in their invitation, as for the potential for retaliation. He chuckled inwardly, for the merits above his head were no trifling matter. Fuxi was not particularly surprised by Xiao Xian's refusal. He did not harbor expectations for Xiao Xian to acquiesce, but maintaining neutrality would suffice, allowing for gradual persuasion in the future. In that case, I shall not disturb you further, should you require assistance. Feel free to seek it from the demon clan. Xiao Xian politely nodded, harboring a favorable impression of Fuxi. However, Zhu Jiuyin, perceiving Xiao Xian's rejection coupled with his previous indifference, adopted an even less amiable demeanor. After confirming Xiao Xian's intent to remain neutral, he huffed and departed without a word. Xiao Xian cast a glance at Zhu Jiuyin, reflecting on the Witch Clan, a group that relied solely on brute strength. They would have ample reason to lament in the future. Fuxi once again bowed to Xiao Xian before leading his companions back to the demon clan, gazing at the departing figures of the two factions. Xiao Xian's gaze grew profound. The witch and demon clans had already extended their invitations. Perhaps the saints were also taking note of him. Now that he was embroiled in this situation, should he initiate some upheaval to disrupt their plans? Chapter 11. Establishing a Sect. Advancing to quasi-saint Xiao Xian contemplated the possibility of taking action, for he possessed the advantage of foresight and awareness, granting him a chance for success. Yet, the crux of it all rested upon having sufficient strength. It was imperative to devote attention to the cultivation of his disciples. In his heart, Xiao Xian mused that the only means to significantly enhance his own power lay in nurturing disciples. The advancement and elevation of a sect predominantly relied on the prowess of its disciples. Previously, he had approached this matter with indifference, partly because Tian Qinzi genuinely needed to lay a foundation, and partly due to the belief that time was on his side. However, with the witch and demon clans already seeking him out and observing the recent actions of the demon clan, it became evident that the first great war between the witch and demon clans was imminent. Time was no longer abundant. Lost in thought, Xiao Xian entered Tenyuan Peak, surveying his resources, and realized it was best not to dwell on excessive contemplation, point one step at a time. For now, he would focus on cultivating his precious disciples. With this in mind, he summoned Tian Qinzi to introduce him to his second disciple. Tian Qinzi, this is your second brother. You both must learn to get along well. Tian Qinzi, wolf from the demon clan. Mao Dun. Your gaze seems off. Xiao Xian gently ruffled Tian Qinzi's hair, offering reassurance. Not all members of the demon clan are irredeemable. We must learn to discern between good and evil, allowing not hatred to dictate our will. Tian Qinzi nodded, though he still found it challenging to accept. Mao Dun, Tian Qinzi does not harbor ill intentions toward you. It is merely that his tribe was annihilated by the demon clan, leading to an inevitable animosity. Mao Dun's expression shifted to one of realization as he turned to Tian Qinzi. Were you also harmed by the demon clan? Truly, we are both unfortunate souls. The demon clan is indeed wicked. Upon hearing Mao Dun's words, Tian Qinzi expressed surprise. You too? But aren't you from the demon clan? Mao Dun nodded, gradually elucidating the internal dynamics of the demon clan to Tian Qinzi. The term demon clan encompasses a multitude of groups and tribes. Currently, Emperor Jun commands the majority of the demon clan, yet there are those who refuse to submit to him, such as my Howling Wolf tribe. The Emperor's tyranny leaves no room for dissent. Those who resist are subjected to conquest or annihilation. As for your human race, due to a lack of combat prowess, you have become prey for many weaker demon clans, but this certainly does not apply to us. The Howling Wolf tribe, we would never harm our fellow weaker beings. It is our dignity and honor. As he concluded, Mao Dun lifted his head proudly, filled with pride for his tribe. Observing the proud Mao Dun, Tian Qinzi found his animosity dissipating unconsciously. Indeed, our human race is currently weak, but we shall grow stronger. My dream is... It seemed there were no issues at hand, so Xiao Xian decided to let them establish their rapport. While they engaged in lively conversation, he quietly withdrew. Ascending the mountain range of Tianyuan Peak, he transplanted all the spiritual roots and herbs to this location, entrusting them to the guardians of spiritual medicine for cultivation. This place would henceforth be known as Spirit Herb Peak. As he wandered through Spirit Herb Peak, Xiao Xian sought suitable sustenance for Gungun. Having promised them daily meat, he procured a superior innate spiritual root, the Qingyuan Xian bamboo, along with several inferior spiritual roots. Initially, he intended to gather some acquired spiritual roots to meet his needs, but after scouring the entirety of Tianyuan Peak, he found himself at a loss. What a vexing predicament it was for one with wealth. With a sense of helplessness, Xiao Xian decided to accommodate the entirety of Gungun's tribe at the foot of the main peak for their reproduction. While arranging for Gungun's settlement, he took note of a particular issue. Despite his riches, his own abode felt exceedingly desolate. It was not merely the scarcity of numbers, but also the absence of various other aspects, such as the eerily empty 7 majestic mountains. Aside from a single palace on the main peak, it seemed there was naught else. Xiao Xian surveyed the main peak, and then glanced at the other 5 desolate mountains, realizing it was time to commence the construction of his sect. Otherwise, not only would resources be wasted, but it would also lack the imposing presence of an invincible sect. Ding! Hidden mission activated. Establish a sect. Xiao Xian. There are hidden missions, mission content. Even in the absence of oversight and amidst desolation, one must not forsake the dignity and image of an invincible sect. Perfect your sect, with rewards contingent upon the degree of mission completion. Note: shoddy workmanship is strictly prohibited. Failure to meet minimum standards will incur system penalties. Xiao Xian gazed at the system panel before him, bewildered by the existence of a mission mechanism. Why had he not been informed earlier? System, why is there a hidden mission? Why did you not disclose it? Hidden missions are meant to be concealed. Otherwise, they would not be hidden, would they? Xiao Xian. Fine, you make a valid point. Surely there are no active missions. Right, rest assured there are none, and hidden missions are few. Only 1 or 2, but do not entertain thoughts of exploiting the system. Xiao Xian. PFF, am I that sort of person? System, you are. Kafahem system. What are the criteria for reviewing this mission? Haha, no vague responses allowed. You, the host, are free to interpret it as you wish. Xiao Xian. This system is too clever. He adjusted his non-existent glasses, realizing that while the system would not fall for his traps, it mattered not, for he already had a plan in mind and would not need to lift a finger. Countless phantoms emanated from Xiao Xian's body, opening the Qinquan furnace and placing various spiritual materials within to commence forging. True laziness incarnate. Firstly, the 7 peaks of Tianyuan, with the principal peak named Tianshan Peak, serves as the residence of our esteemed leader. Here, it has been ingeniously designed to connect with the spiritual veins, becoming the abode of my personally taught disciples. The remaining 6 peaks are Taichu Peak, Tingguan Peak, Linkai Peak, Dozhan Peak, Jilv Peak, and Wanfa Peak. Taichu Peak boasts a splendid name, yet its primary function is to maintain the operation of our sect, issuing various tasks. It may be considered a miscellaneous role, albeit one of significant importance. Tingguan Peak presents a series of challenges designed for the disciples to undergo rigorous training, encompassing a myriad of experiences across the vast world, with ample rewards awaiting those who succeed. Although our leader, Xiao Xian, has yet to finalize the specific designs, envisioning possibilities is certainly within reach. Linkai Peak serves as a hub for spiritual herbs and materials, producing an array of essential resources for our disciples while also refining various spiritual treasures and elixirs to meet their needs, with the added benefit of selling surplus for resources. Dozhan Peak offers the disciples practical combat experience, centered around the 9 Heavens battle platform, which serves as a vital arena for dueling and ranks disciples based on their combat prowess, rewarding those who demonstrate greater strength to encourage skill development. Jilv Peak functions as a regulatory body, akin to a modern-day police force, primarily tasked with ensuring adherence to the sect's rules and punishing those who transgress. Wanfa Peak is the place for disciples to study the Tao, housing the 3,000 avenues and countless divine techniques. There is nothing conceivable that cannot be found within the AS for the living quarters of the sect's disciples. Numerous minor spiritual veins have been ingeniously integrated around the 7 peaks to form a grand array. This ensures that each disciple has access to their own spiritual vein while concurrently gathering abundant spiritual energy to sustain the sect. While we may not have achieved this yet, it is a future goal. The construction plan is impeccably perfect. It merely awaits the completion of the palaces, spiritual treasures, and various embellishments being crafted by the avatars. Seizing the opportunity while these avatars are busy, I will refine my cultivation plan postmodern. Striving for excellence, in truth, it is a comfortable form of procrastination. With that, Xiao Xian reclined upon the lotus platform of the Tao, drifting into dreams to amend his plans that a century later, countless wisps of spiritual light emerged from the Qiankuan furnace, cascading onto the 7 peaks of Tianyuan. Instantly, the previously desolate and chaotic 7 peaks transformed into a scene of majestic grandeur. Towering palaces rose above the 7 mountain ranges, adorned with pavilions and towers. Their ethereal beauty enhanced by the spiritual mist and luminous treasures enveloping the mountains. In the hazy obscurity, it resembled an enchanting mirage, splendid and resplendent, a blend of opulence and elegance, an embodiment of grandeur intertwined with the natural laws of the Tao. To be precise, while aesthetically pleasing and exquisitely crafted, their practical utility is somewhat limited. Although they are all acquired treasures of the postnatal realm, lacking extraordinary functions, their sole merit lies in their robustness. With all effects seemingly concentrated on their visual appeal, Xiao Xian was thoroughly satisfied with the system, declaring it ready for evaluation. Ding! Detection in progress, completion of evaluation, luxurious, exquisite, and sophisticated, understated yet profound. Conclusion, beyond mere aesthetics. They hold little functional value. The host has masterfully portrayed invincibility on the surface. Task completed. Achievement level. S-grade. Commencing reward distribution. Reward. Initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Reward. All palaces transformed into innate spiritual treasures, capable of aiding in the comprehension of the Tao and gathering spiritual energy. Reward. Sect treasure. Mirror of all realms, capable of conjuring myriad illusions, reflecting the vastness of time and space, aiding individuals in seizing opportunities. Reward. Sect treasure. Scripture pavilion, capable of deducing countless divine techniques and discerning the most needed spells for others. Reward. Upgraded spiritual treasure. Qiankuan furnace elevated to Taichu Ding. Becoming a sect treasure, possessing the ability to counteract the innate and elevate the level of spiritual treasures. Reward. The host has acquired myriad spiritual veins and the 3,000 infinite great array, which can be configured into a grand formation to safeguard the sect. Now seamlessly integrated into the spiritual veins of Tianyuan 7 peaks. Ding! All sect treasures can evolve alongside the sect's advancement. Remarkable! Truly remarkable. The system is extraordinary. Xiao Xian never anticipated that his ostentation would be so adeptly salvaged by the system, which truly proves its prowess. System. Maintain a low profile. System. You master. Xiao Xian was preparing to extol the system further, hoping for additional favors, but was abruptly interrupted as Mao Dun rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, the cultivation method of my senior brother does not suit me. Please teach me a more formidable method." Chapter 12. Even the protagonist relies on this to turn the tide. Do you think you are exceptionally brilliant? Mao Dun burst into the grand hall, rushing towards Xiao Xian, with Tien Shinzi trailing behind, his expression one of embarrassment. Mao Dun leapt before Xiao Xian, biting at his clothing, shaking Xiao Xian's arm while howling, Master, please wake up. I want to learn a better cultivation method." Xiao Xian sighed. Observing his foolish disciple, oblivious to his admiration for the system, he shot a glare at the perplexed Tien Shinzi standing nearby, and then turned to Mao Dun. "All right, enough of that. Didn't your senior brother teach you the methods? Did he not teach you earnestly?" Mao Dun shook his head, urgently responding, "Senior brother taught me with great seriousness, but all his methods focus on physical cultivation, which is unsuitable for me. Master, please teach me a better cultivation method." Once again, this issue, Xiao Xian felt a bit exasperated. After all, the Primordial era is an apex of the cultivation world. How can there be so many problems with physical cultivation? No, I must correct this misguided notion. Mao Dun, why do you believe physical cultivation is inadequate? Mao Dun was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Xian to counter his question. Without much thought, he replied, I possess a powerful bloodline. My physique is inherently strong, so I don't need to focus excessively on physical cultivation. Disciple, your perspective is too narrow. Xiao Xian observed Mao Dun's expression of entitlement and then glanced at Tai Shenzi. Your senior brother is not fulfilling his duties. Let us speak with facts. Follow me. With that, he led Mao Dun and Tai Shenzi to the Nine Heavens battle platform at Dozhan Peak. None of them were willing to engage in physical cultivation, which puzzled Xiao Xian. After so many years of development in the Primordial era, had no one truly recognized the importance of physical cultivation. In truth, it was not entirely Xiao Xian's fault. During the era of the Wu and Yao, virtually everyone possessed divine powers, either hailing from bloodlines of great strength or being born as demigods, with their physical forms naturally formidable, thus overlooking physical cultivation. After all, physical cultivation requires resources, yields slow results, and is an arduous and painful process. Without innate talent for physical cultivation, one cannot progress far. Hence, as long as one's physical strength suffices, enhancing one's cultivation level seems the more reliable route. However, Xiao Xian declared, you lot are completely misguided. What you practice is not physical cultivation, but merely body strengthening, which solely increases physical strength. True physical cultivation transcends merely augmenting physical strength. It also fortifies one's foundation and enhances potential and aptitude. It can be said that a strong individual may not necessarily engage in physical cultivation, but every true master of physical cultivation is undoubtedly formidable. Look at the 9 transformations of the 3 purities or the 8-9 mysteries of the Western teachings. All are forms of physical cultivation, yet they are merely half-hearted attempts. The true masters of physical cultivation are the Wu clan. Had they possessed souls, they would likely have attained the Tao of primordial unity long ago. Xiao Xian positioned Mao Dun on the Nine Heavens battle platform, which can simulate various powerful figures for training while expediting the comprehension of combat essence. An exceptional treasure for combat enlightenment. Looking at Mao Dun, Xiao Xian spoke in an authoritative tone. I will summon a phantom of you to spar against. You have 3 chances to not worry. It will not exceed your cultivation level. Let us begin. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Mao Dun's expression shifted to excitement, his fighting spirit surging. The Howling Wolf clan is renowned for its prowess in battle, so he would not shy away from combat. Rather, he craved it that the phantom of a small wolf materialized before Mao Dun, who gazed in astonishment at this perfect replica, not only in cultivation level, but also in the aura of his bloodline. The phantom immediately launched an attack on Mao Dun, who, refusing to be outdone, retaliated. The 2 small wolves engaged in a fierce struggle, using their claws to strike and fangs to bite at one another. Though their realms were identical, the phantom Mao Dun's physique was evidently more resilient. The wounds Mao Dun inflicted were relatively shallow, and the phantom's recovery rates surpassed his own, though the differences were minor. The battle dragged on for several hours, culminating in Mao Dun's defeat. Despite his loss, the phantom was left battered and bruised, struggling to stand, clearly on the brink of collapse. Mao Dun's eyes brimmed with defiance, convinced he was on the verge of victory. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xian summoned healing energies, mending Mao Dun's wounds and restoring his spiritual power, while also conjuring another phantom of Mao Dun. Second round, commence. Having experienced the first round, Mao Dun was no longer astonished as the new phantom materialized. It immediately attacked, yet he failed to notice that, although this phantom matched him in cultivation level, its spiritual power and physical strength were several tiers above his own. Thus, the second round held no suspense. An hour later, the battle concluded with Mao Dun's loss once again, though he did manage to inflict several wounds on the phantom. Mao Dun began to grasp something elusive, yet Xiao Xian remained silent, continuing to heal his injuries and replenish his spiritual energy before summoning yet another phantom of Mao Dun. Third round, begin. However, this time there was an unmistakable disparity. Mao Dun was defeated without even a single encounter. His expression was one of profound disappointment, and his entire being seemed to lose its luster. We are of the same realm and cultivation. Why is he so vastly superior to me? How can this be? Tian Qinzi, seeing his plight, rushed over to console him. This moment, Xiao Xian spoke up, saying, "Do you think that refining the body is merely about enhancing physical strength? That is but the superficial manifestation of body refinement. Every living being is composed of two parts, the soul and the body. These are the most significant treasures bestowed upon us by heaven. Even cultivation is fundamentally derived from the body. Refining the body can elevate your foundation, bloodline, and aptitude, aid in your comprehension of the Tao, and simultaneously solidify your cultivation, rendering your spiritual power more robust and enduring. Beyond this, there are numerous other benefits. It is truly bewildering that you would look down upon body refinement. I cannot fathom how your elders have instructed you." At this juncture, Xiao Xian looked down upon those presumptuous individuals, noting that even the primordial deity Pangu engaged in body refinement, yet they claimed it to be futile. Throughout history, protagonists have triumphed through body refinement. You, mere frogs at the bottom of a well, have evidently never been bested by a protagonist. Yet, no one has ever informed me of this. Upon hearing Xiao Xian enumerate the benefits of body refinement, Mao Dun was somewhat bewildered. These concepts were never mentioned by my father. Could it be that he has deceived me? This is impossible. Perhaps it was the cultivator who forgot to teach you, Mao Dun. Tian Qinzi, patting his head, consoled him. Who taught you to cultivate? Mao Dun suddenly paused, recalling, wait, my father was often busy and had no time to guide me. It was only my uncle who taught me to cultivate. That, oh my goodness, this revelation, this treacherous traitor has misled me. It appears he's been plotting rebellion for a long time. That despicable scoundrel. I will eventually bring about your demise. Mao Dun's uncle. I don't know anything. You must believe me. Winky face, Mao Dun. Pah, you vile commoner, you only wish to harm me. All right, now you must diligently refine your bodies and solidify your foundations. Once you have accumulated sufficient strength, your future path in cultivation will be smooth, Xiao Xian continued, inspiring his two treasure disciples, or rather, motivating them. Mao Dun and Tian Qinzi nodded, acknowledging their understanding. Yet since you believe that a methodical approach to body refinement is ineffective, I shall enhance your training with some additional resources, which will undoubtedly be exhilarating for you. At this point, a smile crept upon Xiao Xian's lips. Tian Qinzi and Mao Dun exchanged glances, sensing an unsettling premonition. Chapter 13, Disciple Advancement, the First Battle of the Witch and the Demon. Subsequently, Xiao Xian did not simply engage Tian Qinzi and the others in body refinement, as such an endeavor would be not only time-consuming, but also a significant waste of resources. Rather than this, it would be more advantageous for them to seek opportunities. Of course, seeking opportunities does not mean sending them out into the primordial chaos. The realm of 10,000 worlds, rewarded by the system, will automatically replicate illusions from the river of time to temper the disciples. This formidable amalgamation of time and space can provide the disciples with great opportunities. Moreover, 1 year within the illusions equates to a single day outside. Thus, as they are idling away time, why not take advantage of this? Xiao Xian promptly cast Tian Qinzi and the others into the realm of 10,000 worlds for training, as long as they acquire sufficient opportunities within the illusions. They can bypass the lengthy process of body refinement and foundation establishment, directly commencing their cultivation at that time. Not only will their cultivation flourish rapidly, but their understanding of the laws of cultivation will also be unimpeded. At least up to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Of course, the paramount prerequisite is that they must obtain ample opportunities. System, can I manipulate the realm of 10,000 worlds to create illusions? You can, but it is advisable not to, as the realm of 10,000 worlds designs corresponding illusions based on the visitors. If man-made, the results may not be as favorable. Haha. Rest assured, I won't design the illusions myself. I will merely adjust their potency. Xiao Xian gazed at the realm of 10,000 worlds before him, resembling a mirror of transformation, and pondered. The initial illusions should not be too challenging. I will begin with 10 novice illusions for practice before arranging 1,000 illusions for them to study, ultimately culminating in 10,000 illusions for the final assessment. System, are you certain they won't be overwhelmed by your challenges? Oh, Xiao Xian, of course, I am a professional. If they succeed in all these trials, Their foundations, aptitudes, potential, and so forth will rise to the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, ensuring a smooth journey ahead. However, at present, my disciples are few. With only these two, I doubt they can sustain me until I reach the state of Hongyuan. System, is there any sort of disciple locator? Please bring me 2 disciples. Host, these 2 disciples were found by me. Winky face Xiao Xian. Awkward. Winky face ahem. Let's not dwell on the details. Haha. Sorry, there are none. You have to find them yourself. Well then, it appears I must rely on my own efforts. Xiao Xian lamented, sending countless clones to seek fortune. When will my Tianxian sect flourish? After a moment of melancholy, Xiao Xian retired to sleep. Regardless, life must continue. Tianxinzi and the others would require at least 100 years to break through the illusions, should Xiao Xian simply stand in the realm of 10,000 worlds. Waiting for their emergence? That is inconceivable. Thus, sleep it shall be. A century later, Xiao Xian lay as usual upon the lotus platform of the Tao, attended by the Songlong and Tulin by his side. Master, this is a delicacy my companion and I have researched for hundreds of years. You must try it. Songlong presented a platter of pastries, his face brimming with anticipation. Ah, delightful. Your culinary skills are improving remarkably. Keep it up. Xiao Xian picked up a piece, savoring the exquisite flavor that blossomed in his mouth, and offered encouragement to Songlong and Tulin. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's praise, both Songlong and Tulin beamed with joy. Since Master enjoys it, let him indulge further. Haha, save some for later. Your senior brothers will emerge from seclusion today. Let them have a taste of the delicacy, since they are emerging from their retreat. Let us prepare a banquet to celebrate. Very well, feel free to do as you please. Xiao Xian laughed heartily, then turned his gaze outward as they emerged. As Xiao Xian's words fell, the realm of 10,000 worlds erupted in resplendent radiance. And 2 figures, one tall and one short, soared forth, landing upon the grand hall of Tianxian Peak. After countless trials within the illusions, Tianxinzi appeared more resolute, his aura now profound and enduring, suggesting he had reaped considerable rewards. Mao Dun, no longer in his wolf form, had transformed into a youthful figure, exuding a fierce yet composed energy. Both had achieved significant gains, and their physiques gleamed with vitality, indicating a solid foundation. Their time spent within the illusions had not been in vain. Greetings, Master. There is no need for excessive formality. Rise. Xiao Xian waved his hand, beckoning them, while addressing Songlong and Tulin. Songlong, Tulin, prepare some delectable dishes to nourish your senior brothers. Understood. Well done. Your efforts have surpassed my expectations. Xiao Xian nodded in satisfaction at Tianxinzi and Mao Dun, unabashed in his praise, causing them to feel somewhat bashful. Now, you may officially commence your cultivation. Tianxinzi, you may begin practicing the Heavenly Origin Dominance Fist. Shortly, I will provide you with a secret elixir to assist in your cultivation. Mao Dun, after mastering the 10,000 absolute killing domain, it will be entrusted to you. However, this divine ability requires an understanding of the path of slaughter for its completion. So you must contemplate the laws of killing diligently in the future. Your future cultivation will be exceedingly arduous. Prepare yourselves. Yes, Master. Seeing the resolute expressions on Tianxinzi and Mao Dun's faces, Xiao Xian felt a sense of admiration. It was time for them to take flight. Now, take a day to rest and enjoy the culinary creations that Songlong and Tulin have spent hundreds of years researching. The essence of the Heavenly Origin Dominance Fist lies in embodying the surging waves of the ocean and the unparalleled strength of the heavens. Mastering it to the utmost will render your physique formidable and your spiritual energy boundless, and you shall remain unafraid of any soul attacks. IT is devoid of superfluous techniques and serves as the singular path to proving the Tao through strength, requiring patience and daily refinement. Yes, Master, I understand. The method of the 10,000 absolute killing domain has been imparted to you, but to unleash its full power, you must eradicate all and cultivate a murderous intent that permeates your soul, thereby proving the Tao through slaughter that I hope you can achieve the ability to draw killing intent into your soul within a millennium, allowing your murderous heart to become clear. Otherwise, you would be better off abandoning this divine ability. Yes, Master, I will strive diligently. Ding Tianxinzi reached the golden immortal stage, Disciple feedback insufficient for breakthrough. Reward stacked. Ding Maodun reached the late golden immortal stage. Disciple feedback insufficient for breakthrough. Reward stacked. Ding Tian Qinzi reached Tai. Disciple feedback insufficient for breakthrough. Reward stacked. Ding Maodun reached the mid-Tai golden immortal stage. Disciple feedback insufficient for breakthrough. Reward stacked. Xiao Xian lay upon the lotus platform of the Tao, observing the system panel and inwardly marveling. It is indeed easier for these innate beings to break through. Oh, how troublesome it was for me to reach the heavenly immortal stage back then. Xiao Xian sat up, gazing towards the horizon. To reach Tai within a millennium and then break through to the Luo in another millennium is not an insurmountable task. Yet alas, the days have been too tranquil. It seems someone wishes to stir things up. At that moment, Tianqinzi and Maodun rushed into the grand hall, pointing towards the sky and shouting in detail, "Master, quickly look at the horizon." What is that? Just the battle between the witch and the demon. You may wish to observe. With a graceful wave of his hand, Xiao Xian caused ripples to dance through the fabric of space, conjuring an ethereal scene from thin AI in this vision. The Wu clans surged forth to assault the 33 heavens, where colossal stars shimmered brilliantly. The battle between the Wu and the Yao clans shook the celestial expanse, with the echoes of battle cries reverberating like thunder. The fallen warriors of both clans descended like rain, their lifeless forms strewn across the starry void. The chimes of the Eastern Emperor's bell resonated, accompanied by the piercing cries of the Kuinpeng that shattered stone, the melodious strains of the Fushi zither, and the distortions of space wrought by the ancestral shamans. Time twisted, the elements of water and fire revolved, and countless laws clashed in a cacophony of chaos. Ultimately, neither side could gain the upper hand, and they retreated simultaneously to in the aftermath, a grand formation, weaving together myriad starlight, coalesced above the heavenly realm, descending countless stars with the intent to annihilate the Wu clan. Beneath this formation, 12 ancestral shamans stood in solemn array, and a colossal, desolate giant materialized amidst heaven and earth, none other than the true form of Pangu. The emergence of Pangu's true self sent shockwaves through the ranks of countless primal powers. Even the 6 saints wore expressions of grave concern. Though this was not Pangu himself, his might was that of a saint, and the Yao clan celestial alignment was far from complete, allowing only a temporary reprieve against the onslaught. Pangu's enormous fist swung forth, erupting in a series of explosions as he obliterated the descending stars, stirring violent storms that fractured the surrounding space and shattered mountains and rivers. Tianqinzi and Maodun gazed in awe at this spectacle, a deep-seated fear of such celestial might blossoming within them. Yet soon after, an indomitable spirit surged forth. They too would inevitably become the titans who could twist the very fabric of existence. Observing their fervor, Xiao Xian smiled with satisfaction, deciding against letting them continue watching, for they had more pressing matters to attend to. Tianqinzi, in this war between the Wu and Yao clans, countless primal beings will suffer. You must assist the human race in relocating and settling around Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 14. How we truly gathered the 12 zodiac signs. With your cultivation as a Tai Golden Immortal, you are more than capable of safeguarding the human race amidst the remnants of battle. Upon your arrival, I will impart to the human race the foundation for survival. Yes, thank you, Master, Tianqinzi exclaimed, astonished at Xiao Xian's kindness. In the midst of the chaos wrought by the war, he had not anticipated his master would show such compassion, offering protection to humanity and teaching them the ways of survival. Tianqinzi was deeply moved. His master was truly exceptional, and he vowed to repay this kindness in the future. Xiao Xian replied, "Disciple, you think too highly of me. My motives are solely for the fortune of the human race. Maodun, you too, endeavor to relocate the weaker primal tribes to Tianyuan Peak. Should they be willing, I shall also impart to them some methods of cultivation." "Yes, Master," Maodun bowed in agreement, his respect for Xiao Xian growing ever deeper. His wolf-like indifference prevented him from empathizing with the weaker tribes, yet did not hinder his reverence for Xiao Xian's benevolence. Mankind employs the darkest of means to attain everything, yet they always yearn to befriend the pure-hearted. Xiao Xian's protection of humanity was undoubtedly a strategic move for the immense fortune that would follow. While assisting the weaker tribes was merely a trivial endeavor that would not reveal his intentions too overtly. Moreover, numerous formidable beasts from the ancient primordial era roamed the land. Who could say whether the weaker tribes might harbor ancestral bloodlines of exceptional talent? Do not presume that Xiao Xian is truly altruistic. In this world, there are not so many selfless individuals, but rather those driven by desire. If you believe you are without such desires, it is merely that you possess the means to fulfill them. Upon receiving Xiao Xian's directive, Tian Qinzi and Mao Dun immediately set out to gather the surrounding primal races and humanity, while Xiao Xian erected a barrier around Tianyuan Peak to safeguard the human race and the primal tribes. Watching the far-off spectacle of the gathering storm, Xiao Xian chuckled quietly to himself. Since they wished to witness this tedious battle, he would not refrain from his own subtle machinations. The first to return was Mao Dun, bringing with him over a dozen primal tribes. Many had succumbed to the Yao clan's dominance, leaving only a scant few behind. Xiao Xian cast a glance, unconcerned, for those abandoned by the Yao clan surely possessed little potential, unless a few fortunate souls with ancestral bloodlines emerged. However, upon that glance, he found it impossible to look away. Liushang Rat, Xuankuan Bull, Jinyu Tiger, Yufeng Rabbit, Hantian Dragon, Ghost Serpent, Maoan Horse, Yubing Sheep, Jishin Monkey, Angry Rooster, Tanny Dog, and Ba Pig. Oh my, the 12 zodiac signs! Xiao Xian exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his seemingly casual actions would lead to the gathering of the zodiac signs. Abandoning it would be too great a loss. Indeed, these were the residual bloodlines of ancient primal species, yet the inherited bloodlines appeared exceedingly thin. While there might be a chance for ancestral reversion in the future, the odds were minuscule, rendering them unworthy of cultivation. But the unfortunate aspect was that they had all arrived together, forming an impeccable assembly. Though their innate talents were lacking, they would undoubtedly meet the standards as the 12 zodiac signs of humanity. Xiao Xian sighed in resignation, ultimately deciding to accept them. Should he miss this opportunity, it would be nigh impossible to find the 12 zodiac signs again after the war between the Wu and Yao clans. And the chances of assembling a more gifted group in the future were slim. As Xiao Xian pondered. The 12 tribal leaders, guided by Mao Dun, approached him with trepidation. "We have come to pay our respects to the immortal master. Thank you for your sanctuary. We vow to remain obedient and not trouble you." Xiao Xian nodded, observing their cautious demeanor, and spoke soothingly. "There is no need for you to be so nervous, as long as you do not cause disturbances and quietly reproduce and thrive. I shall not impose upon you." "Yes, thank you, immortal master." The 12 tribal leaders hurriedly nodded, expressing gratitude. They could not be blamed for their anxiety. The current state of the primordial world was chaotic. The Yao clan looked down upon them, while the Wu clan saw them as mere sustenance. Their very survival was perilously threatened. That Xiao Xian would take them and filled them with immense gratitude. As for the earlier mention of imparting methods of cultivation, they dared not harbor such hopes or make requests, fearing they might offend Xiao Xian and jeopardize this hard-won opportunity for survival. Such is the tragedy of the lesser beings. Now, upon your return, select a few promising young talents to come to me for instruction, but what they can learn will depend on their own fortunes. Xiao Xian understood their plight. He too had once been in such a position. Having gained a chance for redemption, he would not hesitate to offer them a similar opportunity. The 12 tribal leaders were momentarily taken aback, then filled with overwhelming excitement, bowing deeply to Xiao Xian. "Thank you, immortal master. We assure you that our clan's disciples will not trouble you." Xiao Xian gently nodded and waved his hand. "You may go and settle your in 1 month. Select your disciples to report to me." "Yes, thank you, immortal master. We take our leave." These 12 tribes may indeed have limited potential, but it mattered little to Xiao Xian that he was confident that he could elevate even a mere pig to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal through his systematic approach. Before long, Tian Qinzi returned, yet his expression was grave. He had scoured the edges of the battlefield between the Wu and Yao clans, discovering that only a mere handful of humanity had survived. As for the others, it was needless to say, they had perished. Originally numbering in the millions, the human race now dwindled to just over 10,000. Tian Qinzi held no resentment towards the Wu and Yao clans. With the passage of time and the deepening of his cultivation, his hatred had lessened significantly. He understood that the fault lay not with the clans, but with humanity itself. The true error was humanity's weakness. In the primordial world, weakness was a sin that if one wished to avoid oppression, one must strive for strength. The resolve for self-improvement grew ever stronger within Tian Qinzi, who vowed to dedicate himself to cultivation for the advancement of humanity. Had Xiao Xian been privy to Tian Qinzi's thoughts, he would have surely given a thumbs up in approval that, in this new life, he was no longer a part of humanity and thus could not lead them to rise. Tian Qinzi would serve as the cornerstone for his choice to elevate humanity, and in the future, Xiao Xian would continue to gather and cultivate humanity to strive for their resurgence. Tian Qinzi. Select a few hundred astute individuals from the human race to bring here. I shall impart to them the methods of survival. Yes, master, Tian Qinzi replied promptly, setting about his task, while Xiao Xian strolled through the territories of humanity, activating his system to sense if there were suitable candidates to take as disciples. After all, the human race was primarily gathered in this vicinity. If he could not find any, Xiao Xian would be a loss. For he could not possibly cultivate the entire human race. Ding! A being of dual light and dark attributes has been discovered. The host may take them as a disciple. Xiao Xian's heart leaped with joy. At last. There was a response, a duality of light and dark. Was that not akin to the harmony of yin and yang? Such talent was extraordinary, surpassing even that of Tian Qinzi, eagerly following the system's guidance. He soon beheld a solitary youth standing at the fringes of the human crowd. The boy appeared gaunt and frail, with several scars adorning his body, yet Xiao Xian paid little heed to such trivialities. You are the one, my precious. Chapter 15. I am the sage of humanity. My merits are boundless. Before the astonished eyes of countless humans, Xiao Xian descended before the boy and gently inquired, Young one, what is your name? The boy was equally taken aback, uncertain why the exalted immortal master would approach him. When faced with Xiao Xian's question, he shook his head. I have no name. Xiao Xian smiled, unfazed at, in the face of such hardship. Survival itself was a triumph. Names held little significance. You mind if I bestow a name upon you? The boy hesitated, while the surrounding onlookers expressed their confusion, unsure of Xiao Xian's intentions. Eventually, the boy nodded, yearning for a name. Then from this day forth, you shall be named Li, with the given name Exen Li Exen. Thank you, immortal master. The youth murmured momentarily, but soon became invigorated, bowing to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian nodded, then articulated his purpose to him. You wish to take me as your master? I am willing, replied Li Exen. I pay my respect to my esteemed master. The youth was taken aback, filled with even greater delight, and immediately knelt before Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian smiled, pleased with the smoothness of the proceedings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the third disciple. The sect's fortune has increased once more. Rewards: seed of the path of light and darkness, a treasure for imparting teachings, the divine path steel, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the blade of gods and demons, a cultivation method, the chaos of gods and demons, and an exceptional innate spiritual root, the Changyuan immortal ginseng, along with 10 high-grade innate spiritual roots and the 9 heavens breath soil, automatically stored in the spiritual herb peak. Feedback from the disciples indicates insufficient level to break through. Rewards will stack. Xiao Xian nodded indifferently. He had grown accustomed to this. It seemed that the innate spiritual treasures and cultivation methods were tailored for his disciple. And the system was indeed considerate. As for the divine path steel, a treasure for imparting teachings, it was specifically prepared for the human race. Excellent. It appears that guiding the human race will be simpler. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Xian healed Li Exion's wounds, and then clad him in a flowing white robe, instantly transforming him into a figure of celestial grace. The surrounding members of the human race gasped in awe, filled with envy and joy. With a clan member taking a master, upon their return from learning, the human race would surely flourish. Master, I've already selected the clan members. Tian Qinzi approached Xiao Xian, reporting his progress, and then turned his gaze to Li X. Already aware that his master had accepted another disciple from the human race, he was exceedingly pleased, for not only did he gain another junior brother, but the future of the human race would also gain another formidable force. Very well, Tian Qinzi, take your junior brother. Let us now teach the human race some methods of cultivation and survival skills. Yes, master, this way, please. That in front of the tens of thousands of humans stood over 800 of the most gifted individuals, and before these 800 stood 3 venerable figures. Xiao Xian approached them, gazing at the 800 humans, and then at the 3 individuals at the forefront. Could they be? Greetings, Celestial Master. I am swearing. I am Yu Chao. I am Z. Indeed, the 3 ancestors of the human race, they were among the earliest of humanity to attain enlightenment through virtue. Yet, regrettably, lacking potent cultivation methods, they could not lead the human race to prominence. Celestial Master, I have heard from your disciple that you are willing to protect the human race and impart to us survival skills. Is this true? Swearin inquired excitedly, with Yu Chao and Z looking at Xiao Xian with eager anticipation. Xiao Xian regarded the 3 elderly figures, whose expressions were filled with fervor and sincerity, and felt a sense of admiration. Nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I will first teach all of you the methods of cultivation, and then impart the survival skills to these 800 individuals, who shall subsequently teach the entire human race. Excellent. Thank you, Celestial Master. The 3 ancestors were immensely thrilled, showering Xiao Xian with gratitude, for both survival and cultivation were of paramount importance to the human race. Xiao Xian retrieved the divine path stele, inscribing within it the cultivation method for the Tianyuan dominance fist, and presented it before the humans. This is the treasure for imparting teachings, the divine path stele. Take your time to comprehend it. Thank you, Celestial Master. The 3 ancestors expressed their gratitude, and as they gazed at the stele adorned with mysterious runes, they were instantly entranced, their minds filled with the cultivation methods of the Tianyuan dominance fist. Instinctively beginning their practice, soon, the divine path stele emanated a radiant glow, enveloping all humans within, prompting the entire assembly, regardless of age or condition, to enter a meditative state. 3 days later, a resounding explosion echoed as 3 powerful auras surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds. The 3 ancestors had successfully grasped the basics of the Tianyuan dominance fist. Thank you, Celestial Master. The 3 ancestors opened their eyes and immediately performed a deep bow to Chuyang. Xiao Xian smiled and nodded, pointing to each of them, imparting countless techniques and divine abilities. You shall pass these methods down. The 3 ancestors were momentarily dazed, and as they achieved their cultivation, they quickly realized that these were all spells suitable for the human race. Thank you for your immense kindness, Celestial Master. The human race will forever be grateful. The 3 ancestors were profoundly moved, for the passing of such knowledge was not to be taken lightly. Xiao Xian's willingness to share these teachings was an extraordinary boon for humanity. Xiao Xian waved his hand toward the humans, showering them with countless streams of spiritual light to expedite their cultivation. After all, he had other matters to attend to and could not afford to wait idly for their completion. With Xiao Xian's assistance, within a month, nearly all the humans had entered the realm of cultivation, solidifying their primordial spirits. As the cultivation concluded, Xiao Xian spoke softly, awakening everyone from their meditative state. Thank you, Celestial Master. This time, all the humans knelt on one knee, expressing their utmost reverence. Xiao Xian caressed the stele, surveying the assembly below. The subsequent cultivation methods are all contained within this stele. You may return here for further teachings. Beneath the stele, the eyes of tens of thousands of humans gleamed with fervent anticipation. Suddenly, an invisible force descended from the void, merging with Xiao Xian's being, that a portion of it entered the divine path stele, bestowing upon it the blessing of virtue. Virtue, indeed, Xiao Xian nodded. Assisting the human race undoubtedly accrued immense virtue. In that case, I shall not be modest. All 800 of you, come forth. I will teach you survival skills. Xiao Xian proceeded, leading them to the base of a nearby mountain, surveying the area and discovering numerous heavy ores with an iron-like sheen. Without a word, he began crafting a furnace from clay and gathering wood for fuel, explaining each step of the process as he constructed a rudimentary fire hearth. Subsequently, Tools such as axes, shovels, saws, iron pots, spatulas, and spoons appeared in Xiao Xian's hands in succession. To achieve mastery in any craft, one must first possess sharp tools. Weapons and agricultural implements soon emerged in abundance. Swords, spears, halberds, tools for hunting beasts, bows and arrows for ranged attacks, minimizing casualties. Suerin's expression was one of excitement. With the dissemination of these tools, the human race would undoubtedly suffer far fewer losses and could hunt effectively. Do not rush. There is more. Xiao Xian nodded and moved to a clear patch of land, retrieving a plow and other specialized tools. This is a plow. It can till the soil. He personally operated the plow, turning over the earth and then scattered grains of spiritual wheat across the tilled land. This is wheat. It is edible after planting. With each harvest, the human race would no longer face hunger. Utilizing divine powers, the seeds grew at an observable rate. Within a mere incense stick's time, a vast expanse of golden wheat appeared to go ahead. Taste it. Suerin eagerly grabbed a handful and placed it in his mouth, instantly filled with the fragrant flavor of wheat that was easily absorbed by the body, providing strength, and was deliciously sweet. Suerin quickly concluded, "Excellent. From now on, our human race shall no longer suffer from hunger." Xiao Xian nodded, and subsequently he imparted knowledge on clothing, fishing nets, pottery, boats, and other daily necessities, as well as various survival guidelines, such as which foods were edible and which herbs could cure ailments. As long as these were mastered, combined with the cultivation methods he provided, the human race would thrive without worry. Thank you, Celestial Master, for your teachings. You may become the holy master of our human race, revered by our descendants for generations to come. Might I ask if you would accept this honor? The three ancestors were overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling before Xiao Xian, as were Tian Qinzi and Li Exe. Very well, I shall accept this title. Indeed, this is precisely what I desire. Xiao Xian smiled, feeling an influx of fortune enveloping him. This was the fortune of the human race. Simultaneously, a sound akin to the creation of the heavens and earth resonated from above. As a vast golden light of virtue descended, entering Xiao Xian's being. Chapter 16. The saints are astonished. I regret my decision. The grand and magnificent power of virtue instantaneously transformed the surrounding humans and beings into a golden hue. This latest influx of virtue rivaled the cumulative rewards from the previous 888 instances. It was even comparable to 1/3 of the virtue obtained when Nuwa created humanity. Such immense virtue shone brightly like fireworks in the night sky, leaving many formidable beings of the primordial age in shock. What is happening? Whose virtue is so grand? It seems to be the individual who previously accumulated 888 instances of virtue, known as Xiao Xian. According to news from the demon race, what has he done this time to attract such an abundance of virtue? Who knows? Why does he seem to acquire virtue so effortlessly? Damn it, I've lived for several million years without any virtue. While he gathers it as if it were water, it's so unbalanced. The discourse surrounding the mighty beings of the primordial chaos went unnoticed by Xiao Xian, who remained indifferent as he gazed upon the vast expanse of merit-laden golden clouds before him. He felt a profound serenity and promptly absorbed it into his being, too preoccupied to concern himself with any external matters. Ding, the host, being a saintly master of humanity, receives a bolstered fortune of 3/10 from the human race. The power of merit surges, enhancing the sect's fortune fivefold. Sect fortune rewards: 10 seeds of the great Tao, rewarded spiritual treasure, the 3,000 heavenly treasure pool, which harbors the essence of 3,000 laws, capable of continuously generating spiritual treasures, rewarded innate supreme treasure, the eternal pagoda, which embodies the complete path of the pagoda. When the pagoda manifests, all laws bow in submission, standing equal to the great laws of time and space. Rewarded world seed, which can nurture a world, achieving the pinnacle of primordial chaos. Rewarded 10 opportunities for qualitative enhancement, applicable to any individual. Ding! Due to the binding of the sect's fortune to that of humanity. The enhancement of humanity's fortune will consequently elevate the sect's fortune. Thus, the host is encouraged to bring greater benefit to humanity. What a delightful turn of events! Xiao Xian found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his current feelings. It was truly exhilarating. These treasures would likely incite envy among even the saints, and now they were all within his grasp. An immensely gratifying situation indeed. Yet what of it? It felt akin to a fortunate soul receiving a colossal reward, yet being silenced. An unbearable plight. With a deep sigh, Xiao Xian lamented his insufficient strength, resolving that once he attained primordial chaos, such restrictions would no longer bind him. He needed to take on more disciples and then achieve a Tao that would astonish all. I have imparted the principles of the Tao and survival techniques to you. The rest lies in your hands. Tianxinzi, once you have settled the human race, return promptly to your cultivation. With that, Xiao Xian retreated to the grand hall of Tianxian Peak for a well-deserved slumber. After his departure, the void around him warped with such force that it nearly shattered. Yet Tianxinzi and the surrounding humans acted as if nothing had transpired, beginning to organize the tens of thousands of people. Damn it, I was a moment too late. In the boundless void, the 6 saints of heaven and earth convened, marking the first time since their ascension that they had gathered so completely. As they gazed in the direction of Xiao Xian, their expressions were a tapestry of complexity, bewilderment, regret, astonishment, and greed mingling in their eyes. The recent commotion caused by Xiao Xian naturally drew the attention of the 6 saints, excluding the 2 principal characters embroiled in the conflict. Upon realizing it was Xiao Xian, they couldn't help but feel incredulous. It was not merely the merit he acquired. After all, such blessings were bestowed by the heavenly Tao, and jealousy was futile. What truly mattered was his cultivation level. In less than a century, he had ascended from the great Luo stage to the quasi-saint level. A staggering feat, they having toiled for millions of years, had never witnessed such an absurd occurrence. Instinctively, they felt compelled to capture Xiao Xian and dissect the secrets of his meteoric rise. In less than a century, he has leaped from great Luo to quasi-saint. This is simply unheard of. I propose we capture him and clarify the matter, asserted the righteous Cunny to the Sanqing and Yuhua, adding, I am willing to take on the role of the villain and seize him for the Western teachings. We shall surely uncover his secrets. Sanqing. Yuhua. Ahem, perhaps we have become overly agitated. What seems impossible to ordinary beings may indeed be within his capabilities. Yuhua's voice resonated with a chilling clarity, as the Sanqing nodded in agreement, realizing she spoke of merit. The essence of merit is profoundly enigmatic. It is entirely plausible that Xiao Xian's substantial acquisition of merit facilitated his ascension to quasi-saint. Being saints endowed with transcendent wisdom, they had initially been too flustered to grasp the truth, but upon further contemplation, they came to understand. However, even so, a tinge of envy arose within them, as they had languished for ages at the quasi-saint level, only breaking through due to Hongjuan's teachings. Yet now, the envy of others could be quite suffocating. Cunny felt a sense of regret. He had hoped to leverage this opportunity to capture Xiao Xian for the Western teachings. Alas, it was a mischance. However, this individual was indeed fortunate, having accrued such a wealth of merit. He might soon become the foremost being beneath the saints. Yuhua calculated the origins and consequences of Xiao Xian's recent merit acquisition, her mood lifting with playful amusement. Though humanity did not share her bloodline, she regarded them as her own creation, thus considering herself their mother. While she may not have been particularly invested in humanity, witnessing someone aid them and acquire such merit brought her joy, akin to a parent feeling pride when their child is praised. Yet, as Yuhua celebrated, the same could not be said for me. Xiao Xian, acknowledged by humanity and bestowed the title of Saint Master, had seized 3/10 of humanity's fortune. Originally, humanity held 4/10, with Yuhua claiming 3/10 and myself 3/10 as well. Now, Xiao Xian had intruded, wresting away 2/10 from me and 1/10 from Yuhua, leaving me with a meager 1/10. This was far too scant, significantly hindering my comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Yet, even in my ire, I found no outlet. Xiao Xian's fortune stemmed from his assistance to humanity, a natural exchange dictated by the heavenly Tao. He taught humanity the ways of cultivation and the fundamentals of survival, akin to a modern-day benefactor providing for their education and future employment. Indistinguishable from a father, he rightfully deserved 3/10 of the fortune. As for me, after founding the sect, I had ceased to oversee humanity, merely imparting the golden core Tao. Though it was perfectly suited for humanity, it was a mere teaching, devoid of guidance. The one I took in, Xuandu, had adhered to my principle of non-action, failing to descend the mountain and assist humanity, resulting in countless lives lost during the conflict with the witches and demons, an utter lack of contribution. Thus, the heavenly Tao deemed that Xiao Xian's acquisition of 3/10 of the fortune was entirely justified. Should I seek to trouble him, it would be my own folly. I could not blame the heavenly Tao for failing to aid me. Regret washed over me, akin to a deep-seated sorrow. Had I only been slightly more considerate of humanity, it would not have come to this. Observing my distressed visage, the primordial beginning Saint Master feigned ignorance. Tong Tian remained oblivious, while Kunti secretly chuckled, and Yuhua paid no mind. Amidst their amusement at my predicament, the primordial beginning Saint Master posed a question. Let us set aside other matters for now. I am perplexed by the emergence of this Xiao Xian. He seems to have appeared out of thin air, and I have found no trace of him in the heavenly secrets. It is indeed strange. As the primordial beginning Saint Master raised this inquiry, Tong Tian's complexion turned pale. He sensed that today, he too might face a social death. Chapter 17. Tong Tian. Your machinations run deep. While Tong Tian's pallor went unnoticed, the primordial beginning Saint Master's question captivated the attention of the other saints. I was the first to offer assistance, proclaiming, I possess vast reserves of merit. It is understandable that you cannot discern everything alone. Now that we six are gathered, by combining our powers, we shall surely uncover Xiao Xian's true origins. Do you believe that just because you possess merit, I cannot act against you? Just wait until I unveil your secrets. You will learn that I am your superior. My expression darkened as I harbored a lingering resentment toward Xiao Xian for usurping my fortune. In response to my proposal, the primordial beginning Saint Master had no objections. He still harbored hopes of recruiting Xiao Xian into his fold, envisioning a sect that would be the first among the saints to possess a quasi-saint, as the lamplighter had yet to achieve such status. Kunti and Yuhua expressed no dissent, as they too were curious about Xiao Xian's origins. However, only Tong Tian's expression grew more severe. Damn it, will my lifetime of renown be tarnished here? As the one who once taught Xiao Xian, he was acutely aware of the implications. Should the other saints discover that he had expelled such a prodigious disciple, he would become the laughingstock among the saints, particularly for the primordial beginning Saint Master, who would undoubtedly mock him for eons. Perhaps they might not uncover the truth. As Tong Tian clung to this flicker of hope, the others had already set their plans in motion. The 5 saints combined their efforts to probe the heavenly secrets, gradually unraveling the tapestry of Xiao Xian's experiences. The details of his recent ascension to the position of Saint Master of Humanity unfolded before them. Yet the further they delved, the more obscure the truth became. Ultimately, they could only glimpse fragmented images, their efforts growing increasingly strained. As they contemplated giving up, a sudden clarity dawned upon them, revealing the moment Xiao Xian was expelled from the Sect. What? Xiao Xian was a disciple of Tong Tian. How could anyone expel such an exceptional disciple? Is Tong Tian a fool? The gazes of Laozi and the others immediately turned towards Tong Tian, their eyes filled with astonishment. Upon seeing their expressions, Tong Tian instantly realized that he was doomed. His lifetime of reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. After a brief moment of shock, Laozi was the first to react, his face contorted with fury as he interrogated Tong Tian about why he had incited his disciples to usurp the fortunes of the human sect. Tong Tian exclaimed, feigning innocence, yet Laozi's ire surged at his apparent naivety. What expression is that, Tong Tian? I have treated you well, yet you conspired to seize my fortune. Tong Tian insisted. I did not. You are mistaken. Winky-faced Laozi, having previously regarded Tong Tian as simple and honest, was taken aback by the depths of his cunning. Laozi unleashed all the pent-up frustration he had harbored regarding Xiao Xian upon Tong Tian, beginning to expose Tong Tian's alleged misdeeds. First, he pretended to expel his disciples, only to secretly bolster them in causing chaos outside. He had even orchestrated schemes involving the human race, seizing a third of their fortune to divert our attention while hiding his own sect, thereby surreptitiously controlling the human race and using its fortunes to strengthen his own sect, ultimately planning to devour ours. What grand ambition! What audacity! What profound scheming! Tong Tian was bewildered. What nonsense is this? The others, upon hearing Laozi's words, quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, who would expel such an exceptional disciple? It had to be Tong Tian's plot. Instantly, the way they regarded Tong Tian shifted dramatically. Yuan Shi remarked, "Tong Tian, I never imagined you could be so malicious." Winky face. Hua chimed in. "So this is your true nature, Tong Tian." Winky face, the Western Saints, Jean and Juni echoed. "What a vile scheme! We would never stoop to your level." Faced with their accusations, Tong Tian was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why had the situation turned so abruptly? "No, I did not do any of this. You must believe me," Tong Tian, feeling helpless, attempted to explain, but Laozi would not hear him. "Laozi, if you cease your interference in the affairs of the human race, we shall not hold it against you." Laozi fixed his gaze upon Tong Tian, wishing to compel him to relent. As long as Xiaoxian refrained from instructing the human race, reclaiming the fortunes would be effortless. He could settle scores with Tong Tian later. Indeed, Tong Tian, summon Xiaoxian back and cease your meddling in the matters of the Hongwang. Both I and my elder brother shall forgive you. Yuan Shi also looked at Tong Tian, his eyes filled with suspicion and discontent, urging Tong Tian to act swiftly, for if this continued, the Jie sect would inevitably grow stronger due to the human race, leaving the Chan sect with no chance of recovery. Moreover, with Xiaoxian now a quasi-saint within the Jie sect, they could not allow the gap between the two sects to widen further. As long as Xiaoxian departed from the human race, he had ample means to diminish Xiaoshuan's influence while allowing the Chan sect to thrive. The human race was destined to be the future's focal point. Possessing even a fraction of their fortune would provide the Chan sect an opportunity to rival the Jie sect. Laozi and Yuan Shi jointly pressured Tong Tian, while Hua observed the spectacle with detached amusement, and the two Western saints chuckled in the background, plotting their own schemes. The usually loquacious Junti chose silence, a wise decision at this juncture. Tong Tian's face flushed with indignation. He had done nothing wrong, yet Laozi and Yuan Shi unjustly accused him without allowing for his defense, pressing him before the other saints. Did he not have any dignity left? Did they think he was without temper? Tong Tian's entire being surged with sword intent as he declared, "I have said it. I did not do this, nor did I scheme against anyone that if you continue to press me, we shall have to settle this matter with a confrontation." To Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tong Tian's defiant stance appeared as a refusal to repent. "Younger brother, you are being disobedient," Laozi scoffed, turning away with an air of dismissal, while Yuan Shi cast a cold glance at Tong Tian, warning, "Tong Tian, take care of yourself." With that, he followed Laozi's departure. Witnessing the actions of his two elder brothers, Tong Tian's face darkened like a pot's bottom, and he let out an exasperated huff before returning to Janeo Island. Hua, having lost interest in the unfolding drama, headed back to Huahuang Palace. The affairs of the three purities held little intrigue for her, while the Western saints, Jean and Junti, looked on with bemused expressions, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. "Senior brother, you may return first." "I shall." "Very well. Take care." Chapter 18. Humanity and Chan descend the mountain. Xiaoxian, the first among those below the saints in the 8 Scenery Palace. Laozi sat upon the main seat, with Yuan Shi Tianzuan beside him, expressing concern. "Elder brother, how should we respond to Tong Tian's drastic change? Why not lay all cards on the table?" "Elder brother, you should directly strip Xiaoxian of his identity as the holy master of the human race." Upon hearing this, Laozi's eyes flickered, turning to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, incredulous. "You too wish to see me ruined? Xiaoxian currently holds a third of the human race's fortune, while our sect only possesses a tenth. If I dare to speak against Xiaoshuan's status, I will undoubtedly suffer a backlash from the fortunes and face rejection from the human race. At that point, the human sect would be left with nothing." Yuan Shi Tianzuan's suggestion was utterly misguided, and Laozi regretted bringing him on as an ally. Currently, the witch and demon forces are surging, and the fortunes of the human race are suppressed, so there is no need for haste. We merely need to bide our time. When the moment arrives, the human race will fall into our grasp, and Tong Tian will not be able to stir up any trouble. Hearing the unfeeling tone of Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianwen nodded in agreement. He then rose, saying, "You speak wisely, elder brother. I shall return to prepare for our competition with Tong Tian." Laozi nodded. "Younger brother, travel safely." After Yuan Shi Tianwen departed, Laozi summoned Xuandu to his side. "Xuandu, you are to go to the human race and spread our teachings. I intend to reclaim my fortunes." Upon hearing this and observing Laozi's expression, Xuandu understood that the old man was displeased and looking for an outlet for his frustrations. With a sigh, he thought, "My master is commendable in every aspect but his pride." "Yes, master." At Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianwen returned to the Yuqing Palace and summoned the 12 Golden Immortals, issuing commands. "You are to go to the human race and propagate the teachings of the Chan Sect." Vying for the fortunes of the human race? Yes, master. The development of the human race was stifled, yet he was told to wait. Wait for you, you big-headed ghost. The human race is destined to be the protagonists of the heavenly realm, and their fortunes are immense, but I must seize the opportunity now to establish the Chan Sect as the leading sect among them. By then, I shall hold boundless fortunes. Not only Tong Tian, but perhaps even Laozi's position as the head of the three purities will be mine. Yuan Shi Tianwen felt a swell of pride, planning a surprise attack while Laozi was distracted. He was certain that even if Tong Tian had begun to scheme, he would still be no match for him. "Soon, I shall be the first among the saints beneath the heavenly Tao." Ha! At Jineo Island, Tong Tian returned in a fit of rage, feeling deeply aggrieved by the pressure from Laozi and the others. He was also somewhat disheartened by how fragile their brotherhood had proven after countless millennia. "This cannot stand. I must clear my name and prove that I did not expel Xiaoxian." But how to prove it? Tong Tian felt vexed. If he bluntly sought to explain, they would surely not believe him. He was not adept in schemes or rhetoric, and he could not bring himself to humble himself. How frustrating. Tong Tian's mind was in turmoil. Never mind. I shall let things unfold naturally. All this is Xiaoxuan's fault. If not for him, none of this would have happened. Yet, the thought of Xiaoxian filled him with regret. How disgraceful it was to have lost such a treasure. One he had let slip through his fingers. Tong Tian was truly a loss regarding how to handle Xiaoxian, but if he chose to teach him a lesson, it would be an abuse of power, and he was uncertain if he could truly affect Xiaoxian. He could only intimidate him with his merits, which was not his style. That if he sought to vent his frustrations, he needed to unleash his pent-up feelings, or else he would feel stifled. "Duo Bao, come here." In a short while, Duo Bao appeared tremulously in the Bo Palace, fear flickering in his eyes as he regarded Tong Tian. "Master, what do you require of me?" Tong Tian looked at Duo Bao's now corpulent figure with satisfaction. This sandbag had grown quite ample. The reason for Duo Bao's increased girth was, of course, the last time he had been beaten into submission. This time, he would let him grow even fatter, as Duo Bao gazed at him in terror. Tong Tian's form loomed larger in his vision. The anguished cries that echoed throughout Jineo Island instilled dread in the hearts of the disciples of the GS Sect. On Tianxian Peak's Grand Hall, Xiaoxian sat cross-legged upon the lotus of the Great Tao, immersed in the 10 fundamental principles of chaos, yin-yang, the 5 elements, time, space, stupor, causality, fate, rebirth, and the underworld, as they cycled endlessly, gradually merging into his primordial spirit. With a deep breath, Xiaoxian exhaled slowly. He had now mastered over 10 formidable pathways, and in terms of combat prowess, he felt confident in matching a saint. Moreover, the unique aspects of certain pathways could provide him considerable assistance, particularly the principle of fate. As he traced the radiant threads of destiny with his fingertips, he carefully extracted a strand from the river of fate, gradually binding it to his own. That Xiaoxuan's expression was grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet he persisted, drawing 2 more strands of fate and binding them to himself. Finally, Xiaoxian exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling nearly drained, and ceased his incantation. He realized that the threads of fate could not be manipulated carelessly. Had it not been for the protective aura of his merits, he would have likely faced a backlash. However, it was worth it. He now had 3 disciples. Utilizing the peculiarities of the law of fate, the 3 disciples I personally selected soon convened with me. I must prepare adequately. Xiao Xian's expression shifted as he gazed towards the figure concealed within the void. Its form shrouded in a radiant Buddhist light, rendering its true nature indiscernible. Was it Zhuan or perhaps Jiayin? No matter, since they have arrived, as their master, I shall extend a gracious welcome. Time came to a standstill, and space solidified. Xiao Xian murmured softly, and in an instant, the surrounding spatio-temporal fabric froze, as if even the laws themselves had ceased to function. Chaos, yin and yang, the 5 elements converged. The Buddhist tower of causality and the underworld calamity manifested. The realm enveloped in Buddhist light was immediately transformed into a chaotic expanse, the energies of yin and yang entwining, while the force of the tower obliterated all. And the essence of causality devoured souls and spirits. Boom! With a muffled sound, a figure erupted from the chaos. The place it once stood now a collapsed spatial void. Yet, the reality remained utterly unscathed. Observing this scene, Xiao Xian was exceedingly pleased. He was satisfied with the potency of the 10 great paths, particularly the path of time and space. With that brief moment of stillness, he had created numerous folded spaces to transmit damage. Otherwise, this minuscule domain would have surely been reduced to ruins. As Xiao Xian lingered in his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards the dissipating Buddhist light. As the light faded, a monk hovered in the air, expressing admiration toward Xiao Xian. Truly impressive, Master Xiao Xian. The force displayed just now is sufficient to slay all-powerful beings beneath the sage level. And even if I, Zhuan were not a sage, the profound intricacies of the path of time and space would undoubtedly lead to my downfall at your hands. Zhuan regarded Xiao Xian with a gaze full of admiration and respect. He was convinced that, based on the various profound truths revealed in that moment, no one beneath the sage level could rival Xiao Xian. In truth, had he not been a sage, he would surely have perished today. Thus, Zhuan addressed Xiao Xian as master, acknowledging his formidable strength. What brings you here, sage Zhuan? Xiao Xian graciously accepted Zhuan Ti's compliments, acknowledging his own capabilities. Initially, Zhuan had intended to court Xiao Xian's favor, but the earlier display had dissuaded him from that notion. With a regretful shake of his head, Zhuan thought, given Xiao Xian's strength and the countless merits he possessed, it would be impossible to coerce him, nor could he take away Xiao Xian's disciples. This visit had turned out to be in vain, and he had even encouraged Xiao Xian's displeasure, truly a case of losing more than gaining. Xiao Xian smiled at Zhuan who appeared somewhat regretful, and a sudden idea sparked within him, one that was indeed feasible. Sage Zhuan, are you preparing to leave? However, I have a business proposition I would like to discuss with you. Would you do me the honor of considering it? Having prepared to depart, Zhuan turned back to face Xiao Xian, curiosity piqued, yet somewhat dismissive, for not every business deal could entice a sage. If Master Xiao Xian has business that requires my assistance, I would be more than willing to help. However, I wonder if you can afford the compensation I seek. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Xiao Xian smiled enigmatically. Haha, certainly. For instance, ensuring that your western lands are no longer barren. Zhuan Ti's eyes widened in disbelief, not astonished by Xiao Xian's ability to remedy the barrenness of the West, but rather astounded that Xiao Xian would attempt to deceive him with such a claim. Observing Xiao Xian's unwavering confidence, Zhuan Ti's eyes brimmed with skepticism as he retorted, Master Xiao Xian, please repeat that. For I did not catch it. Xiao Xian's expression remained unchanged as he confidently replied, What I said is that this business could indeed render your western lands fertile once more. Humph, such audacity. Xiao Xian, Zhuan scoffed, no longer addressing him as master, his disdain evident as he deemed Xiao Xian a mere impudent junior. Oh, you know how many spiritual veins in the West have been damaged? Approximately several hundred billion, I presume. Xiao Xian mused, stroking his chin, recalling that the West was not inferior to the East in ancient times. In fact, his estimate might even be on the low side. Zhuan snorted dismissively, countering, "It is several trillion." "Oh, then you must surely agree to my proposition." Xiao Xian smiled, realizing that the sheer number of spiritual veins in the West was astonishing, indicating a significant opportunity for profit. However, this response only further irked Zhuan Ti, who viewed Xiao Xian as an arrogant upstart. The sage's imposing presence bore down on Xiao Xian at, "Oh, is that so? Then do enlighten me with your method. You must understand, to toy with a sage carries a hefty price." Xiao Xian smiled serenely, unperturbed by Zhuan Ti's pressure, and presented a jade slip to him. "I'll invite Sage Zhuan Ti to examine this." Upon receiving the jade slip and opening it, Zhuan Ti's earlier skepticism evaporated, replaced by excitement. His gaze turned serious and focused as he perused the contents. The slip contained details of a formation known as the Chaos Devouring Spirit Array, composed of 129,600 devouring spirit points, designed to absorb chaotic energy and transform it into spiritual energy. This array was simply exquisite, filled with ingenious concepts that Zhuan Ti had never encountered before. Although Xiao Xian provided only a portion of the array's design, Zhuan Ti was certain that even his master, Hong Jun Dao Zhu, could not have conceived such a creation. After a brief moment, Zhuan Ti raised his head, his eyes gleaming with admiration and guilt as he sincerely apologized to Xiao Xian. "Why apologies, Master Xiao Xian? I was overly excited earlier. I wish to formally express my regret. Your research into formations is truly extraordinary, ingeniously utilizing formations to absorb chaotic spiritual energy and remedy the deficiency of primordial spiritual energy, truly commendable. However, this array places exceedingly stringent demands on its practitioners. I presume Master Xiao Xian intends for us to collaborate with the Western Church to resolve this matter." Such phrasing was quite astute, suggesting that the West would merely participate without shouldering the primary burden. Zhuan Ti was not averse to contributing. This endeavor would greatly benefit the West, and he would certainly lend his full support. Yet, the West could not bear the entire responsibility alone, lest they be overwhelmed by the array before they had a chance to flourish. Xiao Xian nodded. Expecting the West to bear the full brunt was madness. The 129,600 devouring spirit points would require at least great Luo golden immortals to sustain, given the current state of the West. They would struggle to assemble even a few nodes of the array. Rest assured, Sage, we will not require your people to suffer. On the contrary, this plan will ensure that the West benefits throughout the entire process. Really? Zhuan Ti's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at Xiao Xian, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but be forewarned, this plan is likely to be a lengthy endeavor, so prepare yourself mentally. Zhuan Ti nodded. He was well aware of the lengthy timeline, having waited for several tens of millions of years already. What was a little more time? Well, the participants for these array points need to be sourced from all over the primordial realm. Does Master have any candidates in mind? Simply gathering all the strong beings of the primordial realm would suffice to ensure the array's operation. However, such a course of action would lead to discord among them. One misstep could spell doom for all. Thus, careful consideration is required. Xiao Xian nodded. "I have faith in the human race." "The human race," Zhuan Ti exclaimed, fully cognizant of their potential. However, he also understood that such a valuable resource would inevitably attract the attention of many sages, leading to complications. Perceiving Zhuan Ti's concerns, Xiao Xian remained unfazed. Should the West choose not to participate, he would proceed alone, albeit with an increased burden. This matter is of great significance. It would be prudent for Sage Zhuan Ti to consult with Sage Jane. "Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave." Zhuan Ti smiled, humbling himself as he bowed to Xiao Xian. This visit had left him profoundly impressed by Xiao Xian's strength and depth, prompting him to adopt a lower stance. Even as a sage, upon exiting Tianxian Peak and heading back towards the Western Spirit Mountain, Zhuan Ti was filled with hopeful visions for the West. The formation that Xiao Xian presented to him instilled a sense of optimism regarding the resurgence of the West, alleviating the need for him to humiliate himself in seeking aid from the East. After all, who wishes to lose face while resorting to deceit and coercion? The West's dire poverty necessitated such actions. But earning money without compromising dignity was far preferable to standing idle in despair. Previously, Zhuan believed that becoming a sage would grant him the power of the heavenly Tao to rescue the West. Yet he soon realized the limitations of the heavenly Tao. The devastation in the West was far too severe. If the heavenly Tao were to repair it without considering the costs, it would suffer significant depletion and fall into slumber. In such a case, devoid of the heavenly Tao's protection, the primordial realm would inevitably collapse without the pressure of chaos to restore the spiritual veins of the West. Spiritual energy was fundamental. However, given the current state of the primordial realm, merely maintaining its basic operation was already a considerable achievement. After the battle between the Wu and the Yao, all innate spiritual energy had been converted into postnatal spiritual energy. Thus, the prospect of restoring spiritual veins was bleak. Being able to cultivate it all was already a blessing. Therefore, the heavenly Tao found itself in a state of helplessness, not from a lack of desire to repair, but from an inability to do so. Consequently, during the era of the journey to the West remained desolate and devoid of spiritual veins, merely appearing prosperous due to the rise of Buddhism. Some might argue that sages could transmute spiritual energy. After all, they were immensely powerful that if they combined their efforts, surely they could maintain the normal operation of the primordial realm. Indeed, sages possess the ability to transmute spiritual energy. However, even if they all joined forces, the amount of energy they could convert would be but a drop in the bucket, barely sufficient to match the consumption of the primordial realm. Not only would such efforts be futile, but they were also unrealistic. Did sages not require cultivation? Would they willingly dedicate themselves to the benefit of all beings in the primordial realm without recompense? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Thus, relying on sages to transmute spiritual energy was simply not a viable solution. Yet Xiao Xian was different. He fully understood the insignificance of individual power. If 6 sages could not supply the spiritual energy needed for the primordial realm, what could be expected from its myriad beings? The crux of this grand formation orchestrated by Xiao Xian lies in the gathering of collective strength to transcend even the might of the saints. The caliber of this formation is certainly not inferior to the 4 illustrious formations of the primordial era, and its value undoubtedly surpasses them. The reason for selecting the human race is that Xiao Xian has already established a significant advantage among them. Bolstered by the presence of a system that instills in him confidence regarding his ability to govern and influence the majority of the human populace. However, it remains uncertain whether Zhuan would be willing to believe and collaborate with him. Yet, this does not deter him. Even in the absence of assistance from the 2 saints of the West, Xiao Xian is capable of achieving his goals, albeit with a modicum more difficulty. Presently, Zhuan has resolved to ally with Xiao Xian, willing to go to any lengths for this partnership. Upon returning, he intends to confer with Jiayin. Should Jiayin disagree, Zhuan is prepared to persuade him, for he perceives this as the true opportunity for the West's prosperity. Moreover, whether it is merely his illusion or not, he senses that Xiao Xian possesses the means to independently execute this grand formation, a notion that, while astonishing, feels undeniably plausible to him. In summary, he has decided to take a chance. Akin to transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, that if he were to miss this opportunity, he wonders when he might encounter the next. If Jiayin remains opposed, he will still attempt to reason with him, driven by that feeling in his heart. Chapter 20 concludes with the initial conflict between the witch and demon clans coming to a close, culminating in the integration of the seed of the world. Upon witnessing Zhuan Ti's departure, Xiao Xian summoned Tian Qinzi. Although he has mastered the essence of all formations through the seed of the Great Array, the practical arrangement of formations remains a challenge. The 12,960 soul-devouring points require the presence of the Luo Jin Xian and cannot be substituted with lesser entities. With his possession of 3,000 heavenly treasure pools, he is nearly capable of refining any awakened spiritual treasure. Thus, crafting some spiritual treasures to facilitate the operation of the grand formation is not out of the question. However, this endeavor still necessitates 3,000 Luo and 108 quasi-saints, which is nearly implausible unless all the formidable beings from both the witch and demon clans and some hidden rogue cultivators from the primordial era are gathered together. Yet human nature is unpredictable, especially since the 2 clans are nearly irreconcilable. making unification exceedingly arduous. At present, only the human race holds this opportunity. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate them, to enlarge the overall base of the human population, thereby fostering the emergence of more exceptional talents. While procreation requires time, the potential of future generations must be nurtured now. As Xiao Xian pondered, Tian Qinzi arrived at his summons. Master, you called for me? Yes, Tian Qinzi, your heart appears troubled. During this period, I wish for you to oversee the human race. Upon hearing this, Tian Qinzi was instantly elated, for he had been preoccupied with concerns regarding the human race. And now Xiao Xian's instruction to focus on them aligned perfectly with his desires. Xiao Xian nodded, producing a vial of medicine to hand to Tian Qinzi. This is a spiritual elixir I have concocted. If every member of the human race partakes of it, their cultivation aptitude will be enhanced. While it may not greatly benefit the current generation, it will be immensely advantageous for the next. It could even lead to the emergence of innate Tao bodies akin to yours. It is not that I look down upon the present human race. Rather, their innate talents are woefully inadequate. Instead of expending resources on them, it would be more prudent to invest in the more promising next generation. Do you understand? Tian Qinzi gazed at the vial in his hand, his heart heavy, yet willing to accept Xiao Xian's proposal. Although Xiao Xian's words stung, they were grounded in reality. The current human race generally displayed lackluster aptitude, and even those who cultivated would struggle to progress far. Therefore, prioritizing the more promising next generation indeed appeared to be the only viable choice. I understand. Thank you for the spiritual elixir. Master, Tian Qinzi reverently stored the vial and bowed deeply to Xiao Xian, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then provided Tian Qinzi with a box of spiritual medicines. These will aid the human race in healing wounds and hidden injuries, extending their lifespans. Distributing them among the human populace would be prudent. While they may not cultivate, a longer life is certainly beneficial. Understood. Thank you, Master, Xiao Xian nodded, allowing Tian Qinzi to depart, before casting his gaze toward the horizon where the formidable giant of the wilderness had brandished a colossal axe, while the star array dimmed. In this initial conflict between the witch and demon clans, victory undoubtedly belonged to the witch clan. Hong Jun would soon arrive to mediate, and it was imperative that Xiao Xian hastened his own advancement. He retrieved the eternal floating pagoda, enveloping the area around Tianyuan Peak within a radius of several million, that though he could not be affected, it was wise to exercise caution. Subsequently, he produced the seed of the world. Upon its application, it would generate a world within his being, akin to an inner Dantian. By nurturing this world in the future, his power would continuously amplify. However, this method bore a significant flaw. If the inner world were to be destroyed, both the world and he would perish. Despite its drawbacks, the potential rewards were immense. Once the world reached fruition, he would undoubtedly become one of the strongest in the mixed element realm, with every movement bolstered by the power of the world. Furthermore, possessing an inner world would grant him unfettered access to the mixed element Wuji golden immortal realm, transcending the mixed element Deluo golden immortal. It can be said that, should he cultivate this method under sufficient resources, the Wuji realm would be a certainty. Xiao Xian lamented, I too wish to refuse, but my body is unable. With over 10 varieties of great Tao swirling within his hands, he controlled and connected the seed of the world, allowing it to gradually merge into his being. As the seed of the world slowly integrated, waves of agonizing pain tormented Xiao Xian's primordial spirit. Merging the seed of the world felt akin to birthing a world within his body. Although this was a reward from the system and posed no real danger, the agony was unavoidable. The world commenced from chaos, various great Taos converging and amalgamating, ultimately evolving myriad forms within him. Meanwhile, outside, the demon clan's celestial formation lay shattered beneath the Pangu axe, the stars in disarray, culminating in their dissolution. That Dijun and Donghuang Tai bled from their mouths. Their auras diminished, and the demonic entities comprising the formation were left in disarray. In the face of their despair, the Pangu axe cleaved through once more. Dijun, engulfed in utter hopelessness, cried out in anguish that heaven sought to annihilate the demon race. just as the demon race faced inevitable destruction. Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, intervened. A venerable elder with white hair and beard stood resolutely in the void, blocking the path before the demon race, gazing at the descending Pangu axe with an expression devoid of compassion. He extended a frail finger, pointing at the axe blade. In the next moment, the Pangu axe shattered, and the true form of Pangu dissipated alongside it. The 12 ancestral witches reappeared in the cosmos, and the devastated realm was instantaneously restored to its former state. The might of the Tao ancestor is truly terrifying. The mighty beings of the primordial era marveled at the formidable power of the Tao ancestor, simultaneously feeling an immense reverence. Hong Jun surveyed the witch and demon clans before his cold voice resounded across the battlefield, leaving both races momentarily stunned. The demon race governs the heavens, while the witch race oversees the earth. No conflict shall arise between you for 1,000,000 years. The demon race, of course, rejoiced at this proclamation, for Hong Jun's words were akin to a lifeline. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others, disregarding their wounds, hastily prostrated themselves, declaring their willingness to heed the Tao ancestors' commands. Conversely, the witch race wore expressions of deep frustration. Just as they were on the verge of achieving a significant victory, Hong Jun had intervened, thwarting their hard-won success, leaving them resentful. Yet they had no alternative. Given the current circumstances, the witch race would face dire consequences if they resisted. Di Jiang, the leader of the ancestral witches, bowed to Hong Jun, stating, "We, the witch race, are willing to comply with your directives. However, after 1,000,000 years, if the demon race were to revert to their old ways and recklessly slaughter our kind, what then? After 1,000,000 years, should you engage in battle, I shall not intervene." The 12 ancestral witches' eyes brightened. Merely 1,000,000 years was but a fleeting moment. When that time comes, it would mark the day of the demon race's demise. We are willing to abide by the Tao ancestors' arrangements. Hong Jun nodded before discreetly glancing at the figure beneath the floating pagoda, then vanished from sight. The witch and demon clans exchanged glances, ultimately huffing in mutual disdain before returning to their respective domains to recuperate, preparing for another conflict in 1,000,000 years. Like a tea this moment, Xiao Xian opened his eyes, rising gently to gaze upon the world around him. 1,000,000 years? That is ample time. When the moment arrives, it shall not merely be a clash between the two tiger clans of the witch and demon, but rather a tripartite struggle for dominion. Now, it was time for my fourth disciple to take his rightful place. Destiny beckoned, and space shifted. The surrounding scenery transformed, and in the next instant, Xiao Xian found himself in an enigmatic valley. 108 small mountains were arranged in accordance with the principles of Tiangang and Dijiao, while two towering peaks at the center entwined in an yin-yang embrace at the intersection of their summits. A chessboard of yin and yang soared into the heavens, adorned with 360 black and white pieces, among which a phantom began to materialize. Approaching the chessboard, Xiao Xian observed the phantom quiver, the surrounding spiritual energy adopting a defensive posture, seemingly apprehensive. Settling into a meditative position in the void, he parted his lips ever so slightly and began imparting the Tao, channeling the power of yin and yang to nourish the phantom before him. Aiding its transformation, he was to welcome his fourth disciple, the celestial yin-yang chess. Chapter 21. Why is there such a stark contrast between these two disciples? The phantom upon the yin-yang chessboard, embodying the spirit of the chessboard itself, gradually solidified, its essence becoming increasingly refined. The celestial yin-yang chess, utilizing yin and yang as its pieces and the heavens as its board, possesses the capacity to arrange any grand formation, achieving the status of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Its power, meanwhile, ranks among the upper echelon of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Xiao Xian had discovered it while oscillating through the currents of fate in the primordial realm. Originally, its destiny entailed being discovered during its transformation, only to have its spiritual intelligence extinguished by another. Ultimately, due to the inability of its discoverer to wield the power of yin and yang, its attributes were erased, resulting in a decline in quality and relegating it to the status of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. In the realm of innate spiritual treasures, it could be considered one of the most unfortunate. Yet now, Under Xiao Xian's guidance, it had found its fortune. System, enhance its potential. Ding, yes, the qualification is being enhanced. Around Xiao Xian, inexplicable laws emerged, converging upon the yin-yang chessboard, illuminating it with a radiant brilliance, while the laws surrounding the chess spirit became increasingly profound. Ding, enhancement completed. The celestial yin-yang chess has ascended to the tier of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, and the host still possesses 9 opportunities for further qualification enhancement. Boom! At that moment, the chess spirit's ethereal image solidified completely atop the chessboard. With spiritual energy surging around it, the laws connecting heaven and earth, as the yin-yang chess spirit began to take form. Observing this, Xiao Xian's voice resonated as he imparted teachings. The surrounding paths of yin-yang and arrays continued to bless the chess spirit. Listening to the teachings during its transformation would allow its potential and comprehension to elevate further. Of course, this was not something anyone could execute. Only Xiao Xian's teachings, which resonated with the yin-yang chess spirit, could assist it. If others attempted such a feat, they would likely meet with dire consequences. After 3 years of imparting his teachings, Xiao Xian finally succeeded in the transformation. Before him stood an elder clad in a black and white robe, adorned with azure cloud symbols, who solemnly bowed to him. Disciple Bai Mei, thank you for your esteemed master's assistance. Bai Mei, Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow. Although your brows are white, well, never mind, do as you please. I can accept it. Rise. Aside from a name, Xiao Xian was quite satisfied. The innate spiritual beings that materialized from spiritual treasures generally possessed remarkable talents. For instance, Duobao, who merely transformed from a superior spiritual treasure. The Duobao Tower ultimately became the Buddha of the 3 realms. The transformation of a supreme innate spiritual treasure signifies an even higher caliber, with the least potential being that of a quasi-saint. With proper cultivation, a harmonious unity is to be expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the 4th disciple, ensuring the continuation of the sect's legacy and an elevation of fortune. Rewards: 3 seeds of the Great Tao. Rewarded technique: Chaotic Yin-Yang Treasure Mirror, a level of Hunyuan technique. Rewarded inherent spiritual treasure: Yin-Yang Soul, which can increase in grade alongside the user. Reward: Valley of 10,000 Medicines, capable of nurturing countless precious herbs. Stored beside the spiritual medicine peak. This reward was quite commendable. Xiao Xian felt pleased at the Valley of 10,000 Medicines. It seemed his 4th disciple had no aptitude for alchemy, and, it appeared, none of my other disciples could refine medicines either. What use are the rewards then? Without disciples capable of alchemy for the sect, must I personally take charge? How can I be lazy then? Enlightenment. No. I need to recruit a disciple skilled in alchemy. Yes, and a disciple proficient in artifact crafting as well. Otherwise, when the sect expands, how will I manage to forge weapons for all those disciples? It's settled. Bai Mei, you are my 4th disciple. There are 3 senior brothers above you. So when you meet, do not lose your manners. Bai Mei's expression turned serious as he replied, Yes, master, we do not have so many rules in my sect. Feel free to be casual. Yes, master. Though you have entered the Tao, you must still work hard on your physical body. I will also impart the methods of body refinement to you, and you must diligently cultivate in the future. Yes, master. Xiao Xian looked at the still serious Bai Mei with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Xian, this disciple seems overly earnest. Not quite knowing what to say, Xiao Xian led Bai Mei towards Tianyuan Peak at a leisurely pace, continuing to share the characteristics of the sect and directions for future cultivation along the way. The Yin-Yang Treasure Mirror has already been passed to you. Contemplate it deeply, but also pay attention to development in other areas. I will conduct assessments periodically in the future. Yes, master. Disciple, there is no need to be so formal. Be a bit more relaxed. Yes, master. Xiao Xian, Bai Mei, well, whatever, as long as you're comfortable. Xiao Xian internally grumbled, but chose not to elaborate further, guiding the auspicious cloud in a circle until they arrived at a towering mountain range. The convergence point of the 5 elements. His personal visit was certainly not solely for Bai Mei. Within this convergence of the 5 elements resided Kong Xian, who would become the foremost figure beneath the saints in future generations. If his calculations were not amiss, Kong Xian should have just taken form, freshly refining the 5 elements' divine light, making it an opportune moment for taking on disciples. Xiao Xian leisurely entered this realm of the five elements, when suddenly a five-colored divine light rushed towards him. What the heck? An ambush without even a glimpse. Winky face, this temperament needs to change. Xiao Xian retaliated with a five-element divine light, dissipating the five-color divine light while simultaneously forming a chain that ensnared the assailant. You thought you could ambush me? Young pup, today your master will teach you what humility means. With a tug, at the end of the five-element chain stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in white robes, who was none other than Kong Xian. Quite handsome, and oh wonder he's so arrogant. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my cultivation grounds? Kong Xian gazed warily at Xiao Xian and Bai Mei, terrified as his proud five-color divine light was effortlessly neutralized, leaving him bound and vulnerable. Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Kong Xian supposed to be quite proud? In future tales, he is known to be quite formidable. Yet now he appears so timid. However, no matter, his current demeanor is quite agreeable. This disciple shall be mine. Xiao Xian regarded the somewhat intimidated Kong Xian, the five-element divine light materializing in his hand, and asked, "Do you wish to learn?" Kong Xian was taken aback, staring at the five-element divine light in Xiao Xian's grasp. Before him, the five-color divine light he had cultivated posed no chance of resistance, and he revealed a look of longing, nodding earnestly. "What should I do?" Kong Xian, realizing, bowed deeply to Xiao Xian. Disciple Kong Xian pays respects to Master. Ding! Fifth disciple accepted, ensuring the continuation of the sect's legacy and an elevation of fortune. Rewards: 3 seeds of the Great Tao. Rewarded technique: 5 elements insight technique, Hun Yuan level technique. Rewarded inherent spiritual treasure: 5 elements celestial wheel. Rewarded spiritual material: 3,000 mineral veins, housing countless precious metallic minerals. Store beside the spiritual medicine peak. Oh, yet another one. Kong Xian, do you know how to refine medicines? No. Master How about artifact crafting? I can do that. Xiao Xian, this disciple is promising. Kong Xian, Bai Mei, what about me? Xiao Xian, keep it up. Bai Mei, all right, it's my fault. Oh, master, I wish to learn that 5 elements divine light. After bowing to become a disciple, Kong Xian bounced over to Xiao Xian, eyes sparkling with anticipation. This is the 5 elements cave heaven technique. Once you comprehend it thoroughly, you will master the path of the 5 elements. Thank you, Master. You are truly amazing. Xiao Xian, Master, do you have a spiritual treasure suitable for me? This is the 5 elements celestial wheel and the 5 elements banner. Thank you, Master. You are truly kind. Kong Xian, Xiao Xian, Bai Mei. What the heck? Bai Mei's expression wavered as he hesitated, but still clutched Xiao Xian's sleeve, awkwardly stating, Master, I also wish for a spiritual treasure. Xiao Xian, is this one awakening? Observing Bai Mei's conflicted expression, Xiao Xian pondered whether he should also distribute spiritual treasures to his disciples. Upon returning, I shall hand out the treasures. Otherwise, I will likely forget. This is the Yin Yang soul and the Taiji pearl. Thank you. Master, Bai Mei, holding the 2 supreme spiritual treasures, Bai Mei vowed to speak more often in the future. To engage in more conversation. But how to do that? Watching the lively Kong Xian nearby, Bai Mei pulled him beside himself. Junior brother, teach me how to speak. Kong Xian, is there a need for teaching how to talk? Winky face Xiao Xian, truly splendid. Throughout the journey, observing his 2 disciples chatting amiably, Xiao Xian felt immensely pleased. Not only Xiao Xian, but the moods of the 2 saints in the West were also quite elevated. As soon as the Saint of Enlightenment emerged from Tianqian Peak, he hastened to Ling Mountain, discussing matters with the Saint of Guidance. Upon seeing the chaotic soul devouring Great Array, the Saint of Guidance was equally thrilled. The most pressing issue in the West was the lack of spiritual veins. Without them, it was impossible to produce spiritual treasures and materials, nor to give birth to beings with great potential. However, once this great array operates, the primal chaos will yield an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, at which point, without the need for heavenly intervention, the saints of guidance and enlightenment can restore the spiritual veins of the West. At that time, the West will thrive in earnest, and the 2 of them will no longer have to bow to others. If we are to act, we must act decisively. Moreover, we must cultivate a good relationship with this Xiao Xian. The Saint of Guidance was elated. From this array, he could discern Xiao Xian's profound understanding of array techniques, and he had also heard from the Saint of Enlightenment that this individual possesses a myriad of profound Tao implements. The Saint of Guidance was certain that Xiao Xian's future would extend beyond mere quasi-saint status, potentially even attaining the Tao of Hunyuan. Although Hunyuan is difficult to achieve, it is not impossible. Is it? Even if he does not reach Hunyuan in the end, his talents are still highly valuable. In any case, the West must form an alliance with him. Brother, it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Xian. But this plan carries some risks. Perhaps we should discuss it further with him. The Saint of Enlightenment felt pleased to see the Saint of Guidance's agreement, yet he also harbored concerns regarding the plan. While he believed in Xiao Xian, intuition often proves to be swifter than reality in delivering clarity. The Saint of Guidance shook his head and said to his younger brother, "You are mistaken. While employing humanity carries risks, as long as we cultivate them independently, without interference from others, won't that solve the problem?" "What? Cultivate them independently?" Zhu Ti gasped in astonishment, questioning the audacity of Jie Yin's thoughts. 12,960 de Luo golden immortals, and we alone in the West must bear this burden. Zhu Ti harbored doubts about Jie Yin's mental state. With a smile, Jie Yin explained, "Junior brother, while we may lack resources, we possess time. Xiao Xian is adept in the Tao of time, and even you cannot break free from his temporal restraints. This signifies his profound understanding of the Tao of time. If he can halt time, he can surely accelerate it. If 1,000,000 years is insufficient, we can extend it to 10 million or even 100 million years. What may seem impossible to others is certainly feasible for Xiao Xian, who wields the Tao of time. From this day forth, we shall wholeheartedly support him, exerting our utmost strength. As long as we can live with dignity in the future, we can endure any duration and hardship." As Jie Yin concluded, his expression was resolute. Though they had selfish motives, their aspirations were aligned with the grand advancement of the West. Zhu Ti nodded, his gaze unwavering. Previously, they had lacked opportunity and hope. But the situation had now changed. "I shall seek an alliance with Xiao Xian immediately. I shall join you. I have some inquiries for him as well." Chapter 22. The supreme treasure of humanity. The scene shifted to Xiao Xian, who had returned to Tianyuan Peak. That a glance revealed that only Mao Dun remained on the peak for cultivation, while Tian Xinzi and Li Xian had gone to manage the human race. The duo of Song Long and Tu Lin were engaged in culinary research. Goodness, they've abandoned their master in pursuit of gastronomy. No matter, it's not a significant issue. Mao Dun, come to the Tian Xian Hall. After issuing his command, Xiao Xian led by Mei and the drooping-headed Kong Xian to the hall. Kong Xian looked around curiously, while Bai Mei surveyed the future site of his cultivation. After a considerable time, the conclusion was clear. It was exceptional. Tianyuan Peak was a top-tier spiritual vein, and with the system's multiple rewards, it now rivaled Kunlun Mountain and other premier spiritual veins that they observed. Mao Dun arrived at the Tian Xian Hall and spotted his two junior brothers. "Master, you summoned me." Mao Dun assessed by Mei and Kong Xian, surmising they must be his junior brothers. "I have met second senior brother." Bai Mei and Kong Xian offered a salute to Mao Dun on their journey. Xiao Xian had briefed them on the details of their senior brothers. Bai Mei maintained a neutral expression, while Kong Xian displayed a fighting spirit. As the son of the Phoenix, he was quite proud and believed that only formidable strength deserved his respect. "I have met both junior brothers." Mao Dun reciprocated the greeting. He was quite pleased with Bai Mei. But Kong Xian, that fellow seemed eager for trouble and required guidance from his senior brother. With the introductions complete, Xiao Xian turned to business. "Mao Dun, the human race has stabilized. Go summon Tian Qinzi and Li Xian back. The human race faces great peril ahead, and their current cultivation is insufficient." "Understood." "Wait, you have trained alongside me for many years, yet I have yet to bestow upon you a spiritual treasure for protection. Here, take this killing heart." Xiao Xian produced a blood-red crystal core, a reward from the system for accepting Mao Dun as a disciple. Perfectly suited for him. "I understand your aversion to spiritual treasures, as they can be cumbersome. However, this one is different. It will only awaken your potential for combat, passively providing you with protection that it is indeed the most fitting treasure for you. Mount Dun accepted the killing heart. Sensing its power and was immediately elated, he favored close-quarters combat, so typical spiritual treasures would only hinder him. Yet this killing heart could merge with his body, enhancing his defense, strength, speed, and spiritual energy, truly a treasure beloved by a brawler like him. "Thank you, Master." Mount Dun expressed profound gratitude. Such a spiritual treasure was nearly unheard of. Even as a prince of the Howling Wolf clan, he had never encountered one. Initially, he had given up on spiritual treasures. But he never expected Xiao Xian to surprise him with such a gift. "Very well. Spend more time at the Nine Heavens battle stage to acclimate to the killing heart until you master it completely. And then you may resume your cultivation." Xiao Xian waved his hand, encouraging him. Mao Dun was currently the most accomplished among his disciples, having reached the pinnacle of Tai, Golden Immortal, on the verge of Deluo. If not for the matters concerning the human race, Tian Qinzi would have likely reached that stage as well. "Now, go fetch Tian Qinzi and the others. By Mei and Kong Xian, you may explore the surroundings." "Yes, Master. By the way, Kong Xian, you will cultivate alongside By Mei for now on the... Oh, you understand?" "Ah," Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, Master," By Mei replied promptly. "Master, Kong Xian felt somewhat awkward, although he had enjoyed conversing with By Mei on the journey. Truthfully, By Mei's demeanor was somewhat staid and not entirely suited to him. Objections are futile. "Off you go." Oh, Kong Xian sulkily followed By Mei and Mao Dun as they exited. Xiao Xian watched the three leave. Kong Xian had only recently taken form and was not yet the formidable Peacock King of the future. His temperament required refinement. By Mei, possibly due to his origin as a chessboard, possessed a commendable disposition. Yet his character was somewhat rigid, which did not bode well for the future. The contrast between their natures could serve to balance each other. Otherwise, should they grow astray, Xiao Xian would not hesitate to employ harsh measures to realign them. Yawning, Xiao Xian retrieved the Tai Chu Ding and drew forth a significant amount of the 3,000 treasure chi from the 3,000 heavenly treasure pool, ultimately extracting the Tian Xian sword. "After all, he is my first disciple, the eldest senior brother of Tian Xian's sect. It's only natural to provide him with ample benefits, right?" Xiao Xian scratched his head, clapped the Tai Chu Ding to ignite the flames for refining, and tossed the Tian Xian sword inside, subsequently adding the 3,000 treasure chi to commence the reforging process. The Tian Xian sword had originally emerged during the establishment of the sect, boasting the quality of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Now, with the addition of the 3,000 treasure chi for reforging, its quality would likely surpass that level. Would Xiao Xian be satisfied with this? Certainly not. His eldest disciple's spiritual treasure must at least attain the standard of an innate supreme treasure. "Today, I shall forge a treasure of fortune for the human race," with a wave of his hand. 888 pieces of merit treasures manifested, rushing eagerly into the Tai Chu Ding. These merit treasures were crafted by Xiao Xian based on the future daily necessities of the human race, and as he disseminated these tools among the human beings, they became imbued with the fortunes and merits of the race. Now, reforging the Tian Xian sword would undoubtedly gather the merits of the human race. But this was still insufficient. A treasure of fortune required at least a tenth of the race's fortune in a corresponding resonance with the great Tao. System: utilize the Tao seed and select the Tao. Human Tao. Ding. Selection successful. Please use promptly. The Tao seed of humanity materialized in Xiao Xian's palm. Gripping it tightly, he severed the thread of destiny, channeling a tenth of the human race's fortune into the Tao seed, while simultaneously imbuing it with the fortune of the Tian Xian Sect. Xiao Xian propelled the Tao seed into the Tai Chu Ding, merging it with the Tian Xian sword. Xiao Xian partitioned the fortune of the human race. A sudden and violent fluctuation erupted within it, exhibiting signs of both boiling and decline. What is happening? The various saints were astonished. Ever since the incident involving Xiao Xian, they have been paying close attention to the human race. The current fluctuation of the human race's fortune naturally piqued their curiosity, prompting them to collectively deduce its implications. The supreme treasure of humanity is descending. The saints exclaimed, "T present." The human race was still in its nascent stage. Far from the time of its ascension, how could a supreme treasure of humanity possibly manifest now? A treasure of a race gathers the fortunes of that race, yet it typically only appears during times of great prosperity. However, the calamities of the Wu and Yao had yet to be resolved, and the world had not truly stabilized. Was the human race flourishing now? It was utterly absurd. Most crucially, the saints had yet to fully comprehend the primordial chaos. The saints remained uncertain. For them, the human race was of paramount importance, yet they could not ascertain whether this impending treasure was a boon or a bane. Among the 6 saints, only Nuwa remained composed, for she was the holy mother of humanity and would always bask in the reverence of the human race, regardless of its fate. Next, there was Tong Tian, who had never held interest in the human race. His greatest concern likely lay with Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the 2 saints of the West. The former 2 required the fortune of the human race for their cultivation, while the latter 2 needed the human race's growth to assist in the reconstruction of the spiritual veins in the West. Yet no matter how they attempted to deduce, they could not discern the location of the human race's supreme treasure. This only added to their frustration. Meanwhile, the architect of it all, Xiao Xian, awaited the outcome in anticipation. A treasure of fortune was simple enough to forge, provided there was sufficient fortune from the human race. However, creating an innate supreme treasure was a different challenge altogether, for each innate supreme treasure required a complete great Tao. For instance, the core of the Taiji diagram was the Yin-Yang Tao, the core of the Panga banner was the Tao of destruction, and the core of the chaotic bell was the Tao of time and space. To fully integrate a great Tao into an object, one must either be born innate, created by heaven and earth, or possess unparalleled power to refine and merge their understanding of the great Tao into the object. Xiao Xian lacked both of these attributes, yet the system's Tao seed afforded him this opportunity. In a moment of clarity, a terrifying fluctuation began emanating from within the Tai Chu Ding, and a radiant light of treasure threatened to burst forth from within the Ding. "This is not good." Xiao Xian let out a startled exclamation as a torrent of various powers surged forth to suppress the Tai Chu Ding. The emergence of this treasured artifact must be accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, which must be restrained. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly attract calamity. The human race, being feeble, stands no chance against the formidable witch and demon clans and must remain low-key and develop cautiously, avoiding any ostentation. The Tai Chu Ding swayed violently, but could not break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, the heavens rumbled with thunder, and the fortunes of the human race fluctuated increasingly violently. Ultimately, the fortunes of the human race soared to more than 3 times their previous state, before the titanic entities of the witch and demon clans. The human race still appeared diminutive, yet they were no longer mere prey to be bullied. They had transformed into a nascent cub of a tiger. Though small, the cub still exuded a fearsome aura. The various saints observed in astonishment, bewildered as to why the emergence of a fortune-bestowing treasure would lead to such a dramatic surge in the fortunes of the human race. This seemed impossible. Moreover, where was the fortune-bestowing treasure of the human race? They saw no sign of it. Why cause such a commotion without revealing it? Nuwa, though somewhat surprised, paid little heed, as it was of no significant concern to them. Within the 8 Scenery Palace, Laozi's gaze deepened as he transmitted a message to Xuandu, instructing the halt of the human race's plans and calling for a return. Point 1, must maintain caution regarding the unknown. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes flickered as he ultimately decided to summon Guang Qingzi and the others back, postponing the matter of imparting the Tao for now and opting to observe developments before making further plans. The reactions of the 2 saints from the West were rather intense. They were both visibly excited and promptly set off toward Xiao Xian. The soaring fortunes of the human race were greatly beneficial to their plans, and they needed to establish cooperation with Xiao Xian as swiftly as possible. This fluctuation in the fortunes of the human race had caught the attention of only the 6 saints, while the other formidable beings of the Honghuang realm remained largely indifferent. After all, who could resist the allure of cultivation or the carefree pleasures of life? Why concern themselves with the human race? Did they have any wealth to spare? The witch and demon clans, however, were deeply concerned, for their rivals lay directly before them, and they could not afford to be overly distracted by the myriad of spirits and phantoms. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian Hall, the Taichu Ding had been cast aside, gathering dust. Xiao Xian's face radiated joy as he excitedly caressed the sword in his hand. This sword, possessing an ancient form, had a hilt resembling jade. With its guard intricately carved with mountains and rivers, the blade bore engravings of the sun, moon, and stars, representing all the nations of the world. Wherever this sword went, it was unparalleled, and all who encountered it would submit. Indeed, Xiao Xian grew increasingly satisfied with this sword. It could be considered a congenital treasure forged through the fortunes of the human race. Though somewhat of a shortcut, this blade of humanity was finally completed. At that moment, Tian Qinzi arrived. Master, you called for me. Chapter 23. You are forcing me to activate my powers on-site. Tian Qinzi hesitated as he looked at Xiao Xian. He was well aware of the purpose behind Xiao Xian's summons. Yet he could not easily part with the human race. Well, you should know why I called for you, so I shan't elaborate further. Xiao Xian turned to face Tian Qinzi, stepping forward to present the sword of humanity to him. This sword was crafted from the fortunes of the human race. It is your people's treasure of fortune, and I shall entrust it to you today. This is too precious, Master. It is better for you to keep it. Upon hearing that it was the treasure of the human race's fortunes, Tian Qinzi hesitated to accept it, believing it safer in his master's possession. Xiao Xian shook his head. You foolish disciple. That won't do. I'm not of the human race and cannot unleash the true power of this sword that I in my hands. It would be mere scrap metal. You are now the only one capable among your people. If not given to you, then to whom? Tian Qinzi fell silent, but ultimately accepted the sword of humanity. As Xiao Xian had said, he was indeed the most capable individual among the human race at present. Seeing Tian Qinzi take the sword, Xiao Xian nodded and inquired, what is the current situation of the human race? The human race has now weathered its most challenging period. Every household has a roof over their heads, and food is available for all. Moreover, I have organized the entire human race to begin cultivating. Currently, there are 10,000 who have attained the status of human immortal, 1,000 earth immortals, and 50 golden immortals. As for the Tai, none have yet emerged. As Tian Qinzi spoke of the human race, he instantly appeared revitalized, eagerly recounting the developments to Xiao Xian. Additionally, due to the potions you provided, Master, the cultivation physiques of the next generation of children are vastly superior to those of their parents. These children have the potential to advance to Tai, or even to Luo. Xiao Xian nodded repeatedly. The overall development of the human race was commendable, yet still insufficient as for the next generation. Reaching Tai would be the apex. Without significant fortune, ascending to the Luo remained uncertain. Well, since the human race is progressing well, focus on your cultivation. Tian Qinzi hesitated, yet ultimately remained silent, that he understood that while his master was assisting, the human race itself was not. His master's words were true. He was indeed the hope for the rise of the human race. If he did not become stronger, the future of the human race would lack the opportunity for prosperity. Yes, Master, I understand. Xiao Xian nodded, but then inquired with some curiosity. What of Li Xian? Did he not return with you? He came back, but as soon as he arrived at Tian Yuan Peak, he entered a state of enlightenment. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Tian Qinzi felt a bit awkward, especially considering he had never achieved enlightenment during all his years of cultivation under his master. Enlightenment? Xiao Xian was taken aback, glancing outside to see Li Xian standing dazedly at the foot of Tianxian Peak. His expression distant, with a faint aura of light and darkness emanating from him, why the heavens, has he directly begun to comprehend the Tao of light and darkness. This is incredible. No, I must swiftly learn the Tao of light and darkness. Otherwise, I want to be able to teach him. Tian Qinzi. Enlightenment does not last long. Once he awakens, bring Li Xian to see me. Understood, Master. After Tian Qinzi departed, Xiao Xian hastily retrieved the Tao seeds of light and darkness that he had received as a reward upon accepting Li Xian and consumed them. My disciple is far too remarkable, forcing me to activate my powers on sight. The dual auras of light and darkness enveloped Xiao Xian, deepening his understanding of these two paths. Before long, Li Xian emerged from a state of enlightenment, opening his eyes to see Tian Qinzi looking at him with envy. Junior brother, I never expected you to attain enlightenment so quickly. You truly make your senior brother envious. No, senior brother, it was merely luck. Li Xin felt a tad bashful upon hearing Tian Chenzi's praise, responding somewhat shyly. Enough, I am not jealous. It is all your fortune. Junior brother, we must strive together, and when you become strong, we shall make the human race as powerful as we are. Indeed, senior brother, I will. Li Xin nodded, filled with ambition and anticipation. Now, the master summons you. Come with me to see him. Tian Chenzi led Li Xin to the Tianxian Hall, where they found Xiao Xian enveloped in the auras of light and darkness. What is this? Li Xin was taken aback, realizing that these two powers resembled those he had just comprehended. Could it be that Master is also grasping these two powers? He instinctively asked Tian Chenzi. Senior brother, what is Master doing? Sure, Master is in a state of enlightenment. We should step outside. Tian Chenzi whispered, having experienced enlightenment himself and understanding the nature of this state. Such a state could last a minimum of 100 years and possibly even thousands before one could emerge. Since Master was currently in enlightenment, it was impossible for him to meet Li Xin in the near future. That's unnecessary. You may come forth. The auras of light and darkness gradually receded into Xiao Xian's body as he opened his eyes, revealing one eye radiant with light, resembling a sanctuary, while the other brimmed with darkness, akin to an abyss. Master, you have successfully attained enlightenment. Tian Chenzi's jaw dropped in astonishment, having made the ascent from the base to the peak in merely a quarter of an hour. Master had grasped two paths in such a brief time frame. Observing Tian Chenzi's astonished expression, Xiao Xian felt a sense of gratification, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he spoke. Indeed, your junior brother has merely grazed the surface of these two paths. I could only seize a moment to gain insight. Otherwise, how could I teach? Li Xin, Tian Chenzi. Witnessing Xiao Xian's display of prowess, Li Xin gazed at him in admiration, while Tian Chenzi felt a profound sense of exasperation and heartache. In times past, when he himself sought enlightenment, it had been a grueling journey, ultimately yielding an understanding of a path he could scarcely name. And yet, Master, it was clear that he was simply too weak. All right, Li Xin, come here. Having concluded his moment of ostentation, Xiao Xian felt utterly at ease, beckoning forth the divine and demonic blade. This is a protective spiritual treasure bestowed upon you by your master, and it is arguably the most suitable treasure for you. It is called the divine and demonic blade. Be sure to wield it wisely. Li Xin accepted the divine and demonic blade, gazing at the heavy sword. Its blade divided between white and black, and felt an overwhelming joy. This sword suited him perfectly, as though it were his fated treasure. Thank you, Master. I truly love it. Xiao Xian responded with a smile. This is tailored for you by the system. How could you not adore it? Li Xin, this chaos of gods and demons is bestowed upon you, along with my comprehension of the Tao of light and darkness. You have already touched upon the Tao of light and darkness, so do not squander this opportunity. Delve deeper into your understanding. Simultaneously, your initial cultivation plan should align with Tian Chenzi's. Consult him with any uncertainties. As for the specific cultivation plan, I have already provided it to you. Simply follow it diligently. Yes, Master. Moreover, I am aware of your concerns for the human race. During this period, I shall keep watch over you. Rest assured. Yes, thank you. Master. Li Xin and Tian Chenzi looked at Xiao Xian with profound gratitude. Despite not being of the human race, Master was devoted to their care entirely. Because of them that we must strive to cultivate diligently and bring glory to our Master. In that moment, their spirits soared with determination, and apart from the human race, they had found a new goal to pursue. As he observed the departing figures of Li Xin and Tian Chenzi, Xiao Xian pondered briefly. The human race still required development. It was essential to expand their numbers further to ascertain whether more talents could emerge. Additionally, the issue of education among the human race warranted significant attention. Without morality and etiquette, how were they any different from the witch and demon races? Education, should it be akin to the compulsory education of future generations? No, it is too early. Currently, the human race lacks any notion of morality and etiquette. only possessing the primal instinct of survival of the fittest and an insatiable desire for power. This necessitates a process. Perhaps, should the various schools of thought be summoned prematurely, that could work. However, it would require personal guidance, along with 100 extraordinary talents and methods suitable for the primordial era. Yet, given the current state of humanity, this seems daunting. Well then, let the 12 zodiac animals protect the human race and see if they can uncover 100 talents. If not, then it is best to focus on cultivation. As Xiao Xian contemplated, he suddenly spoke. Why do the two saints not reveal themselves and form an alliance? It seems unnecessary to be clandestine. Before him, the figures of Jin and Junti emerge from the void. Haha, it appears that all the saints are now observing the human race and Master Xiao Xian. It is prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 24. Xiao Xian. You may remain at ease. The two saints from the west have come here with a willingness to collaborate. Observing their expressions, Xiao Xian discerned their intentions, and Jin and Junti nodded in agreement. Jin gazed at Xiao Xian, yet what he sensed was merely an abyss of emptiness. Alas, necessity compels one to act. Master Xiao Xian's sincere invitation shall not be disregarded. However, our Western sect can only provide modest support at an appropriate time. Thus, we are willing to follow your lead, Master Xiao Xian. Jin respectfully bowed to Xiao Xian, his demeanor remarkably calm, devoid of any semblance of subjugation. His statement astonished the other two. Indeed, not only Xiao Xian, but even Junyi stared in surprise at Jin, as this was not what they had anticipated. Junyi looked at Jin, their eyes communicating a request for connection. Jin turned to meet Junyi's gaze, consenting to the request. And their connection was established successfully. Senior brother, this is not what we agreed upon. Junti exclaimed, I did not desire this either, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Jin replied. What unforeseen circumstances? I was completely unaware. You were unaware? Never mind, just heed my words. There's no fault in that. Jin insisted, I feel as though I have missed several chapters of the story. This younger brother is rather disappointing, upon witnessing their exchange of glances. Xiao Xian spoke, since Saint Jin has expressed this, I shall exert my utmost effort. Your primary task now is to return and rest until I give further instructions. Xiao Xian thought to himself. These two old schemers surely wish to ensnare me. All right then, what does the master mean? Jin was about to agree, but suddenly realized that they might have overstepped their bounds. You may return home and relax. Impart some teachings to your disciples, or at the very least, take as long as you do not falter when I require you. It will suffice. Just this, Jin and Junti replied in unison. Master, with the power of the two saints, we can certainly accomplish tasks within our capabilities. Xiao Xian glanced at them and queried, can you ensure the rapid advancement of the human race? Can you elevate them to a level comparable to that of the witch and demon races within 100,000 years? Upon hearing this, Jin and Junti awkwardly shook their heads. These matters are beyond our understanding, but we can foster the belief in the Western sect among the human race within that time frame. Xiao Xian retorted, get out of here. Can you enhance the innate talents of the next generation of humanity? Jin and Junyi shook their heads once more. Can you defeat the witch and demon races? Or the three pure ones? They shook their heads again. Can you cultivate the talents required for the devouring spirit nodes? Jin and Junti continue to shake their heads. Then what can you do? Jin and Junyi were left speechless. Jin dryly stated, we can still accomplish many things, such as Xiao Xian interrupted, the things you can achieve, I can also accomplish, and I can do it better than you. At present, you are of no use to me. Simply do not cause any disturbances. That's a hard truth to swallow. Oh, by the way, you can indeed assist with other matters. Suddenly, Xiao Xian had an idea and addressed the two saints from the west. Looking forward to it, they replied eagerly, you shall help instigate the witch and demon wars, depleting their strength, while also monitoring the other saints that agreeable. Certainly, you may also recruit some disciple from the human race. I shall ensure your entry later. As long as you do not create chaos, the benefits will not be lacking. Understood. Lastly, I must caution you not to engage in any excessive actions. Otherwise, should they conflict with my plans, the consequences will be dire. Rest assured, Master, we shall not overstep our bounds. Jane's gaze flickered as he bowed to Xiao Xian. Senior brother, are we truly departing in this manner? Zhuanti expressed dissatisfaction, as they had come to discuss the specifics of cooperation with Xiao Xian, such as the control of talents for the devouring spirit grand array, the initiative for future collaborations, and the benefits the West could derive. However, Jane had said nothing and surrendered the initiative. After all, they were saints. Although they sought something from the other party, could they not retain a modicum of dignity? Zhuanti lamented, "This is distressing." Jane regarded Zhuanti with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Junior brother, did you truly not perceive it? The treasure of fate for the newly birthed human race is right there with his grand disciple. Zhuanti was taken aback. He had not noticed this at all. The treasure of fate for the human race had quietly made its way into Xiao Xian's possession. That was quite the feat. Still, he wondered, even so, was it necessary to relinquish the initiative? Jean shook his head, sighing. There are indeed 3 reasons for my decision to yield the initiative. Firstly, I not only discovered that the treasure of fate for the human race lies in his possession, but I also realized that this treasure of fate is of innate quality. What? How is that possible? Zhuanti exclaimed in shock. There are only a few innate treasures in the primordial realm, and for the human race to possess one, let alone one of fate, seemed implausible, in a sense. The treasure of fate gauges the potential and future of a race. The higher the grade, the greater the potential. Yet, even if the human race were to become the protagonists of the world, it was impossible for them to possess an innate treasure. Moreover, I observed traces of refinement on this treasure. It must have been forged not long ago. What? Refining an innate treasure. Xiao Xian, it's him. Zhuanti felt utterly undermined. This was increasingly absurd. Refining an innate treasure. Was he jesting? Senior brother, you cannot possibly. Zhuanti turned to Jean, prepared to challenge this notion, but upon seeing Jean's resolute and convinced expression, he found himself wavering. Could it be? Really? Jean nodded. He had initially found it hard to believe, but after several confirmations, he was certain there were signs of refinement. His judgment was not in error. Zhuanti felt as though his worldview was collapsing. A quasi-saint refining an innate treasure, especially a treasure of fate. Great one. How did you manage it? Please teach me. Jean, observing Zhuanti's expression of existential doubt, nodded in empathy. Junior brother, whether or not he refined the treasure of fate. Let us set that aside for now. You must realize how vital this treasure of fate is for a race. The witch race's treasure of fate remains unclear, but the demon race's treasure. The summoning banner can command countless demons, almost the entirety of their kind. The one who wields the summoning banner, Niwa, possesses a significant portion of the demon race's fate. Furthermore, her prestige among the demons far exceeds that of Emperor Jun. Not solely due to her status as a saint, but primarily because of the summoning banner. Now that the treasure of fate of the human race is in Xiao Xian's hands, and he keeps it so discreetly, if he has no designs on controlling the human race, I would not believe it even if I were to die. The human race is currently under the watchful eyes of the saints. Should Xiao Xian's possession of the treasure of fate be discovered, we will undoubtedly suffer the repercussions. Zhuanti nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Jane continued. Secondly, our capabilities are indeed lacking, that we lack resources and strength. To cultivate the human race in a great Luo golden immortals is but a foolish dream. Thus, we must rely on Xiao Xian. Zhuanti sighed bitterly. Indeed, their Western sect did not have even a single great Luo golden immortal. Yet they were expected to cultivate others into such. However, if they relied solely on Xiao Xian, what would he do? Jean nodded without hesitation, for he could discern Xiao Xian's commitment to the chaotic devouring spirit grand array. It could be said that even without their assistance, Xiao Xian would still manage to establish this array. He just did not understand why. The third reason pertains to Xiao Xian's demeanor, or rather, his attitude toward us. Zhuanti was instantly perplexed. What does this have to do with Xiao Xian's attitude? What could he possibly think of us? Jean shook his head. Why junior brother still lacks understanding and requires further practice. Throughout our interactions, Xiao Xian has consistently regarded us with indifference. Faced with the pressure from us saints, he has never deemed us worthy of consideration. To say he is indifferent would be an understatement. He treats us more like tools. Tools. Upon hearing the words of Jin, Zhuan-Ti felt a twinge of discomfort. It was quite unsettling that a venerable saint, one who is supposed to be immortal and indestructible, could be viewed merely as a tool by others. However, upon deeper reflection, the truth of the matter became evident, especially in light of Xiao Xian's final two admonitions, which underscore the imperative not to engage in superfluous actions. This was not merely a warning, but a decree directed at them. Jane nodded. They were indeed reliant on others, and from the outset, the initiative had never rested in their hands. They were at the mercy of Xiao Xian. For should he choose not to collaborate with them, he would incur no loss. Conversely, their predicament was different, for Xiao Xian had seized upon their vulnerabilities. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling and focus solely on the tasks they were obligated to fulfill. Zhuan-Ti concurred with a nod, but then pondered aloud. Senior brother, if he places such significance on this matter, then even if we do not assist him, he will surely proceed on his own. When the time comes to transform the spiritual energy, it will inevitably benefit the West as well. This sentiment implied that Zhuan-Ti yearned for a free ride. Jin quirked his lips in exasperation. What if he decides to control the spiritual energy so that it does not radiate towards our Western realms? Zhuan-Ti was taken aback, recognizing the validity of this concern. Yet if that were the case, their gains would be severely limited. Zhuan-Ti's habit, cultivated over millions of years, of seeking greater benefits compelled him to desire more. Jane understood Zhuan-Ti's mindset, feeling similarly distressed. However, they were both powerless against Xiao Xian and could not divulge this matter, lest they lose all potential benefits from the West. Alas, it seemed they must endure this time. Senior brother, I find it increasingly difficult to restrain myself. Is our share of benefits not sufficient? Jane retorted. Is it not effortless to restore the spiritual veins of the West? This could very well be the first time in their lives that they exert the least effort for the greatest reward. All right, I understand now. Senior brother, I shall seek to procure benefits from others to soothe my own discontent. Zhuan-Ti sniffed, speaking as if it were a matter of course. As you wish. Chapter 25. The Inner World. Reflecting 108 human talents within the Tianxian Hall, Xiao Xian extricated himself from the folds of time and space, eavesdropping on the conversation between Jin and Zhuan-Ti from afar. Sometimes, inaction yields the greatest benefits. Jin is indeed the wisest individual in the West. Jin's perception was not mistaken. Xiao Xian had no intention of relinquishing the chaos-devouring spirit array. Simply put, he was not driven by the desire to benefit the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm. Regrettably, he was not that magnanimous. The transformation of spiritual energy could resolve numerous issues for Honghuang, while simultaneously aiding in the resolution of many problems within Xiao Xian's inner world. The inner world exists within the body. If merely maintained, it incurs no cost. However, to achieve progress, a significant amount of spiritual energy is required for its evolution. Once Xiao Xian establishes the chaos-devouring spirit array within Honghuang, he would not only assist in the transformation of spiritual energy, but would also reap the majority of that energy for his inner world. Thus, Xiao Xian's strength would undoubtedly continue to rise unobstructed, and given sufficient time, he could attain a level commensurate with that of the Honghuang realm, nurturing beings from the Honghuang world with its resources. Ultimately, he would reap the rewards of spiritual energy, achieving unparalleled strength, and ascend to the level of the Honghuang Tao of heaven. What a delightful prospect! Yet, the challenge lay in gathering individuals, for the descendants of humanity to produce exceptionally gifted individuals. It would take at least several thousand years, even with his assistance, to bring together the 3,000 Aluo and over 100 quasi-saints required for the spirit-devouring array. The IT was likely to take tens of thousands of years. The thought of such a lengthy time frame made Xiao Xian's head spin. He was acutely aware of the reproductive pace of humanity. In just a few hundred years, the population had surged from merely tens of thousands to several million, soon to surpass the 10 million mark. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, such growth would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Wu and Yao clans. Once they realized the potential of humanity, they would likely join forces to suppress or even annihilate them. Everything would have to start anew. This was unacceptable. He must now find prodigious talents to forcibly elevate the fortunes of humanity. which would, in turn, accelerate the emergence of gifted individuals. However, the reason why prodigies are termed as such is due to their unique understanding and innate talents that transcend the ordinary. Virtue, not matching position, aptly describes this phenomenon. If those common individuals were forcibly elevated to the Deluo level, they would soon face backlash, falling into madness. Why does the primordial lore value innate talents so highly? Because one's foundation can be enhanced, and strength can be increased, but understanding and innate gifts should never be easily altered that a person's fate is often determined at birth. This statement holds true for the majority. Thus, Xiao Xian felt quite vexed. Host, I have a method to manifest 100 exceptional talents among humanity. Would you like to know? System, what is this method? Xiao Xian inquired anxiously, frustrated that the system had not mentioned this sooner, as it was driving him to despair. It is simple. You can create exceptional talents within the inner world and then project them into humanity, allowing both the inner world and Honghuang's humanity to grow together, thus achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. However, at this point, the system fell silent, but Xiao Xian understood, completing the system's thought, but in doing so, the inner world would become entwined with the fortunes of humanity. If a talent born from humanity were to perish, the fortunes would be compromised, adversely affecting the inner world. Should the damage be severe, it could even lose its potential for advancement, correct? The system affirmed. Exactly. Thus, even if the talents among humanity were to suddenly flourish, elevating their fortunes and gaining the recognition of the Honghuang Dao of heaven, both benefits and risks would coexist. There must be gains and losses. As dictated by the laws of heaven and earth, Xiao Xian nodded. There were indeed risks, but the rewards were equally substantial. This way, humanity could bypass tens of thousands of years of stagnation, swiftly evading the oppression of the Wu and Yao clans and emerging as the third dominion of heaven and earth at an accelerated pace. They might even overcome the Wu and Yao clans, liberating themselves from the control of the saints, thereby becoming the rightful protagonists of heaven and earth. It was a gamble. Xiao Xian smacked his thigh, resolute in his decision, and plunged his consciousness into the inner world. Upon opening his eyes, Xiao Xian beheld the celestial bodies, mountains and rivers within the inner world, realizing that he could command everything in this realm. He was the deity of this world. With a wave of his hand, the primal forces of the inner world stirred, and the powers of heaven and earth swiftly coalesced into 108 great cocoons. Sweat beaded on Xiao Xian's forehead. Creating exceptional talents was no trivial task and required a significant expenditure of primal power. Should this plan fail, the losses would be catastrophic. He gently caressed the 108 cocoons from a distance, bestowing upon them 108 principles. Among them were the teachings of various esteemed schools from the 100 schools of thought, including Taoism, Confucianism, and others, but these were just a selection, for not all teachings were worthy of propagation. Xiao Xian also incorporated doctrines such as the way of the master, alchemy, weaponry, array crafting, and painting, all suitable for the grand principles of Honghuang. Phew, the consumption is quite significant. Xiao Xian gasped for breath. This time, in pursuit of perfection, the inner world had expended at least 1/10 of its primal essence. Although it may seem like a mere 10%, it was of utmost importance. Without reciprocation to enhance the power of the world, the inner world would be akin to a person severed of arms and legs, devoid of hope for advancement. The 108 cocoons began to pulsate with life, their rhythmic beats akin to that of a heart. They were still in the gestation period, yet it was imperative to swiftly identify suitable human infants for projection binding, allowing the destinies of both to intertwine and merge, a task not difficult for Xiao Xian, who possessed the way of destiny. Host, you must gather 9 direct disciples as soon as possible. This will perfect the fortunes of your sect, and the rewards from the system will be even greater. You may even obtain treasures to repair the primal essence of the world. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. Really? The system never fails to impress. It seems I must hasten to recruit that 6th disciple. System, am I limited to only 9 direct disciples? No, 9 is merely the minimum standard. If you wish to take in thousands of direct disciples, that is entirely possible, provided there are so many exceptionally qualified candidates within Honghuang. Xiao Xian was speechless. The system certainly had a sense of humor. Thousands? Even enrolling the 3 pure ones would not suffice. Never mind. He decided to set that aside for later and first focus on binding 108 human infants. As his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, Xiao Xian swiftly exited Tianxian Peak and journeyed to the descendants of humanity, instructing a branch of his being within Hong Huang to recruit the 6th disciple before seeking out those human infants in gestation. The destinies of newborn children were already stable and complete, having merged with the currents of Hong Huang's fate. Unless one dared to challenge the Tao of Heaven, it was impossible to extract destinies from the river of fate. This was different from when Xiao Xian had previously altered the threads of fate. Back then, he merely allowed the fates of his 3 disciples to intersect with his own, enabling him to locate them. Projecting into humanity required the intertwining of destinies between the fates of the beings from the inner world and those of humanity, should one attempt to extract from the river of fate. The Tao of Heaven would confront them directly, forcing them to kneel and submit. Thus, it was essential to seek out human infants who were just beginning their journey and ensure they were no older than 3 months. Otherwise, they would also be detected by the Tao of Heaven. Ding! A talent of exceptional aptitude has been discovered among humanity, suitable to become the disciple of the host. Chapter 26. Recognizing the Celestial Master. A heart of innocence in a vast marshland in the eastern part of Hong Huang. Xiao Xian's avatar stood gracefully suspended in the air, his robes billowing, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance and charm. Below him, a golden-furred monkey was persistently bowing, appearing no different from an ordinary monkey, save for the 6 ears quivering upon its head. This was indeed the 6-eared macaque, who had once eavesdropped on the teachings of the Tao ancestor. Immortal Master, please accept me as your disciple. Please accept me as your disciple. Xiao Xian allowed the monkey to bow repeatedly, remaining silent, although he had personally chosen this creature as his 6th disciple. A semblance of formality was still deemed necessary. The 6-eared macaque, witnessing Xiao Xian's indifference, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had initially believed that this time he could successfully become a disciple. But alas, it remained unfulfilled. Ever since the Tao ancestor had decreed that the teachings should not be passed on to the 6-eared, the macaque had become a target of disdain, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. His once proud divine abilities had also been rendered utterly ineffective. While he could eavesdrop on the conversations of lesser beings, listening in on the teachings of the mighty was beyond his reach. Despite his relentless quest for enlightenment, the 6-eared macaque had ultimately achieved nothing until the calamity of the journey to the west. He was the earliest among the 4 mischievous monkeys to come into existence, but was the last to attain enlightenment, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his youngest brother, son Wukong. In a tragic twist of fate, observing the despondent 6-eared macaque, Xiao Xian could not help but speak up. "Little monkey, what wisdom have you gleaned from your incessant eavesdropping?" The 6-eared macaque was taken aback, appearing quite disheartened. "Master, I have come to realize my mistakes. I shall never eavesdrop again." With a swift motion, Xiao Xian delivered a sharp rap to the monkey's head. "Ouch, that hurts terribly." "Ooh." Xiao Xian shook his head. "Your lesson is to learn how to eavesdrop without being detected." "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. With your 6 ears, you shall be called Lu Er." "Really?" Lu Er exclaimed in delight, tears streaming down his face as he bowed deeply to Xiao Xian. "Thank you, Master. Thank you." Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the 6th disciple. The Sect's legacy is sustained, and fortune is enhanced. Rewards. Seeds of the Path of War, 3 seeds of the Great Path. Reward technique. The art of the chaotic world. Reward for the innate spiritual treasure, the Chaos Sky-Raising Staff. Reward materials. Premium innate spiritual root, 10,000 spirits, celestial fruit, which can enhance the user's innate quality, transforming them into an innate Tao body, bearing fruit once every 10,000 years, yielding 10,800 fruits at a time. This reward is exceptional, particularly the 10,000 spirits celestial fruit, which is precisely what is needed to cultivate the human race since the decline of the human physique. The emergence of innate Tao bodies has become exceedingly rare. Perhaps with prolonged consumption of this spiritual fruit, the entire human race could eventually become innate Tao bodies. This would render humanity truly unstoppable. Little monkey, you shall be my sixth disciple. Come, return to the sect with me. Yes, master. Master, when shall I begin my cultivation? Who are the 5 senior brothers above me? Are they powerful? What is our sect like? Master, Xiao Xian interjected. Kong Xian, you have a companion now. Master, silence, Lu Er whimpered, and Xiao Xian raised his hand to seal the monkey's mouth, watching as Lu Er jumped about, filled with exuberance. The sensation of tranquility was truly delightful. In a remote village on the fringes of humanity, system, are you certain he is a fated master? Xiao Xian queried, somewhat perplexed, as he gazed at the dim-eyed child who was now sobbing before him. The system had urgently summoned him, claiming to have discovered a disciple of exceptional talent who was also a fated master. Xiao Xian, filled with excitement, rushed over, only to find this. If you are blind, I can accept that, but if you cannot speak, what is the point? Is this really a fated master? It is not that Xiao Xian holds any prejudice against him, but as a teacher, one should at least be able to communicate. Host, in the world of Hong Huang, a realm of immortals and martial arts, can one not teach disciples if they cannot speak? Xiao Xian realized, indeed. How narrow-minded of me. I mistakenly thought this was the realm of my previous life. How embarrassing. Turning his gaze back to the blind and mute child, he observed the boy slowly kneeling before him, bowing 3 times, then pointing towards an injured man nearby, whimpering, while others may not comprehend. Xiao Xian understood. The child was imploring him to save the injured in the world of Hong Huang. Even those with divine consciousness could interpret intent through sound. It was not limited to a mere mute. Even an ant could convey ideas. Xiao Xian began to deduce why the system had identified this child as a fated master. Soon he discerned that the boy was naturally blind, and his muteness was a consequence of neglect in his early years, resulting in a loss of speech. Consequently, the villagers shunned him, wishing to drive him away. After all, what use was a blind child who could not communicate? The harsh reality of Hong Huang was far more severe than that of his previous life. The injured man was the first to suggest expelling him, yet now he was pleading for salvation. Seeing this, Xiao Xian felt a pang of sympathy. He crouched down, gently stroking the child's head, and asked, "Why do you wish to save him? He was the first to ostracize you, wanting to drive you away." The child shook his head and replied softly, "I truly am of no use. I waste the village's food. So it is only right that he resents me. However, he is the best hunter in the village and the strongest. If he recovers, he can bring more food to the village." Xiao Xian was moved by the child's words, reflecting on the extent of his suffering that could lead him to express such kindness and compassion. "And what about you? Do you have any wishes or dreams for the future?" The child pondered for a moment and said, "I wish to be able to speak so that others can understand me like you do. In the future, I want to be a teacher." Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why do you wish to be a teacher?" "Because the village chief is a teacher. He imparts knowledge to the entire village. I want to be like him." Xiao Xian smiled, touched by the child's purity and goodness amid such a harsh and dark environment. "Child, I apologize for my earlier prejudice against you. That I would like to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing to accept me as your master?" Upon hearing this, the child immediately bowed and cried out, "I am willing. I pay my respects to my master. What is your name?" "My name is Ji." "Very well, from now on, you shall be known as Tianji, meaning the heavens deem you worthy to inherit their knowledge as a teacher." "The heavens think I can inherit their knowledge as a teacher?" Tianji pondered this phrase, swaying his head in contemplation. Xiao Xian then lifted him into the air, soaring towards his Tian Yuan peak as they departed. All ailments in the village were miraculously healed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the 7th disciple. The sect's legacy continues, and fortune is enhanced. Rewards. The Path of the Master, 3 seeds of the Great Path. Reward Technique. The Great Canon of Masters. Reward Treasure. The Heavenly Master's Mandate, which can uncover all knowledge and principles in the world. Reward Material. Words of the Master, when consumed. The utterances of the person can lead others to enlightenment. The stronger the user, the greater the speed and effectiveness of enlightenment. Note: only one fruit can be born in a lifetime. Chapter 27. Projection complete. The Seed of the Unyielding Mountain, Hollow Willow. Tianji, your muteness has been cured. How do you feel? Sure, Zuan, I feel great. Xiao Xian observed the exuberant Tianji, still somewhat uncoordinated, but that was of little consequence. Practice would improve that over time. Tianji, I will find a way to help with your eyesight. Do not worry. This blindness is a congenital disability that requires special spiritual medicine for treatment, which the 7 stars Tian Yuan Peak does not possess. It must be sought in the vastness of Honghuang. Master, there is no need for trouble that I have grown accustomed to life in darkness. If I were to see, I might not adapt. I now prefer to perceive the world with my heart. What a heart-wrenching child. Xiao Xian shook his head. The search for medicine was still necessary, as he was determined to do his utmost for his own disciple. Scrolling through the system screen, he reflected on the recent rewards, which were evidently intended for his esteemed disciple, a recognized master of the heavens. The words of the master and the celestial decrees were beyond the current capabilities of Tianji, and without the profound wisdom and vast knowledge from the master's tome, one could hardly cultivate. While Tianji's intelligence was likely sufficient, the acquisition of knowledge required study, rendering these rewards moot at this stage. Tianji, from this point onward, would formally embark on the path of cultivation, training alongside his elder and third brothers, both of whom were the human race, and with whom he would surely find camaraderie. Indeed, Master, Tianji nodded, filled with anticipation for his brother, as Tianji was entrusted to Tian Chenzi and Liexen. They welcomed the addition of another human disciple with great joy, yet their hearts ached for Tianji's past hardships, vowing to care for him diligently. With Tianji's arrangements completed, the matter of Lu'er would be delegated to a clone, as the 108 human projections were still incomplete. However, it was curious that the recent emergence of human prodigies seemed rather abundant, although they could not rival Tian Chenzi and his peers. Such a level of talent should not have appeared for at least a millennium. Host, do not be astonished. After you elevated the human race's fortune to the level of innate treasures, the growth rate and potential of human fortune surged dramatically, making this occurrence quite normal. Xiao Xian's brows furrowed deeply. This accelerated growth of the human race would inevitably attract the attention of the witch and demon clans more swiftly. Yet, despite the risks, it also presented an advantage that, if he moved quickly enough, he could enhance the human fortune before the witch and demon clans took notice. Once sufficient talents emerged, he would be able to complete the chaos-devouring spirit array. Upon its completion, the human race would gain immense merit from the primordial world, receiving its blessings, thus truly acquiring the means for self-preservation. Xiao Xian's spiritual sense enveloped the entire human territory, focusing on the infants being nurtured, assessing their qualifications and futures. Remarkable, there are actually over 200, surpassing my expectations. Xiao Xian marveled, noting that the number of infants who might reach quasi-saint status was an astounding 221. Truly terrifying. Of course, these figures were merely probabilistic. Without precise cultivation, even reaching the Great Luo might be uncertain. Very well, let us proceed. Select the 108 most gifted humans and assign 108 clones to oversee them. These are the very essence of Xiao Xian and must not be allowed to falter. Once the clones were in position, the inner world's power gradually surged forth from within, connecting to the 108 infants, initiating the fusion of destinies. Beep. Host, once you gather 9 personal disciples, the disciple recruitment privilege will be unlocked, allowing you to accept disciples without restriction, although the standards for personal disciples will remain unchanged. Xiao Xian's eyes brightened. This was excellent, as it would enable him to utilize the Sect's fortune and strength to nurture these disciples. Just 2 more personal disciples were needed, and it seemed he would have to venture to those 2 locations. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, one of Xiao Xian's clones sat cross-legged, suddenly opening his eyes, having received a command from the main body. Gathering 9 disciples is necessary to unlock the privilege. It appears I must break this barrier. He understood that this might offend Yang Mei. Gazing into the distance at a valley shrouded by a spatial barrier, he recognized it as a highly intricate construct formed from spatial energy, undoubtedly set by a master with profound mastery over the spatial path. Yang Mei. Through the barrier, Xiao Xian glimpsed a swaying hollow willow. The hollow willow, one of the 10 supreme spiritual roots of the primordial world. contained the essence of spatial laws and was Yang Mei's true form. Since Yang Mei had achieved the Hongyuan and departed from the primordial world, such willows had not reappeared. As for whether this particular willow was indeed Yang Mei, Xiao Xian was certain it could not be. Firstly, the age of this willow could not exceed 500,000 years. Secondly, the barrier possessed functions of defense, investigation blockage, and concealment of celestial secrets, alongside suppressing the emergence of sentience. Clearly aimed at such willows, this must be a seed created by Yang Mei, torn from energy akin to a clone left in the primordial realm as a safeguard against his potential demise in the chaos. Such foresight was commendable. The potential of this willow was likely not inferior to that of Yang Mei himself. Xiao Xian remained in this vicinity due to the willow, which was the optimal choice for his disciple. High potential, exceptional lineage, and capable of cultivating the spatial path, making it the most gifted disciple he could possibly recruit. He was tempted. Since discovering it, he had lingered here, not out of fear of the spatial barrier, but concerned that Yang Mei might have tampered with the willowed. He was also apprehensive that breaking this barrier might provoke Yang Mei, prompting a hasty return to the primordial world to confront him. Although he possessed over a dozen paths, he doubted he could eliminate Yang Mei, especially with Yang Mei's mastery of the spatial path, which would likely thwart any underhanded schemes. Initially considering retreat, he found himself compelled by the demands of life. He had no choice, for it was the system that had tempted him. System, what did you say? Cough, cough. Let us commence work? Time paused, and in that moment, Xiao Xian instantaneously appeared before the hollow willow, gently placing his hand upon it. Spatial transfer, manifest. In the next instant, time resumed its flow, and both Xiao Xian and the willow vanished within the spatial barrier. Outside the barrier, Xiao Xian waved his hand lightly, and the power of space began to dissolve the barrier. Mastering the complete spatial path, and having lingered in the area for so long, breaking the barrier was a trivial task. Stealing another's child and raiding their nest, truly a crime. He mused. Yang Mei must have sensed something by now. I must hasten, indeed. As Xiao Xian absconded with Yang Mei's creation, within the chaos, Yang Mei felt the absence of his child. The venerable elder with long eyebrows brushed against the ground stroked his beard. The contingency I left behind has been intercepted. To think someone could breach my spatial barrier. Could it be Hong Jun? He sighed. No matter, I shall return to check on it. The insights left by that clone are immensely important to me. If Hong Jun obtains them, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Chapter 28. Xiao Xian. Apologies, Hutu, but your witch clan is likely no more. Within the void, Xiao Xian traversed the boundless expanse with the hollow willow, swiftly making his way to the Qixing Tianyuan peak. The hollow willow in his grasp radiated with vibrant life and a newfound sentience. Upon acquiring the hollow willow, Xiao Xian had awakened its spirit. Now, its consciousness was in the process of developing, and it would likely gain awareness by the time they reached Tianyuan Peak. After all, while this willow was of high caliber under Xiao Xian's nurturing, the emergence of its sentience would occur swiftly, albeit the tribulation for its transformation would be more formidable. Yet with Xiao Xian's presence, none of that posed a challenge. Atop Tianyuan Peak, the clone brought the hollow willow before Xiao Xian, who opened his eyes to a smile at the sight of it last. It is in my grasp. Placing his hand upon the hollow willow, he conveyed his thoughts. Do you wish to take me as your master? The hollow willow swayed its branches, sending forth a thought. What happens if I refuse to take you as my master? Xiao Xian was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Then I shall still nurture you. Oh, then I shall not take you as my master. The hollow willow teased. Hee, I am quite the clever little one. Xiao Xian's expression turned blank. This disciple was a bit mischievous, requiring a firm reminder. If I raise you, I shall extract your essence to refine pills for my disciple's cultivation. The hollow willow gasped. Or I could erase your sentience and refine you into a spiritual treasure. The hollow willow whimpered. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to take me as your master? The hollow willow's branches shook wildly, its trunk bending in eager agreement. Yes, yes, I am willing. Xiao Xian smiled. That is more like it. I did not wish to frighten you, but you left me no choice. Hollow willow. XX, what is your name? Do you require me to name you? The hollow willow's branches swayed, conveying a thought. No need. My name is Yi Xiaoyao, and I hope to roam freely between heaven and earth. Yi Xiaoyao. Xiao Xian's expression turned peculiar. You have quite the naming talent. That sounds like a protagonist from a novel in my previous life. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your 8th disciple. The sect receives a legacy, and its fortune is enhanced. Rewards: 3 seeds of the path. Rewarded technique: 1 Yukong Mingju. Rewarded spiritual treasure: Space Sacred Talisman. Rewarded sect resource: Tian Shunyu, a place to comprehend the great Tao and create your own unique skills. The Temple of the Gods. This is quite promising. Xiao Xian was very pleased. It may not serve him directly, but it would greatly benefit his sect. Now that he had his 8th disciple, he wondered how things were progressing on the other side. Hurry up! If you don't speed up, those 108 children will be born soon. In the depths of the Netherblood Sea, Xiao Xian's clone wandered through the crimson waters, suddenly pausing. A look of resignation crossing his features. I understand now. I have some leads. Give me a moment. Like the hollow willow, this clone of Xiao Xian had lingered in the Netherblood Sea for quite some time. As for whether he would be discovered by the ancestor of the Underworld River, the old man of the Underworld River lacks the strength for that. As for the reason behind venturing into the Netherblood Sea, it is undoubtedly to orchestrate the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, why would Xiao Xian delve into the profound mysteries of the Nether and reincarnation Tao? His avatar continues to roam within this ominous sea, which, while vast and blood-soaked, reveals no trace of the Nether itself. Despite scouring the depths of this sanguine expanse, he is yet to catch a glimpse of the Nether's shadow. How peculiar! Could it be that the Nether realm of the future does not reside within this blood sea? As for whether it was created by Hutu, that is utterly implausible. The mere fact that she, as a primal earth which could manifest the cycle of reincarnation, is already absurd. To conceive an entire Nether realm is simply preposterous. Much like Nuwa, she is but a tool, a means through which the heavenly Tao fashioned the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is uncertain whether this creation was indeed a fabrication. Perhaps the cycle existed all along, merely drawn forth by Hutu at the behest of the heavenly Daos, a descendant of Pangu and the primordial earth, which, Hutu, is indeed the most suitable conduit to invoke the cycle. Yet, the inability to locate the Nether realm at present raises questions. Must he truly await Hutu's arrival to manifest the cycle? That is unacceptable. He cannot afford to wait so long. Thus, he must adopt a more extreme approach. One of his avatars begins to summon another, while he himself becomes enveloped in a dense aura of black nether power, which spreads throughout the entire blood sea. In an instant, the blood sea surges, overwhelming the 2 avatars with an immense pressure. The other avatar, with a mere flick of his hand, conceals them both within the void. Simultaneously, he gestures towards the blood sea, piercing through its depths and revealing a figure, none other than the Lord of the Blood Sea. Ming-He, Spatial Exile. The avatar of Xiao Xian radiates a brilliant silver light, unleashing a formidable attack upon Ming-He, who suddenly feels as though he's been cast away from the primordial realm. Though physically present in the Blood Sea, he perceives not a trace of its power. What is happening? The Spatial Exile casts an individual into the fragmented dimensions of space, rendering them virtually unable to return without absolute power and mastery over the Tao of space. This is the profound essence of the Space Tao. Time remains unyielding. Space reigns supreme. This is no mere jest. Of course, Xiao Xian harbors no intent to harm Ming-He, considering he has merely borrowed from another's domain. To recklessly extinguish his life would be rather unreasonable. However, should Ming-He seek vengeance upon Xiao Xian thereafter, he must not blame him for his ruthlessness. Ming-He, my apologies. I borrow your domain for a moment. Ming-He, what the hell? Ming-He is at a loss, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Trouble has found him in the sanctuary of his own abode. Yet, Xiao Xian's 2 avatars pay him no heed. After imprisoning Ming-He, they begin to keenly sense the fluctuations of the blood sea. The black nether power has permeated the sea, adding a dark hue to its depths. If the nether realm truly lies within the blood sea, there should be found it, deep within the sea. A space resonates with the essence of nether power. This must be the place. The two avatars approach, meticulously attuning themselves, yet they frown, for this space is exceedingly sturdy. Its barriers astonishingly thick. It seems improbable for them to breach it. The main body must intervene personally. However, the main body is currently projecting into the human realm. What to do? One of Xiao Xian's avatars speaks to the other. I shall burn the powers of the nether and reincarnation, to see if I can summon the nether realm. If I can attract it, seize the opportunity without hesitation. If not, mark the location. Very well. Let us commence. One of the avatars immediately begins to act, with the essence of the nether in his left hand and the essence of reincarnation in his right. The profundities of these two paths manifest upon him, causing the vibrations within that space to intensify. Xiao Xian's avatar can feel the two powers within him resonating with something in that space. Perchance, the avatar extends his hand to press against the barrier, feeling its vibrations grow more pronounced. Seeing this, he hesitates no longer, igniting himself and pouring the energy from his conflagration into that space without reserve. Another avatar places his hand upon it as well, sensing the weakening of the barrier, approaching a point where it may soon be torn asunder. Time passes gradually, and the avatar's flames reach their zenith. The awaited opportunity is on the verge of arrival. Now, at the moment the avatar is nearly consumed by the flames, the barrier has weakened sufficiently, allowing the other avatar to tear through the space and enter the nether realm. Upon entering, the world is shrouded in utter darkness. Xiao Xian's avatar gazes upon this dim expanse, illuminated only by the faint glimmers produced by the concentrated nether power. The nether realm, indeed, appears desolate, as it has yet to manifest in the present. Buddha has not yet established the underworld cycle, resulting in the absence of the 18 layers of hell, the yellow springs, and countless wandering spirits. How monotonous! Nonetheless, having gained entry, the objective has been accomplished, although the nether realm is barren. Xiao Xian is confident that life must exist here. Why taking them as disciples? There lies potential for orchestrating the underworld in the future, a monumental undertaking of merit for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Let Huta be the one to make sacrifices. Xiao Xian would never allow himself or his disciples to perish. Xiao Xian's avatar begins to connect with his main body. The bond between them is exceedingly strong. Although the spatial barrier is immensely thick, it cannot sever this connection. The main body's will rewards the avatar, and vast consciousness swiftly begins to permeate the entire nether realm as Xiao Xian meticulously searches, leaving no grain of sand unexamined. However, after a considerable time, Xiao Xian opens his eyes in confusion. The entire nether realm is devoid of vitality, and the very center seems to shield his perception. Strangely, despite this barrier, he can still observe the scene at the center, an expanse filled with black lotus flowers and a wheel. Xiao Xian is baffled. What could this mean? After much contemplation, he decides to investigate further. With a spatial shift, Xiao Xian arrives at the center of the nether realm and surveys his surroundings. The lotus pool is brimming with rich, liquid-like nether power, and the black lotus, absorbing such an abundance of this energy, evidently stands as a treasured entity. Regrettably, although these lotuses are immensely precious, they cannot compare to the 4 great 12-petal lotus platforms. Initially, Xiao Xian had thought that perhaps a seed of the chaos green lotus had fortuitously fallen into the nether, but it appears he had overestimated the situation. As for the wheel atop the nether lotus, Xiao Xian begins to form a hazy understanding. Reaching out, he senses it from a distance, and in response, the wheel emits a low hum. What the hell? This wheel is actually the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiao Xian's eyes widen in shock. He had presumed this wheel to be a product of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yet he never anticipated it to be the reincarnation itself. With eyes fixed intently upon the wheel, he muses, if I were to steal it, then the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly mete out a severe punishment upon me, followed by my demise. Xiao Xian admits to himself, yes, I am indeed cowardly. Is it not better to develop steadily rather than engage in reckless endeavors, relying on the system? Apologies, but I have no faith in a system that does not allow me to start invincible. I shall trust in my own gradual development system. Host, your words wound me deeply. I shall instead cultivate a being and gradually scheme for the underworld, as I find the nether lotus and the pool of nether water quite appealing. Wait, host? In defense of my dignity, I have something to say. Xiao Xian, with a hint of exasperation, inquires of the system, what is it you wish to express? Host, since you aim to create life, why not forge one imbued with the powers of the nether and reincarnation? Xiao Xian's eyes light up. How so? Host, if you absorb a thread of the nether realm's primordial power and merge it with the essence of the reincarnation wheel, it shall rightfully become the sovereign of both the nether and reincarnation. Oh, wait, will the heavenly Tao not retaliate against me? Reincarnation does not solely rely on Hutu for its opening. It also represents a sliver of hope that the heavenly Tao has granted to the witch clan. If I were to seize it, would the heavenly Tao not pursue Xiao Xian? Not necessarily. The future is uncertain, and each individual's path holds infinite possibilities, including matters beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. Thus, as long as the cycle is born and the overarching direction remains unchanged, the heavenly Tao shall not trouble you. Hostara. But what of the witch clan? Xiao Xian nods, recognizing the reasoning. If he were to seize the cycle, what would become of the witch clan? Let them find their own fate. The system responds nonchalantly, asserting that it only needs to manage its own host and need not concern itself with others. System, you are quite clever. Xiao Xian. Great minds think alike. System. Indeed, indeed. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Chapter 30. The plan commences. Reactions from all sides. 3 months in the vast expanse of the primordial world is but a fleeting moment. With the successive births of 108 children, Xiao Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. During the nurturing of these infants, he had to maintain a constant connection. Otherwise, he risked being purged by the inherent forces of the primordial realm. After all, Xiao Xian's actions were akin to climbing over a wall, and a moment's negligence could result in being eradicated like a virus. Phew, it's done. All the children have been born. Now, I shall oversee their growth, and, during this time, establish a branch, the Tianqian Sect, striving to ensure its influence envelopes the entirety of the human race. When they reach the age of 3, they will be brought to the Tianqian Sect for my personal cultivation. Xiao Xian continuously issued commands to his avatars. The stakes were far too high to allow for any lapse in caution. During this period, he could not afford to be idle either. He needed to prepare the necessary teaching materials. Fortunately, he had access to the myriad realms and the sea of reincarnation, one serving as a crucible for honing skills, and the other for nurturing wisdom, alleviating his burden considerably. Teaching for the first time was undeniably pressuring. However, compared to the children, his direct disciples proved to be a source of great relief. Tianqinzi had already approached the threshold of the Great Luo and was in seclusion, while Maodun remained in the sea of reincarnation. Contemplating the Dao Ixin, Kong Xian, Bai Mei, and Lu Er ventured into the myriad realms to face challenges, and Tianji was busy expanding his knowledge in the Sutra repository. Only Xiao Yao and Yu Ming had yet to take form, lying dormant in the earth. These individuals either possessed extraordinary talents or were inherently wise, fully aware of their paths and needs. Unless faced with a genuine calamity requiring their master's guidance, they would seldom disturb Xiao Xian. Ah, how delightful it is to enjoy this tranquility. Stretching languidly, Xiao Xian reclined upon the lotus platform of the Great Tao, resolving to address the teaching materials within his dreams that, I must send a message to Jijin and Junyi, urging them to intensify the conflict between the witch and demon races during this time to buy us a little developmental space on Ling Mountain. Jijin and Junyi received Xiao Xian's message with little surprise. Although they spent most of their time idly on Ling Mountain, they remained attentive to the movements of the human race. Over the past year, Xiao Xian had been tirelessly establishing branches and transforming human tribes, converting what were once villages into towns. The previously chaotic and disordered tribes began to take on a semblance of order, subtly revealing traces of formations. Though a year may seem brief, it heralded a monumental transformation for the human race. From a distance, one could already perceive the burgeoning vigor of a grand lineage that would flourish in later ages. Brother, Xiao Xian's extensive initiatives to develop the human race and his request for us to interfere with the witch and demon races suggest he is about to devote himself entirely to nurturing humanity. Yet, the current circumstances of the witch and demon races suppress any potential for geniuses to arise among humans. Junti pondered, somewhat perplexed. Initially, he had anticipated waiting several hundred or even 1,000 years for the human race to develop. Given their reproductive rate, a few geniuses would eventually emerge, allowing for gradual cultivation. However, Xiao Xian's current maneuvers left him utterly bewildered. "In no matter. We shall simply focus on our own responsibilities," Jijin replied with a nonchalant expression. Though concern lingered in his gaze, the human race harbored immense potential. Yet they currently lacked resources, talent, and opportunity. Initiating plans at this juncture did not seem wise. Could Xiao Xian truly alter a person's innate gifts? Alas, he is indeed a mysterious figure. Well then, younger brother, let us proceed and fulfill our own duties. Junti nodded in agreement, making his way towards the witch and demon races. With his saintly prowess, instigating some conflicts would be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, history took a slight turn. Originally, in the annals of history, the witch race's Ho-Tu would encounter the human race and offer them protection. However, due to Xiao Xian's influence, the humans remained largely concentrated around the Qixing Tianyuan Peak. Neither the witch nor the demon races had made any overtures toward Xiao Xian, or rather, they simply lacked the time to do so, that a millennium had passed since the initial skirmishes between the witch and demon races. And both sides were busy charting their future trajectories. Without engaging Xiao Xian, they also had no contact with the human race, resulting in the absence of any births within the witch race. It seemed that any future schemes the witch race might concoct regarding the fate of the humans would require significantly more thought. 6 years later, the human tribes had successfully transformed into towns, far surpassing the conditions of the human race in the previous era. The 108 children were now securely situated at Tianyuan Peak, and, as Xiao Xian gazed upon them, a gentle smile graced his lips. In a century, I shall nurture them into capable individuals, ready to impart the teachings of humanity, its rituals, morals, the 3 books, and the 5 classics, for the path of cultivation. I will dedicate the initial century to establishing an unparalleled foundation, after which they will spread the teachings of humanity, founding the various schools of thought to garner the fortune of the human race. During this instructional process, I shall impose challenges, forcing them to confront the tribulations predetermined by the heavenly Tao ahead of schedule. Furthermore, without any prior cultivation, the trials will not be overly daunting. With my protection, they will be secure. When the time comes, they shall return to Tianyuan Peak to cultivate, and their path shall be unobstructed, leading them directly to the pinnacle. The sole obstacle lies with the myriad saints. The minor schemes orchestrated by Junti and Jijin may delay the witch and demon races, but will certainly not deter me or the primordial beings. Yet it matters not. I possess the means to circumvent any hurdles. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xian sealed Tianyuan Peak, accelerating the passage of time within. Although the consumption was immense, it was a worthy investment. Children, from this day forth, we shall commence our studies. Demon race, damn it. Are these witch folks still unwilling to relent? Di Jun smashed the crystal goblet in his hand, seething with rage towards the witch race. Over the years, the demon race had continuously faced provocations from the witch race. Some members of the demon race managed to endure, yet others, driven by fury, engaged in skirmishes with the witch race. Some conflicts had escalated, resulting in casualties numbering in the tens of thousands, inflicting substantial losses on the demon race and hindering their accumulation of strength. Nearby, Kuanping observed with a detached gaze, even managing to stifle a chuckle, as everything unfolded under Fushi's watchful eye. Fushi shook his head in resignation, troubled by the future of the demon race. However, having joined the fray, he felt compelled to contribute. Although the witch race instigated the provocations, it was the demon race that took action, leaving them unable to seek justice from the Tao ancestor. For now, the only course of action was to strictly prohibit the disciples of the demon race from clashing with the witch race and to hasten the cultivation of their resources in the primordial world to strengthen their power. Di Jun nodded, suppressing his fury, and addressed Fushi. Very well, then, I shall rely on you, Emperor Shi, to exert your efforts, merely fulfilling my responsibilities. Once Fushi departed, Di Jun's expression darkened significantly as he turned to Eastern Emperor Tai beside him. Tai, venture into the cosmos and plunder the source of the stars. Gather precious materials. Should you encounter any celestial spirits obstructing you, subdue them. If they refuse to submit, show them no mercy and refine them into spiritual materials. Eastern Emperor Tai prepared to comply. Jun's words were a command to him. Yet the meditative Kunping interjected. Your Majesty, the plunder of starry origins and the slaughter of the guardian celestial spirits will incur karmic retribution, detrimental to the fortune of the demon race. Jun regarded Kunping's counsel with indifference, gesturing for Eastern Emperor Tai to hurry along. Tai accepted his orders, casting a disdainful glance at Kunping. Kunping's expression darkened. The duo of brothers had grown increasingly reckless, and his desire to betray the demon race intensified. As the witch and demon races stirred restlessly, the myriad saints were equally unsettled. Bayuing Palace Laozi disregarded the witch and demon races, instead focusing intently on the realm of humanity. The fortune of the human race had surged remarkably over the years, and, as the leader of the human sect, he sensed it with utmost clarity. It was time to summon Xuandu down from the mountain. This time, I shall bring along my second brother. The human sect requires a shield. Upon Xuandu's arrival, Laozi issued his instructions but raised a question. Master, to what extent must we proceed? Simply promote the human sect as a tourist venture. Enjoy yourselves. Xuandu nodded, sensing that his master's ire had subsided. Thus, he felt no need for seriousness. Chapter 31. The Trials of a Sect Leader HM. Xuandu of the human sect has descended, heading towards the human realm, towards Kunlun Mountain. What on earth am I doing? Xiao Xian furrowed his brow as he received reports from his avatars. Apart from Yuhua Palace, he had stationed avatars in every saintly sect to monitor activities. Not only among the saints, but also within the territories of the witch and demon races, he had placed avatars, utilizing the dual powers of time and space. Surely the saints would have discovered this by now, that in this 21st century, even a fool ought to recognize the significance of intelligence. Xiao Xian found himself perplexed. He had sent Xuandu down, but what was the purpose of heading to Kunlun? Was he uniting with the Chan sect? Surely not. Had it not been said that saints were inherently proud? How could they unite so swiftly? Or was it that I had dispatched someone to locate Yuanshi? Is he intending to take Yuanshi as the lead? Is this caution truly my nature? I just don't understand. This old man. A schemer indeed. Xiao Xian rubbed his temples, grappling with the challenge of outsmarting beings that had lived for tens of millions of years. Truly a daunting task. While Xiao Xian wore a troubled expression, Li Exine entered, bowing respectfully. Master, the 100-plus junior brothers have already entered the myriad realms. Oh, I see. Xiao Xian was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the children had completed their foundational teachings and were now ready to gain experience in the myriad realms. Once they emerge, they could begin imparting the teachings of humanity. 8T that time. The 9 of you shall accompany them. Please notify them to prepare accordingly. Li Exine was taken aback. Are the other brothers also going along? Xiao Xian nodded, acknowledging that insular practice could hinder one's cultivation. Venturing out for some experience was indeed timely. For those who pursue the Tao for thousands of years might find their existence ultimately futile, leading to a life of monotony. In contrast, mortals, though limited to mere centuries, experience a rich tapestry of flavors in life. Sorrow, joy, bitterness, and sweetness. That is infinitely enriching and well-suited for honing one's character. Alex, nodding in agreement, suddenly posed a question to his master. Master, Lu Air and Mao Dun are at it again. Shouldn't you go and take a look? Upon hearing Li Exine's words, Xiao Xian felt a familiar headache creeping in. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. You go mediate the dispute. I will join you shortly. Curse it, I was too narrow-minded to think my disciples would be obedient. Ultimately, I am still too young. The initial cordiality among the 9 major disciples was merely a fade, a superficial display that eventually crumbled to reveal their true natures. Especially Lu Air, who, with his ability to hear everything, wreaked havoc wherever he went, first pilfering fruits from Lingyao Peak, then stealing refining materials from Kongxian. Not only that, he incessantly sought Mao Dun for sparring. Every 3 days a ruckus, every 10 days of fight, and every year of family feud. Not only did he torment the 108 disciples, but he nearly set ablaze the meticulously organized text by Tianji, the delightful snacks and dishes invented by Cang Long and Tu Lin mysteriously vanished, and the entire Tianyuan peak was thrown into disarray. Even more infuriating was that Yi Xiao Yao followed Lu Er's antics, proving himself to be a true trickster. His spatial abilities were so adept that he and Lu Er could steal without leaving a trace, making it impossible for others to catch them. Yet their mischief was executed with such finesse that it only incited irritation rather than genuine malice. Such clever little rascals, Xiao Xian lamented as he exited the Grand Hall, only to find Lu Er and Mao Dun engaged in a fierce brawl, employing the principles of combat and slaughter with remarkable proficiency, their skills in battle nearly impeccable. As the sect leader, Xiao Xian was torn between feelings of pride and dismay. Are you all simply languishing in idleness? Xiao Xian glanced around, aside from Tian Qinzi, who was in seclusion attempting to break through to Dao Yuo. The rest of the disciples were merely spectating. Tianji remarked, "They begun again." Lixn added, "I called for master. It should be calm soon." Yi Xiao Yao chimed in, "The betting has commenced. Lu Er the monkey pays 10-1. Mao Dun the doghead pays 2-1. Come place your bets." Kong Xian declared, "I wager Mao Dun will smash this monkey." He then pointed at Yi Xiao Yao, "And you haven't compensated for stealing my refining materials." "I shall smash you too," Bai Mei observed with a detached demeanor, while beside him stood a young man in black, the newly manifested Yu Ming. Yu Ming watched the chaos unfold with a calm expression. Sighing, when the clamor of prosperity fades, all that remains is desolation and weariness. What significance does this conflict hold? Alas, life is truly dull. Lixin and Tianji exclaimed. "Huh." Kong Xian and Yi Xiao Yao replied. "What is he talking about?" Bai Mei commented, "Philosophy. How coincidental." Xiao Xian, upon hearing this, fell into silence. "That I didn't realize you were such a literary youth. This won't do. I must find him something to occupy his time, or Tianyuan Peak will surely collapse under the weight of their antics. What activity could engage them? Preferably something inclusive for all, perhaps basketball. Yes, that's it." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xian constructed a basketball court at the foot of the 7 mountains, then summoned the brawling monkey and dog, leading the other disciples to the court. Xiao Xian spun a basketball, explaining the rules of the game to the 8 disciples, which piqued the interest of these troublemakers, particularly Mao Dun, Lu Er, Kong Xian, and Yi Xiao Yao, who were eager to participate. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, Xiao Xian thought perhaps he could finally enjoy some peace. Remember, no supernatural powers, only physical prowess and adherence to the rules. "Understood? Understood. All right, I'll join you for a game." Mao Dun and his trio eagerly entered the court to engage in a spirited match against Xiao Xian. Midway through, Lixin, feeling the itch to join, leaped into the fray, followed by Bai Mei and Yu Ming, who could not resist the allure of the game. Tianji played a few rounds to satisfy his curiosity before retreating to the scripture pavilion. Preferring the written word to the chaos of combat, to prevent further mischief once their interest waned, Xiao Xian also introduced soccer, badminton, and table tennis to Mao Dun and the others. With these activities, they finally settled down, and Tianyuan Peak regained its tranquility, filled only with the sounds of basketballs and soccer balls echoing through the air. Meanwhile, as they engaged in their merriment, Xiandu arrived leisurely at Kunlun Mountain. "Greetings, Uncle Yuan Shi." Xiandu, with a serious demeanor, impeccably dressed and courteous, bowed respectfully to Yuan Shi Tianzun, inwardly lamenting, "My second uncle is such a hassle." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded with satisfaction. "Xiandu, what brings you here?" "My master wishes to teach the Tao to the human race. Yet we lack manpower. I implore you, please lend your assistance to our sect." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression remained unchanged. But he could not suppress a smug smile, thinking, "Brother, you who schemed in the past now seek my aid. How amusing! Very well, for your sake, I shall reluctantly grant you this favor. Since the human teaching is short on personnel, I shall send 12 golden immortals to accompany you." "Thank you, uncle." Xiandu's brows twitched slightly as he bowed again to Yuan Shi Tianzun, who promptly dispatched the 12 golden immortals. Is it really necessary?" Before long, News of Xian Du's expedition with the 12 golden immortals reached the ears of those with ulterior motives, such as the Jie Jiao, which had long been in opposition to the Chan Jiao. The rotund duo Bao, upon receiving the news, excitedly rushed to find Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Master, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Jiao are setting off to teach the human race. We, Jie Jiao, cannot lag behind. Chapter 32. Tong Tian frowned, thinking of Xian Du, and his thoughts turned to an urge to strike Duo Bao. Yet as he regarded Duo Bao, his gaze grew increasingly ominous. Duo Bao exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm doomed. I must save myself. Master, in my view, the potential of the human race is immense, and its future development will surely be remarkable. Now that the Chan Jiao has acted, we Jie Jiao cannot fall behind." Oh. Tong Tian looked at Duo Bao with some surprise, not expecting him to recognize the potential of the human race, and began to regard him with newfound appreciation. Duo Bao, you can see the potential of the human race. Impressive. Indeed, Master, so we cannot fall behind. Duo Bao gazed at Tong Tian with hopeful anticipation. That's not possible. Tong Tian shook his head. Currently, both Yuan Shi and I are suspected of plotting against the human race. If I were to dispatch disciples now, wouldn't that be an admission of guilt? Duo Bao grew anxious. We must go to the human race. For the past few millennia, my life has been a torment. Every time Tong Tian sees me, he is reminded of Xian Du, which only deepens my suffering. I must escape this torment. Master, is your reluctance to send us to the human race due to our two esteemed brothers? Tong Tian paused, instinctively nodding. Upon seeing Tong Tian's acknowledgement, Duo Bao's spirits lifted. Master, you need not fear our two esteemed brothers, nor should you worry that Jie Jiao will clash with a human teaching or Chan Jiao. Isn't the very essence of our Jie Jiao to seize life for the masses? If we fear this and that, how can we continue to seize life? The path of cultivation is one of progress or regression, and we cultivators must bravely forge ahead for our ideals. Duo Bao shouted inwardly, determined to escape Tong Tian's grasp and reclaim his freedom. Tong Tian's eyes brightened, his blood stirring. Indeed, we cultivators should strive valiantly. Why should I fear? This matter is not of my doing. What do I have to feel guilty about? Moreover, if Duo Bao can articulate such sentiments, he clearly understands the teachings of our Jie Jiao. Truly a worthy successor. Furthermore, should Duo Bao seize the fortunes of the human race and gain the prestige of Xian Du, it would validate his choices. The prosperity of Jie Jiao would then be within reach. Duo Bao splendidly said, "You shall lead the disciples of Jie Jiao to the human race to spread our teachings. Do not fear offending the Chan Jiao. I will bear the consequences. Let me witness your capabilities on this journey. If you succeed, ample rewards await you." Yes, Master. Duo Bao was exceptionally thrilled, having successfully persuaded Tong Tian. Overcome with emotion, he dashed out of Bo Palace, rallying all Jie Jiao disciples as they set off for Jinao Island. Once outside Jinao Island, Duo Bao felt an immense sense of relief, leading his followers leisurely toward the human race, by heaven. This time, I shall enjoy life among the human race for several millennia. I, Duo Bao, shall relish every moment. As the teachings of the three teachings converged upon the human race, the 108 disciples of Shao Xian emerged from their secluded training point one after another. They stepped out from the realm of myriad worlds, each brimming with enthusiasm. From the moment they arrived at Tianyuan Peak, they understood they were not here for mere amusement. Their purpose was to strive for the resurgence of the human race. Now, they had finally completed their training. The trials in the realm of myriad worlds had fortified their doctrines, and now they possessed both the capability and the qualification to impart teachings. Shao Xian stood before them, accompanied by his 8 disciples, his gaze sweeping over them with a sense of pride. In the past century, he had not been idle. His disciples had finally achieved mastery, although there had been some unforeseen circumstances resulting in their cultivation levels being somewhat lacking. Hovering around the celestial fairy realm, it remained within an acceptable range. Salutations, Master. Salutations, senior brothers. The 100 disciples bowed deeply to Shao Xian and his companions, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Shao Xian nodded and began to impart his wisdom. After a century of study and the trials of the myriad worlds, you are now ready to become esteemed scholars in your own right. However, remember that learning has no fixed teacher, and knowledge can be found everywhere. As future masters of your respective doctrines, you must remain humble and eager to learn, lest arrogance take root within you. Always remember, there are greater heights beyond the heavens and individuals beyond humanity. It is not disgraceful to learn from those who surpass you. Yes, we are grateful for your teachings, Master. The 100 disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing with fervor. And please remember, the future of the human race is in your hands. A tremor passed through the hearts of the 108 disciples, their expressions turning grave as they bowed once more to Xiao Xian. Yes, we shall remember. Xiao Xian nodded, then vanished into the void. All right, you may descend a mountain now. Mao Dun, Li Exen, and the other 8 looked down at their junior disciples, saying little more than gesturing for them to descend. Xiao Xian had already conveyed all that needed to be said. The rest was now up to them. As Xiao Xian watched their departing figures, numerous avatars drifted away from him. The teachings of the 3 teachings would undoubtedly face obstacles from them. Yet this too was a trial. Should the imparting of teachings fail, it would simply be the will of heaven. System, why has Tian Qinzi not emerged from his seclusion yet? I have already enhanced his qualifications that is breaking through to the great Luo, truly so difficult. Xiao Xian felt somewhat exasperated. He had already utilized all 9 opportunities to enhance qualifications over the past century for his disciples. Mao Dun, Kong Xian, and Lu Er each received 1 enhancement. Yet Tian Qinzi, Li Exen, and Tian Ji were each granted 2 chances. After all, they were of the human race. Without enhanced qualifications, they would struggle to keep pace. As for Yi Xiao Yao and Yu Ming, they required no such enhancements. One was an avatar of the primordial great Luo, and the other was the master of the underworld and reincarnation. To suggest they needed further enhancement was absurd. Host, Tian Qinzi is not only striving for the great Luo breakthrough, but is also in the process of merging with the Sword of Humanity. Once the fusion is successful, the Sword of Humanity will become Tian Qinzi's weapon, thus intertwining their destinies, inseparable henceforth. Xiao Xian rubbed his forehead, fully aware of this. Yet he needed Tian Qinzi to make an appearance before the human race during this past century with his full resource support. The Tianxian mansion had been established in various human tribes. Essentially, every human city boasted the presence of the Tianxian mansion, continuously leading the human race towards expansion into the wilderness. Having established sufficient prestige among the humans, it was also to pave the way for the teachings of the 100 schools. Now, it was imperative for Tian Qinzi, the chosen leader of the human race, to build his authority and unify the humans. If he did not emerge, who would unify the human race? Xiao Xian himself. If he were to do so, it would surely spell his own doom. Chapter 33. The Teachings Stirring Chaos, Humanity. Celestials are impressive. Host, can we expedite Tian Qinzi's progress? No, he is currently undergoing the trial of the Sword of Humanity. However, rest assured, Host, Tian Qinzi is in good condition and is likely to gain recognition soon. Then we shall have to wait. Xiao Xian slumped onto the lotus platform of the Great Tao. The Wu and Yao had their responsibilities, while Mao Dun and the others would resolve their own matters. Other factions had their avatars observing, and he had nothing to do. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Xian decided it would be best to have a meal first. Songlong, Tulin, I am hungry. Understood, my lord. Something is amiss with this human race. Duo Bao observed the bustling human towns below with a frown. To the east lay cultivated farmlands. To the west were orchards and vegetable gardens. To the north grazed livestock, and to the south there were fish ponds. The lively crowds in the cities only added to the impression of a thriving race. How could this be? By his calculations, this was merely the fringe of human territory. How could the outskirts be so prosperous? Even more astonishingly, he sensed celestial energy within the cities. This indicated that someone was cultivating here. Who could have moved so swiftly? The teachings of enlightenment? Or perhaps the teachings of humanity? Or some other formidable being? After some contemplation, Duo Bao decided to leave with his junior disciples. Since there were already individuals imparting teachings here, and they had been operating for quite some time, it would be best not to provoke them on their home turf. After all, with the multitude of humans, this town was but a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, the town's flourishing prosperity and its distinct architectural style, unlike that of other primordial races, inspired Duobao. He resolved to emulate such construction in his future teachings within other human tribes. Duobao and his companions traversed several miles to reach another human town. Upon inspection, he exclaimed, "Hey, this is identical to the previous one." It appeared that this was indeed a town of the same tribe. Continuing onward, Duobao remained unhurried in his search for human tribes. Yet, one after another, they encountered over 20 towns, all bearing the same architectural design. What is going on? Duobao was taken aback. He sensed celestial energy in each of these towns and suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. His junior disciples, too, were perplexed, unsure why their senior brother was leading them in circles. "Senior brother, what troubles you? Why are we not imparting teachings?" Duobao, hearing the questions of his junior disciples, wore a grim expression. He had done his homework before coming. The human race was clearly still in a primitive stage. Could it be that they were being preempted by others? Meanwhile, the teachings of humanity and the teachings of enlightenment had also arrived at the human tribes. But they bore none of the concerns that the teachings of separation did. Upon finding a human town, Guangchengzi inquired about the most prosperous location among the humans, asserting that their teachings should commence from the most prosperous areas. As for whether they had sensed the celestial energy within the towns, of course they had, but what of it? In terms of doctrine, who could rival the teachings of enlightenment? In the wilderness, no one. And as for the reason behind the human race's prosperity, apologies, but the teachings of enlightenment were unconcerned. The only individual from the teachings of humanity accompanying them, Xuandu, followed along with the teachings of enlightenment. As his master had entrusted him with the task of simply enjoying himself, so it mattered not where they went. Tianxian City was established by the human race in gratitude to the Tianxian Sect, now one of the 3 great holy cities of humanity, alongside Tianyuan City and Tianxing City. Tianyuan City was named after Tianyuan Peak, the sacred site of the Tianxian Sect, while Tianxing City symbolized the hope that every human would shine as brightly as the stars in the sky. The Tianxian Sect contributed the most of these 3 great holy cities, providing them with the strongest protective forces. Presently, all human tribes were established around these 3 great holy cities, not for any other reason, but for the protection afforded by the Tianxian Sect. Mao Dun, Li Exin, and their companions would naturally not venture to the fringes of human territory like the teachings of enlightenment and the teachings of separation. Instead, they proceeded directly to the Tianxian mansion within one of the 3 great holy cities. After resting for a day, they commenced their teachings. With the support of the Tianxian mansion as a foundation, their initial efforts progressed smoothly, but that was where it ended. If every issue during the imparting of teachings were to be resolved by the Tianxian mansion, what need would there be for them to impart teachings at all? While the Tianxian mansion encompassed the entirety of humanity, Xiao Xian had made it clear prior to their arrival that during the imparting of teachings, the Tianxian mansion would not provide any assistance. They would only supply basic startup resources and the strength to restart should they fail. The Tianxian mansion served as a protector and nurturer of humanity, acting as the shield for the human race, rather than becoming a sword in the process of imparting teachings. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Li Exin, Tianji, and the 108 disciples expressed no dissent. They were already quite satisfied with what Xiao Xian had done for humanity. Xiao Xian was not one of them. His efforts for the human race were solely because they were his disciples. In their view, Xiao Xian could ensure the survival of humanity, but the resurgence of the human race depended on their own efforts. Thus, after receiving the resources provided by the Tianxian mansion, the 108 disciples dispersed. Some gathered together to impart teachings, some engaged with tribal leaders, while others ventured forth on their own. Mao Dun and the others, meanwhile, suppressed their cultivation levels and roamed among the human race. Xiao Xian had tasked them with experiencing the myriad flavors of life, hoping they might encounter a sweet romance. For love is the greatest catalyst for change within a person. After experiencing these aspects, they would then assist their junior disciples in imparting teachings. As they began their teachings, The teachings of separation and enlightenment also arrive at the three great holy cities, only to be met with a dilemma. What dilemma, you may ask? The issue of food, clothing, and shelter. What? You humans have not provided us with a place to stay. Every person has a house, so there's no need to build extra ones. Guangchengzi and the others found themselves at a loss for words, struggling to refute the logic presented before them. Shijingzi directly instructed the human representatives, then hurry and build us a house, and construct a palace in the city center for us to impart teachings. It was a disgrace that the 12 golden immortals of the teachings of enlightenment had come to a primitive tribe such as the humans, only to find there was no place to stay. The man was driven to laughter by his indignation, casting a disdainful glance at the disciples of the Chan sect, and began to mock. Want a house? Build it yourself. A palace? Go ahead and create one. Aren't you immortals the masters of such tasks? What? You can't do it? Surely you jest. You can't even construct a simple dwelling. This sarcastic taunt from the human tribe thoroughly infuriated the celestial beings of the Chan sect. What they sought was not merely a house, but the respect and reverence of the human race towards their celestial kind. Nonsense. Such trivial skills are naturally within our grasp. Yet you, a mere mortal, dare to ridicule us? You ought to be punished. Qi Jingzi's expression darkened. How could a mere human dare insult him? With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike towards the man. This palm strike, though merely a condensation of spiritual energy, would be a lethal blow to an insignificant mortal. The man's countenance shifted as he crossed his arms defensively, and to everyone's astonishment, a radiant sheen akin to adamantine glimmered beneath his skin. When Shi Jingzi's palm struck his arms, it sent him flying, yet miraculously, aside from demolishing several houses in his retreat, he sustained no significant injuries. Shi Jingzi was taken aback, as were the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, along with Xian Du behind them, who was equally astonished. That blow had certainly possessed the power to slay mortals, yet this individual had managed to withstand it. How was this possible? What kind of martial art was this? It seemed not to belong to the realm of celestial techniques. Indeed, it was not celestial magic, but martial arts. Xiao Xian understood that not every member of the human race could ascend to immortality. Yet martial arts were accessible to all. Therefore, when instructing the human tribe at Tianxin Mansion, not only were they selective in choosing those with talent for cultivation, but they also imparted and taught martial arts. This was one of the most formidable protective techniques of martial arts, the indestructible body of adamantine. The commotion had drawn the attention of numerous humans, who, upon witnessing the unfolding events, cast disapproving glares at the 12 golden immortals. Some helped the injured human, others signaled for Tianxin Mansion to intervene, while others went to rally their kin. Regardless of the circumstances, the human race was united in the face of external threats. In a mere few minutes, hundreds had gathered. Qi Jingzi's expression soured as he addressed those around him. What? Do you mortals wish to oppose us? Surely you do not believe we lack the courage to slay you. The surrounding humans exchanged glances, unperturbed, as they all harnessed their power, transforming their bodies into radiant forms akin to glassy adamantine. In an instant, the golden brilliance dazzled the eyes of Qi Jingzi and his companions. Immortals are indeed formidable. Today we shall send you plummeting into the mortal realm. Chapter 34. Qi Jingzi. This human is not right. Let's teach him a lesson. Hundreds of golden, adamantine-like humans surged forth, their golden fists aimed squarely at Qi Jingzi and his companions. Impudence, you mortals! The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were infuriated, raising their hands to unleash divine powers against these humans. Would have been an accident before. Now they would demonstrate what true celestial magic entailed. You insolent mortals, facing the divine powers unleashed by Qi Jingzi, the leading humans showed no fear. Their golden fists, imbued with eightfold resonance, met the oncoming divine energy head-on. Boom, 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 boom. As the two forces collided, the eightfold resonance erupted with a thunderous roar, dissipating the divine energy amidst the cacophony, while the human remained unscathed. Impossible! Qi Jingzi could hardly believe it. This strike had utilized a fraction of his power, and even a golden immortal should have been unable to withstand it. How could this mortal possibly achieve such a feat? Behind the 12 golden immortals, Xiandu's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. He had discerned the truth. The human had employed a mysterious boxing technique, transferring the eightfold resonance like a shockwave, disrupting the internal structure of the divine energy before it could even reach him, causing it to collapse. Xiandu could not help but marvel. What a remarkable boxing technique. What a unique method of combat. This was indeed one of the martial arts Xiao Xian had taught the human tribe, a renowned skill from another realm, the eight extremities burst. This supreme art not only could unleash eightfold hidden force, but also eightfold visible force, creating shock waves in the external environment, akin to a celestial's divine attack, with the technique of striking from afar, specifically imparted by Xiao Xian to provide ordinary humans with a means to contend with celestial beings. Although the effect would only allow ordinary immortals to suffer minor setbacks, it required extreme proficiency, demanding at least a decade of practice to master. Amidst Qi Jingxi's astonishment, a vast wave of humans had already rushed towards them. In their flustered state, Qi Jingxi and his companions hastily summoned their full strength for a retaliatory punch. They too had cultivated body-refining techniques, and their physical strength, combined with spiritual energy attacks, could at least drive back a Tai golden immortal. However, regrettably, in terms of combat experience and skill, they were vastly inferior to the human tribe. The leading humans did not meet their fists head-on. Instead, they ensnared their arms with both hands, neutralizing their strength. Then bent low, utilizing their waist to exert force, effortlessly lifting Qi Jingxi and his companions and hurling them towards the onrushing golden humans. Behind, Xiandu's eyes lit up once more, utilizing strength against strength. This boxing technique embodied the principles of yin and yang merging, the cyclical nature of Tai Chi. Indeed, it was Tai Chi. In literature, there is Tai Chi to bring peace to the world, and in martial arts, the eight extremities to stabilize the universe. These two renowned martial arts from Huagua had naturally been brought into this prehistoric world by Xiao Xian. Just as Qi Jingxi and the others were lifted, the humans behind them seamlessly initiated their assault. Hundreds of humans wielded the eight extremities boxing technique, infused with the energy of the eight extremities burst, delivering blows in unison upon the 12 golden immortals, who could not help but emit cries of pain. Targeted by the onslaught, Qi Jingxi and his companions found themselves besieged, while Xiandu also would not hold back, as several dozen humans surrounded him to attack. Yet he easily defended against them. Initially, they might have suffered losses due to unfamiliarity, but now that they had grasped the fundamental intricacies of this martial art, Xiandu could effortlessly respond. After all, they were all formidable immortals, and underestimating their opponents led to a precarious situation. But upon regaining their composure, these were not mere mortals to provoke. The 12 golden immortals released an overwhelmingly powerful pressure that sent the attacking humans flying. Such an affront, a dignified Tai golden immortal, reduced to being ambushed by a throng of mortals. What a disgrace! Boom! The jade-clear divine lightning surged forth from the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Sect. Determined to annihilate these audacious humans, the formidable divine lightning descended like a heavenly punishment upon the several hundred adamantine figures, rendering them pathetically small. Indeed, they could not withstand it. Martial arts merely granted them the ability to defend themselves, but did not bestow the power to confront immortals. Yet they stood unafraid, for Tianxin Mansion had arrived, a figure clad in black attire. The words Tianxian emblazoned across his chest appeared before the multitude of humans, and with a wave of his hand, he blocked the torrential divine lightning. Qi Jingxi and his companions were once again astounded. What was this situation? The 12 golden immortals and Xiandu focused their gazes upon the figure, collectively gasping in disbelief that a Deluo golden immortal. How could a human tribe possess a Deluo golden immortal to protect them? By what right? What merit did this postnatal race have to warrant the protection of a Deluo golden immortal? The expressions of Qi Jingxi and the 12 golden immortals turned grim as they all turned to Xiandu, for he was the only Deluo golden immortal present. Understanding their hopeful gazes, Xiandu could only shake his head in response, gesturing for Qi Jingxi and the others to turn back. As they did so, confusion etched upon their faces. They were once again taken aback. Behind the Deluo golden immortal floated over a dozen golden immortals, which alone would not have caused such astonishment. However, behind the golden immortals were hundreds of celestial immortals, and not far away. More celestial immortals continued to arrive in the blink of an eye. The number of celestial immortals surged into the thousands. What on earth was happening? How could the human race possibly have so many immortals? Not only Qi Jingzi and the others were incredulous, but even Xian Du was astonished. Their information was far too outdated. In response to their bewilderment, Xiao Xian could only reply, "Great numbers yield miracles." The human race had long since surpassed the million mark, aiming for 1 billion. And with such a vast population, the potential for qualitative change was entirely feasible, with Xiao Xian disregarding resource consumption. Every human had the qualification to cultivate. Even if only 1 in 1,000 possessed the ability to cultivate, 1,000,000 could yield 1,000 immortals, and 10 million could produce 10,000 immortals. Even if only 1 in 100 had good aptitude, then 10,000 could yield 100. Additionally, once they possess cultivation resources, they would be sought after by Tianqian Mansion for perfect training. Abundant in resources. In the holy city of Tianqian, there were even hundreds of thousands of humans. So was it truly so difficult to produce thousands of immortals? Although most of them were merely at the level of human immortals, many possessed exceptional talents, becoming celestial immortals or even golden immortals. Before long, thousands of immortals had surrounded Qi Jingzi and his companions, making it entirely reasonable to mobilize such a number against a dozen Tai who were causing trouble. "Reasonable, my foot," the 12 golden immortals exclaimed in unison. "2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone thousands of hands." Even if these immortals were not highly skilled, unable to harm them, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. At this moment, the leading Deluo golden immortal spoke up. In fact, it was a manifestation of Xiao Xian. "You are from the Chan Sect, correct?" Upon hearing the question, Qi Jingzi's fear dissipated, and a sense of pride surged within him. "Indeed, we are from the Chan Sect, the holy sect of sages." Behind him, the remaining 12 golden immortals straightened their chests, unperturbed by fear. They were, after all, members of the saintly sect. What could Deluo do to them? Xiao Xian's doppelganger disregarded their arrogance, while the thousands of celestial beings suspended in the heavens maintained a calm demeanor. With a dismissive snort, Xiao Xian unleashed the oppressive aura of the Deluo realm upon them. "I am indifferent to your intentions in the human realm, yet I implore you to adhere to our customs. Otherwise, even if you belong to the saintly sect, I shall show no mercy." His voice resonated like a mighty bell as he addressed Guang Chengzi and the others. With no regard for the face of Yuan Shi Tianzun, faced with the overwhelming pressure from Xiao Xian, Guang Chengzi and his companions turned pale, nearly collapsing in submission. The chasm of difference in their realms was insurmountable. They were not the protagonists capable of fighting beyond their level. They had not anticipated that Xiao Xian would show them no deference, despite their status as members of the saintly sect. "Protected by a saint, I ask you, do you understand?" Xiao Xian's expression was stern as he intensified the pressure, seeking to compel Guang Chengzi and the others to yield. "Even my disciples are fair game." Such audacity! A cold voice suddenly resonated through the cosmos, its immense force causing the celestial beings above to plummet, all forced to kneel upon the ground. The oppressive weight exerted by Xiao Xian's doppelganger vanished in an instant as Yuan Shi Tianzun emerged from the void, exuding supreme authority. Upon seeing the newcomer, Guang Chengzi and the others instinctively called out, "Master." Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was as frigid as water. His disciples had not only been struck by this mere human, but had also been bullied by Deluo golden immortal. Igniting his fury, Yuan Shi Tianzun glared at Xiao Xian's doppelganger, the immense pressure of his saintly might bearing down like a mountain. Yet Xiao Xian remained unfazed, his countenance calm and composed. Seeking death, Yuan Shi Tianzun seethed in indignation, realizing that he could not subdue a mere Deluo, a massive palm, akin to a mountain, imbued with world-destroying power, descended upon Xiao Xian's doppelganger, should it land. All beneath the Hun Yuan would be reduced to ashes. Beneath the saints, all would be as ants, and a casual strike would naturally possess such might. However, just as the palm was about to strike, a black fissure appeared and swallowed it whole. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura that Yuan Shi exerted over the beings vanished without a trace. Xiao Xian's true form stepped forth from the void, confronting Yuan Shi directly. "It is you." Yuan Shi Tan Zun recognized Xiao Xian, having intended to recruit him into his fold. "How grand the face of Yuan Shi, bullying mortals with your saintly form. It truly opens my eyes." Xiao Xian remarked, clapping his hands. The surrounding space was sealed, for he did not wish to escalate matters and draw the attention of the Wu and Liao. Yuan Shi Tan Zun did not intervene. After all, this affair was not particularly glorious for him either. "Kid, who gave you such audacity?" Tong Tian. Yuan Shi's wrath surged. Was Tong Tian truly daring to oppose him, sending a junior to mock him? Yuan Shi still believed that Xiao Xian was a pawn of Tong Tian. Xiao Xian, puzzled, wondered what business he had with Tong Tian. Did they think he was still a disciple of Tong Tian? He could hardly fathom that a saint would entertain such notions, suspecting him to be a schemer sent by the leader of Tong Tian to conspire against the human race, Yuan Shi. I have long departed from Jiejiao, and I have no ties to Tong Tian. Yuan Shi noted the confusion in Xiao Xian's eyes, sensing that his words bore truth. Could it be that he had erred? Regardless of any connection, today, Xiao Xian must apologize. "Humph, Xiao Xian, your people have humiliated my disciples. As long as you bow and admit your fault today, I shall spare you." Observing Yuan Shi's imposing demeanor, Xiao Xian merely smiled indifferently. "Humiliate your disciples. And what of it? When in another's territory, one must naturally abide by their rules. Even you, Yuan Shi." Chapter 35. Xiao Xian versus Yuan Shi. All saints observe ha. You demand that I adhere to the rules. Yuan Shi, in a fit of rage, laughed coldly, his saintly gaze fixed on Xiao Xian, an overwhelming wave of saintly might enveloping him. "You dare to presume yourself worthy?" In the face of Yuan Shi's oppression, Xiao Xian smiled calmly, pointing a finger, causing the oppressive weight within 1,000 meters of the human settlement to dissipate entirely. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed tremendous force, sending Guang Chengzi and the others sprawling like ragdolls, reduced to mere wretches on the ground. "Master, save me!" Guang Chengzi, mouthful of dirt, mumbled incoherently as he sought Yuan Shi's aid, while the other 12 golden immortals were too crushed to utter a word. Only Xuandu stood unaffected, observing Xiao Xian with a strange expression. Impudence, Yuan Shi's fury ignited. The power of a saint converged at his fingertips, but before the destructive force could be unleashed, Xiao Xian raised his hand, nullifying it into nothingness. Yuan Shi's pupils narrowed. Was this the Tao of emptiness? No, the Tao of emptiness could not possess such strength. Seeing Yuan Shi's astonishment, Xiao Xian smirked mockingly. Once, he too had gazed up at saints as mere ants. Now, even saints could do nothing to him. Yuan Shi, let us engage in a battle of chaos. This is the territory of the humans. To wage war here is unwise. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi sneered. He grasped Xiao Xian's concerns, yet he cared little for the lives of these ants. Invite me to a battle of chaos. You are still not. Before Yuan Shi could finish his taunt, the surroundings shifted abruptly, and he found himself enveloped in chaos. This, the Tao of space. Yuan Shi gazed incredulously at Xiao Xian across from him, yet the sensations of his body and the connection to the heavenly Tao confirmed that this was indeed chaos. Xiao Xian calmly raised his hand, beckoning with his fingers. Come, let us exchange a few blows. In the Eight Sceneries Palace, Laozi gazed into the boundless chaos with a solemn expression, and in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. I in the Bo Palace. My second brother is fighting in chaos. It is Xiao Xian. Tong Tian found it unbelievable that Xiao Xian could actually contend with his second brother. It was beyond comprehension. With a grim expression, Tong Tian also set forth into the chaos. Xiao Xian, fighting with Yuan Shi. Zhuan Ti, who had just instigated a battle between the Wu and Liao, was taken aback. Turning to Jieyin behind him, Senior brother, what do you think? Jieyin remained unfazed, his gaze deep as he regarded the endless chaos. Laozi and Tong Tian have gone into chaos. We shall follow. Ah, yes, senior brother. Zhuan Ti was somewhat bewildered. Was this not the time to avoid suspicion? Why approach it actively? In a new palace, interesting. I shall go take a look. Niwa observed the chaos, a smile gracing her features. For seeking excitement was a woman's nature. I in the chaos. You scoundrel. What is the meaning of this? Yuan Shi's expression was exceedingly grim. He had expected to easily crush his opponent with the power of a saint. Yet the other showed no signs of being overwhelmed and instead launched a fierce counterattack. He watched Xiao Xian lightly raise his hand, summoning hundreds of chaotic storms to assail him. Yuan Shi hastily lifted the three treasures Jade Rui to defend while keenly sensing the subtle fluctuations in the the Tao of Chaos. Yuan Shi was bewildered. The Tao of Chaos was one of the most powerful paths. Not to mention the Tao of Space, which he had yet to grasp even a hint of. How could he possibly comprehend it? Jealousy surged within Yuan Shi as he gazed enviously at Xiao Xian. Sensing Yuan Shi's emotional shift, Xiao Xian, with a mocking smile, decided to provoke him further. Raising his hand, he fused the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Tao of the five elements, the Tao of the floating pagoda, the Tao of slaughter, the Tao of the underworld, the Tao of reincarnation, and the Tao of the sword, sending chaotic storms once more toward Yuan Shi. What the heck? Killing with intent. Laozi, Tong Tian, Jun Tijain, and Niwa arrived, astonished and amused by the scene. Was this not a mockery of Yuan Shi? Alas, I possess even more than these two paths, yet you are incapable of comprehending them. How does it feel to be enraged? Yuan Shi's eyes bulged with fury. Xiao Xian, how dare you insult me so? Yuan Shi retracted the three treasures Jade Rui, producing a small banner. The innate treasure, the Panga banner. All the saints gasped in shock. Yuan Shi was actually resorting to the Panga banner. Did this not imply that Xiao Xian possessed genuine strength to contend with a saint? The expressions of the saints were complex. The players of the heavenly game had increased once more. Among them, Tong Tian's expression was the most intricate, for he could have forcibly ousted Xiao Xian from Jiejiao, especially upon witnessing Xiao Xian display the Tao of the sword and the Tao of slaughter, two paths best suited for the extermination sword array. Xiao Xian, meet your demise. Yuan Shi's face was cold as he waved the Panga banner, summoning waves of chaotic sword energy to strike at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's expression turned strange. Had Yuan Shi lost his mind? Raising his hand, the chaotic sword energy flowed docilely into Xiao Xian's palm. Knowing full well that Xiao Xian mastered the two paths of chaos and the sword, Yuan Shi still dared to use chaotic sword energy against him. The other saints regarded Yuan Shi with perplexed expressions. One would need a decade of mental strain to conceive of such folly. Yuan Shi's countenance soured. In a moment of impatience, he had forgotten this crucial point. And now he found himself embarrassed. Xiao Xian, if you possess the ability, do not invoke the Tao of Chaos. Within the chaos, Xiao Xian, who commanded the Tao of Chaos, undoubtedly held the advantage, and the chaotic sword energy from the Panga banner would also be countered by Xiao Xian. As long as this aspect was restrained, Yuan Shi was confident he could defeat Xiao Xian. Hearing Yuan Shi's words, Xiao Xian's expression grew even more peculiar, while the saints looked at Yuan Shi with bewilderment and disbelief. Such a statement could not be made without a century's worth of insanity. The laws of the Tao that he mastered. Why should he not use them? Surely, he had yet to awaken fully. Yuan Shi's complexion turned crimson. He was acutely aware of the embarrassment it brought him, yet felt utterly powerless. Very well, I shall forego the chaos path and see how you can handle me. Xiao Xian laughed heartily. Little Red, today I shall demonstrate what it means to be struck in the face. I respect you as a man. Prepare yourself. Yuan Shi was elated, never having anticipated Xiao Xian's foolishness. He continued to wield the Panga banner, unleashing hundreds of chaotic sword energies towards Xiao Xian that all you can muster. Xiao Xian taunted, as the surrounding yin-yang path reversed, transforming into divine light that precisely countered each chaotic sword energy. Bang! As the yin-yang divine light collided with the chaotic sword energies, they instantly annihilated each other. Laozi's eyes lit up. He discerned the essence of Xiao Xian's technique. The transformation of yin-yang into the five elements could evolve all things, and the reversal of yin-yang could extinguish everything. This was the yin-yang path, one of the strongest paths alongside chaos. Yuan Shi's countenance darkened. He had not expected Xiao Xian to grasp the yin-yang path so profoundly, nearly rivaling his elder brother. This was indeed awkward. Xiao Xian's face was full of mockery. While enveloped in chaos, his magical power was nearly limitless, further bolstered by several protective paths, rendering him unafraid of Yuan Shi. He sneered at Yuan Shi. Everyone knows the Pango banner possesses 4 great mysteries. How many can you actually wield? You won't embarrass yourself by failing to unleash even one, will you? At Xiao Xian's words, Yuan Shi's expression turned one of shock and displeasure. How did he know this secret? Since acquiring the Pango banner, he had devoted himself day and night to comprehending it, only recently discovering its 4 great mysteries, each immensely powerful. Yet even he had only just unearthed this nuance. How could Xiao Xian be aware of it? Laozi, Tong Tian, and the others looked at Xiao Xian in surprise, as they too were unaware of this secret, but simultaneously looked at Yuan Shi with anticipation, hoping to witness the 4 great mysteries of the Pango banner. However, seeing Yuan Shi's grim countenance, it was clear that this would not come to pass. Since you cannot wield it, allow me to take my turn. For the first time, Xiao Xian drew the Zhutian Shangxian sword in front of others. He intended to use the sage's sacrificial sword. The space stretched above Yuan Shi's head, and a sword light that tore through chaos descended upon Yuan Shi's face. Yuan Shi gazed at the devastating sword light, utterly astonished. He sensed the heavenly power within him trembling. Why would the heavenly power tremble? Was it because of this sword? As he beheld the imminent sword light, Yuan Shi grasped the Pango banner to defend himself. The clash of their powers erupted, directly tearing apart the surrounding chaotic currents. Yuan Shi was pushed back by Xiao Xian, his animosity towards him intensifying. After the earlier probing, he realized that he would need to exert significantly more power to dissolve the sword light. This sword could indeed counter heavenly power. The heavenly power was the power of the sages, yet Xiao Xian possessed a treasure specifically designed to target sages. He must die. Although Yuan Shi found himself unable to contend with Xiao Xian, it did not mean that others could not. He turned to Laozi and Tong Tian. Come help me. Yet, Laozi and Tong Tian remained unmoved, casting a glance at Yuan Shi. You embarrass yourself, but must you drag us down with you? Yuan Shi was infuriated. What do you understand? That sword of his is problematic. Hurry and assist me. Laozi and Tong Tian had exited the chat. Yuan Shi forcefully reconnected. Laozi and Tong Tian had severed the area network. Yuan Shi, Xiao Xian lightly brushed the blade of the Zhutian Shangxian sword, pleased with its power. Especially the Zhutian path, it was undoubtedly a potent weapon against sages, but it was limited to sages. He was not yet capable of targeting heavenly powers with his current strength. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. Originally, Xiao Xian had intended to bide his time, but Yuan Shi's reckless actions today made him realize that failing to display some muscle for these sages would only invite further infractions in the future. The rules have always been set by the strong. As for whether these sages would unite against him, Xiao Xian did not wish to contemplate. He simply wanted to establish his authority today. Beginning with Yuan Shi, with the Zhutian sword in hand, Xiao Xian charged towards Yuan Shi, brandishing the chaos path. What the hell? Yuan Shi felt the oppressive force of chaos surrounding him and the Zhutian path upon the sword. He was overwhelmed with an unfamiliar sensation of being cornered. He had always looked down upon others, yet today he found himself at a disadvantage. Raising the Pango banner to meet Xiao Xian, Yuan Shi felt a new epiphany within himself. Amidst the chaos, the sword light roiled and divine powers surged forth, causing the surrounding space to shatter continuously as Xiao Xian and Yuan Shi clashed. Both were increasingly astonished. Yuan Shi, as a sage, was indeed formidable. Not only able to harness the power of the Pango banner to withstand Xiao Xian's chaos path, but also unleashing numerous divine powers that kept Xiao Xian on the defensive. The Zhutian path, originally effective against the power of sages, seemed to have been neutralized by Yuan Shi's adept manipulation techniques. Being so close to the primordial chaos, his heavenly power likely remained largely intact. Continuing to battle in this manner would be utterly meaningless. Moreover, who could predict whether Yuan Shi had any hidden cards? If he did not reveal some trump cards to conclude the battle, his goal of establishing authority today would likely remain unfulfilled. After yet another clash, Xiao Xian withdrew from Yuan Shi, raising the Zhutian sword above his head, channeling all his power into it. Buzz! The Zhutian sword emitted a deafening hum, a manifestation of its power being pushed to its limits. Boom! With a flick of his hand, Xiao Xian hurled the Zhutian sword, its expansive sword light dispelling the surrounding chaotic energies, descending upon Yuan Shi like a setting sun. Humph! Underestimate me, will you? Yuan Shi scoffed. While the power was formidable, it was far from sufficient to defeat him that he swung the Panga banner, intending to block the sword light. Time and space were confined in an instant. The surrounding time and space froze, then returned to normal, yet the sword light had already struck Yuan Shi squarely. Not good. I've been played. Yuan Shi cursed internally, wishing he could slap himself. He had clearly recognized that the opponent wielded the space path, but had neglected to prepare for it. Instinctively, he attempted to raise the Panga banner to defend himself, but Xiao Xian had somehow appeared beside him, seizing the banner's pole. Xiao Xian? What does he intend to do? Before Yuan Shi could react, Xiao Xian struck down on the back of Yuan Shi's hand with a knife hand strike. The pain caused Yuan Shi to reflexively loosen his grip, yet he quickly sought to reclaim the Panga banner, only to grasp at empty air. Xiao Xian had already taken the Panga banner to the side, and the sword light of the Zhutian sword was now upon Yuan Shi. Xiao Xian, you bastard! Yuan Shi cursed vehemently. You sneak attacked me, violating the code of martial ethics, showing no respect for your elders, and bullying me. Xiao Xian paid no heed to Yuan Shi's complaints. He unleashed a barrage of divine powers upon him. Time and space banishment, chaos compression, yin-yang annihilation, 5 elements severance, life decay, destruction storm, nether invasion, reincarnation calamity. Each divine power was fueled by all of Xiao Xian's strength, intertwining dozens of paths into a devastating force that warped into a profound black hole. Within the black hole's center, Yuan Shi's figure was utterly obscured, as the black hole relentlessly tore apart and devoured the surrounding chaotic energies. Laozi, Tongtian, and the others were left in stunned silence. Had Yuan Shi truly vanished? What a farce! Among the saints, Yuan Shi's prowess was renowned. Yet here he was, suppressed by Xiao Xian. The other saints felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Xian's stature in their eyes was steadily rising. Xiao Xian panted heavily to the side. Even with his seemingly limitless power in the chaos, he could not withstand unleashing over a dozen powerful techniques. Casting a glance at the black hole, Xiao Xian thought to himself how fortunate he was. The banishment of time and space had momentarily halted the flow of heavenly power to Yuan Shi, causing his strength to stagnate. Additionally, with the Panga banner snatched away, he was left without protective power, and after a flurry of attacks, he was temporarily subdued but would not be contained for long. Had Yuan Shi understood him better, he would not have fallen so swiftly. Next time he sought to defeat him, it would likely require advancing to the level of Han Yuan. Subsequently, Xiao Xian paid no more mind to Yuan Shi, focusing his attention on the Panga banner. The path of treasures granted by the seed of the great Tao allowed the Panga banner to accept Xiao Xian's touch without rejection, gently caressing the Panga banner and sensing the astonishing power within. Xiao Xian found himself at a loss for words. Yuan Shi had squandered such a remarkable treasure. Holding the Panga banner in his left hand and retracting the Zhutian Shangxian sword with his right, Xiao Xian turned his gaze towards the onlooking saints. He fixed his gaze on Tongtian, marking his first encounter with him since leaving the Jiejiao. He was no longer the small celestial who had once pleaded for acceptance. Controlling the Zhutian sword, Xiao Xian gestured towards Tongtian, clearly challenging him. Tongtian's expression shifted to one of complexity as he regarded Xiao Xian. He felt a mix of regret, self-mockery, helplessness, and longing, yet anger and resentment were conspicuously absent. He recognized that Xiao Xian had indeed earned the right to challenge him. Beside them, Laozi was somewhat astonished, realizing he had misjudged the situation. He now believed that Tongtian and Xiao Xian were no longer connected. Kunthi and Jin exchanged surprised glances. After defeating Yuan Shi, was Xiao Xian now set to battle Tongtian? How fierce he was! They had never perceived this before. Enwa was even more intrigued. Her eagerness reignited as she prepared for the spectacle. Almost reaching for a snack, Tongtian stepped forward, unperturbed. He had always been open-minded and feared no challenge. facing Xiao Xian. He spoke with a hint of complexity. Is this revenge? Xiao Xian smiled, responding to Tong Tian. No, your choice back then was not wrong. I bear you no ill will. Now, I merely seek a challenge for myself and a conclusion. When your gaze is set upon the stars and the sea, you no longer concern yourself with the dust beneath your feet. Xiao Xian had long since set aside past grievances. He now wished to witness Tong Tian's swordsmanship, bringing closure to his past. Tong Tian sighed, regretting his earlier decision. How had he been so misguided? In that case, let us begin. Xiao Xian raised the Panga banner in his hand and addressed Tong Tian, stating, "It is said that the immortal slaying sword formation can only be broken by the four saints. Today, I wish to witness this for myself." Chapter 37. Yuan Shi, I shall reveal to you the four profound truths of the Panga banner. What say you? Do you wish to break my immortal slaying sword formation? Tong Tian's brow twitched, with Xiao Xian being overly audacious in attempting to shatter his formation. No, I merely wish to observe, Xiao Xian replied with a slight smile, intending to test the might of the Panga banner. As one of the three treasures of creation, the Panga banner's previous achievements were far from impressive. The reason Dong Huangtai was so arrogant was due to his possession of the Chaos Bell, which earned him the title of the strongest beneath the saints. However, due to his cultivation limitations, Dong Huangtai could not fully refine the Chaos Bell. Nevertheless, wielding an incompletely refined Chaos Bell allowed him to contend with saints. This illustrates the formidable power of innate treasures, compensating for a significant disparity in realms. If the Chaos Bell was so potent, what of the Panga banner? Among the three treasures, the Chaos Bell governs control and defense. While the Taiji diagram is both defensive and offensive, only the Panga banner serves as the ultimate weapon among them. If Dong Huangtai can stand toe-to-toe with a saint wielding the Chaos Bell, then a saint wielding the Panga banner should at least be able to face two opponents. Yet, in the hands of Yuan Shi, he cannot contend with Lao Zi, nor can he suppress Tong Tian. He can only bully the weakest, such as Zhuan Ti and Nu Hua. Xiao Xian felt a pang in his heart. The treasure lay in dust. Today, I shall restore its honor, with a serious expression. Xiao Xian gazed at Tong Tian and raised the Panga banner. Be careful. Tong Tian exclaimed in surprise, wondering if Xiao Xian intended to fight him with the Panga banner. Could he even wield it effectively? Curse it, Xiao Xian. You shall pay for this. At that moment, Yuan Shi had already emerged from the black hole, effortlessly annihilating it with a wave of his hand, his gaze fiercely scanning the surroundings. Yet upon locking eyes with Xiao Xian, he was momentarily stunned. A colossal blade of light, akin to the act of opening the heavens and splitting the earth, erupted from the Panga banner in Xiao Xian's grasp. This is... Yuan Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the heavenly blade. Wherever the blade passed, even sound seemed to be severed, and in the blink of an eye, it silently approached Tong Tian. Boom! Tong Tian hastily raised the Qing Ping sword to defend, and the light of the Qing Ping sword clashed violently with the heavenly blade. Tong Tian was sent flying, a line of blood appearing on his chest. Had it not been for the Qing Ping sword hastily mitigating some of the damage, he would have been grievously injured. Tong Tian regarded the Panga banner in Xiao Xian's hand with a mix of fear and astonishment. Was this the true profundity of the Panga banner? Xiao Xian nodded with satisfaction. The heavenly blade was the embodiment of the Panga banner's destructive essence. That be why employing this technique, one could tear through chaos, rupture time and space, and open boundless primordial worlds. That was a genuine display of the power of creation. The spectators, including Lao Zi and the others, exchanged astonished glances, then glanced back at the newly freed Yuan Shi. Their expressions were unmistakable. Brother, you are outmatched. Your own treasure pales in comparison to that of another. Yuan Shi understood their unspoken words, and his pride was deeply wounded, observing that Tong Tian had managed to defend. Xiao Xian was earnest now, repeatedly wielding the Panga banner as he unleashed a barrage of heavenly blades toward Tong Tian. Tong Tian felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. These were blades imbued with the true might of creation. He wielded the Qing Ping sword, unleashing a flurry of sword lights, and with a tremor of his body, for sword phantoms erupted, standing resolutely in 4 directions. Instantly, a torrent of malevolent and fierce energy materialized within the boundless chaos. And within the swirling vortex of this malevolent energy, a colossal sword formation began to take shape, encasing both Tong Tian and Xiao Xian within. Immortal slaying sword formation. Rise. Xiao Xian observed the desolate and malevolent space around him, his expression growing solemn as he scrutinized the immortal slaying sword formation, meticulously contemplating its intricacies, possessing the perfect path of formation. He could naturally deduce the immortal slaying sword formation, yet certain details required further exploration. This was precisely why he wished to witness Tong Tian's formation. Otherwise, should he encounter Tong Tian in the future without a thorough understanding of his trump cards, how could he hope to prevail? As Xiao Xian contemplated the formation, the vast malevolent energy intertwined with sword energy surged towards him like a tidal wave, gazing at the overwhelming malevolent sword energy. Xiao Xian smiled slightly as he positioned the Panga banner beneath his feet. Stand firm. A mysterious light cleaved yin and yang, giving birth to the power of the 5 elements, as the forces of earth, wind, water, and fire emanated from Xiao Xian, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of malevolent sword energy. The essence of creation, the essence of the Panga banner standing firm, splitting yin and yang, harmonizing the 5 elements, and generating boundless earth, water, fire, and wind. The elemental forces not only blocked the malevolent energy, but began to permeate the entire sword formation, purifying its malevolence and dissipating its power. This cannot continue. I must interrupt it. Tong Tian's expression darkened. The earth, wind, water, and fire were not only purifying the malevolent energy, but also disrupting the rhythm and structure of the sword formation. If this persisted, the formation would collapse without any attack. Immortal slaying, trapping, absolute, massacre. The sword intent of the 4 malevolent swords coalesced into numerous sword shadows, and under Tong Tian's command, millions of sword shadows, tainted with the formation's malevolent energy, surged toward Xiao Xian. The deluge of sword shadows seemed intent on piercing through Xiao Xian. Freeze! Xiao Xian's calm voice resonated, and everything around him came to a standstill. The myriad sword shadows were imprisoned in midair, then shattered and twisted into chaos, as the rampaging earth, wind, water, and fire began to whirl in harmony, evolving the world. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the universe was inverted, and in an instant, an illusory world gradually solidified within the formation. Primordial world barrier, the Panga banner's essence of imprisonment, disordering the chaos, obscuring the universe, and evolving endless worlds of chaos. With a shout, realizing the instability of the immortal slaying sword formation, Tong Tian roared, mobilizing all the power within the formation, continuously devouring the surrounding chaotic energy to stabilize it. Simultaneously, the 4 sword intents of immortal slaying, trapping, absolute, and massacre began to merge into one, and a colossal malevolent sword manifested within the immortal slaying sword formation. This sword of slaughter began to tear apart the chaotic world, its tip descending slowly toward Xiao Xian. Come forth, perish! Xiao Xian withdrew the Panga banner that had been planted into the ground. The banner's surface dancing in the wind, while the elemental forces leaped upon its pole. Xiao Xian could feel the excitement of this supreme treasure. With a slight smile, he gathered all his power into it and gently tossed the Panga banner, which aligned perfectly with the sword's tip. Instantly, a terrifying wave capable of annihilating everything and obliterating myriad realms erupted from the sword's tip, causing the entire immortal slaying sword formation to tremble. Boom! The tremendous force collided within the sword formation, and waves of destruction emanated from it, leaving the assembled saints in shock. They marveled at how Xiao Xian could match Tong Tian's immortal slaying sword formation without falling behind. And they were equally astonished by the might of the Panga banner. Lao Zi's gaze was profound. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin, astonished yet relieved, knew Hua was purely incredulous, while Yuan Shi felt an intense envy. He sensed that although Xiao Xian could contend with the saints, there remained a disparity in the tiers of their power that if Xiao Xian, not being a saint, could hold his ground against Tong Tian's immortal slaying sword formation, then if he were to take Yuan Shi's place, Could he not shatter the immortal slaying sword formation and break the adage that only the four saints could do so at that time? Would he not be the strongest saint? Under their various gazes, the storm within the sword formation gradually subsided, and the immortal slaying sword formation remained steadfast amidst the chaos. Although Xiao Xian could contend with the saints, it was merely due to the advantages of the perfect path. In certain aspects, he still could not rival the saints. Being able to remain unrestrained within Tong Tian's immortal slaying sword formation was the limit for Xiao Xian. And this was largely thanks to the assistance of the supreme innate treasure, the Panga banner. I end this battle. Xiao Xian not only grasped the intricacies of combat against saints, but also gained profound insights into the immortal slaying sword formation, yielding substantial rewards. As Xiao Xian exited the immortal slaying sword formation, Tong Tian followed closely behind, a hint of respect on his face. He had not anticipated that anyone could stand their ground against his immortal slaying sword formation in the wilderness. Xiao Xian extended his hand and returned the Panga banner to Yuan Shi, while simultaneously transmitting a message to him. Chapter 38. Reaching an agreement, preparing separately. Yuan Shi received the Panga banner with a look of displeasure. Although his divine sense was imprinted upon it, preventing Xiao Xian from coveting it, it was still frustrating to see his treasure wielded with such might by another. Suddenly, Yuan Shi trembled as a surge of information flowed from the Panga banner, revealing the nuances of its four great truths. Yuan Shi gazed at Xiao Xian in astonishment, witnessing a smile on Xiao Xian's face as he spoke. Thank you, Yuan Shi Saint, for lending your treasure to fend off the enemy. I was indeed rude earlier. This is but a small token of my gratitude, and I hope you will not refuse. Of course, I must repay you if I do not enhance your combat power. How can I swim in murky waters if I do not cultivate a good relationship with you? What shall I do if you and Tong Tian band together? Yuan Shi's expression shifted. Xiao Xian's words clearly indicated a desire to resolve their grievances. Yet previously, Xiao Xian had shown him no mercy. Such a trivial technique could not possibly compare to his dignity. However, it was not that he could not forgive. Yuan Shi was indeed magnanimous. Not at all. Daoist Xiao Xian is being overly polite. Now that we have fought and become acquainted, you are welcome to visit Kunlun often to discuss immortality and the Tao, Yuan Shi replied cheerfully. Indeed, I shall trouble you often in the future. Yuan Shi Saint. The other saints exclaimed, What? You have reconciled just like that? Winky face indeed, the world has declined, and human hearts have turned cold. This wilderness is truly dark. Even we, the undying saints, have been tainted. Nuwa observed Xiao Xian and Yuan Shi engaged in lively conversation, and could not help but tease. My dear friend Xiao Xian is indeed formidable, not only unafraid of Tong Tian, but even managing to impress the proud Saint Yuan Shi. Turning her gaze, she beheld the radiant smile of Nuwa, and it marked Xiao Xian's first encounter with this revered mother of humanity, who was undeniably stunning, living up to the praises sung by future generations. Who would have thought that a small misunderstanding would bring the six saints here, causing such amusement for you all? With the display of might already exhibited, it was time for negotiations to commence. Laozi, Nuwa, and the likes exchanged silent smiles, reflecting on the earlier display of grandeur that had left them momentarily stunned. Let us establish some ground rules, shall we? Mutual supervision and correction would be quite beneficial. What do you all think? Finally, the point had been reached. Laozi regarded Xiao Xian with a somewhat ambiguous look, pondering what rules would be set forth. Xiao Xian met Laozi's gaze, then glanced at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, before turning his attention to Jin and Juni. With the three teachings now converging among humanity, it would seem unlikely that we are merely here for leisure. The Western teachings must surely have their designs on the human race. At this juncture, Xiao Xian cast a meaningful glance at Junti and Jin, prompting a shared look of inquiry between them. What did this imply? An invitation to meddle in human affairs. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, instinctively shifted their gazes towards Junti and Jin. Since everyone has their intentions, why not allow our disciples to engage in friendly competition while we remain as aloof observers? Only allowing disciples to compete. Laozi's expression remained composed, yet his gaze drifted towards Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. his brows twitching in an attempt to capture their attention. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchange a glance, enveloped in silence, well aware of their disciples' capabilities. Zhuanti and Jin hesitated, knowing their disciples could hardly compare with those of the other two teachings. Any misstep could lead to significant loss. Nuwa, however, gazed at Xiao Xian with a beaming smile, displaying no interest in disciples or interference with humanity, her focus solely on Xiao Xian himself. Noticing the expressions of the assembled saints, Xiao Xian smiled and added fuel to the fire. What's this? Is everyone lacking confidence in their own disciples? If that's the case, I have no more to say. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian raised their brows in unison, exchanging glances, their resolve solidifying. Who among them lacked faith in their disciples? Let us demonstrate the exceptional abilities of our disciples. They declared, "We agree." Laozi felt a twinge of resignation. It was as if they were willingly stepping into a trap. You all agreed so easily. What has happened to your common sense? And can't you read my expressions? It has been long since we separated, yet the bond of brotherhood seems to be fading. Laozi felt weary and nodded in agreement with Xiao Xian. These two brothers were indeed challenging to manage. Xiao Xian cast a reassuring glance at the still hesitant Jane and Zhuanti. Fear not. My friends, I have your backs. Jane and Zhuanti's expression shifted, their eyes lighting up as they responded. We agree. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian immediately turned their attention to the two Western saints. You wish to involve yourselves as well. Jane and Zhuanti met their gazes head on. We have our own people. Should we fear you? Very well. The rules have been established, and they must be adhered to should anyone act independently. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiao Xian's expression turned serious as he looked at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, then cast a glance at Laozi, making it clear to whom he referred. Let us not forget the shamelessness displayed during the Fengshan era. Laozi maintained his calm demeanor, while Yuan Shi nodded in agreement, and Tong Tian too acknowledged with a cautious glance at Jane and Zhuanti. Meanwhile, Nuwa, having enjoyed the spectacle long enough, decided it was time to depart, finding the unfolding drama quite entertaining. Now that you have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. Farewell, esteemed brothers and sisters. Laozi and the others exchanged pleasantries with Nuwa before sharing a knowing look and nodding to Xiao Xian, each returning to their respective domains. The quickest to depart was Yuan Shi, eager to uplift his recently defeated disciples. Jane and Zhuanti cast a glance back at Xiao Xian before leaving, while Laozi and Tong Tian returned directly to their own teachings. Such directness! Xiao Xian chuckled and split into two avatars, pursuing Laozi and Nuwa. Among the saints, these two were the most challenging, and it was crucial to keep them settled. Meanwhile, he concealed his plans as he caught up with Jane and Zhuanti, ready to share insights with them. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, Jane and Zhuanti signaled him to speak. What do you require of us? No need for anything too demanding. Simply have your Western disciples disrupt the activities of the Chan and Jie teachings. Of course, they may also preach among humanity to gather some fortune. Jane and Zhuanti nodded in understanding, acknowledging the plan. This is a formation that can absorb spiritual energy to aid in the synthesis of spiritual veins. You may first set it up across the major ley lines of the West. Xiao Xian handed over a diagram, emphasizing that to ensure swift results, one must provide nourishment. Indeed, Jane and Zhuanti's eyes brightened at the sight of the formation. Recognizing it as a solution to their significant troubles, regardless of its outcome, the West would not incur any losses. Rest assured, the Chan and Jie teachings will not disrupt your plans. Xiao Xian nodded and took his leave, hoping these two would not let him down. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to turn against them. After Xiao Xian departed, Jane turned to Jane. Brother, should we be involved in preaching to humanity? That could yield great fortune for us. Should we consider it? Jane shook his head, asserting that the West should refrain from unnecessary meddling. It was best to avoid overextending themselves. Jane nodded dejectedly, placing his trust in his elder brother, the 8 Scenery Palace. Laozi returned and brewed a pot of tea, setting 2 cups before him as Xiao Xian's figure gradually emerged from the void. Laozi poured tea for Xiao Xian, remarking, "Friend, you are quite the strategist. It seems you've unwittingly allied yourself with the Western teachings, and my 2 brothers are likely to fall under your influence." Chapter 39, Xiao Xian. I wish to eradicate the witch and demon tribes. Fear not, my friend. I merely wish for the Chan and Jie teachings to refrain from interfering with my plans. There will be no actual losses. Laozi remained non-committal. No actual losses? That implies there will indeed be losses. My friend, let us get straight to the point. I wish to collaborate with you. Xiao Xian smiled slightly and replied, You must bring Laozi aboard. However, it will not be so simple. We must first clarify your intentions. Collaboration is certainly possible, but only if you can enlighten me. Why do those two from the West heed your commands? I shall refrain from probing further. What is it that makes you so invested in humanity? Xiao Xian replied matter-of-factly, It is, of course, humanity's potential that captivates me. Laozi shook his head and continued, Is it merely potential that you value? Why not cultivate humanity after the calamity of the witch and demon tribes? The witches and demons are formidable, controlling a significant portion of the primordial fortune. Cultivating humanity now would not only be resource-intensive without sufficient fortune to back it, but could also attract the attention of the witches and demons, leading to annihilation, which is far from prudent. Yet you persist in your course, depleting resources. Surely you have ulterior motives? To establish humanity's prestige, that would hardly require such an expenditure of resources to seize control over humanity. As far as I know, the Tianxian Mansion has no authority to govern humanity. Your myriad actions leave me perplexed. Might you enlighten me? Upon finishing, Laozi scrutinized Xiao Xian closely, unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail. Hearing Laozi's analysis, Xiao Xian understood that he was suspected of ulterior motives. Yet he firmly believed in his plan to cultivate humanity to rival the witches and demons. He aimed to position humanity as the true protagonists of the heavenly realm, rather than merely a pawn in the hands of various saints, a mere breeding ground for fortune. In the Huahuang Palace, Niuhua reclined languidly on her throne, silently observing Xiao Xian below. Are you following me to ensure I do not interfere with humanity? My dear friend Xiao Xian seems particularly invested in humanity. Might you share your reasons with me? The potential of humanity is evident to all, requiring no further elaboration from me, Xiao Xian stated with a calm smile. Admiring Niuhua's beauty as he began to articulate his purpose, my purpose in coming here is simple, to request that you refrain from interfering with humanity and likewise to avoid meddling with the demon tribe, allowing them to contend with humanity. Niuhua propped her head upon her hand lazily, inquiring, What benefits do I stand to gain? I can ensure the safety of Fuxi, shielding him from any ties to the demon tribe and providing him with great opportunities. What say you? At the mention of Fuxi, Niuhua's brow furrowed, a flicker of helplessness and sorrow passing through her eyes as she regarded the self-assured Xiao Xian. Very well, I shall consent. Xiao Xian bowed in gratitude. Having successfully reached a resolution, this is excellent. Should the demon tribe force a saint into action, the blame can be placed upon me. Niuhua smiled in response. You seem to have thought of everything. Given your keen insight, I shall not hold back. With that, Xiao Xian bowed once more and exited the Huahuang Palace. Watching Xiao Xian's retreating figure, Niuhua's gaze grew contemplative. Like Laozi, she was puzzled by Xiao Xian's intense concern for humanity. Particularly at this juncture, the rise of humanity seemed implausible. Even if sanctioned by the saints, the witches and demons would never acquiesce at all. Well, it matters not to me. Time for a nap, lest I grow old. Back at the Eight Scenery Palace, Laozi queried, Do you truly not believe that I am solely dedicated to cultivating humanity to counter the witches and demons? Laozi instinctively nodded. Why cultivate humanity now? Tenfold effort would yield but a fraction, a loss outweighing any potential gain, and against the witches and demons, humanity would likely perish before rising. Yet, Xiao Xian maintained a faint smile, leaving me somewhat perplexed. Alas, as our paths diverge, collaboration seems futile. With a quiet sigh, Xiao Xian recognized that he must rely on his own efforts. Even if he were to forcibly place me aboard his vessel, I would not offer genuine assistance. Thus, I must settle for a secondary option. However, I sincerely hope that my esteemed friend from the human teaching will refrain from intervening in this matter, and I assure you that I shall provide satisfactory compensation. I no longer harbor expectations of winning you over. As long as you do not cause any disturbances, feel free to propose your terms. Oh, is that so? What sort of compensation can you offer? I raised an eyebrow, sensing your earnestness, which is quite admirable. Prepare for a significant expenditure. If I am not satisfied, I shall not be easily appeased. Xiao Xian met my gaze, and with a playful tone, suggested that I should take the lead. Then let me seize the opportunity. With that, he produced a black and white orb and a fragrant scroll, presenting them to me. Upon a mere glance, I was instantly captivated by the orb. After a moment's hesitation, I reached out to touch it, then picked up the scroll for a closer inspection, resulting in a broad smile as I stowed both items away, and my esteemed friend exhibits great generosity. In that case, the human teaching shall remain a mere observer and will not interfere with your actions. That I was pleasantly surprised. I had not anticipated that Xiao Xian possessed such valuable items. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Xian sipped his tea and took his leave from the 8 Scenery Palace, his spirits exceptionally high. Ha! I shall let you scheme as you wish, yet you still require my assistance. The items he provided were straightforward. Insights on the duality of the Great Path and a comprehensive guide on elixir crafting. These were reflections of Xiao Xian's understanding, derived from the seeds of the Great Path, encompassing a complete grasp of the duality's essence and the intricacies of alchemy. Both items were beneficial to me, yet one could argue they were of little use, as they stemmed from his replication of the Great Path's essence, bound by a systematic framework that I could not comprehend. However, the inability to grasp them was of no concern to Xiao Xian. My initial interest in collaborating with him was merely a fleeting impulse. His participation was inconsequential, as long as he refrained from causing chaos. Now that our reputation has been established, it is imperative to expedite our efforts and complete the teachings of the 100 schools of thought before the response of the witch and the demon. Stretching languidly, Xiao Xian acknowledged that there would be no time for rest. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in his fortunes. Was it? Has Tian Qinzi emerged from his seclusion outside the city of Tianxian? The 12 golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi, gathered in a humble thatched hut. After Xiao Xian and Yuan Shi departed, they found themselves utterly drained of power, forced to retreat and recuperate in this humble abode. Humiliated, senior brother, let us return to Kunlun. The barbaric humans are unworthy of our teachings. Qi Jingzi's face darkened with fury as he spoke to Guang Qingzi. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating experience for the 12 sword immortals, and he yearned to return to Kunlun to nurse his wounds. Guang Qingzi, feeling equally distressed, still tasted the grit of the earth in his mouth, yet he did not wish to return to Kunlun. Rather, he harbored thoughts of annihilating the humans, though Xiao Xian's formidable presence instilled fear in him. Enough of the complaints. Once our master has dealt with that unknown wild Taoist, we shall have our chance to properly discipline the humans. At that time, we will reclaim the dignity lost today. Guang Qingzi contemplated waiting for Yuan Shi to return, hoping he would bring forth commands to eliminate the humans, at which point they could blame their lack of mercy on the mandates of the sage. As it would be an obligation they could not refuse. Indeed, what senior brother says is correct. The humans must pay the price. The other 12 golden immortals echoed in agreement, viewing the humans as mere barbarians who ought to show them the utmost respect. Their defiance warranted a lesson. Xian Du sat quietly in meditation, indifferent to their bickering to him. The entire situation was a result of the teaching's missteps. Yet, instead of reflecting on their wrongdoings, they harbored murderous intent toward the humans. Were it not for their master's guidance, he would not wish to associate with them. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 sacred talismans materialized from the void, appearing within the thatched hut, one bearing the symbol of Tai Ching and the other of Yuqing. "It is our master!" Guang Qingzi exclaimed joyfully, while the other 12 golden immortals looked on with anticipation. Xian Du also opened his eyes, sensing the familiar aura of his master. Whoosh! The Tai Ching talisman flew into Xian Du's brow, while the Yuqing talisman resonated with the voice of Yuan Shi. "You shall continue to impart teachings among the humans. During this process, I will not intervene, so do not let me down." With those words, the talismans vanished, leaving the 12 golden immortals in a state of disappointment and confusion. That I asked at it. Why does our master not allow us to teach the humans a lesson? Why must we continue imparting teachings to them? Guang Qingzi and the others felt disheartened, having anticipated a chance to retaliate against the humans. Yet now, Xian Du, with a peculiar expression, addressed Guang Qingzi and the others, esteemed colleagues. My master has commanded me to teach alone. So I must take my leave. Guang Qingzi nodded, and in their discontent, they did not attempt to retain Xian Du, but instead began to voice their grievances against Yuan Shi for insisting they teach the humans. Yet, despite their complaints, they dared not defy Yuan Shi's command. Senior brother Guang Qingzi began to soothe their emotions. Well then, since our master has given his orders, let us proceed to teach the humans. Tianxian City is no longer viable. We shall head to Tianyuan City. Yes, senior brother, let us depart immediately. With that, Guang Qingzi led his fellow disciples toward Tianyuan City. The three great holy cities were relatively close to one another, and with the cultivation levels of Guang Qingzi and his companions, they could reach their destination within a day. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jie Jiao, led by Duo Bao, were also arriving at Tianyuan City. Duo Bao strode confidently down the street, followed by numerous Jie Jiao disciples who curiously observed the surrounding architecture. They had already gathered information about the current state of the human race that it appeared that a force called Tianxuanfu was instructing the humans in cultivation. With branches established in nearly every human city and town, wielding considerable influence over the populace. Walking beside Duo Bao was the long-eared Dingguang immortal, who flattered him, saying, Senior brother, the Tianxuanfu holds considerable prestige among the humans. They may not permit us to impart teachings. Perhaps we should eliminate them directly. Chapter 40. The Encounter of the Chan and Jie Teachings. The teaching begins, Senior brother, the Tianxuanfu holds considerable prestige among the humans. They may not permit us to impart teachings. Perhaps we should eliminate them directly. Long Ear whispered to Duo Bao, his sinister words sending chills down the spines of the Jie Jiao disciples following behind. Duo Bao shook his head, his expression grave as he gazed toward the city center. No, although we have a large number of disciples, it is unlikely we can eliminate the Tianxuanfu. Why not? Long Ear asked. Incredulous. They were accompanied by thousands of Jie Jiao disciples. Even if the humans had many immortals, they had only been cultivating for a mere 100 years and could not possibly withstand their might. Duo Bao shook his head again and continued, There are great Luo golden immortals present in this Tianxuanfu. What? Great Luo golden immortals? Long-eared Dingguang exclaimed, and the Jie Jiao disciples behind him displayed expressions of shock. Had the humans truly birthed a great Luo golden immortal? Then what are we here for? A great Luo golden immortal is not easily achieved without ample resources, suitable cultivation methods, and guidance from renowned masters. Even the best foundations would struggle to touch the threshold of great Luo. Among our three teachings, only Xian Du and Duo Bao have reached this realm. It is not necessarily a human great Luo golden immortal. It could also be a teacher. Duo Bao shook his head, acknowledging the growing strength of the human race. Yet he deemed the emergence of a great Luo to be far-fetched. Moreover, Tong Tian had informed him that there were already individuals among the humans imparting teachings. Could it be this great Luo golden immortal? Yet even so, our Jie Jiao will not be deterred from claiming a share. The authority of the saints' teachings grants us the confidence to proceed. Long Ear, you must construct a grand palace for us to impart our teachings. I aim to demonstrate that our Jie Jiao's Shangxing Dao is the strongest path for the humans. Understood, senior brother. Duo Bao's face radiated determination that in these times, who wasn't aspiring to be a great Luo golden immortal, with the strength of Jie Jiao. Once we begin teaching, the humans will undoubtedly come to revere us. Senior brother, look, it is the disciples of the Chan teachings. A Jie Jiao disciple behind them seemed to have spotted something and reported to Duo Bao. Pointing northeast, Duo Bao was startled, following their gaze to see Guang Qingzi and the 12 golden immortals leisurely strolling along the street. It seemed they had noticed Duo Bao's group and turned to look in their direction. Guang Qingzi? What brings you here? Duo Bao quickly regained his composure, his expression neutral as he assessed Guang Qingzi. He had not expected them to arrive in Tianyuan City to impart teachings as well. Initially, he thought the Chan teachings would teach in Tianxian City, and to avoid confrontation, he chose Tianyuan City instead. However, now that they had crossed paths, retreat was not an option. Guang Qingzi, equally surprised, regarded Duo Bao and his companions, but soon recalled their purpose for being there. This was fortuitous. Not only would they enslave the humans, but they would also suppress the prestige of Jie Jiao, aiming to surpass Duo Bao in their teachings and elevate the name of the Chan teachings above that of Jie Jiao. Both parties exchanged glances, aware of each other's intentions, as they were all too familiar with one another, given that the Chan and Jie teachings had once coexisted. The haughty Guang Chengzi was the first to strike. A mocking smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Duo Bao, Jie Jiao, is nothing more than a collection of shallow, unworthy individuals. You truly believe you can propagate your teachings to the humans? Upon the utterance of these words, the disciples of the behind him glared with fury, yet only the composed Duo Bao emitted a faint aura of his Deluo Jin Xian might. Alas, Duo Bao, Guang Chengzi and the others turned crimson, their eyes burning with rage as they gazed at Duo Bao. Having been utterly cowed by the Deluo in Tianqian City, they now faced further humiliation at the hands of Duo Bao. Their tempers were reaching a boiling point. Duo Bao's expression remained icy, while the disciples of behind him reveled in their delight, casting scornful glances at the suppressed 12 golden immortals. Are you still acting so high and mighty? Do you still wish to challenge us? A bunch of trash daring to oppose us? Let us depart. Do not allow these worthless beings to disrupt our preaching tomorrow. With a cold snort, Duo Bao led the disciples to prepare for the teachings of the following day. Duo Bao, I shall surely kill you. Guang Chengzi's eyes were bloodshot, his internal energy in disarray, as the pent-up frustration and hatred of the past few days erupted towards Duo Bao and his followers. Let us go. Tomorrow we shall also preach, and this time we must overshadow Duo Bao. On the morrow, today, our shall once again hold a forum to impart teachings. Ours is open to all, willing to seize opportunities for all living beings. Anyone with ambition may come to listen. Today, our shall also deliver teachings here. Our places great emphasis on character, virtue, and foundations. Those of exemplary character are welcome to attend. The grand and authoritative voices of Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi echoed throughout Tianyuan City from the east and north, igniting fervent discussions among the human populace. Isn't and the holy sects mentioned by the sages of Tianjin Prefecture? It seems so. How did they come to preach among our human race so quietly? I'm not certain. Perhaps we should go and see. That is agreeable. Let us observe what is special about these holy sections. What could possibly be so special? It would be better to go to Tianjin Prefecture and listen to the immortal masters explain. Let us go and take a look. It can't hurt. Driven by curiosity about, or perhaps intrigued by the holy sects, many people flock to witness the spectacle as for the conditions they mentioned regarding being open to all and possessing exemplary virtues. Those were promptly overlooked. Why? Because it was not particularly necessary. They merely wished to see the show. Thus, in a short span of time, the venues for the teachings of and began to gather a considerable crowd. Duo Bao observed the increasing number of human beings below the palace, relishing the attention they bestowed upon him, his expression serene, yet brimming with pride. With a solemn demeanor, Duo Bao commenced the teachings. The teachings begin now. Above is the yellow court, below is the Guanyin, before is the mysterious abyss, behind is the gate of destiny. He recited the Huangting scripture, followed by the teachings of ultimately concluding the day's lecture with a demonstration of doctrines. The audience below exchanged glances and began to discuss amongst themselves that IT is quite acceptable. I expected it to be subpar. IT is all right, but I feel the texts from Tianjin Prefecture are decidedly more profound. Not just a little. The Tianjin Dao canon encompasses all of this, Indeed, while it is noted in the 136th and 147th laws of the 3,000 laws of Tianjin, it seems they did not explain everything. Perhaps they left something for us. The audience's opinions varied, yet their enthusiasm was not as fervent as Duo Bao had anticipated. It felt more like watching a play. Duo Bao's expression soured. Had he erred in his approach? On the other side, Guang Chengzi observed the throng of listeners eager for his teachings, soaring with pride. The discontent of the past few days was momentarily assuaged, and he spoke condescendingly to the gathered humans. You, and you may take a seat. The rest of you with shallow roots must remain outside to listen, unworthy of entry." The surrounding humans chuckled at Guang Chengzi's lofty demeanor, mocking, "Why are you so full of yourself?" Yet those called upon remained unmoved. "Take a seat. We are not weary. We need not accept your charity." Seeing this, Guang Chengzi's expression darkened. "You humans truly do not know what is good for you. To be offered a seat is a privilege. To listen to our doctrines is a fortune earned over several lifetimes." Guang Chengzi wished to expel these humans, but upon hearing that Duobao had already begun his teachings while he had yet to start, he could only begrudgingly commence his own lecture. However, Guang Chengzi did not possess Duobao's generosity. He did not provide a complete explanation of the doctrines to the humans. Has he lost his mind? He thought, "These humans are not worthy." Guang Chengzi merely presented a rough outline of some doctrines, piecing together sentences that sounded grand but were, in fact, nonsensical. Initially, the humans below listened with rapt attention, but as time passed, their expressions shifted to confusion and disbelief. "What on earth is this? What utter nonsense, a holy sect? Is this it?" Chapter 41. The Human Race. "Do you two holy sects think us fools?" The humans below began to murmur, casting skeptical glances at Guang Chengzi and the surrounding golden immortals. "Are they disciples of the holy sect? Truly pathetic." Red Jingzi and the other golden immortals frowned as they observed the unrest among the crowd. Sensing a foreboding atmosphere, Guang Chengzi remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, lost in his self-indulgent lecture, relishing the sensation. Finally, someone could no longer endure it that the human stood up and bellowed at Guang Chengzi. "Hey, you sage, cease your rambling. What you're saying is utter drivel. It's making me irritable." The human's booming voice jolted Guang Chengzi from his trance. His expression soured as he had just relished the feeling of being a grandmaster. A sensation that was novel and enjoyable, and now to be forcibly pulled from it was quite distressing. Who dares to shout like that? Guang Chengzi glared fiercely at the human who stood, his aura surging with intensity. Yet the human showed no fear and boldly retorted, "It's me. What's wrong? The nonsense you're spewing is less coherent than a child's book? Nonsense. Our supreme teachings are profound and vast. How could your simple minds comprehend?" Guang Chengzi's anger flared. He had been incensed by the humans these past few days, but this remark provoked more than one human's ire. "You think you could speak such nonsense and call us simpletons? As if we know nothing." A voice rose in defiance. "Let us debate. In the second section of your teachings, you completely reverse the principles. The fire of the 5 elements is rampant and should be countered by the nurturing of souls. Are you seeking to self-immolate? And in the second subsection of the 7th segment, should not the erosion of souls be repaired with soul-nurturing techniques before gradually cleansing with the waters of Yang? How can you use the resurrection technique? What is your soul? You've slipped up. There is also the 9th section of the 4th segment where he actually, enough, what is this? And then there is. The humans below erupted into a cacophony of outrage, passionately critiquing. Guang Chengzi and the others were left astonished. How could they possibly know such things? Some concepts eluded their understanding. How could these mortals be so knowledgeable? Guang Chengzi's expression darkened. He had pieced together doctrines, believing these humans to be ignorant and hoping to dazzle them into reverence, thereby elevating status. Why was this happening? Why did they understand? Why? As he observed the incredulous expressions of Guang Chengzi and the others, the humans suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. So, they never intended to teach us anything genuine. They thought we were easily fooled. The Holy Sect is nothing special. With no interest in further debate with Guang Chengzi and the others, the humans decided against revealing their own ignorance, considering it a waste of time. What rubbish! In less than a minute, the crowd below dissipated, leaving Guang Chengzi and his companions in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, on the side, Duobao listened to the human audience below, equally perplexed. The teachings I imparted, they have all heard before. Beside him, Chang'er remained oblivious to any sense of disarray and boldly addressed the crowd below. Today's teachings have concluded. Come here to register, and you shall become disciples of. The humans exchanged glances, bewildered, as they had yet to consent. And you think we would join your sect based on this? Are you out of your mind? One individual stepped forward to inquire. Immortal Master, if we join, can we cultivate immortality? Chang Er, with an air of superiority, replied, Of course, with the powers of our saints, we can certainly ensure your ascension. Upon hearing Chang Er's lofty claims, the humans wore expressions of mockery. Another voice chimed in, Immortal Master, which doctrines or techniques would suit us? With an air of arrogance, Chang Er proclaimed, Our Shanqing immortal techniques are suitable for all of you. Ah, are you trying to fool us? Someone scoffed. Chang Er's expression soured, but before he could retort, another voice interjected, What benefits do we gain from joining? What kind of treatment can we expect? Benefits? Treatment? Chang Er faltered, uncertain of how to respond. The greatest reward is joining a holy sect. As disciples of the saints, is that not enough? One can attain the divine arts of the Jiejiao. The distinguished may venture to the sacred abode of the sage on Golden Tortoise Island to listen to his teachings. Below, the faces of the crowd are increasingly marked by derision. Are you truly bold enough to speak such things while merely painting grand illusions? At that moment, someone interjects with sarcasm. All right, enough questions. They are merely spinning tales with us. Do you genuinely believe them? Indeed, I had imagined the disciples of the sage to be of utmost nobility, only to discover they are nothing but deceivers. Forget it. I'm leaving. Damn it, I wasted my time. I didn't even attend the lecture by the celestial master of Tianxian Palace. What a loss. The once bustling crowd abruptly disperses, and the disciples of Jiao share the same bewildered expression, wondering what on earth is happening. Duo Bao's face darkens as he steps down personally, seizing an individual to question, Wait a moment, is there an issue with the doctrine we expound? The person, momentarily taken aback, finds that the surrounding human audience has halted their movements to observe the spectacle. Regaining composure, the captive responds, There is no flaw in your teachings, albeit they bear some conceptual deficiencies. However, they are still commendable. But could you not speak with more sincerity in the future? Must you resort to empty rhetoric? Would it not be better to be more genuine? Having said this, the individual attempts to depart. But Duo Bao refuses to let him go, gripping him tightly. Hold on. How are we insincere? How are we not genuine? Clarify yourself. The man, growing annoyed by Duo Bao's insistence, thinks to himself, Does this little chubby fellow lack self-awareness? Must I spell out for you? You claim that the sage's divine powers can lead one to immortality. Is that not correct? Indeed. Duo Bao nods affirmatively. The sage's divine powers can indeed allow one to attain immortality. And the surrounding disciples of Jiejiao also nod in agreement. Observing Duo Bao's fervent declaration and the nodding disciples, the individual cannot help but chuckle. Aside from being unprofessional in your deception, you all display remarkable coordination in other respects. Very well. Let me pose another question. You assert that anyone may join your Jiejiao. So if the hundreds of millions of us from the human race join, will you truly enable all of us to attain immortality? Duo Bao is momentarily stunned, as are the surrounding disciples of Jiejiao. Such a notion is preposterous. Even 100 individuals would be impossible. Yet the man disregards their expressions and continues, Fine, let us assume you could allow us all to become immortal. What then? Do all of us possess exceptional talents for cultivation? Once we attain immortality, what if we cannot cultivate further? Do you possess any elixirs to enhance our cultivation aptitude? Duo Bao shakes his head. Such elixirs are scarce, not just within Jiejiao, but throughout the entirety of Honghuang. Even if they existed, they would be far beyond the means of millions. So you lack them. Thus, after becoming immortal, if our cultivation remains stagnant, we cannot pursue higher realms. How is that any different from being mortal? Merely living a tad longer. What's the point? Duo Bao falls silent. The surrounding disciples of Jiejiao also find themselves at a loss for words. Moreover, you claim that the teachings of Jiejiao are suitable for everyone. But do you truly comprehend? There are over 68 million distinct physiques in the entirety of Honghuang, and this number continues to grow. Are you certain your teachings are universally applicable? Brother, you must grasp the distinction between suitable and fitting. No single doctrine is wholly suited for everyone. Rather, there are those that merely fit the majority. Duo Bao is rendered speechless. He finds himself at a loss for words. You speak of obtaining divine powers and spells, yet are these not the prerogatives of immortals? to listen to the sage's teachings. We are not even immortals ourselves. Are you not merely painting illusions for us? Do you take us for fools? Duo Bao falls silent, struck by the revelations of this human, while the surrounding disciples of Jie Jiao are equally confounded, uncertain how this individual possesses such extensive knowledge. No. More accurately, why does the human race possess such knowledge? The onlookers regard them with expressions of incredulity. Are you disciples of the sage merely pretenders? Or do you truly believe we are simpletons to be deceived? One who speaks in vague terms, reversing yin and yang, filled with errors, assumes we are ignorant, seeking to intimidate us. Another who merely paints grand illusions, treating us as novices to manipulate, seeks to lure us aboard. But must you not exhibit a modicum of professionalism? I have come to a clear understanding. The teachings of the Chan and Jie sects treat the human race as fools. Chapter 42. Chan and Jie. Are you aware of what you are doing? The discourse of Chan and Jie is met with scorn and disdain from the human race, from the very outset. Duo Bao and his companions declare their presence to the entire city with great fanfare, making it abundantly clear that the teachings of Chan and Jie are nothing but superficial facades, their doctrines mere tricks. After several days of fermentation, the two major holy cities surrounding them also become aware, and through the dissemination of many voices, the entire human race learns that the Chan and Jie sects are nothing but charlatans. Treating them with contempt, many, with fiery tempers, wish to vent their frustrations upon Chan and Jie. But alas, they find no one to confront. The protagonists of this incident, the Chan and Jie sects, find themselves not escaping the human race, but instead wandering the streets of Tianyuan City. Senior brother, I have inquired thoroughly. It is Tianxian Palace that has been instructing the human race in cultivation while allowing them access to the scriptures. Chang'er whispers to Duo Bao, his figure shrouded in a layer of illusion, rendering them invisible to those around. They are all cultivators. Evading the eyes of mortals is a trivial matter. Duo Bao nods, though his expression is grim. The events of the past few days have dealt a significant blow to him. What should have been a straightforward task of spreading doctrines and recruiting disciples has now become exceedingly challenging, tarnishing the reputation of Jie Jiao, as the vice master of Jie Jiao and the senior brother of its disciples. This blemish is a stain upon him, jeopardizing his authority and undermining his prestige, potentially allowing others to usurp his position, such as Wudong, the master sister of Jie Jiao, who is no less capable than Duo Bao. Thus, until this stain is cleansed, not only will Tong Tian not spare him, but he will also not forgive himself. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Chang'er hesitantly gazes at Duo Bao, contemplating whether to return to Golden Tortoise Island for Tong Tian's counsel. Duo Bao glances at him and instructs, "We shall proceed to Tianxian Palace to probe their depths." From the intelligence gathered, it is evident that the knowledge possessed by these humans is a direct result of Tianxian Palace's influence. Should they wish to propagate their teachings, they must understand this force, ideally emulating their method of dissemination or collaborating with them, leveraging the intimidation of Tong Tian behind them to seek assistance from Tianxian Palace in extricating Jie Jiao from its predicament. Though it seems implausible, it is not entirely unfeasible. With this thought in mind, Duo Bao refrains from lingering and leads the disciples of Jie Jiao directly to Tianxian Palace. Presently, Tianxian Palace is renowned as the sacred teaching of the human race, making it quite accessible for inquiries. When Duo Bao and his companions arrive before Tianxian Palace, a magnificent edifice comes into view, its plaque inscribed with the words Tianxian Hall. The left door couplet reads, "Heaven has endowed me with talents for a purpose," while the right door couplet declares, "Teaching according to one's aptitude benefits all beings." Duo Bao and his companions gaze in astonishment at this scene. The palace of Tianxian Palace is, in fact, an innate spiritual treasure. Instantly, covetous thoughts arise within the hearts of the Jie Jiao disciples. Upon closer examination, they quickly discern traces of formations, for Tong Tian is adept in the art of formations, and it is only natural for his disciples to possess some understanding. However, the majority of Jie Jiao disciples speculate on the level of this formation and, in unison, look towards their senior brother Duo Bao. Duo Bao shakes his head, his expression darkening as he states, I cannot ascertain, but I can confirm that if I were to enter the formation, I would not survive. What? Even senior brother Duo Bao cannot survive. What level of formation is this? The expressions of the Jiao disciples grow dim, realizing that their hopes for the innate spiritual treasure are dashed. Duo Bao gathers his emotions, intending to lead the disciples into the palace, only to find a figure standing in their path. This individual emanates the aura of a great Luo golden immortal. It is none other than the avatar of Xiao Xian. Duo Bao's expression shifts slightly, and he remarks with a hint of sarcasm, "What? Your esteemed palace does not intend to allow us entry." The avatar of Xiao Xian smiles, gesturing behind them. "Not at all. Rather, there are others with intentions akin to yours. Allow me to escort you in." Duo Bao and the others' expressions change as they turn to see Guang Chengzi and his companions appear before them. Upon meeting, both parties wear grim expressions, yet neither resorts to mutual mockery. They are all in a precarious situation, so it is best to extend a bit of courtesy. The avatar of Xiao Xian claps his hands and gestures for them to enter, stating, "Come in. I will reveal all that you wish to know." Seeing this, Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi fall into silence and follow suit. Having come thus far, it would be unwise to return empty-handed. Upon entering Tianxian Palace, the avatar of Xiao Xian begins his introduction, pointing to the central round platform. This is the service hall, where any issues regarding Tianxian Palace can be resolved, be it scriptures, doctrines, or tales of the divine and the supernatural. All can be addressed here. He then gestures towards a building on the left, where numerous bookshelves are displayed for anyone to peruse. This is the repository of doctrines of Tianxian Palace, containing various philosophical thoughts and principles, including some from your Chan and GS sections. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi grow displeased, prompting them to inquire with irritation, "How did you come to know of our Chan scriptures?" Xiao Xian shrugged, remarking that these notions are merely passed down through the ages, yet they are nothing more than the musings of a literary plagiarist. These are the universal truths, as the saying goes. All changes do not stray from their origins, particularly when it comes to foundational knowledge. Furthermore, your exposition on the two teachings, as long as it does not delve into the profound and fundamental doctrines, is something that has been circulated since the Primordial era, hence it is not surprising. Both Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi bore grim expressions, fully aware of the implications, during the early travels of the Three Pure Ones. They had imparted teachings to various beings, especially the beneficent words of Tongtian Jiaozhu, which had reached a multitude of creatures. Noticing their silence, Xiao Xian continued, "The room to the right houses our instructors at Tianxian Mansion, who specialize in disseminating knowledge regarding the various powers within the primordial world and the dynamics between them. For instance, they provide insights into the four saintly sects, the Wu clan, the Yao clan, and the distribution of several formidable powers along with their respective tales. They delve into the intricate details of the Wu and Yao clans and the saintly sects, with some of their generals offering thorough accounts. As for how Xiao Xian acquired this information, it is self-evident. Do you presume the Tao of Destiny to be fictitious? Such deductions cannot be fabricated." Upon hearing this, Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao's expressions darkened. Enlightening the human race with such knowledge would undoubtedly diminish the air of mystery surrounding the two teachings, rendering the saintly sects less daunting and reverent in their eyes. This would be detrimental to their efforts in imparting doctrines. The first layer is thus established. The second layer involves assisting the human race in assessing their innate talents, along with providing a plethora of martial arts and Tao methods. Martial arts? Guang Chengzi's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the peculiar techniques employed by the human race upon his arrival. Is martial arts the Tao method you impart to the human race? Xiao Xian's avatar nodded affirmatively. Indeed, martial arts are methods devised by our Tianxian Mansion for those human beings incapable of cultivating, intended to bestow them with the means of self-defense. Guang Chengzi acknowledged this with a nod, recalling that although those peculiar techniques were not divine methods, they had indeed inflicted considerable losses upon them. Wait, a plethora of Tao methods and martial arts? What does that signify? Duo Bao's face darkened, an ominous premonition washing over him as he immediately inquired of Xiao Xian, casting a glance at Duo Bao. Xiao Xian smiled, It means we have compiled both Tao methods and martial arts together, allowing the human race to select freely. What? Not only Duo Bao, but Guang Qingzi also appeared astonished, the disciples of the two teachings behind them gazing at Xiao Xian in disbelief. Are those Tao methods truly authentic? Of course. Additionally, there are dedicated instructors to elucidate and teach these Tao methods and martial arts. Enough, exclaimed Duo Bao, his expression grim. Yu Tianxin Mansion certainly has the audacity to teach. Are you not aware of the principle that the Tao should not be lightly transmitted? Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao's faces grew increasingly dour. They had not anticipated Tianxin Mansion's audacity to this extent as they fixed their gaze on Xiao Xian. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Xiao Xian scoffed dismissively. Is it not merely to satisfy your narrow and selfish notions? What consequences? He challenged it. I at the consequence of preventing you from imparting your teachings. Or perhaps the embarrassment you would face? Xiao Xian regarded Guang Chengzi and the others with evident disdain, inciting their fury as they could not help but roar back at him. What do you know? Such reckless dissemination of Tao methods will lead to a proliferation of immortals. In that case, the spiritual essence of the primordial world will be severely depleted, gradually ushering in an age of decline. At that point, your Tianxin Mansion will be deemed the center of the primordial world. Xiao Xian gazed at Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao, bemused by their righteous indignation. You take me for a fool. Attempting to swindle me with such rhetoric? With a scoff, he began to counter their claims. You assert that my actions would cause an influx of immortals? Yet, how many immortals does the human race currently possess? How does that compare to the Wu and Yao clans? Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao were momentarily taken aback. There was simply no comparison. The Wu and Yao clans were essentially an army of warriors, with even those who did not cultivate their essence continuously depleting the spiritual essence of the primordial world. Guang Qingzi attempted to retort, that is different. The human race possesses a robust reproductive capacity. It will not be long before they surpass the Wu and Yao. Xiao Xian chuckled. Are you truly that naive, or are you deliberately attempting to mislead me? Oh, is that so? Let us consider another aspect. You must be aware of the human race's innate aptitude for cultivation. Correct? Currently, there is not a single Deluo among them, and yet the spiritual essence consumed by one Deluo in a year far exceeds that of these ordinary immortals, even if in the future the human race flourishes. With an increase in immortals and advancements in cultivation realms, do you think the Wu and Yao clans would simply stand by and allow the human race to grow strong? Although the primordial world may appear to be teeming with life, the totality remains unchanged, maintaining a delicate balance. This applies not only to the beings of the primordial world, but also to those who cultivate to higher realms as disciples of the saints. Surely you cannot be unaware of this? Guang Chengzi and the others faltered, for they were well aware that the means by which heaven and earth maintain balance is through calamities, a secret known only to a select few powerful beings. Even so, you cannot recklessly impart knowledge to the human race. Xiao Xian regarded Guang Chengzi and the others with a mocking glance. Pray, when you became disciples, I find it hard to believe that Yuan Shitian Zun did not equip you with such foundational knowledge. This is precisely what should be done in imparting teachings, that I am merely extending the same treatment that Yuan Shitian Zun afforded you to them. Your refusal to allow me to disseminate knowledge is merely because my efforts hinder your own teaching endeavors, and even subject you to ridicule from the human race. That is but the consequences of your own actions. You treated the human race as fools, yet failed to realize you were the ones being deceived. The indignation of Guang Chengzi and his fellow disciples of the teaching was palpable, yet they found themselves unable to counter his arguments. Xiao Xian understood that this phenomenon was quite normal. Although the hierarchy in the primordial world is elevated, one thing remains constant: human nature. The current social environment of the primordial world resembles the feudalism of ancient China, where the impoverished have no access to education and are thus subjugated by the nobility. In the primordial world, the impoverished are those devoid of innate heritage or possessing incomplete legacies, while the nobility comprises the three pure ones, Niuhua and Emperor Jun, among others, who are primordial deities. Guang Chengzi and his cohorts represent those who have been favored by the nobility. having gained knowledge and risen to a position of privilege, consequently looking down upon the less fortunate. However, Xiao Xian's actions mirror the ancient examination system, akin to modern compulsory education, selflessly providing opportunities for all to stand on the same starting line, granting those with talent a chance. This, of course, infringes upon the interests of the nobility, and Guang Qingzi's ire is the clearest manifestation of this. Initially, when Wu Ziqian established the examination system, she faced various forms of suppression from the nobility. Yet what did it matter? Xiao Xian now find himself in a far more advantageous position than Wu, for he possesses strength. Very well, let us set aside this matter. You wish to continue observing? Guang Qingzi's expression remained one of indignation, but Duo Bao and the others, though initially furious, gradually calmed. Duo Bao looked at Xiao Xian and inquired, "Are you willing for us to know everything about Tianxin Mansion? Are you not afraid we might use your methods against you?" Xiao Xian smiled nonchalantly. "As long as you possess the strength, I harbor no concerns." "Excellent." Duo Bao's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Xiao Xian. "Let us proceed." "Good. You have now witnessed the superficial aspects. Let us delve into the practicalities. For instance, what benefits and assistance does Tianxin Mansion provide to the human race?" Upon hearing this, Guang Chengzi and his companions perked up. For this was the crux of the matter. Our assistance to the human race is extensive. We provide housing, address various issues faced by the human race, and protect them from harm, and I shall not elaborate further. For you cannot accomplish such tasks. Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao's expression stiffened. The notion of them handling such trivial matters for the human race was indeed implausible. Let us discuss other matters. For instance, from the onset, Tianxin Mansion offers spiritual herbs to every individual of the human race. Every individual. Duo Bao and the others' expressions turned grave. Considering the human race's population in the millions, providing spiritual herbs to each person would require an astronomical amount of resources. Moreover, I not only assist the human race in testing their innate talents, but for those with exceptional abilities, we invest resources in their cultivation, be it pills, spiritual treasures, or techniques. We provide ample resources to empower them, enabling them to protect themselves and their kin. Of course, this is not free. The more capable they are, the greater their responsibilities. They must serve the sect and fulfill their duty to protect the human race. Is this something you can manage? Xiao Xian observed Duo Bao and the others with a hint of mockery, putting them in a rather uncomfortable position. Furthermore, we do not solely assist the gifted. We also extend our aid to those lacking talent, which is why martial arts were born. Even those practicing martial arts may receive spiritual herbs from Tianxin Mansion to aid their cultivation. We provide not only spiritual herbs, but also mentors to guide them, helping them avoid unnecessary detours. Is this something you can accomplish? Faced with Xiao Xian's derision, Duo Bao and the others fell silent. For what Tianxin Mansion could do, they had no desire to offer for the human race. It was not merely a matter of capability. They simply did not wish to waste precious resources on the human race. They possessed spiritual herbs, treasures, and techniques, and even had ample time to mentor the human race. Yet they could not bring themselves to do so. They could not bear to squander such precious spiritual herbs on the human race. They could not afford to selflessly bestow treasures and techniques upon the human race. They could not sacrifice their own cultivation time to guide the human race. They simply could not. Chapter 44, Xiao Xian. You think you can't do it? Does our Tianxin Mansion lack the qualification? Observing their unwilling expressions amidst the silence, Xiao Xian felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. In the past, he would casually dismiss his superiors, yet now they bowed before him. Humiliated, although their standings were no longer on the same level, the thrill of this confrontation brought him immense pleasure. While he reveled in this triumph, others were left unsettled. Kunlun Mountain Yuan, Shirtan, Zun glared at the scene. His teeth clenched, feeling utterly disgraced by his disciples. Since the return of chaos, he had kept a close watch on them, only to realize the utter foolishness they displayed. Yuan Shirtan Zun was thoroughly infuriated by his disciples' incompetence. When it came to imparting teachings, he found it preposterous that they couldn't even manage to convey the essence of truth without being exposed. And now, they couldn't even hold their own in a verbal exchange. Easily led astray, revealing their pathetic demeanor. Yuan Shi was on the verge of exploding, ready to confront them when Xiao Xian's imposing aura halted his advance. Xiao Xian, it's only been a few days since the rules were established, and you already wish to disregard them? Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Yuan Shi, Xiao Xian, Jinao, Ilanton Tian was equally furious. While he had no objections to the teachings conveyed by Duo Bao, he was deeply dissatisfied with Chang Er's arrogance. Do you even believe what you're saying? I can't even bring myself to utter such words. Are you truly more impressive than I am? Just wait until I deal with you. Xiao Xian calmly observed the dejected expressions of Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao. Suddenly, Duo Bao turned to him, his gaze filled with complexity. We indeed cannot achieve what you have. But why are you able to accomplish it? The costs incurred are far too substantial, and this does not benefit your Tianxin mansion. What is your true intention? Xiao Xian looked at Duo Bao in surprise, finding it intriguing that he dared to question him. You see, I initially valued the future of the human race. Did you not come here for the same reason? I nurture and protect humanity because I see their potential for the future. Once humanity grows strong enough to become the protagonists of this realm, with Tianxin Mansion as their sacred sect, fortunes will flow. Surely, you must see that. Guang Chengzi, filled with resentment, retorted, you are merely seeking the fortune of humanity for yourself. You do not genuinely wish to assist them. Xiao Xian chuckled. Is there such a thing as genuine sincerity in the wilderness? How naive you are. Indeed, I admit that my initial intentions were driven by utilitarian motives. I protect humanity for their fortune, and I invest my efforts into their cultivation for the sake of expanding my sect. But tell me, have I done nothing? I first provided them with a space to thrive, teaching them survival skills to enhance their lives, ensuring they're not perished by hunger, disease, or various ailments. That I laid the foundation for them to attain immortality, granting even ordinary humans the means to live longer. When resources were scarce, I offered them generous support, providing spiritual herbs, treasures, and divine abilities, even allowing them the freedom to soar high after achieving immortality without binding them to Tianxian. Though my motives may be selfish, does that negate the authenticity of my contributions? You claim you cannot achieve this. Does Tianxin Mansion lack the rightful qualifications? With 1/3 of humanity's fortunes under our control, Tianxian is undoubtedly deserving. Xiao Xian spoke passionately, unrepentant in his commitment to humanity. Guang Chengzi, Duo Bao, and others lowered their heads. They desired all of humanity's fortunes and reverence. Yet everything Xiao Xian had accomplished was beyond their reach. Noticing their bowed heads, Xiao Xian scoffed, determined to strike them down, rendering them incapable of resurgence. You wish for humanity to submit to you, to revere you, to provide you with fortunes that ease your path in cultivation. But do you truly deserve it? You only wish to reap, to possess, to plunder, yet you have no intention of contributing to humanity. Your teachings are merely symbolic, a scant importation of knowledge. You welcome only the most gifted disciples while disregarding the ordinary humans, offering nothing of real substance. Why should humanity be subjugated to you, merely because you are disciples of saints or a sect of saints with a bright future ahead? Do you believe that once humanity rises to become the protagonists of this realm, with fortunes bursting forth, they will not rival you in potential and talent? At that time, will you still regard humanity as mere pawns? We are all born equal. What give you the right to hold yourselves above others? Xiao Xian's eyes blazed like a raging inferno. Although he was not of the human race in this life, he bore the soul of humanity. He would liberate them from the puppet-like existence of their past, forcing those who looked down upon them to tremble in fear and bow low. 8 Palace Lousy observed Xiao Xian in silence, pondering that he would ultimately become an adversary. The astute strategist had already gleaned some insights from his words. Kunlun Mountain Yuan Shi Tanzun's expression was filled with indignation. Saints were meant to be exalted. The notion of equality was simply ludicrous. His disciples were inherently superior. Jin Ao Island well said. Tong Tian exclaimed, slapping his thigh, exhilarated. This resonated perfectly with the teachings of his sect, as if they were born of the same mother. It aligned splendidly with his beliefs. Compared to Duo Bao, he felt as if the latter was utterly insignificant. With this thought, Tong Tian began to pound his chest in frustration, lamenting that these were his disciples, only to have them cast aside by his own hand. Nuwa Palace Nuwa gazed with admiration, thoroughly entertained by Xiao Xian. What an intriguing individual. However, achieving your desires will face many obstacles. Spirit Mountain Senior Brother, it seems that Xiao Xian's words will likely set us against each other in the future. Qing Tue said, his expression troubled as he looked at Jane. They were both astute enough to understand Xiao Xian's intentions. Jane nodded, reassuring Qing Tue, fear not. That is a matter for another day. For now, we cannot afford to confront Xiao Xian. Then, Senior Brother, should we not take some action? Of course, but not just yet. We must wait a while. Before Xiao Xian, Guang Qingzi and the others glared furiously. Xiao Xian's words were a direct affront to their interests. They vowed to eradicate Tianxian Mansion, to establish their sect as the foremost among humanity. However, Duo Bao and the others had differing feelings. They were more receptive to Xiao Xian's ideas, which aligned with Tong Tian's teachings of defiance against the heavens. Duo Bao remained silent, merely bowing respectfully, acknowledging that this round of impartation was his defeat. Xiao Xian waved his hand, maintaining a stoic expression. Since you have finished your visit, you may leave that if you persist. Let me witness your capabilities. With that, he vanished. Guang Changzi, seething with indignation, turned and exited Tianxian Mansion. The disciples of GS Sect remained calm, even harboring admiration. Were it not for their adversarial relationship, they would have been inclined to befriend Tianxian Mansion. Duo Bao also nodded in appreciation, turning to Chang'er. This Tianxian Mansion is quite impressive. We should ascertain which formidable being established it, to forge a favorable connection in the future. Chang'er nodded, responding without hesitation, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be founded by the human saint Xiao Xian. Duo Bao nodded, realization dawning. So it is Xiao Xian? Wait, Xiao Xian. Could he be that Xiao Xian? Duo Bao's expression darkened as he turned to Chang'er. Which Xiao Xian are we talking about? Chang'er, confused, replied, Xiao Xian is simply Xiao Xian. Are there many Xiao Xians? I haven't seen any others. But there is a statue of him in the city center. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao immediately looked toward the city center, where a towering statue came into view, gradually rising to reveal a familiar visage in his mind, Xiao Xian. Chapter 45. Duo Bao was in disbelief. This is impossible. He stared, dazed at the statue, which had taken the human race years to carve, perfectly capturing Xiao Xian's likeness. It cannot be. This is inconceivable. How could a Xiao Xian of Tianxian Mansion possibly be this Xiao Xian? Duo Bao struggled to accept the truth, a tumultuous wave of emotions igniting his fury. Gathering all his magical power, he disregarded his fellow disciples behind him and charged toward the statue, unable to fathom the reality. In Tianyuan City, second brother, thank you for your hard work this time, Li Xian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Ma Dou. The eldest brother is still in seclusion, and Tianji is relatively weak. With both the Chan and GS sects arriving now, we must have someone to suppress the three holy cities, so Ma Dou replied with a hint of resignation. But why not let the monkey and the carefree one handle it? Don't they love to stir up trouble? And what about Kong Xian and Bai Mei? Li Xian shrugged helplessly. As soon as they reached the human realm, they ran off. I don't know where Yu Ming went. But it seems he's headed toward the Wu clan at AS for Kong Xian and Bai Mei. They're stationed in Tianqing City. Tianji and I are in Tianxian City, so I must entrust Tianyuan City to you. Second brother, Ma Dou sighed, feeling a headache coming on. The Wolf Clan's nature thrived on battle and slaughter, making the concept of guarding utterly foreign to him. No, I must make an effort. Junior brother, I still feel. Senior brother, I must take my leave. I entrust Tianyuan City to you, Ma Dou. Damn it. Feeling exasperated, Ma Dou resigned himself to stay here. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the heart of Tianyuan City, its aura reaching the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Maoduin's expression shifted slightly. A great Luo golden immortal? Who could it be? Could it be someone from the Chan and GSX? How intriguing. When preaching fails, one resorts to violence. Very well, I shall not hold back. Maodun harbored a certain disdain for the Chan and GSX, Oh, what if they're great Luo golden immortals? I shall strike without hesitation. It was just the right moment for him to unleash his pent-up fury. With that thought, he set off towards the city center, the center of Tianyuan City. Before the statue, Duo Bao glared at the visage of the statue with a sinister expression. This Xiao Xian is indeed the same Xiao Xian whom he had expelled from the Jie Sect. The revelation left Duo Bao in disbelief. Yet in the vast wilderness, one could not find two individuals with identical appearances unless through illusion. Who would bother to conjure an illusion of a mere celestial immortal? It was impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Duo Bao continued to deny the truth, unable to accept that a discarded pawn he had expelled from the Jie Sect could surpass him. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of aura emanating from the statue, flickering and teasing him. Duo Bao's eyes turned crimson. There was no doubt this aura belonged to Xiao Xian. It truly was him. After all, Xiao Xian was the first disciple Duo Bao had expelled from the Jie Sect, and he still retained some memory of his aura. Duo Bao attempted to dismiss his suspicions, yet the aura clung to him, and even his great Luo golden immortal cultivation could not allow for self-deception. Bastard, are you flaunting your success? Duo Bao's mental state began to unravel. A discarded disciple had ultimately outshone him. First, he possessed the formidable Tianxin mansion, commandeering the fate of the human race that Duo Bao so desperately sought. He wielded resources and treasures that Duo Bao could only dream of, even commanding the might of great Luo golden immortals. The irony deepened as Duo Bao recalled how he had once held Tianxin mansion in high regard, admiring the very pawn he had scorned. The more he contemplated, the more rage and fear consumed him. He had been surpassed by a former outcast, and would the Tontian patriarch still recognize and acknowledge him? If he were to deny it, what would become of his status and honor? At this thought, Duo Bao trembled uncontrollably. Behind him, disciples of the Jie Sect began to arrive, puzzled by Duo Bao's sudden rush to this location. They turned their gazes towards the immense statue. It seems familiar. Where have I seen it before? The disciples of the Jie Sect wore expressions of confusion. They should have encountered this person before. But where? Xiao Xian had been somewhat inconspicuous within the Jie Sect. Yet when Duo Bao expelled him, he had summoned the entirety of the sect to establish his authority, leading all disciples to recognize Xiao Xian. Just then, a disciple of the Jie Sect suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. He is Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. That Xiao Xian, the one expelled by senior brother Duo Bao." Oh, the disciples behind Duo Bao immediately cast astonished glances at him, whispering amongst themselves. Those closer to Duo Bao, like Chang Er, were at a loss, eventually lowering their heads, too intimidated to join in the discussions of their fellow disciples. Duo Bao trembled all over, gazing at the colossal statue of Xiao Xian. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and struck a seal, shattering the statue into countless fragments. This was Duo Bao's humiliation. Destroying the statue brought him a measure of relief. But someone else was not pleased. Mao Dun. Mao Dun stared in bewilderment as the statue of his revered master was shattered before his eyes, and his rage surged forth. His master, whom he dared not confront even once, had been disrespected. Did you think your bulk made you invulnerable? How dare you challenge authority? Mao Dun's aura exploded violently, a heart within him thundering, amplifying his strength. Duo Bao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed danger. Before he could react, Mao Dun struck him with a claw, sending him flying. Boom! Duo Bao let out a wretched scream as he was hurled backward, quickly regaining his footing, 3 bloody claw marks appearing on his face. Who attacked me? Duo Bao roared to the heavens. Had he not reacted swiftly, his head might have been severed. Fixing his furious gaze on Mao Dun, who remained suspended in midair, Duo Bao's eyes blazed with rage, his murderous intent surging forth. You are doomed. In the face of Duo Bao's fierce glare and unabashed murderous intent, Mao Dun remained unfazed. His cultivation was rooted in the laws of slaughter, rendering Duo Bao's bloodlust utterly insignificant in his eyes. You are disciples of the Jie Sect, yet upon entering the human realm, one must adhere to rules. You have desecrated the statue of the Holy Master and insulted my master. This crime cannot go unpunished. You must pay the price. Mao Dun's tone was icy, the peak aura of a Tai golden immortal pressing down upon Duo Bao and the disciples of the Jie sect. Master, you are Xiao Xian's disciple. Duo Bao's pupils constricted. Could it be that Xiao Xian's disciples possess peak Tai golden immortal cultivation? How could this be? Duo Bao could not believe it. Upon hearing Duo Bao's inquiry, Mao Dun nodded. I am the second disciple of my master. Mao Dun, if you wish to leave unscathed, then let this matter end here. But a glint of murderous intent flashed in Mao Dun's eyes. The overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped the disciples of the Jie sect as he looked down upon them. Should your strength prove insufficient, it will depend on my mood. The disciples of the Jie sect trembled beneath his murderous aura, most collapsing to the ground, while only a few remained standing. Duo Bao's expression turned frantic. How dare the disciple of a discarded pawn look down upon him? He was a great Luo golden immortal, the most outstanding disciple of the Jie sect, a mere Tai, so arrogant. Let Xiao Xian witness how you perish at my hands. Chapter 46. Mao Dun battles the myriad immortals. The domain of the god of slaughter emerges. All disciples of the Jie sect attack. Duo Bao's great Luo aura surged, masking Mao Dun's murderous intent, allowing the disciples of the Jie sect to rise to their feet. The foremost sycophant beneath Duo Bao, Chang'er, shouted boldly, "We advance. Follow the senior brother into battle." The disciples of the Jie sect exchanged glances, hesitant to charge forward. Their legs still trembled, yet with Chang'er and a few of Duo Bao supporters leading the charge. They felt compelled to follow suit, lest they seem out of place. Reluctantly, they surged forward like a tea that moment. Discontent began to brew among the disciples towards Duo Bao. Rising before the crowd, Duo Bao unleashed a bolt of upper clear divine thunder towards Mao Dun. Mao Dun remained unfazed, neither dodging nor evading, effortlessly shattering the thunderbolt with his physical strength. Duo Bao was taken aback, while the disciples behind him gaped in shock. The power of the upper clear divine thunder was formidable, one that even most great Luo would hesitate to confront directly. Yet Mao Dun had withstood it with sheer flesh. How terrifying must his physical form be, as uncertainty enveloped Duo Bao and his followers. The sky around them began to darken ominously. This is bad. Something is amiss. We must leave this area. Duo Bao cried in alarm. As the sky dimmed, his own spiritual power felt subtly suppressed, and he could sense that the source of it all lay with Mao Dun. Too late. Mao Dun, cold yet exhilarated, was about to unveil a technique for the first time before onlookers, a technique he had first utilized against an opponent. This technique was taught to him by Xiao Xian. The domain of the god of slaughter. Activate. The surroundings became entirely sealed off, the darkened space forming a complete realm, reeking of a pungent scent of blood and an icy chill. The domain of the god of slaughter. It suppresses the spiritual power of enemies by 10 within the lowest pressure realm. The greater the disparity in cultivation, the more pronounced the suppression, while amplifying the lethality of one's own and allies. Killing techniques by a factor of 2 that all disciples of the Jie sect, save for Duo Bao, found themselves suppressed. Some disciples at the Golden Immortal and Xian Immortal levels struggled to breathe. Duo Bao realized he had been overly ambitious. While he himself could manage, protecting so many disciples of the Jie sect was an overwhelming strain. Damn it, am I to be worn down like this? Duo Bao's expression darkened. He was unaware of the means by which Mao Dun had enacted this suppression, yet he understood that if Mao Dun were to evade confrontation while depleting him, he would inevitably face defeat. This approach is quite repugnant, yet not entirely unfeasible, as Du Bao himself would resort to such measures. Alas, Mao Dun would not. As the storm of slaughter dissipated, Mao Dun stood in the void, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent, with a colossal spectral howling wolf looming behind him. This was his true form. You are their leader, are you not? Very well. I hereby challenge your authority. Mao Dun held a deep admiration for Du Bao's efforts to safeguard the disciples of the Jie sect. A true sovereign must protect their subjects. He gestured towards Du Bao, declaring, I shall not strike the weak, therefore. Come forth. Du Bao gazed up at Mao Dun, who hovered high above, his expression one of contemptuous pity, and fury ignited within Du Bao. Fine, I shall ensure your downfall beneath your own arrogance. Channeling all his spiritual power, The treasures encircling him began to flutter like butterflies, coalescing into a torrent that surged towards Mao Dun without restraint. Should it connect, even a body of primordial spirit treasure caliber would sustain injury. Du Bao doubted that Mao Dun's physique could surpass that of a primordial spirit treasure. Roar! Mao Dun bellowed to the heavens, his heart of slaughter pulsating wildly within him. As ashen blue veins spread across his body like cracks, his gaze turned cold, and his cultivation, physical prowess, and offensive capabilities surged dramatically. Ambush. Eternal Night's Wound. The ambush was a divine ability Mao Dun had comprehended, rendering all within his domain as his prey, inflicting double damage upon them. Eternal Night's Wound, a technique learned with the aid of Xiao Xian, transformed him into an embodiment of eternal night, rendering him impervious to physical harm while doubling the lethality of his attacks. Mao Dun charged directly into the torrent, the spectral howling wolf behind him howling fiercely, clashing with the torrent of treasures amidst a maelstrom of murderous intent. Boom! A tremendous shockwave reverberated, causing the surrounding space to quiver. As the entire domain of the slaughtering deity began to sway, the treasures and the murderous aura intertwined chaotically, colliding and entangling with one another. Roar! Mao Dun tore through the torrent, the howling wolf's spectral form striking fiercely to disperse the flow of treasures. Roaring at Du Bao, its overwhelming murderous aura intimidating him, that Du Bao's eyes widened in terror. How is this possible? This move can even vanquish a great Luo golden immortal. Indeed, this technique was formidable in the future, when Du Bao had used it to challenge Laozi, but unfortunately he was still too inexperienced at present. Humph! All show and no substance, Mao Dun scoffed disdainfully, charging towards Du Bao with a spectral wolf, countless illusory wolf claws tearing towards him. With a serious expression, Du Bao raised one hand to his chest, conjuring a massive azure hand to block the wolf claws, while simultaneously pushing toward Mao Dun like a mountain. Annihilate! Mao Dun's eyes hardened, condensing the substantial murderous aura into a single point, striking the center of the giant hand, which instantly shattered. Wolf, annihilate the world! In the next moment, a force that seemed to obliterate everything surged from the shattered giant hand, striking Du Bao directly. Du Bao spat blood, his insides feeling as if they were being torn apart in excruciating pain. Mao Dun followed up with a punch to Du Bao's eye, sending him flying. You dare strike my face! Du Bao roared at Mao Dun. One does not hit faces, my friend. That is excessive. Mao Dun paid him no heed. When you shattered my master statue, did you not think that was excessive? He pressed on, delivering another punch to Du Bao's other eye. With two blackened eyes, Du Bao roared in defiance, engaging Mao Dun in close combat, only to be sent flying once more. Mao Dun wore a mocking expression. You have become accustomed to battling with spells and divine abilities, while I have fought relentlessly on the Nine Heavens battle platform in hand-to-hand combat. You are nothing but refuse. Mao Dun resumed his assault on Du Bao, left punch, right punch, each one landing squarely on Du Bao's face. The earlier powerful attacks had drained Du Bao's spiritual energy completely, and within his domain, recovery was impossible. Once again struck down by Mao Dun, Du Bao could no longer rise. Lifting his head, he saw his battered visage, swollen and bruised, his robes in tatters, his aura unstable, a pitiful sight indeed. The Sect disciples surrounded Du Bao, gazing at Mao Dun in fear. Their eldest brother had been defeated. What would become of them? Mao Dun looked upon Du Bao and the Sect disciples, disdainful thoughts swirling in his mind. Is this truly a saintly sect? Pathetic. You have lost. Life and death now rest in my hands. Du Bao, gathering his resolve, looked up at Mao Dun, reminiscent of his former pride as he stood atop the high platform, bidding farewell to Xiao Xian. Now, however, he found himself the one under judgment. Chapter 47. Internal strife in the Sect, Tong Tian's disappointment. Du Bao lowered his head despondently, recalling his past arrogance. Now turned to shame. Chang'er and the other Sect disciples gazed at Mao Dun with murderous intent. Trembling with fear, I must inform you, I am a disciple of the saints. If you harm us, my master Tong Tian will not let you off lightly. Nearby, the Tong Tian sect master, spying from Golden Ao Island, could not help but curse with your cowardice. Do you expect me to stand up for you? Damn it, you've utterly disgraced my face. Mao Dun looked upon Chang'er and the others with disdain. Would killing such trash tarnish my hands? Suddenly, a voice reached Mao Dun's ear, causing him to pause, then break into a strange smile as he approached Chang'er and his companions. You dare strike us? Our master will not spare you. They protested at I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you. Even Du Bao was no match for Mao Dun. How could Chang'er and the others stand a chance? One by one, they were beaten into a state of disarray, their faces bruised, numerous bones fractured, and not a single unscathed inch on their bodies. Mao Dun, gripping their collars, contemptuously remarked, Do you still dare to threaten me? The Sect disciples quickly shook their heads, tears streaming down their swollen faces. Sniffling as they whimpered, Mao Dun, somewhat repulsed, tossed them aside, speaking with a tone of amusement. This hardly constitutes a grave mistake. A mere bit of compensation will suffice. The Sect members froze momentarily, then sighed in relief. So you seek money. That is easily arranged. Our eldest brother has plenty. Instantly, all eyes turned to their eldest brother, Du Bao. What is the matter with you all? Du Bao exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed as his disciples surrounded him. Their gazes fervent. Eldest brother, we rely on you. Eldest brother, it is time for you to contribute to the Sect. Deputy Master, in this moment of crisis, you are our most reliable support, surrounded by the eager gazes of his disciples. Du Bao felt utterly vexed. You lot are truly talented. You stood idly by while I was being beaten, yet now you seek my aid. When it comes to fighting, you are timid, but when it comes to money, you act like wolves, ready to pounce? Curse it! I shall relinquish this deputy master position. I no longer wish to be the eldest brother. Chun, the celestial of determination, patted Du Bao's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Eldest brother, go forth. We shall always stand by your side. Du Bao retorted, I do not need you. Get away. He pushed through the throng of disciples, casting a wary glance at Mao Dun. What is it that you desire? Spiritual treasures. How many? All of them. Can I substitute them with spiritual roots? Du Bao inquired further. Mao Dun shook his head that no, I want spiritual treasures. That torrent of spiritual treasures you conjured earlier was quite impressive. That Du Bao's expression soured. I suspect you are targeting me. Indeed, I am. Taking a deep breath, Du Bao addressed Mao Dun. I am sorry, my friend, we cannot part with our spiritual treasures. Please propose an alternative. Mao Dun waved his hand, shaking his head. Very well. You have desecrated a statue, offended the saint of humanity, and insulted my Tianxian sect master. Therefore, you shall be imprisoned in the human race's jail, and I shall send word for your sect master to personally come and retrieve you. Upon hearing Mao Dun's ultimatum, Du Bao's expression darkened, while the Sect disciples displayed palpable fear, imprisonment, and requiring their sect master to come and retrieve them. This was tantamount to trampling the Sect's dignity into the dust. Not only would they lose face, but the Sect would become a laughingstock in the wilderness. It was likely that when Tong Tian arrived, he wouldn't be there to rescue them, but rather to purge them. The thought sent shivers down the spines of the Sect immortals, as they anxiously turned their pleading gazes toward Du Bao. Eldest brother, hurry. Deputy Master, the honor of the Sect is at stake. Eldest brother, we must think big. Eldest brother, our path has narrowed. Du Bao felt a surge of blood rise within him. Those were his life's work, his entire savings. Those treasures represented his collections over countless years, including several primordial spirit treasures and heaps of postnatal spirit treasures. Gazing into Mao Dun's cold eyes, Du Bao contemplated resisting, yet the presence of a great Luo in Tianxian Palace disheartened him. To fight would mean risking everything. While not fighting would tarnish the Sect's reputation, and the sect master would certainly not let him off lightly. It was too difficult. Being a deputy master was far too challenging. Du Bao felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He longed to cry, but the tears simply would not come. Mao Dun extended his hand, confident that Du Bao had reached a decision. With tears in his eyes, Du Bao relinquished all his spiritual treasures to Mao Dun. The Sect disciples watched with reverence, their respect for their eldest brother growing immensely. Mao Dun was pleased. Though these treasures were of little value to him, they could benefit the disciples of Tianxian Palace. Du Bao, heartbroken, gazed at the storage bag in Mao Duan's possession. Gone. All gone. Decades of toil reduced to nothing in an instant. Mao Dun paid no heed to Du Bao's sorrow and turned to leave. Du Bao trembled. Was he truly departing? Hurriedly, he rushed forward to grasp Mao Dun, exclaiming, "I cannot be the only one to endure this suffering." "Wait, are you only taking me? What about them?" Mao Dun turned back, astonished at Du Bao's words. "What, do you wish to enjoy alone rather than share the joy with others?" The disciples of the Jie Jiao cast dubious glances at Du Bao, their suspicion evident. "You scoundrel, are you plotting against me?" Mao Dun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That is sufficient. You may all return." With that, he departed, leaving Du Bao gazing at Mao Duan's retreating figure. Disappointment etched on his face. The Jie Jiao disciples, too, regarded Du Bao with a sense of disillusionment, as did the Tong Tian, who wore a grim expression. The atmosphere within the palace was dense with tension. The very air of Jinao Island was thick with oppression, and its inhabitants were rife with anxiety and fear, worried that a moment's lapse could lead them to commune with their ancestors. Suddenly, the voice of the Yuanshi Tianzuan echoed throughout the Biao Palace. "Ha ha, Tong Tian, I have told you, these horned and feathered creatures, born of moisture and eggs, are hardly worthy of being taken under your wing. Are you pleased now?" The oppressive atmosphere seemed to explode like gunpowder. The sword intent on Jinao Island soaring into the sky. Yuan Shiryu, Tong Tian bellowed, his aura of malevolence surging within the Biao Palace. The four swords of Zhu Xian poised ominously towards Kunlun Mountain. What is there to be angry about? After all, this is not the first time you have misjudged. Yuan Shi taunted, unperturbed. That Tong Tian's expression faltered as he recalled Xiao Xian, sheathing the four swords of Zhu Xian and restoring a semblance of calm to Jinao Island. Yuan Shi continued to jest, yet his amusement was waning. Tong Tian closed his five senses and cast one last disappointed glance at Du Bao. Du Bao, your willingness to sacrifice for the Jie Jiao and your dedication to your fellow disciples is commendable. However, your desire to drag your fellow students down with you has left me disheartened by your selfishness. It seems you are still unworthy of great responsibility. In the grand hall of the Tianxian, Xiao Xian observed the human race's Tianyuan city with a knowing smile, fixated on Du Bao's situation. His plan had come to fruition. He had secretly instructed Mao Dun to take only Du Bao's spiritual treasure. Intending to sow discord within the Jie Jiao, Du Bao's final remark was a masterstroke. Now, the numerous immortals of the Jie Jiao harbored varying degrees of dissatisfaction towards Du Bao. It was only a matter of time before they severed ties with him. Ultimately, Du Bao would find himself unwelcome in the Jie Jiao, and Tong Tian would be unable to protect him. Xiao Xian's lips curled into a sly smile as he contemplated allowing Du Bao to experience the bitterness of betrayal before personally eliminating him. Even if he fled to the west, Xiao Xian would ensure his demise. After all, he was a man who never forgot a grudge. Boom! A fierce aura erupted from Celestial Mountain surrounding the Qixing Tianyuan Peak, obliterating the entire mountain as the presence of a great Luo golden immortal soared into the heavens. It was Tian Chenzi. Ding! Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple for breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal. The sect's fortune has increased. Rewards include Chapter 48. Tian Chenzi. I will annihilate them. Li Exun. Senior brother, wait. I shall go too. The sect's fortune had risen. Rewards included Enlightenment Sacred Fruits 10 to enhance cultivation and inevitably comprehend a certain Tao. The Mandate of Heaven Disc, capable of mitigating 3 heavenly tribulations, and an elevation of all spiritual veins within the sect. Xiao Xian immediately sat up, fixated on the Mandate of Heaven Disc. This is excellent. This item is truly fortuitous. System, can this disc negate the tribulations encountered while establishing the myriad schools of thought? Indeed, host. Wonderful. Xiao Xian rejoiced that he had invested significantly in this plan and was uncertain of its success. But now hope blossomed. System, activate. Ding. Initiating use. Completion. The Mandate of Heaven Disc has mitigated 3 tribulations. Some tribulations of the myriad schools of thought have been alleviated. What is happening? Xiao Xian, what the heck? Those 3 chances are gone already. and only partially. Xiao Xian gazed at the system screen, which now displayed the shattered mandate of Heaven Disk, indicating it could no longer be used. System, did you make an error? No, host. This system cannot make mistakes. Xiao Xian was at a loss for words. How could it have vanished so quickly, and only partially at that? System, how many tribulations do the myriad schools of thought face? Unknown. What are those 3 tribulations? May I inquire? Ding. Certainly. They are the witch and demon siege, the intervention of the 3 purities, and the breach of contract by the West. Xiao Xian's brow furrowed. That was an overwhelming amount of information. He could comprehend the witch and demon intervention, but what was the 3 purities' involvement? Hadn't they sent their disciples to intervene? Were they truly planning to descend themselves? Did they not fear his retribution? Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, they were preparing to send incarnations of the 3 purities to impart teachings to the human race and acquire fortune, avoiding any breach of contract. Their incarnations. Xiao Xian was at a loss for words. How could this be? This was truly an unexpected twist. And what of the West's breach? Did they not fear his wrath, leading to their annihilation? Unclear. The heavenly Tao has yet to finalize its plans, and the system cannot deduce further. Not finalized? What kind of explanation is that? Xiao Xian was speechless. Was he truly wasting a chance from the mandate of heaven? Nevertheless, this is not critical. However, if the 2 saints of the West dare to breach the contract, you are finished, mark my words, Zhuan Ti and Zhen. We have yet to do anything. I do not care. You are doomed, Zhuan Ti and Jian. Wah. Xiao Xian opened the system panel. Master. Xiao Xian cultivation. Invincible pre-saint technique. Supreme Tao Canon disciples. Tian Chenzi, mid-great Luo, golden immortal. Mao Dun, peak Tai. Li Exun, late Tai. Bai Mei, peak Tai. Kong Xian, peak Tai. Lu Er, peak Tai. Tianji, pinnacle golden immortal. Yi Xiaoyao, late Tai. Yu Ming, mid Tai. Number of followers, 0 sect fortune. 280. 000 masters items. 19 Dao seeds. Dao, divine lotus. Premium innate spiritual treasure. Tianwang seal, world nurturing spirit pool. Enlightenment sacred fruits, 10 sect resources. Spiritual items. Master seal, Tianju sacred mysterious sword. Taichu cauldron, 9 heavens battle platform. Tianchi spiritual spring, spiritual medicine guardian. Myriad realms mirror, sutra repository. 3000 Wuji great formation. Divine path tablet. Heavenly divine domain. Reincarnation, see heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. Qixing Tianyuan peak, myriad spiritual veins. Chanyuan immortal ginseng, myriad spirits, immortal fruit. 9 heavens resting soil, 3000 or veins. Various innate spiritual treasures sect tasks. None with Tian Chenzi's contribution of 10,000 fortune. The total rose to an astonishing 280,000, an increase of 30,000. The remaining 20,000 must be the fortune of the human race. Xiao Xian tapped his thigh thoughtfully. Moreover, Tian Chenzi had directly advanced to mid-great Luo, indicating that the sword of humanity had absorbed quite well. Mao Dun and the others were at the peak of Tai, merely awaiting an opportunity to break through. Yu Ming, the latest to emerge, had also caught up swiftly, proving that those who bore the fortune of an entire realm were indeed exceptional. Regrettably, Yu Ming had yet to fully inherit the Yu Ming realm. Otherwise, the sect's fortune might have skyrocketed. Nonetheless, these 19 Dao seeds must be utilized. It was better to convert them into personal strength than to let them gather dust. While Xiao Xian pondered, Tian Chenzi burst into the room, brimming with excitement. Master, I have succeeded. I have gained the recognition of the sword of humanity. Seeing Tian Chenzi's exuberant demeanor, Xiao Xian couldn't help but internally scoff at the lad for startling him. Nevertheless, he maintained a smiling facade, offering words of encouragement. Excellent, Tian Chenzi, you are finally capable of shouldering the weight of responsibility for the human race. Indeed, Tian Chenzi felt a surge of pride and exhilaration at his master's praise. Xiao Xian raised his hand to calm him, presenting a scroll. Now that your junior brothers have ventured out to train and you have successfully inherited the sword of humanity, you must bear the responsibility for the human race. Here are 3 points of advice I have for you. You may strive towards these goals. The rest will depend on your own exploration alongside Li Xian and Tianji. Tianqinzi accepted the scroll, his eyes glistening with emotion, nodding solemnly. His master had sacrificed so much for the human race, and it was their own inadequacy that had caused them to fall behind. He vowed to work diligently, moving forward. Disciple, you are overthinking it. I'm not that great. No, master, you are indeed that great. Very well, hurry along now. Mao Dun is quite displeased with the assistance provided to the human race. Tianqinzi chuckled, knowing full well that Mao Dun's temperament would hardly allow him to linger among mortals. Then, master, I shall take my leave. Indeed, let me see you off. Xiao Xian nodded, raising his hand to send Tianqinzi flying outside Tunyuan City. That it was imperative for him to swiftly replace Mao Dun, especially since Xiao Xian had a fortuitous opportunity to guide Mao Dun as well. Not just Mao Dun, but Kong Xian and Bai Mei each had their own opportunities prepared by Xiao Xian, though the timing had yet to be right. The path of destiny allowed Xiao Xian to probe into the fate of every individual and object, even uncovering the opportunities left behind after their demise. Moreover, he could seamlessly graft them onto himself, thereby acquiring the fortunes of others. Such versatility was truly remarkable. Yet, caution was paramount. Altering the fates of too many individuals would not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. As it pertained to the rules, Xiao Xian retrieved the 19 Tao seeds and instructed the system to select them, as he had already grasped several of the strongest among the 3,000 Taos. The remaining ones were not of pressing necessity, and the Tao lotus beneath him was no mere ornament. Even while he slumbered, he could still comprehend the 3,000 Taos. Thus, to grow stronger, one must first indulge in rest. Xiao Xian swallowed 19 seeds of the great Tao and comfortably reclined. Outside Tianyuan City, Tianqinzi emerged from a spatial rift, marveling at his master's formidable power while hastening towards the heart of Tianyuan City. Upon entering the city, he sensed the presence of Mao Dun and Li Exin, which was fortunate, as it spared him an additional journey. Mao Dun, Xiao Exin, you are all here. Xiao Exin, what happened to you? Following the trail of energy. Tianqinzi arrived beside Mao Dun and Li Exin, greeting them only to notice Li Exin's pallor was not quite right. Seeing Tianqinzi, Mao Dun's expression brightened. He felt liberated, while Li Exin's demeanor softened slightly upon Tianqinzi's arrival. Senior brother, you have returned. How was your journey? Any gains? Tianqinzi nodded, stating that he had gathered some insights, but would discuss them later. Why do you look so glum? Has something transpired? Upon hearing this, Li Exin's expression darkened further as he recounted the incident involving the two teachings confronting the human race. Along with the destruction of Xiao Xian's statue by Duobao, Tianqinzi's face fell at the revelation. How dare they wreak havoc among our kin and defile the statue of our master? Let's eliminate him. Mao Dun looked at Tianqinzi, his heart ablaze with vengeance. Yet he advised, calm yourself. The adversary is a disciple of a sage. Their life must be preserved. Tianqinzi nodded and dashed towards the exit. Alex, observing this, inquired, Senior brother, what are you doing? Going to confront them. Are you coming along? Absolutely. As Mao Dun watched the two figures filled with murderous intent retreat, he pondered whether he should join in the fray. The Southwest Grievance Spirit Marsh hold my fortune? Understood. Thank you, Master. Chapter 49. Duobao. I will annihilate the Tianxian Sect. Destroy Xiao Xian. Within the palace where the GS Sect preached in Tianyuan City, Duobao sat alone upon the main seat, surveying the assembly of GS Sect disciples below. As he glanced around, he noted that the disciples still regarded him with reverence, though the warmth had dissipated since Mao Dun's departure. After Mao Dun left, he realized the gravity of the situation, yet it was too late to act, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Long-eared Ding Wangxian observed Duobao's melancholy and, scanning the surrounding Jia disciples, broke the oppressive silence. Ahem, Senior brother, what shall we do now? Continue preaching or return to Golden Ao Island? The moment the words left his mouth, all Jia disciples turned their attention to Duobao, awaiting his decision, for he remained the eldest disciple and deputy leader of the GS Sect, feeling the weight of their gazes. Duobao was about to respond when he suddenly sensed danger, swiftly erecting a barrier at the palace entrance. Boom! For luminous blades struck the palace of the GS Sect, colliding with Duobao's shield. "Oh, you possess some skill," he remarked, but it is still insufficient. Before he could finish, another golden-white blade, tinged with dark purple, surged towards the barrier, shattering it with ease. Duo Bao's expression turned grave as he unleashed a massive azure hand to deflect the golden-purple blade. "Who goes there?" Duo Bao bellowed, his anger flaring. It seemed trouble had a penchant for finding him. Disciples of the Tianxian sect, Tian Chenzi and Li Exin, come to pay their respects. Li Exin stood proudly with a heavy sword in hand, while Tian Chenzi strode forward with steady steps. The Tianxian sect? Duo Bao felt an ominous premonition as he scrutinized Tian Chenzi and Li Exin, particularly Tian Chenzi, whom he could not see through, prompting mixed feelings of suspicion and dread. "You are also disciples of Xiao Xian?" Tian Chenzi raised an eyebrow, while Li Exin, sensing something amiss, questioned Duo Bao. "Do you know my master?" Duo Bao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Not only do I know him, but I was the one who expelled him from the sect. What brings you here? Surely, Xiao Xian did not send you to stir trouble." Tian Chenzi and Li Exin exchanged glances, realizing this fellow indeed had a history with their master, and it appeared there was animosity. "So they need not hold back." "Not at all. You are not yet worthy of attracting my master's attention. You destroyed his statue, and we are here to seek retribution." Duo Bao faltered, rage igniting within him. How dare they claim they were unworthy of Xiao Xian's notice? Long Ear, trembling in fear, approached Tian Chenzi and stammered, "But we compensated for the statue's destruction, did we not?" The Jie disciples echoed in agreement. "Indeed, your second disciple mentioned it was settled." Li Exin dismissed their claims, saying, "Your second disciple is your second disciple. We are we. His words do not absolve you." Tian Chenzi nodded, cracking his neck as he addressed the Jie sect. "Enough with the pleasantries. We have come to cause trouble, and we are targeting you. What will you do about it?" At this proclamation, all Jie disciples seethed with anger. How dare he be so arrogant? Do they truly believe we are without dignity? Tian Chenzi extended a finger towards Duo Bao, stating, "One strike. If you can withstand it, we will consider this matter resolved. Moreover, you need not fear any further trouble from us." Duo Bao's heart thundered. Was this an act of mercy towards the weak? The thought echoed in his mind. Xiao Xian. "Is this your revenge against me?" Xiao Xian. I truly had no knowledge of this. Duo Bao's eyes burned with resentment as he glared at Tian Chenzi. He was the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, their strongest, and now he found himself humiliated by the disciple of an outcast. How ironic! Tian Chenzi, intrigued by Duo Bao's madness, pondered what had transpired between him and their master. Yet the time for retribution had come. "Junior brother, leave Duo Bao to me. Handle the rest?" Of course. Tian Chenzi's spiritual energy surged, an aura of supremacy enveloping the realm, suffocating the Jie disciples. An immense shadow, resembling an enlarged version of Tian Chenzi, materialized, and Duo Bao's heart raced in terror as he beheld the overwhelming presence. Reminiscent of the celestial leader, this was not merely the sovereign path of unchallenged authority. It was the tyrannical might that dominated the world. Tian Chenzi noticed Duo Bao's fear and scoffed internally, yet his motions remained relentless as he propelled a colossal fist forward. Tian Yuan, Overlord Fist, defying the heavens. Duo Bao's face twisted with madness as he unleashed his peak power at the Great Luo, evidently invoking some secret technique that a massive palm imprint, akin to a small mountain, descended upon Tian Chenzi. Boom! The tremendous shockwave captured the attention of all present. "Hey, focus!" Li Exin rallied the Jie disciples, who were captivated by the clash, as he planted his heavy sword into the ground, gathering strength while beckoning them with a finger. "It is our turn. Come at us all." Long Ear, terrified, glanced at Li Exin and then at the surrounding Jie disciples, urgently shouting, "Everyone unite! He is merely at the peak of Tai. With our combined strength, we can overwhelm him." Encouraged by Long Ear's words, many Jie disciples summoned their spiritual treasures, rallying together. "Yes, we can win. Let's give it our all. Charge!" With a rallying cry, they felt invigorated, surging towards Li Exin. Meanwhile, Long Ear Dingguangxian fled in the opposite direction, muttering, "These Tianxian sect folks are all monsters. I refuse to engage with them." Li Exin scoffed at Long Ear's cowardice, placing his hands lightly on the sword's hilt before abruptly drawing it, countless sword blades erupted from the ground, sweeping towards the Jia disciples in a group battle. He had never known fear. On the other side, Tian Chenzi sensed Duobao's waning strength and shook his head slightly. Employing explosive secret techniques in battle to seek breakthroughs was exceedingly unwise, especially against a stronger opponent. Tianyuan, Overlord Fist, shattering the universe, a force that disrupted the order of the cosmos, annihilating all in its path, surged from Tian Chenzi's AR in the next moment, under Duobao's unwilling gaze. His ultimate palm shattered. The giant's fist struck him squarely, burying him into the earth. Jia disciples soared through the air amidst the myriad of blades, falling like dumplings. Lixin, noticing Long Ear's panicked retreat, decisively launched a blade strike, severely wounding Long Ear, who collapsed, spitting blood. Turning to Tian Chenzi, who had finished the battle, he inquired, "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" Tian Chenzi surveyed Duo Bao and the fallen Jia mortals, whose spirits remained unyielding yet were reluctant to rise. His heart filled with disdain. "Let us go. We need not truly kill them. A little venting will suffice." With that, he departed, and Lixin naturally followed, ignoring the Jia disciples. The defeated required no mercy. Once Tian Chenzi and Lixin had distanced themselves, the fallen Jia disciples rose, retrieving Duo Bao from the ground. "Senior brother, let's depart. Indeed, let us return to Golden Ao Island. This place is far too perilous." "Wah, senior brother, I miss home." All Jia disciples wished to leave the human realm, deeming it too dangerous, vowing never to return. Silence. Duobao's face contorted with rage, his breath ragged as he glared at the retreating figures of Tian Chenzi and Lixin. "I shall remain in the human realm to preach. I will annihilate the Tianqian sect. I will destroy Mao Dun, Tian Chenzi, and their ilk. I shall obliterate Shao Xian." The disciples surrounding Duo Bao gazed at him in trepidation, lowering their heads in fear, their hearts increasingly filled with discontent towards him. After all, it was his mistake at that moment. Why should they bear the burden? If, at the outset, Shao Xian had not been expelled from Jiejiao, would he not now be the senior brother? Chapter 50. The Future of Humanity, the Responsibility of Disciples' Senior Brother. Should we not expel Jiejiao from the human race? On their way back, Lixin spoke to Tian Chenzi, admitting that the battle had indeed been exhilarating. Yet they must remain vigilant against any impending retaliation. After all, one must always be wary of the cunning. Tian Chenzi waved his hand dismissively, replying to Lixin, "We need not concern ourselves with them. The teachings of Chan and Jia are beneficial to us. The 100 schools of thought must endure trials, and these 2 schools serve as the finest whetstone for that purpose. Moreover, we have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to be distracted by them." "Many matters?" Lixin inquired, puzzled. "Isn't our only responsibility to ensure the smooth progress of the 100 schools of thought?" Noticing Lixin's confusion, Tian Chenzi inquired, "Lixin, how long do you believe our master can protect the human race?" Lixin was taken aback, instinctively responding that it would be forever, yet he ultimately fell into silence. Indeed, how long could their master offer protection? Their master was an innate being of the primordial chaos, not a member of the human race. Tian Chenzi shook his head, casting a worried glance towards the distant human tribes. "Our master protects and guides the human race out of regard for us. Yet the human race must learn to grow independently. We too must evolve." Lixin's demeanor turned grave as he grasped Tian Chenzi's implication. They must ultimately break free from their master's embrace. "The human race must forge its own path. Senior brother, do you have a plan?" Tian Chenzi handed Lixin the jade slip given by Shao Xian. "Our master has advised us to develop the human race in terms of politics, military strength, and education." Lixin opened it, and after examining its contents, remarked, "Senior brother, it seems you have additional thoughts." Tian Chenzi nodded, expressing his views: politics for internal affairs, military for external defense, education for future development. These 3 aspects are what the human race currently lacks. However, this is merely a macro perspective lacking in detail and practicality for the present. Right now, we need unity. Unity? Lixin's expression shifted. "You wish to consolidate the human tribes?" "Precisely, that we must lead the entire human race." harness all available resources to cultivate gifted disciples, and strengthen both the elite and backbone of the human race, transforming them into a formidable military force that we must also develop our own intelligence network. As the human race evolves rapidly, we will inevitably confront the witch and demon clans that we need to understand their movements while exploring the primordial chaos to gather rare materials. The human race must gradually free itself from dependence on Tian Xianjiao. Achieving self-sufficiency and becoming independent entities like the witch and demon clans. At this point, Tian Qinzi's gaze sparkled, akin to the flickering of stars. Xiao Xian will undoubtedly be astonished by my words. For this embodies the concept of a nation, a process through which tribes mature and grow strong. Xiao Xian fears that Tian Qinzi and the others may not accept the notion of a nation, which is why he refrained from teaching them. Little did he expect they would independently propose such an idea. Alex and found Tian Qinzi's words somewhat transcendent yet undeniably sensible, though the hint of worry lingered. If we pursue these developments, will it not conflict with Master S' plans for the 100 schools of thought? Tian Qinzi paused, realizing he had overlooked this crucial aspect amidst his brainstorming. They understood the opportunities presented by the 100 schools of thought and recognized their significance for the human race. Unifying the human race would inevitably require upheaval. Should this disrupt Master S' plans, it would not only affect them, but also result in significant losses for the human race. There is no need to fret about that. Tianji interjected at that moment. Being a peak golden immortal, he had overheard the entire conversation as Tian Qinzi and the others were unreserved in their discussions. Several philosophies within the 100 schools of thought require practical application, such as those of the strategists, military masters, and famous scholars. Furthermore, after the unification of the human race, the ideas of the legalists, Confucians, and Mahists can be disseminated more effectively. Our master has also stated that the value of the 100 schools can only be realized in times of peace and chaos. Upon hearing Tianji's words, Tian Qinzi found them reasonable. However, at that moment, Li Xan furrowed his brow, discovering another issue. While war may highlight the value of the 100 schools, it could also facilitate the dissemination of the teachings of Chan and Jie, allowing them to exploit any gaps, correct? Tian Qinzi and Tianji were momentarily taken aback. There was some merit to this argument. After all, they were saintly sects, and employing cunning strategies would likely be quite troublesome. Yet they could not afford to push them into a corner. This indeed presents a challenge, yet we must proceed. Unifying the human race is an inevitable trend, and overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, Tianji stammered. Perhaps we should inform Master? Tian Qinzi and Li Xian simultaneously shook their heads. Their hesitation stemmed not from a lack of trust in Xiao Xian, but rather from their desire to grow and take on their own responsibilities. Tianji fell silent, recalling that no child initially harbored the ambition to venture into the world alone. They were all maturing, ready to shoulder their own responsibilities. Xiao Xian remained oblivious to these developments. Still in slumber, yet he would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Duo Bao, accompanied by a group of disgruntled disciples from Jiejiao, arrived at the residence of Chan Jiao to confront Tian Xianfu. Relying solely on Jiejiao would be insufficient. An alliance with Chan Jiao was imperative. Despite their long-standing conflicts, mutual interests could dissolve all enmity. Upon hearing Duo Bao's intentions, Guang Chengzi promptly and decisively rejected the proposal. Duo Bao, are you jesting? Given our history of mutual animosity, do you truly believe we can collaborate harmoniously? He still remembered the cold welcome they had received upon their first meeting. I acknowledge my previous missteps. I apologize for that, Duo Bao said with a slight smile, bowing respectfully to the 12 golden immortals while the disciples of Jiao looked on in astonishment. Though our previous relationship was less than cordial, I believe we can still work together sincerely. Neither of us is capable of succeeding alone. You are well aware of this. Therefore, we should unite, as we share common interests and a common foe. Do we not? As Duo Bao spoke, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Guang Chengzi was taken aback. Duo Bao's demeanor surprised him greatly, making him feel as though he were speaking to a different person. However, Duo Bao's reasoning was sound. While banter was one thing, reality was another, and they were acutely aware of this distinction. Very well, I agree, but from now on, we shall take Chan Jiao as the leading force. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Jie Jiao glared at Guang Chengzi with indignation, while Duo Bao remained unfazed, grinning at Guang Chengzi. That is acceptable, as long as you assure us that you will not harbor any objections. By the heavens, is this a ploy? Not only the 12 golden immortals, but also the Jie Jiao disciples began to regard Duo Bao with suspicion. Senior brother, you were not like this before. Let us strive together. Furthermore, during our collaboration, neither side should engage in deceitful tactics, agreed? Ultimately, Chan Jiao conceded, while Duo Bao continued to wear a cheerful smile and no problem at all. We from Jie Jiao have no objections. The 12 golden immortals thought to themselves. The current Duo Bao is truly formidable. Outside Tianxing City, disciples of Qing Tue and Jin, along with Mithriya and Yaoshi, led a group of Western Sect disciples into the human realm. Have the tasks been made clear? Disturb the teachings of Chan and Jie. And when necessary, enlighten the human race, spreading Western doctrines and plundering their fortune. Mithriya and Yaoshi nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the Western Sect disciples to set off. Chapter 51. The Rise of Confucianism and Law. The ascendance of the military, the flourishing of the 100 schools. The Western Sect chose not to assault Tianxing City and Tianyuan City, but rather to focus on disseminating their teachings to several smaller tribes in the vicinity. As for whether the chieftains of these tribes would grant permission, what do you think the Western Sect is capable of? What was the foundation of their leaders' rise to prominence? The art of deception, manipulation, and seduction are mere trifles. Thus, the propagation of Western teachings has been remarkably smooth. Not only that, but they are remarkably astute. What they offer is an ideological supplement that requires neither your money nor your possessions. Nothing is expected of you. Once you enter, you are ensnared by their persuasive rhetoric and presented with a spiritual package that promises to invigorate your spirit, ensuring a cleansing of the soul. Some tenets of Western ideology, such as sacrificing flesh to feed eagles or offering one's life to nourish tigers, might seem absurd to contemporary minds. Yet in that era, they were regarded as sagacious maxims, the human race, in a show of respect. Allowed Western teachings to take root effortlessly. The arrival of Western teachings did not go unnoticed by the sects of Xian and Jie, who, while feeling a sense of humiliation, also found inspiration. They too began to emulate the Western approach by solely imparting ideological education, even offering some minor spells from their teachings to the human race free of charge. This move revitalized the reputation of the Xian and Jie sections. Meanwhile, Duo Bao took a more audacious approach, convening a grand assembly to apologize before the entire human populace, preparing a speech of several 100,000 words in which he passionately berated himself, taking full responsibility for the deceptions perpetrated by Jie. He even subjected himself to severe magical punishment, leaving him bloodied and battered. The human audience, moved by his display, began to regard Jie in a more favorable light, willing to grant them another chance. Thus, Jie experienced a remarkable resurgence, with many humans eager to join and learn from them, all thanks to this shameless attitude that aligned them with the Western teachings. The 12 golden immortals of the Xian sect looked on enviously. Yet the thought of emulating Duo Bao's actions seemed more daunting than death itself. While the situation improved for both sects, the Western teachings had their own agenda and wasted no time in launching assaults on the Xian and Jie sections. Capitalizing on their shameless characteristics, the entirety of the Western sect mobilized, spreading slander against the Xian and Jie sections. This infuriated Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao, who immediately clashed with the disciples of the Western sect. However, the latter evaded direct confrontation, feigning defeat when approached and resuming their smear campaign once the threat had passed. The three factions, Xian, Jie, and Western, engaged in a chaotic struggle within the three great holy cities of the human race, with no resolution in sight. Amidst the turmoil among the three sects, Tianxinzi extended an offer of allegiance to all human tribes. In a swift turn of events, numerous tribal leaders expressed their willingness to submit. Though some were reluctant to relinquish their power and dared not openly resist, Tianxinzi paid them no mind, instead establishing a new city, Shenghua City, between the three great holy cities, symbolizing the pinnacle of prosperity for the human race. Following the establishment of this new holy city, various systems were implemented, gathering the compliant tribal leaders together. and with the assistance of Tianji, the embryonic form of a nation began to take shape. During this transformative period for the human race, Confucius Kongxiu opened a private school within the three holy cities, swiftly enrolling a sufficient number of disciples with initial funding from Tangshuanfu. With the support of the avatar of a certain individual, Kongxiu's reputation grew exponentially, attracting an ever-increasing audience eager to hear his lectures. Tribal leaders from the newly allied factions flocked to him, many aspiring to become his disciples. In turn, Confucius welcomed all who came, eagerly accepting students, and those who attended his lectures spread his acclaim across the various tribes. In no time, Confucius's name resonated widely. Simultaneously, the legalist school experienced rapid growth. Upon hearing of Tianqianzi's plans to unify the human race, Guanzhong, a disciple of the legalist school, promptly sought an audience and became the architect of the new laws of China. With a deft stroke of his pen, Guanzhong delineated laws into criminal and administrative categories, using the latter to restrain high-ranking officials while employing the former to punish wrongdoers and protect the rights of the virtuous. As the legal framework became more refined, administrative positions were filled by the previously compliant tribal leaders. Lixin, utilizing the resources of Tangshuanfu, gathered accomplished warriors and strongmen from various tribes to form an army. With celestial beings as generals and martial artists as captains, the legal system's development expedited the establishment of military protocols, and in a short time, a formidable army of 100,000 was assembled. Just as Li Xin prepared to lead them into battle, Tianji intervened, cautioning that if Li Xin were to defeat them using his formidable powers, it might create future complications that it would be wiser for ordinary individuals to conquer ordinary individuals. After much effort, Tianji successfully located Sun Wu from the military school and enlisted him to lead the army. Sun Wu was elated. Previously, he had no troops to command, but now circumstances allowed him to showcase his talents. Soon, Sun Wu set forth to confront the various tribes. As war loomed, the myriad schools of thought among the 100 schools of philosophy emerged. The persuasive logicians, the chivalrous Mahists advocating universal love and non-aggression. The dialecticians of the Ming school, the agrarians emphasizing that food is the foundation of life, and the healers striving to save lives all sprang into action, with the outbreak of conflict among the human race. Several previously overlooked factions rapidly ascended, with the novelists emerging most swiftly in this era of scant entertainment. Whether in times of peace or strife, tribes began to embrace the imaginative realm of novels. The novelist Yu Chu chronicled his experiences in the myriad realms, penning them into books distributed among the various tribes. Concurrently, the mixed school also gained traction during this upheaval. The pursuit of profit became a common goal, with merchants epitomizing this drive. Elbu Wei, the head of the mixed school, traversed the war-torn landscape, facilitating trade between the tribes and common folk, rapidly increasing the ranks of his disciples. This conflict birthed many successes, and the rise of the 100 schools of philosophy became an unstoppable tide. Yet this also complicated the interests within the human race, prolonging the conflict indefinitely. With the flourishing of diverse schools, the pace of unifying the human race slowed, and the fervor for celestial paths was no longer the sole focus of humanity. The situations for the Xian and Jie sects worsened. They had only just begun to improve when they clashed with the Western sect, neglecting their teachings, and by the time they realized their oversight, the 100 schools had already surged forth. The Tianqian Hall had become synonymous with the celestial path for humanity, deeply ingrained in their hearts. While the Xian and Jie sects, unable to compete, found themselves overwhelmed by the tides of time. In the Tianqian Peak, within the Tianqian Hall, Shaoxian gradually awakened from slumber. As he stirred, his avatar reported the developments. The Xian and Jie have united? The Western sect has intervened? Excellent. Tianqianzi aims to unify the human race? The human race is embroiled in internal strife. How did the 100 schools rise so swiftly? This situation exceeds my plans. Shaoxian felt bewildered, as if the world had changed overnight. According to his original plan, the rise of the 100 schools would inevitably lead to conflict, culminating in Tianqianzi and others unifying the human race and integrating the philosophies of the 100 schools. However, now, the rise of the 100 schools and the unification of the human race were occurring simultaneously. The best-case scenario would see both parties achieving unity and ideological integration, propelling the fortunes of humanity into a phase of rapid development. Yet, the most concerning prospect was that neither side might succeed, leading to the depletion of human fortunes and an endless cycle of decline. Xiao Xian felt distressed. This abrupt upheaval was disconcerting in this situation. He found himself unable to intervene as it pertained to the internal evolution of the human race. Any overt interference could result in a lackluster unification, even if the human race were to unite in the end. As Xiao Xian grappled with uncertainty, the system interjected, "Do not worry about this matter, host. Even if the fortunes of humanity are depleted, once the 100 schools stabilize, the losses will be fully compensated. It may just require a longer period for development thereafter. For now, you must ensure that humanity does not perish during this interval." Xiao Xian nodded thoughtfully. If the system assured him, then he need not fret. Moreover, host, the 100 schools and the Taoist school have yet to emerge. The Taoist tradition holds significant weight among humanity and cannot be forsaken. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian felt a headache coming on, as he had been pondering this very issue while asleep. The Taoist school was founded by Laozi of the Taiji school, and he had initially planned to persuade Laozi to establish the Taoist tradition before the 100 schools took shape. Yet now, sigh. Indeed, becoming the head of the Taoist school would offer substantial advantages. But the heads of the 100 schools were all affiliated with our Tianxian sect. The sages would quickly discern the incongruity if Laozi were to be persuaded to join, given his cautious nature. Who could say whether he would agree? Moreover, if Laozi were to join, he would need to be wary of him. Host, the Taoist school does not necessarily have to be established by Laozi. It can be founded by anyone. As long as it exists, that I understand that principle, system, Xiao Xian replied. But the crux lies in who possesses the capability to establish the Taoist school, especially if they're one of our OWN.MY disciples. Forget it. Only Bai Mei might fit the role, but he is currently embroiled in a conflict with Kong Xian and likely lacks the time to attend to me. The others are even less viable. Yu Ming's character is suitable, but he is not a match, and Lu Er and the others. They would be more concerned with causing me trouble. How about we, the Tianxian sect, establish the Taoist school? As for the head, I shall personally take the reins. That is not out of the question, but host, are you certain it will be all right? Xiao Xian brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that he had mastered various paths and could effortlessly establish a Taoist sect. Ding, Maodun absorbed the vengeful spirits and transformed them into killing souls, advancing to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, thereby enhancing the sect's fortune. Rewards: innate Tao pool, which can condense an innate sacred lotus every 100 years, assisting the human race in returning to their innate Tao body, and aiding the beings of Hong Wang in enhancing their innate qualities. Reward: Primordial Tao, which allows for the refinement of innate treasures and enables individuals to become chaos bodies, promising a bright future. Reward: bestow opportunities upon 9 disciples at once. Maodun's advancement was anticipated, yet the rewards were truly a delightful surprise. He had been troubled about how to elevate the 108 heads of families to the innate Tao body. And now this innate Tao pool was just perfect. The system is truly remarkable. Xiao Xian was quite satisfied, turning his gaze toward the primordial Tao, contemplating whether it was for his own consumption or for his disciples. Host, do not entertain such thoughts. This reward was never intended for you, but for your disciples. The system interjected. System. Xiao Xian. What do you mean by that? Host, you already possess an inner world. The primordial is merely a matter of time. Why covet this? Bestowing it upon your disciples holds greater value. Xiao Xian. While that may be true, could you refrain from being so blunt? Xiao Xian rubbed his forehead, realizing the system had a rather inelegant way of speaking. Then what of this bestowal of opportunities? Just grant them an opportunity. I've already issued guidance to them. That's splendid, but what about the opportunities one created for them? Those have already been severed by the system. With the system's opportunities, yours pale into insignificance. Xiao Xian. System, come out. I promise I won't harm you, system. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. Xiao Xian. You, system, even needs to sleep. Be careful not to crash. Forget it. I won't be angry. Now, I must quickly establish the Taoist sect, send the Tao to my disciples, and also consume the teachings of the Celestial Master. Additionally, I must notify Zhuanti and Jin to establish the Chan sect, allowing the fortunes of the various schools to flourish. Wait a moment, it seems that this time the rewards are again irrelevant to me, Xiao Xian. Haha, for some reason, I have grown accustomed to it. At the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi suddenly opened his eyes, sensing that the opportunity for the human Tao had been severed. The opportunity for the Tao has been cut off. It seems Xiao Xian has taken action. I had hoped to gain some benefits myself. Forget it, do not force it. However, since you have seized my opportunity, I must find a way to create some trouble for you. That a glimmer of loneliness flashed in Laozi's eyes as he waved his hand, sending a beam of spiritual light descending among the demon clan. At Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed at Randeng. Randeng, since you have emerged from seclusion, go assist Guang Chengzi and the others in spreading the Tao among the human race. Yes, disciple understands. Randeng bowed, but then asked, Master, I have been comprehending the Tao for 1,000 years and have yet to break through to quasi-saint. I beg the Celestial Master to bestow an opportunity. Brother, grant me some treasures so I may better serve in expounding your teachings. Yuan Shi Tianzun maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected. After you assist Guang Chengzi and the others in their teaching, opportunities will naturally arrive. What are you thinking? Hurry and get to work. Yes, thank you, Master. Randeng nodded in gratitude. Curse it, you heartless boss. I will rise eventually. At Lingshan, news arrived that Xiao Xian had indicated they could establish the Chan sect. Zhuanti joyfully relayed this to Jin, who nodded. Establishing the Chan sect will equate to the Western teachings gaining a foothold among the human race, enriching their fortunes. Though seemingly trivial, it is invaluable for the West. Xiao Xian indeed kept his word. Junior brother, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Yes, senior brother. Zhuanti's eyes sparkled with ideas, as if he had thought of something. At the human race's frontier, Yu Ming lamented the vicissitudes of Hongwang, suddenly sensing an opportunity approaching, seemingly from the direction of the Wu clan. Compelled, he made his way towards them, where he encountered a girl in a yellow dress, and they engaged in lively conversation. At the edge of the demon clan, a monkey and a Taoist sat together, roasting a Taiji golden immortal level savage magic cow, a rare beast from Hongwang. Suddenly, the monkey paused, gazing northeast. Xiao Yao, I sense my opportunity lies not far from here. The Taoist, who was pulling off a cow's leg, was momentarily startled, then nonchalantly replied, No worries, let us finish our meal before seeking it. Opportunities are merely fleeting. The monkey yanked the cow leg and, with a grip on the Taoist's neck, urged, Hurry, use your spatial divine ability to check. All right, I'll help you, but let go first. Hurry, northeast. Within 1,000 miles to the northeast, there's nothing. Not even an innate formation. Wait, it seems there's a monkey at Shenhua City. Tian Qinzi, who was handling affairs, turned to Tianji and inquired, Where's the Xiao Xi in person? I haven't seen him. He said he sensed an opportunity and left. Tian Qinzi suddenly understood, then felt a twinge of confusion. But I also sense my opportunity. However, something seems off. Tianji looked at Tian Qinzi with surprise. Senior brother, you sensed it too? I feel approaching me as well. It's an illusion. Disciples, your master has come to see you. Chapter 53, Randeng. I just hit the jackpot. Master, could it be that the opportunity is the master? Tian Qinzi and Tianji exchanged glances, recognizing the surprise and uncertainty in each other's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Xian's avatar entered, observing the two with puzzlement. What is the matter? Are you not pleased to see your master? They greeted Xiao Xian respectfully, yet continued to look at him strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Xian wondered, sensing something amiss. There's something on my face. Master, both Tianji and I have sensed the opportunity. Oh, so that is how it is. Xiao Xian responded, a knowing smile crossing his face. The system works rather swiftly. And what now? Where is your opportunity? Would you like me to assist you in obtaining it? Tian Qinzi and Tianji exchanged glances before pointing at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, what do you mean? Why are you pointing at your master? Tian Qinzi hesitated before saying, Master, our opportunity seems to be on you. Xiao Xian, an opportunity? On me? Wait, Xiao Xian pulled out the Primordial Tao and the Celestial Master's teachings. Feel this. Is it this? Tian Qinzi and Tian Ji looked at it, immediately nodding excitedly, feeling that this item was extraordinarily suited to them. Damn it, system, come out. Is this the opportunity you give my disciples? ISNT, this is something I intended to give them all along. You are swapping things around, lacking integrity. You are utterly worthless, system. Did a foolish host call for me? Then no worries, I shall continue to sleep. Xiao Xian, I will dismantle you. Master, what brings you to the human race? Xiao Xian paused, suppressing his emotions, and said to Tian Qinzi, it is essential for the various schools to include a Taoist lineage. However, Taoist thought is unlike others. Thus, I must propagate it myself. Very well. I initially intended to deceive you into working for me, but I did not expect your development to be so rapid. Now, bringing me into this feels a bit inappropriate. This is my fault. Upon hearing this, Tian Qinzi and Tian Ji were deeply moved. Master is truly wonderful to us. Sob, so touching. Xiao Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their gaze, made some adjustments and encouragement to national policy before hastily departing. Xiao Xian went directly to the Tian Xian mansion to gather resources in preparation for spreading Taoist thought. What? Did you not say not to utilize the power of Tian Xian mansion? Nonsense, they are my disciples. I am the leader of the sect. The Tian Xian mansion is inherently my power. How can I not use my own resources? It proved that the management of Tian Xian mansion among the human race was indeed effective. Within just a few days, the Taoist sect carved out a bloody path among the 100 schools, gaining widespread recognition among the human race, claiming the top position. Had it not been for Xiao Xian reserving some strength, the Taoist sect would have likely crushed all other scholars. There is no helping it. Xiao Xian is simply too formidable. At the location of the Chan and Jie sects, Guang Chengzi looked at the anxious Ran Deng. Now that the 100 schools are rising, another Taoist sect has emerged as the foremost among them. What shall we do? Guang Chengzi gazed at Ran Deng, who had come to assist, with great concern. Currently, their two sects were not only unable to resist, but they could not even compete. Not worry. I have detected something amiss. Listen closely, Ran Deng replied calmly, observing Guang Chengzi and the 12 golden immortals, as well as the disciples of the Jie sect, such as Duo Bao. You fools, of course, cannot perceive the intricacies involved. Ultimately, it rests upon me. Upon hearing that Ran Deng had a plan, the disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects looked at him with anticipation. The rise of the human race's 100 schools seems to be a natural occurrence, but it is, in fact, a scheme targeting our Chan and Jie sections. What? The Chan and Jie sects exclaimed in shock. How could this be possible? Ran Deng, observing the shock of the two sect geniuses, maintained a calm demeanor while feeling immensely pleased within. He continued to analyze. I have meticulously studied these 100 schools' teachings. They are indeed timeless truths. However, how could such a multitude of extraordinary talents emerge in such a short span? Moreover, their methods of preaching exhibit a remarkable similarity, to the extent that in certain aspects, it appears to be a mere act of copying and pasting. Their ideologies are exceedingly mature, far from resembling something newly conceived. Although there are still imperfections, it is evident that they have undergone extensive deliberation and multiple refinements. Thus, I can confidently assert that the heads of these various sects form a cohesive group. Chanja disciples. I see now. Ran Deng. Maintain a low profile. Winky face after clearing his throat, Ran Deng continued. As for the forces backing them, I had merely speculated until recently, when I finally gained some insight. It is the Tianxian sect. The Tianxian sect, the Chanjie disciples exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the rapid rise of Taoism recently bears the unmistakable shadow of the Tianxian court. Unlike other sects, the actions of the Tianxian court during this ascendance are markedly conspicuous, almost brazen in nature. Xiao Xian. So it's my fault? Winky face. Ultimately, Ran Deng appeared to push his glasses, adopting a universally recognized pose of arrogance. The aim of the Tianxian court is none other than us. Us, the Chanjie disciples, echoed once more. Indeed, the ultimate goal of the Tianxian court is to suppress our holy sect, undermining our standing among the human race. Hence they dispatch disciples from various sects to oppress us. I never expected the Tianxian sect to be so despicable. Ran Deng truly possesses a keen insight. The Chanjie disciples all applauded Ran Deng. expressing their sincere admiration. Had Xiaoxian heard Ronding's words, he would undoubtedly have marveled at the astuteness of the analysis, which was remarkably close to the truth of the matter. Truly, he is seasoned in the ways of the primordial chaos. At that moment, Duo Bao furrowed his brow and expressed his dissenting opinion. This seems incorrect. Why is the Western Sect, also a holy sect, not face suppression, and the recently established Zen sect has become one of the myriad schools? Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. Duo Bao raised an eyebrow, sensing that speaking was indeed an art. Ahem, the Western sect lacks shame and integrity, engaging solely in deceitful and underhanded tactics. As the orthodox representatives of the Xianmen, how could we possibly sully ourselves by associating with them? Ronding's expression turned solemn as he spoke vehemently in defense of the Xianmen, exposing the sinister machinations of the Western sect. The Changjie disciples once again erupted in applause for Randang, filling the hall with resounding cheers. At this juncture, Duo Bao spoke up again, inquiring about a solution to the predicament. Now that we know the Tianxin sect is behind this, how can we reverse our misfortunes? The hall fell silent once more. Duo Bao raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat immature. I already have a plan, Randang interjected, stepping in to save the day. The Changjie disciples turned their gaze toward him once more, eager for his revelation. We can launch a surprise attack on the Tianxin court. What? The Changjie disciples gasped in astonishment. But the Tianxin court is protected by the Luo Jingxian. This seems rather perilous. Moreover, the Tianxin court has established roots in every human city, making it difficult to eradicate. The Changjie disciples began to debate, with some finding the idea feasible, while others deemed it imprudent. Randang maintained a composed demeanor as he observed their discussion. Ahem, Senior Randang, please elaborate on your plan. Duo Bao looked at Randang with a hint of exasperation, urging him to be more forthcoming. Having piqued their curiosity, Randang decided to be forthright. My plan is quite simple. A surprise raid followed by finding someone to take the blame. Chapter 54. Is this the tacit understanding of an old schemer? A surprise raid? A scapegoat? The crowd was enlightened, but how would they execute a surprise attack? And where would they divert the blame? However, Duo Bao suddenly grasped the implication. This old fellow is quite cunning, and the Western sect is in for a rough time. But it was frustrating that Randang was still playing coy. Teacher, how do we surprise the Tianxin court and divert the blame? Guang Chengzi still seemed somewhat confused. As both tasks were no small feat, Randang smiled with satisfaction and continued. Who says we need to surprise the Tianxin court? We aim to surprise the myriad sects. The myriad sects? Aren't we attacking the Tianxin court? Randang shook his head, stroking his beard in an ostentatious manner that no, we will still target the Tianxin court, but we won't be the ones to strike. The Changjie disciples were puzzled. If it wasn't them attacking, who would? Yet Duo Bao had already confirmed his thoughts, realizing that Randang was indeed a schemer, albeit an excellent performer. Oh, Randang lifted his teacup, taking a sip before slowly stating. Of course, it will be the Western sect. Oh, I see. The assembly, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Ronding's intent. The teacher's implication was for the Western sect to launch a surprise attack on the Tianxin court, while they themselves would raid the myriad sects. Allowing the Tianxin court and the disciples from various sects to attribute these actions to the Western sect, they could then seize the opportunity to rise and spread their doctrines among the human race. Randang nodded, continuing with unhurried composure. Moreover, they will seize this opportunity to strike a decisive blow. While their attention is fixed on the Western sect, we will exert ourselves to traverse the human realm, delivering crippling blows to the Tianxin court and stripping their resources clean, that we will then utilize their resources to win the hearts of the human populace at that point. Even if the Tianxin court retains its foundation, it will not stand a chance against us. As for the myriad sects, without the Tianxin court, they become trivial. Ronding's elaborate strategy instantly illuminated the minds of the Changjie disciples. Changjie disciples. Teacher, senior, is amazing. Oh, Randang, maintain a low profile. Oh my, how ostentatious. Duo Bao could no longer contain himself and resumed speaking. How do we entice the Western sect to join our cause? The Changjie disciples paused, once again looking toward Randang. Randang, dropping the pretense, replied directly. It's quite simple. The Western Sect is impoverished, so we will deceive them into believing that the Tianxian court possesses vast resources. Once our plan is in motion, we will offer them 70%. Do you think they will resist? Duo Bao asked again. Will they believe a 70% cut? They will, provided we present ourselves as weak, that we will claim that our two sects have suffered under their oppression for too long and seek revenge, but currently lack sufficient manpower and require their assistance. They will undoubtedly agree. Duo Bao nodded thoughtfully, but still sensed potential risks. Although the Western Sect was poor, they were doing well at present. What motivation would they have to agree? Forget it, it's not my place to say. Guang Chengzi laughed heartily, praising Randang. Teacher, you truly are the sage of our Changjia sect. If we succeed this time, you shall be the one to receive the accolades. Upon our return, we will report to our master and ensure you are duly rewarded. Randang's eyes lit up. This Guang Chengzi was quite astute. In an instant, the Changjia disciples found themselves immersed in a sea of joy, eagerly envisioning the glorious future where the Changjia and Jia sects would sweep through the myriad sects and dominate the human realm. In the Yao court, Emperor Jun sat, as usual, in the Lingxiao Palace, conferring with the four emperors of the Yao clan regarding significant matters, when suddenly a messenger rushed in. Your Majesty, a small demon from the southeastern edge requests an urgent audience. That the small demon from the southeastern edge? Let him enter. Emperor Jun felt somewhat puzzled. What urgent matter could a small demon possibly have? Nevertheless, he chose to meet with him, for a true ruler must possess the capacity to embrace all. However, should this small demon intend to waste his time, Emperor Jun would ensure he understood the wrath of an emperor, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. I pay my respects to your Majesty. May you unify the primordial chaos. The small demon bowed deeply as he entered. Emperor Jun waved his hand dismissively, his expression cold and authoritative. Rise. What matter do you wish to report to me? Your Majesty, recently I have been scouting around the human realm, intending to capture some humans for a feast, when I unexpectedly discovered that the Changjia, Jia, and Western Holy Sect have all gone to the human realm to preach. Moreover, I also observed a considerable number of immortals emerging among the human race. Their numbers quite substantial, at least over 1,000. Could this pose a threat to us? Enough! Emperor Jun impatiently interrupted. What does this have to do with us? The human race? Saints preaching? What relevance does this hold for our Yao clan? Our true enemy is the Wu clan. The Wu clan. Why concern ourselves with the affairs of these mere food sources? Drag him away and behead him. Yes, your Majesty. No, wait, your Majesty. Two soldiers, trembling, dragged the wailing small demon away. Observing the small demon being taken away, Kunpeng's mind stirred, and he immediately stepped forward to address Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, I believe this matter warrants our attention. Emperor Jun regarded Kunpeng with a strange expression, curious about his sudden excitement. Kunpeng, with utmost seriousness, continued, Your Majesty, consider this. While the human race is a weak species, they did assist Lady Nuhua in achieving sanctity, indicating their remarkable potential. Upon hearing Kunpeng mention Nuhua, Fushi became animated. What are your thoughts about my sister? Furthermore, both Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai also perked up in interest. Excellent, we must pay heed. Kunpeng felt a surge of excitement. This time, he intended to lead the Yao clan to ruin. Moreover, the fact that the Changjia, Jia, and Western sects are all preaching to the human race signifies something. It indicates that the saints are focusing on and supporting the human race. Additionally, the emergence of immortals among the humans, according to that small demon's report, exceeds 1,000, and the human race has only existed for less than 5,000 years. What does this signify? Emperor Jun's gaze suddenly deepened, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. These saints are supporting the human race. Do not dare say it. Kunpeng immediately fell silent. A wise man would never state things explicitly, merely guide the conversation. For the ruler is often suspicious. Indeed, Di Jun's countenance was grave. It is the age of the saints, and he is not oblivious to this fact. Furthermore, the witch and the lich dominate a significant portion of the primordial fortune, suppressing the development of the various sects of saints. Were it not for the immense power and fortune shielding them, these saints would have likely overturned his Lingxiao palace long ago. And now, a member of the human race has received the teachings of a saint and is already on the rise. Does this imply an intention to usurp his position within the demon race? Perhaps even the role of the heavenly protagonist? Regardless, this cannot be tolerated any longer. Even if it is merely a nascent threat, go, convey my command. Take 18 demon kings to subdue the humans, should they refuse. Eliminate them. Yes, your majesty. The 18 demon kings embody 18 great Luo golden immortals. Fushi's eyes flickered. After all, the human race was a creation of his sister. He promptly interjected, Your Majesty, I believe this course of action is ill-advised. Dijun regarded Fushi with a glimmer of peculiarity in his gaze. Could it be that the human race is Niwa involved as well? Fushi, there is no need for further discussion. My decision is made. I shall not annihilate the human race. Upon hearing this, Fushi instantly comprehended Dijun's lack of trust in him. With a sigh, he refrained from further comment. Kunpeng quietly returned to his seat, internally reveling in the situation. This would surely offend Yuhua, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and even the 5 saints of the West. No, perhaps even Laozi to ha-ha. Splendid. Dijun, you have offended all the saints. The day of your race's demise is not far off. In the hall of heavenly mystery, within the chamber, the invisible threads of fate trembled as Xiao Xian slowly sat up, a faint smile gracing his lips. T.O. kill with a borrowed knife. The human teaching and the teaching of revelation indeed share an unspoken accord. No, it should be an agreement coerced by Lao Yin. Chapter 55. The depths of the Jianghu you cannot grasp. The path of fate not only influences the destinies of all things, but also observes and probes into the fates of others. Just a moment ago, the fate of the human race wavered, shrouded in a veil of gloom. Upon investigation, it was confirmed to be an internal strife instigated by the teaching of revelation and Laozi's treachery. How laughable that Laozi believed obscuring the heavenly secrets would render him undetectable. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in Xiao Xian's eyes, while the rivalry between the teaching of revelation and the teaching of the West could be overlooked. Laozi, as the leader of the human teaching, should not disregard the lies of the human race so casually. Allowing the demon race to take action is indeed playing a dangerous game. Xiao Xian extended his hand and pinched his fingers. Ah, how fortuitous! The monkey, Xiao Yao, Kong Xian, and Bai Mei are all within the demon race. Splendid. You shall assist the human race in weathering this calamity to as for the internal strife within the teaching of revelation. We shall see how the Zen sect acts. Master, we have perfected the latest version of flying heaven Matai. Please take a look. Xiao Xian helplessly gazed at the approaching Tsang Long and Tu Lin. Ever since activating their foodie attributes, they have ventured further down the culinary path, to which Xiao Xian could only respond with delight. Can you imagine the sensation of having over 1,000 unique dishes in a year? These considerate disciples not only covered the 5 daily meals, but also continuously introduced new dishes. You say immortals do not consume grains. How navi? This world is filled with true flavors. Come, let me sample. Xiao Xian took the wine bottle handed to him by Tsang Long, gulping it down. Refreshing. Not bad, this is a certain kick. Is that so? We believe there is still room for improvement. Do not work too hard. As long as there is progress, that suffices. Xiao Xian affectionately patted their heads, encouraging them. By the way, prepare a case of flying heaven Matai for me. I intend to take it with me. Take it with you? Master, where are you going? Tsang Long and Tu Lin inquired, puzzled. Does Master have friends? They were oblivious. The West to discuss the philosophy of life with those 2 saints. Saints, Master is so impressive. Able to debate with the saints, Tsang Long and Tu Lin's eyes sparkled, gazing at Xiao Xian as if he were an idol. All right, off you go. Xiao Xian gently patted their heads, speaking kindly. Rest assured. We shall prepare the finest flying heaven Matai, ensuring Master does not lose face. Actually, it need not be too extravagant. I am going to cause a scene. The human race's Zen sect, since its establishment, has seen the Western teaching flourish. They did not merely establish a Zen sect. They established honor. Now, they are no longer impoverished nor despised. Any human who encounters them greets them as Master. Methria, the medicine master. And a multitude of disciples from the Western teaching relish and cherish their current days, smiling in response to the greetings from the human race. feeling respected and dignified. The human race is truly a wonderful place. Senior brother, someone is seeking you outside. It seems to be from the teaching of Revelation. The teaching of Revelation? What could they want from us? The medicine master and Mithriel were somewhat puzzled, especially given their previous tendency to barge in uninvited. Let them in. Strange occurrences often indicate hidden motives, but we are not afraid. Alas, those with power and wealth can be so arrogant. In a short while, Guang Chengzi arrived with 12 golden immortals before the medicine master and Mithriel. Fellow Taoists, it has been a while. The medicine master and Mithriel smiled, their hearts already convinced that they were here to solicit assistance. No, in the Jianghu, prudence is paramount. Let's probe a little further. If you have something to say, please do. Guang Chengzi observed the condescending demeanor of the medicine master and Mithriel, inciting a pang of frustration within him. The greater good must be prioritized. We must remain steady. Indeed. We have come to propose a collaboration. Oh, what sort of collaboration? Mithriel exchanged a glance with the medicine master. They were certain this was a request for help. So, understood? The medicine master nodded. Of course, brother. Let us showcase our acting skills. Mithriel immediately adopted a heartbroken expression and supported Guang Chengzi, saying, fellow Taoist, you are absolutely correct. While our Zen sect appears prosperous, we are merely walking on a tightrope. Your willingness to lead us in conquering the world is truly touching. The medicine master also feigned camaraderie. Unexpectedly, given our previous relationship, fellow Taoist still thinks of us. Rest assured, we shall participate in this endeavor. Guang Chengzi was taken aback. It was too easy. Could it be a trap? Yet, he was uncertain what benefits awaited. After all, they had a whole group of brothers to support. Guang Chengzi cursed inwardly at how sweetly they spoke, realizing they still desired benefits. Damn the Western teaching! But this was to be expected. In the blink of an eye, he wore a friendly smile once more. Rest assured, should your surprise attack on the teaching of heavenly mystery succeed, 70% of their resources will be yours. We merely seek to vent our anger and exact revenge. At this moment, Mithriel appeared slightly puzzled. But hold on, I recall there's a great Luo golden immortal in the heavenly mystery palace. It seems somewhat imprudent for us to launch a surprise attack alone. Fear not, that great Luo golden immortal shall be dealt with by our two teachings. You need only handle the remaining immortals. With only one great Luo golden immortal among the 3 great sacred cities, once we deal with him, will not the human race be at our mercy? Rest assured, as long as we adhere to our plan, there will be no issues. Guang Chengzi patted his chest in assurance, exuding confidence that I trust you as far as I can throw you. You intend to use us as cannon fodder. Mithriel and the medicine master nodded with smiles. Thinking, you fool, a single great Luo golden immortal? You really think I believe you? We know there are 4. Damn it, you cunning tricksters of the teaching of Revelation always seek to harm us. In that case, let us refine the details of our plan, shall we? Of course, no problem. Come, let us discuss thoroughly. Subsequently, the two parties engaged in a deeply amicable exchange, during which the Western teaching made several excessive demands. Yet Guang Chengzi assured them that all was acceptable. Thus, they reached a perfect agreement, with the Western teaching's performance being so genuine that Guang Chengzi and his companions were thoroughly convinced they had been ensnared. So we have settled this. Of course, the signal will come from you, fellow Taoist. Mithriel and the medicine master smiled as they bid farewell to Guang Chengzi. They promptly reported the matter to the contact person at the Heavenly Mystery Palace. Xiao Guang, the Jianghu is far too profound. You cannot grasp it. Upon Guang Chengzi's return, Ran Deng inquired, did they agree? The 12 golden immortals, brimming with confidence, nodded at Ran Deng, asserting that dealing with the Western teaching would be a piece of cake. Ran Deng was quite pleased, yet Duo Bao sensed something amiss. Was the Western teaching truly so easy to deceive? Did they not harbor any suspicions? Guang Chengzi observed Duo Bao, a glint of pride and superiority flashing in his eyes. They did, but we have concealed it all. They are now firmly in our grasp. What, Duo Bao, do you doubt our abilities? Guang Chengzi's gaze flickered with a hint of discontent as he observed Duo Bao, who appeared somewhat displeased yet chose to remain silent. This moment, Ran Deng emerged to diffuse the tension, exhibiting unwavering trust in Guang Qingzi and his companions, believing that this trivial matter was well within their capabilities. All right, I have faith in them. Today, I have stumbled upon some splendid news. I sense that the aura of the great Luo from the Tianxian mansion has dissipated, possibly indicating their absence. Therefore, my suggestion is that we take action tonight. My plan is to have the Western Sect launch a surprise attack on the Tianxian mansion, which will inevitably trigger their defensive array, leaving them ensnared and causing mutual destruction. Meanwhile, we shall proceed to extinguish the heads of the various families before returning to reap the rewards at the Tianxian mansion. In that scenario, both the Tianxian mansion and the Western Sect will meet their demise. Afterward, we shall exert ourselves to eradicate the roots of the Tianxian mansion within the human territories. Once we accomplish this, the future of the human race will rest in the hands of our two sects. You have any objections? The 12 golden immortals nodded in agreement, clearly having no reservations. Observing Ran Deng's assurances and the confident demeanor of Guang Qingzi and his companions, Duo Bao felt a twinge of unease in his heart, but still nodded in agreement outwardly. Very well, we shall act tonight. After further discussions on the details, Duo Bao led the disciples of the Jie sect away. Once they departed, Ran Deng turned to the 12 golden immortals and instructed, during tonight's operation, refrain from using the spells of the Chan sect. Employ those of the Jie sect instead. The 12 golden immortals were taken aback, silently acknowledging their teacher's wisdom. Outside, Duo Bao also advised the disciples of the Jie sect. This matter is not as simple as it seems. I have an unsettling feeling about the Western Sect. During tonight's operation, let us not employ the spells of the Jie sect, but rather those of the Chan sect. Do you understand? Yes, Senior Brother, Chapter 56, Live Broadcast, the Chan and Jie sects fall. Western Sect, you deceive us. Thus, they plotted to take action that very night. Tian Qinzi supported his head with one hand while gripping a communicator with the other, through which the voice of me, Lu, resonated. Understood. Hold your positions. We will handle the rest. Very well. Tianji, are you all prepared? Tian Qinzi inquired of Tianji, who nodded in affirmation. All right, let us facilitate the Chan and Jie sect self-destruction within the human race today. The moon hung high, and a gentle breeze wafted through the night as Ran Deng led the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, gazing at the opposing Western Sect. Me Lu, my friend, it is up to you to personally assault the Tianxian mansion. Do remember to leave some resources for us. Me Lu, wearing a broad smile, nodded in assurance. Rest assured, we will collect your fallen. Now, let us proceed. Subsequently, the three factions parted ways, with the Western Sect arriving at the headquarters of the Tianxian mansion. There, Tian Qinzi stood at the entrance to greet them, addressing me Lu and the others. Esteemed friends of the Zen sect, while your efforts are commendable, we humbly request your indulgence to ensure complete success. Mi Lu and Yao Shi chuckled heartily. Not at all, my friend. Please proceed without concern. With that, they strode confidently into the protective array of the Tianxian mansion. Boom! The protective array activated, yet Mi Lu and his companions remained unscathed, leisurely enjoying their late-night snacks. Tian Qinzi cast a glance before withdrawing his gaze. Having allowed them entry as a precaution against potential treachery, Tianji approached Tian Qinzi and reported, the personnel stationed at the various families have already evacuated, and those left behind have been provided with protective measures. We are ready to act. Tian Qinzi nodded, slightly mocking the Chan and Jie sects. For those who blindly cling to their beliefs, even the slightest concealment breeds unwavering conviction. Their identities as disciples of the saints have led them to underestimate the human race, thus sowing the seeds of their own calamity. Hearing Tian Qinzi's words, Tianji chuckled, but this shall be their sole opportunity. The families have flourished, and the remaining task is their integration. Once that is accomplished, the human race will be transformed into an entirely new entity. Let us proceed. Focusing on the immediate tasks at hand is the best gift we can offer ourselves to the protective array of the Tianxian mansion activated. Ran Deng, observing the distant fluctuations, gradually released the weight from his heart and began directing the disciples of the two sects to take action. Guang Qingzi and the others acted decisively, yet Duo Bao gazed at the Tianxian mansion with a lingering sense of unease. When did the Western sect become so easily deceived? He pondered, yet the commotion indicated that their plan had indeed succeeded. Let us proceed. Despite any lingering doubts, we can only forge ahead now. The disciples of the Chan and GS sects split into two groups, moving in opposite directions to search the various family residences in the dead of night. A handful of disciples lingered in the family residences, yet Guang Chengzi and his companions showed no mercy or compassion. Wielding the spells of the upper purity, they obliterated the residences and their inhabitants, disregarding whether the family heads were present. As long as we destroy everything, it amounts to the same, does it not? The GS sect members executed the same strategy, employing the jade purity spells to annihilate the residences, with some disciples lamenting, "If only we had more time, we could have enjoyed a meal." That night, the various family residences erupted in a cacophony of explosions, creating a dazzling display of fireworks throughout the city. The detonating debris sent the surrounding human populace into a frenzy, fleeing in terror to open spaces, fearful of being caught in the chaos. What on earth is happening? Damn it, this seems to be the family residences. Curse it, who is attacking our human race? Is it the Tianxian sect? Amidst the uproar and resentment of the human race, the disciples of the two sects congregated, exchanging knowing smiles before advancing towards the Tianxian mansion. With the family residences in ruins, all that remained was to resolve the conflict between the Western sect and the Tianxian mansion, after which they could eradicate the Tianxian mansion throughout the human territories, positioning themselves as the deities of the human race. As they relished the fortunes of the human race, their understanding of the Tao accelerated, and their cultivation rapidly progressed, soon breaking through their current limitations, particularly for Guang Qingzi, alongside his foremost disciple, Duo Bao, who had both attained the Great Luo. He found himself languishing in the Tai, rendering him the most eager for a breakthrough in cultivation. At this juncture, Duo Bao felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing that the plan was nearing fruition and the Tianxian mansion was on the brink of obliteration. I am on the verge of avenging myself. However, upon arriving at the Tianxian mansion, they were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Tian Qinzi stood at the center, flanked by Tianji on one side, Emilu, Yao Shi, and others on the other, with the disciples of various families behind them, all quietly observing the approaching Chan and GS sects. Randang was the first to react, realizing they had been deceived. Duo Bao's expression darkened, and he summoned his spiritual energy, cautioning the GS sect disciples to remain vigilant. Tian Qinzi, noting their defensive postures, chuckled, then addressed them, "Fear not. We do not intend to engage you today. Unless, of course, you wish to." What does that mean? The Chan and GS sects found themselves bewildered. Were they not going to fight? The venerable Randang was equally perplexed. Why not apprehend them at this moment? Suddenly, brilliant lights erupted throughout the city, illuminating the surroundings as hundreds of beams of light coalesced into screens, which began to display scenes of the Chan and GS sects destroying the family residences. "This is bad," Randang exclaimed in alarm. The human race had unleashed a devastating counterattack. "Who is this?" "This is the Chan and GS sects. They attacked the family residences. I knew they were not good people." "What a scheme. This is undoubtedly a premeditated action. Perhaps they were envious of the families stealing their thunder. Indeed, they live up to their reputation as a sect of saints. I have discovered something intriguing. Chan sect disciples employed GS sect spells, while GS sect disciples use Chan sect spells. How amusing." The disciples of the Chan and GS sects exchanged glances, both recognizing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. Truly, they were old adversaries. Randang's expression darkened as he summoned the Qian Kuan ruler, determined to halt the playback of the video, for otherwise the reputation of the Chan sect would be utterly ruined. Just then, Randang felt a chill run down his spine, as if a grave threat loomed. He turned to find Tian Qinzi's cold gaze fixed upon him, the look in his eyes warning. "Do not move, or you will perish." Randang silently lowered the Qian Kuan ruler. He was no match for Tian Qinzi. However, the video continued to play, revealing scenes of the Chan sect conspiring with the Zen sect. The truth has emerged. It is the Chan sect. I knew they were not good people. These sects of saints are utterly unscrupulous. resorting to underhanded tactics when they cannot prevail. They even intend to assault the Tianxian mansion. They truly have no fear of death. Are the Zen sect and them colluding? It is quite possible. Oh no, this is disastrous. Guang Chengzi and the others felt a wave of dread wash over them. The Chan sect reputation was irreparably tarnished. Turning their gaze, the disciples of the Chan sect glared fiercely at Mi Lu and the others. Wishing they could devour them whole. Mi Lu and the others, undaunted, met the gaze of the Chan sect, unflinching. What do you intend to do about it? At that moment, Tian Chenzi spoke, his voice echoing throughout the city. Ensuring that every member of the human race could hear, he proclaimed that the two sects, Chan and Jie, were powerless to rise amidst the 100 schools, resorting to underhanded tactics in a bid to harm the leaders of the 100 schools in Tian Xuanfu. Fortunately, the Zen sect was not deceived by their schemes and proactively informed of their intentions, allowing the 100 schools to withdraw safely without any casualties. That I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Zen sect for their invaluable assistance. In a few days, Tian Xuanfu shall commend them before all of humanity. As the scene shifted to Mithia and others beside Tian Chenzi, he expressed his thanks to them, and the entire city erupted in cheers. Haha, I told you the Zen sect could never collude with them. Nonsense, just moments ago, you doubted the Zen sect. Indeed, the Zen sect possesses great wisdom, unlike the Chan and Jie sects, truly despicable. Thanks to the Zen sect's moral integrity and their feigned compliance with the Chan sect, we were spared significant losses. Yes, yes. Hearing the voices of the populace, Mithria and other disciples of the Western sect wore solemn expressions, standing tall like heroes bearing the weight of their mission. In that moment, they rediscovered the essence of honor. How splendid it is to be part of the human race. The screen then transitioned to the disciples of the Chan and Jie sections. Tian Chenzi's voice resonated once more. The Chan and Jie sects harbor malicious intentions, seeking to harm the leaders of the 100 schools for their own selfish gain. Such actions are unbecoming of a holy sect. As the representative of Tian Xuanfu, I expel the Chan and Jie sects from the human race. They shall never again preach among us. Now, let them depart from humanity. Instantly, the citizens erupted into shouts. Yes, be gone from humanity. Trash Chan and Jie sects. Leave our realm. I was blind to think them virtuous. The expression of Ruan Deng darkened, while Guang Chengzi and others were engulfed in despair. Duo Bao felt unsteady, having been defeated once more. Tian Chenzi, accompanied by the people of Tian Xuanfu, slowly ascended, surrounding the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, leaving them with but one path to escape. Mithria and others followed suit, determined to escort the unwelcome out. Tian Chenzi emanated a surge of spiritual energy, granting them a chance, yet warned that failure to comply would have dire consequences. At that moment, Duo Bao stepped forward. Chapter 57. Duo Bao shifts blame, attention to the West Lingshan. Zhuan Ti, with a somewhat stiff expression, glanced at the commotion surrounding Tian Chenzi, took a sip of tea to calm himself, and smiled at Xiao Xian, saying, "Friend, the situation is settled. The Chan and Jie sects are beyond redemption. Shall we not take a moment to relax?" As he spoke, Zhuan Ti pointed skyward, where countless celestial sword shadows, imperceptible even to the quasi-saints, floated ominously in the vast, folded void above the western lands, brimming with explosive temporal power. "Friend, we are in a cooperative relationship. There is no need for such tension," said Jean, equally apprehensive, fearing that if Xiao Xian lost control, the western realm would be obliterated. Observing Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin's unease, Xiao Xian smiled amiably. "Rest assured, since the disciples of the Western sect made the right choice, I shall not repay kindness with malice. I sincerely apologize for the provocation that led to the offense against you both. I trust you will not hold it against me." "That of course not." Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin smiled, though inwardly they cursed the individual who had maliciously sowed discord, almost leading to their ruin. Make amends for this misunderstanding. I present this exquisite Fatian Matai for your enjoyment." "Matai? Is this liquor? But we have vowed to remain pure. My dear friends, refusing would be to disregard my hospitality." Winky face, Zhuan Ti, and Jiayin exchanged glances at the sword shadows above, feeling the weight of their predicament. Come, let us drink, master. Today we shall not return sober. Meanwhile, among the human race, as many gazed on, Duo Bao stepped forward, bowing to Tian Qinzi and then to the assembled human allies. I apologize, fellow compatriots. This scheme was entirely a product of my GS Sect's folly, exacerbated by the Chan Sect's wanton manipulation of hearts and minds. Thankfully, our Zen allies were not deceived by these treacherous individuals, preventing catastrophic losses. For this, we are truly fortunate. After bowing once more, Tian Qinzi and the others were left momentarily speechless. Mithria, the medicine master, exclaimed, "Fellow practitioners," the 12 golden immortals cried, "Duo Bao, you have no shame." The GS Sect disciples were left aghast. Hearing Duo Bao's words, Tian Qinzi and the others appeared bewildered, while Mithria, the medicine master, and others felt a surge of frustration. What did Duo Bao mean? Was he refusing to take responsibility? He admitted to being misguided, yet cleverly attributed the blame to the Chan Sect's instigations. What audacity! This was a classic case of sacrificing comrades for self-preservation. Guang Chengzi and others, momentarily stunned, unleashed their ire upon Duo Bao. What do you mean? It was you who sought our collaboration. Duo Bao ignored them, bowing once more to Tian Qinzi and the others that in the end, pursuing blame is futile. Therefore, on behalf of the GS Sect, I offer my sincere apologies to all of you and to the entire human race. Furthermore, we shall compensate for your losses that we do not seek forgiveness. We only hope to assist in rebuilding the 100-school stronghold. How noble! Not only did he refuse to evade responsibility, but he also apologized and offered reparations, merely requesting assistance to rebuild. A commendable attitude that only disciples of the Western sect, like Mithria, could express. Duo Bao, do you truly believe that this will earn you their forgiveness? Guang Chengzi and the others seethed with anger. Ruan Deng narrowed his eyes, sensing the betrayal. Duo Bao, with a calm demeanor, glanced at Guang Chengzi and remarked, "Have I spoken in error? Was this not your Chan Sect's scheme from the outset? The GS Sect merely provided support. You think this is bowing and scraping. It is merely a reasonable compensation and apology, which is only natural. One must own up to their mistakes. The Chan Sect should learn from us." Mithria, the medicine master, lamented, "I am not worthy." The GS Sect disciples exclaimed, "Master brother, you have changed. Go to hell with your lessons." Guang Chengzi and the others cursed, dismissing Duo Bao and his companions. Duo Bao, we will not debase ourselves to seek the pity of these mortals. Indeed, we stand above them. Why should we lower ourselves to these commoners? As these words left their lips, Ruan Deng felt a chill, while Duo Bao inwardly chuckled. The human populace erupted in outrage. Mortals? Commoners? How dare they? They look down on us, yet they come to preach? Ha ha! A bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. Truly disgusting. Expel the Chan Sect from our realm. Yes, cast them out. Guang Qingzi and the others wore grim expressions, while Ruan Deng internally sighed, realizing there was no redemption. Duo Bao once again bowed to Tian Qinzi and the others. The materials for compensation and reconstruction will be delivered to the human race by the GS Sect. We shall not further annoy you. With that, Duo Bao led the GS Sect disciples away. How clever! Tian Qinzi and the others observed the reaction of the human populace, then glanced at Duo Bao's sly smile. Truly ingenious. Rather than share the burden, he deftly redirected attention, allowing himself to slip from the center of public scrutiny while simultaneously expressing contrition to garner goodwill. As they departed from view, the focus of the populace remained on those still present, validating their strategy. Look at the GS Sect. Both are holy sects, yet how vast the disparity. Indeed, I've always thought the GS Sect's teachings commendable. It appears they and the Western sect are the true paragons among the holy sects. Duo Bao is not to be underestimated. Tian Qinzi sighed inwardly, then turned to the remaining Chan Sect members. Are you still here? Do you wish for me to escort you? The Chan Sect, displeased with Tian Qinzi's stance, contemplated retaliating but were restrained by Ruan Deng, begrudgingly retreating. With this matter concluded, the assembly dispersed. Lingshan. Ha, my friend, Duo Bao handled this adeptly. He is quite shrewd, and his mannerisms mirror yours, Xiao Xian remarked, casting a glance at the human race before teasingly observing Zhuan Ti and Jia. Jia wore a subtle smile, his expression inscrutable, while Zhuan Ti exhibited a slight flush, the effects of the Matai evident. Yet his gaze remained clear and discerning as he discreetly scrutinized Duo Bao. This crate of liquor is a gift for you both. I must take my leave. Finally departing, Zhen Ti and Jia nearly wept at the prospect. Lamenting, to avoid provoking this calamity, we have broken our vows today. Thus, my friend, take your leave slowly. Ha! Why are you in such a hurry? Where do you intend to go? To enjoy the breeze. Chapter 58. The Red-Butt Monkey, Queen of the Underworld. Teacher, are we really returning just like this? Guang Chengzi said to Ran Deng, his voice tinged with reluctance. The remaining 12 golden immortals wore expressions of resentment. They belonged to the Saint Sect, and the humiliation they faced from the human race was intolerable. Shouldn't they teach them a lesson before departing? Ran Deng glanced at them. Nodding helplessly, he was privy to more secrets than Guang Chengzi and the others. Aware that Yuanshi Tianzuan was unable to take action, and that the force behind the human race was not one he could afford to offend. Otherwise, he would have already disciplined them. Very well. Let us return and await the decision of the Celestial Lord. Guang Chengzi and the others could only comply, letting out despondent sighs that on the side. Duo Bao stood atop a small hill with the disciples of. His gaze calm as he observed the human race. The disciples behind him dared not utter a word, fully aware of the matter between Duo Bao and Xiao Xian. Furthermore, Duo Bao was no longer the same as he was before arriving in the human realm. He had become more profound and, consequently, more formidable. Brother, when shall we return? Chang'er inquired timidly of Duo Bao. Let us return now, Duo Bao replied, somewhat melancholic. He had initially intended to take revenge, but alas, he had miscalculated. Xiao Xian, I shall not let you go unpunished. I will surely kill you and wash away my humiliation. If Xiao Xian were to sense Duo Bao's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it absurd. After all, it was not he who forced Duo Bao out of the sect, but merely a display of bravado, followed by a slight humiliation and a subsequent beating. Why does it feel as if all of this is my fault? It's truly difficult to be human. Monkey, are you certain he is your opportunity? Yi Xiaoyao gazed incredulously at the monkey before them, who was incessantly bowing and seeking apprenticeship. This creature resembled a macaque, with a white crown and snowy fangs. And golden claws, quite impressive. Yet, your opportunity is a monkey, and a male one at that. Are you planning to engage in swordplay? Good grief, that image is quite the eyesore. Luer nodded excitedly, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he looked at the monkey. He was certain this was one of the legendary 4 mischievous monkeys, the red-butt monkey. Indeed, I can sense the connection through bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao could no longer remain composed and immediately grasped Luer's arm. Monkey, you must not engage in incest. It will lead to trouble. Luer, Winky face, red-butt monkey. What is happening? Winky face, you must be out of your mind. Look closely at what species it is. Luer nearly punched Yi Xiaoyao in frustration, exclaiming in anger, Are you foolish? Take a good look. Red-butt monkey? Oh, I see why Yi Xiaoyao rubbed his head. That monkey was indeed quite aggressive. How do you plan to handle him? As fellow members of the 4 mischievous monkeys. Both Luer and the red-butt monkey shared the bloodline of the chaos demon ape. Thus, 2 choices lay before them. The first, to devour the other's bloodline, enhancing one's own foundation and acquiring the other's innate abilities. Potentially even becoming a chaos demon ape in the future. The second, to keep the red-butt monkey and grow together, both parties benefiting from the shared fortune. However, the downside would be mutual entanglement over time, making the path to enlightenment difficult to attain. Luer found himself in a quandary, recognizing in the red-butt monkey the same obsession he once had, making it hard for him to resolve this dilemma. Yet, without devouring him, he feared he might find it challenging to achieve enlightenment. Seeing Luer's conflicted expression, Yi Xiaoyao felt a pang of sympathy. Monkey, how about we take him back for our master to decide? That sounds good. Luer's eyes brightened. This was indeed an excellent idea. Little monkey, Would you like to come with me? If my master takes a liking to you, you might attain enlightenment just as I have." The red-butt monkey expressed his gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Yi Xiaoyao waved his hand, drawing the red-butt monkey into his sleeve, and called out to Lure, "Monkey, let us return." Lure did not respond but closed his eyes momentarily, attuning to the surroundings before opening them again. "Xiao Yezi, I fear we may not be able to return. It seems we have work to do. Lord Ancestor Witch, we have discovered that 18 of you are heading towards the human race." "Understood. You may withdraw." The beautiful woman in a waved away the witch soldiers and turned to speak gently to the young man in black behind her. "Are you not going to check on the impending assault on the human race?" The young man shook his head, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. "Why, master will handle it. At worst, my senior brothers will resolve it without my intervention. Moreover, with such a commotion from the Ho Tu, shouldn't you discuss countermeasures with the other ancestral witches?" Ho Tu shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. "It's fine. They won't come up with any good suggestions. Listening to their discussions is far less enjoyable than spending time with you. Unless, of course, you wish to send me away." Yin Ming's expression shifted slightly as he smiled, gently wrapping his arm around Ho Tuesday. "How could I? You are overthinking things." Ho Tu obediently nestled against him. But soon her expression turned anxious. "I have been feeling quite uneasy lately. It seems there is something I must accomplish, something related to you." Yin Ming nodded, reassuring Ho Tuesday. "I have felt the same. Do not worry, everything will be fine. After spending some time with you, I will return to my sect to consult with my master." Ho Tu looked up at Yin Ming. "That this connection, we share something my master will know about?" Yin Ming shook his head, uncertainty evident in his eyes. "I'm not sure, but since the moment I was born, my master has informed me that a significant mission awaits me. I suspect he knows at least a little." After hearing this, Ho Tu fell silent, leaning against Yin Ming. Ever since meeting Yin Ming, he had never disappointed her. With his assistance, her tribe no longer had to rely on devouring for sustenance, and the improvements to their tribal system had fostered immense trust in him. Simultaneously, an inexplicable connection made her deeply attached to Yin Ming. She did not understand why. Perhaps it was fate. If Xiao Xian were to learn of Ho Tu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at the notion of fate, claiming she was merely caught in the machinations of the heavenly Tao. Standing at the edge of the heavens, Xiao Xian gazed coldly at the 18 advancing towards the human race, with Lure and Xiao Yezi. It seemed unlikely they could hold them back. Kong Xian and Bai Mei were nearby. Perhaps he should summon them for some training. "However, system, are you there?" "I am." "What is it?" Xiao Xian's face twitched as he seethed internally. "Isn't the opportunity for Kong Xian and Bai Mei to go where I initially planned? I even connected the threads of fate. Are you simply picking the fruit?" "You are mistaken, host. There's a distinction. You merely facilitated their encounter, while I transformed it directly into an opportunity. They're not the same, system." Winky face. "Should I then thank you?" "System, we are all one family. No need for such courtesy." Xiao Xian. At that moment, Lure and Yi Xiaoyao arrived near the 18. Gazing at the formidable army. Yi Xiaoyao felt a wave of dread wash over him as he looked at Lure. "Are you not foolish? Can we withstand this?" Chapter 59. Lure's Breakthrough. Yin Yang 5 Elements Divine Mill. "Monkey, what enmity do we share? Are you bringing me here to meet my demise?" Yi Xiaoyao felt a sense of despair. How could they possibly withstand 18? Lure licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. What is there to fear? Besides, they are heading towards the human race, and you know our master's plans for them. The human race cannot withstand them at all, which is precisely why we must intervene. Yi Xiaoyao pressed his forehead, attempting to restrain Lure, who was about to charge into battle. "I understand we need to intervene, but it cannot be just the two of us. Let us call a few more brothers. At the very least, we should summon our senior brother. He alone can match 10. Lure brushed Yi Xiaoyao's hand aside and leaped towards the army. "There's no time. I'm going ahead. Wait. Take this. Feel the might of my club. Be careful, you reckless fool." Winky face Yi Xiaoyao felt helpless, but chose not to follow Lure into battle, with only the two of them. If Lure faltered, he needed to conserve his strength to retreat with him. Sigh. When will this battle-crazed temperament ever change? No, wait. I also have a monkey in my sleeve. Could it be that he will turn out like Lure in the future? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Xiaoyao fell silent, contemplating the prospect of silencing the red-butt monkey. Oh no. This is it. The Tianxin sect is about to be turned upside down by these two monkeys. Boom! A colossal staff suddenly swept through much of the army, causing many soldiers to fall beneath its might. Scoundrel! Who are you? A green-faced, lion-headed Deluo Jin Xian charged into the sky, glaring furiously at Lu Er, who, instead of responding to his inquiry, simply beckoned with his finger, exuding an extremely provocative demeanor. Following closely behind him were 15 more Deluo Jin Xian, along with 2 others frantically attempting to rescue the remaining demon clan members. To them, dealing with this Tai was a task manageable by the combined strength of 16 Deluo. How audacious for such a minor Tai to dare offend our demon clan, truly seeking death. Without further ado, they resolved to tear him apart. In an instant, the 16 Deluo unleashed an overwhelming pressure, locking onto Lu Er to prevent his escape. The reflection of their imposing presence flickered in Lu Er's eyes as he felt the immense oppression that stung his skin. His blood surged, and his will ignited, his every ounce of strength surging forth. A grin spread across Lu Er's face, an unquenchable fighting spirit erupting within him. What did it matter if there were 16 Deluo? Today, I shall engage them. With a thunderous roar, Lu Er's entire form began to swell, ultimately transforming into an unparalleled giant ape, wielding the sky-provoking staff, ready to clash with the 16 Deluo. Boom! 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 The staff struck at the 16 Deluo from extraordinarily cunning angles, creating ripples of shockwaves. For a brief moment, thanks to his exceptional skills and instinct for battle, Lu Er managed to hold his ground against the 16 Deluo. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyao watched the fierce battle with a grave expression, his fingers subtly moving as a spatial shifting array began to rapidly take shape. This is untenable. The monkey's full eruption can only sustain him for a short while against them. At this rate, he will undoubtedly face defeat in less than a minute. Roar! On the battlefield, Lu Er let out a pained howl, drenched in blood, his physical strength waning as he struggled to continue the fight. Damn it, it hasn't even been half a minute. What is my master thinking? Does he expect the monkey to achieve a breakthrough in such dire circumstances? This is too much to ask, drawing upon his intuition of spatial powers. Yi Xiaoyao discerned that his master was indeed monitoring this situation, yet it was far too perilous. The monkey was in real danger. Boom! Another fierce collision sent Lu Er crashing into the mountainside, his body battered and his golden-red blood staining the very earth around him. The monkey cannot hold on much longer. Yi Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as he gripped the spatial shifting array, searching for an opportunity to swiftly escape with Lu Er. The 16 Deluo looked down upon Lu Er, their admiration evident. You are remarkably strong. Your power, technique, physique, and battle instincts are commendable. But alas, you should not have provoked the demon clan. Die! Simultaneously, the 16 Deluo launched their attacks. A torrent of spiritual energy imbued with the essence of death hurtling toward Lu Er. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, poised to intervene. Suddenly, a surge of violent energy erupted from the collapsing mountainside, as Lu Er, with renewed vigor, swung the sky-provoking staff to meet the oncoming onslaught of the 16 Deluo. Boom! The immense ape was hurled through the air, crashing through several towering mountains before landing firmly on the ground. At that moment, Lu Er's body swelled to more than 3 times its original size, his aura surging once again, an inexhaustible power coursing through his limbs. The 16 Deluo were taken aback. Is this truly a Deluo? This must be a joke. Incredible. He has broken through. We must flee. Yi Xiaoyao's heart raced with excitement. His master was extraordinary. The monkey's path of battle was indeed astounding, managing to achieve a breakthrough amidst conflict. Now we must hurry to... The 16 Deluo exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant. After all, a Deluo joining the demon clan would undoubtedly be more valuable than mere demon soldiers. Sir, even if you have ascended to Deluo, you are still no match for us. However, if you choose to join the demon clan, all past offenses will be forgiven. What say you? Encountering a talented individual. They were rational enough to extend an invitation without considering the costs. Those who achieved a Luo are certainly no fools. Liu Air held a deep admiration for their wisdom, but alas, I'm afraid not. I am destined to battle heaven and earth. To become the ruler of the demon clan is another matter entirely. The 16 de Luo regarded Liu Air with a sense of regret, lamenting the potential loss of such talent at their hands. If that is the case, we must take our leave. Without further hesitation, the 16 de Luo unleashed their full might, their collective aura surging once more as they prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The space solidified, and the celestial array activated. The 16 de Luo first felt themselves bound, only to be swiftly swept into a spatial chessboard. Monkey, are you all right? We have arrived late. Kong Xian appeared suddenly beside Liu Air, radiant with the brilliance of the 5 elements, helping to mend Liu Air's internal injuries. Under Xiao Xian's tutelage, his 5 elements divine light had evolved beyond mere healing, now embodying a universal prowess. Above the celestial chessboard, Xiao Yao and Bai Mei stood aloft. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, we would have been in real danger. Xiao Yao spoke to Bai Mei, relieved, having sensed their presence from thousands of miles away and hastily employing spatial shifting to bring them forth. Thankfully, these de Luo were rather verbose. Otherwise, they would have genuinely been forced to flee. Bai Mei smiled, gesturing as the energies of yin and yang surged into Yi Xiaoyao's body, replenishing the significant energy he had expended during the recent spatial shifts. You two stay nearby. Bai Mei and I will handle this. As Kong Xian spoke, he effortlessly obliterated the remaining 2 de Luo of the demon clan, having seamlessly utilized the 5 colors divine light during his arrival. Can you manage? I can still fight. Liu Air felt somewhat dubious. Tu Tai battling 16 de Luo seemed rather daunting. Fear not, Kong Xian replied confidently, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Mei that we too have encountered fortuitous events. Bai Mei nodded, and the black and white chess pieces began to dance, gradually transforming into swirling vortices of yin and yang. Enveloping the 16 de Luo, Kong Xian immediately infused the 5 colors divine light into the tempest, initiating a countercurrent of elemental forces. The yin-yang and 5 elements vortices began to merge, resisting and eradicating all within. This was their combined technique. The yin-yang 5 elements divine mill. The 16 de Luo emitted heart-wrenching cries, their spiritual energy failing to influence the vortex, their bodies unable to exist within the interplay of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, their very essence dissolving into nothingness. Outside the demon court, in the vast void, Xiao Xian observed the yin-yang 5 elements divine mill with a sense of satisfaction. Though still a work in progress, it was a commendable feat, marking their entry into the realms of yin and yang. Excellent. Is everything resolved? Though Liu Air has suffered a bit, we shall compensate him upon our return. Xiao Xian turned to the demon court, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It is time for my performance. Chapter 60. Piercing through the celestial court, shattering stars with a single fist demon court, Xiao Xian materialized at the entrance of the demon court, surveying the opulence and grandeur that enveloped him. So this is the future celestial court? Quite impressive. A pity for Hao Yan. Perhaps I should seize it for Tian Xinzi to use as a lair. With a note of admiration, he ventured inside, prompting the demon soldiers at the entrance to shout furiously. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the demon clan? Do you seek death? Upon seeing them, Xiao Xian's eyes widened slightly, and in an instant, the demon soldiers were reduced to mere ashes. Not even a scream escaping their lips. Continuing forward, Xiao Xian soon encountered 10 de Luo Jin Xian blocking his path. This was to be expected. A clan as vast as the demons would be remiss not to maintain some level of vigilance. Who are you, and why do you trespass in our demon clan? Xiao Xian remained silent, merely pointing at them as he activated the path of destruction. Boom! An unfathomable wave of annihilation surged forth, obliterating the very fabric of this realm, even affecting the millions of demon clan members drawn to the commotion. The earlier commotion had seemed rather muted, but now it should be sufficiently grand. Xiao Xian chuckled. He was not here to slaughter mere fodder. Ling Xiao Palace Report. Your Majesty, a mysterious figure has suddenly invaded our demon clan, and 10 demon kings have already perished at his hands. Emperor Jun's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. How audacious! Who dares to offend our demon clan? He quickly turned his attention toward the entrance of the demon court. Who is that? Upon seeing Xiao Xian, Emperor Jun appeared perplexed. He had never encountered this individual and could not discern his strength. Was there such a figure in the primordial realm? The others also wore puzzled expressions, having never seen Xiao Xian before. It's him, Fushi exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that the one from Tianyuan Peak? How did he end up in our demon clan? His aura suggests he's at least a quasi-saint, but thousands of years ago. He was merely Deluo. Such a rapid ascent is terrifying. At Fushi's exclamation, everyone in the hall turned their attention toward him. Emperor Jun, surprised, inquired, Shi Huang, do you know him? Fushi nodded. He's indeed Xiao Xian from Tianyuan Peak, whom your majesty previously instructed me to recruit. However, I could not pursue the matter further due to events concerning the Wu clan. Emperor Jun acknowledged this, but he could not fathom why Xiao Xian would suddenly attack the demon clan. Fushi discerned the confusion in Emperor Jun and shook his head. Previously, he had felt he had left a favorable impression, but now he was uncertain about the situation. Emperor Jun nodded and continued to address Fushi. That's Shi Huang. Could you represent the demon clan and engage in further communication with him? Regardless of what has transpired, offending a quasi-saint level powerful being without cause poses a significant threat to our clan. It would be prudent to resolve any misunderstandings and alleviate any hostility he harbors towards us. Fushi acquiesced and proceeded outward, determined to clarify the reasons behind the demon clan's inadvertent provocation. At that moment, Xiao Xian had already arrived at the Lingxiao treasure hall, and Fushi encountered him as soon as he emerged. Long time no see, Taoist Xiao Xian, Fushi greeted with a bow, then inquired, May I ask what actions my demon clan has taken to incite such anger in you? If possible, could we discuss a way to amend our grievances to avoid damaging our mutual respect? Observing the courteous demeanor of Fushi, Xiao Xian felt no animosity and replied in a calm tone, Taoist Fushi, the matter is quite simple. As a sage of the human race, I cannot overlook the fact that your demon clan has attacked my kind. Hence today's confrontation is inevitable. Fushi furrowed his brow, astonished by the number of protectors the human race seemed to have. Could it be that they were indeed the destined protagonists on the dragon throne? Emperor Jun shared this realization. The human race could not be underestimated. Fushi clasped his hands together and addressed Xiao Xian. Regarding this situation, our demon clan has been misled by slander. We are willing to offer compensation to the human race and hope you can overlook this matter. What do you say? Regardless of how Emperor Jun might perceive the human race in the future, Fushi's immediate objective was to placate Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian smiled, gesturing towards the Lingxiao treasure hall as he summoned the forces of space and the path of destruction. Boom! You scoundrel! How audacious! The entire Lingxiao treasure hall erupted in a violent explosion, prompting Emperor Jun, Dongwang, Kuanpeng, and numerous demon generals to soar into the sky, glaring furiously at Xiao Xian at a truce. That is of no concern. Only by stripping you of your very essence shall you truly understand pain, Xiao Xian remarked coldly, brushing off the dust from his attire. So, show me your true capabilities. I would prefer not to inadvertently extinguish the demon clan. Hearing Xiao Xian's boastful words, Dongwang Tai was incensed and summoned the Chaos Bell, hurling it directly at Xiao Xian. You, a mere quasi-saint, dare challenge the demon clan? Such arrogance! Die! As the Chaos Bell descended, its aura shook the universe. As if it would sweep away all in its path. Buzz, unperturbed, Xiao Xian raised his hand and effortlessly suppressed the Chaos Bell, flipping it over and seizing it in his grasp. This, Dongwang Tai's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was a primordial treasure, yet it had been so easily captured. Emperor Jun, Kuanpeng, and the other demons wore expressions of shock. How is this possible? That is the Chaos Bell. Even a saint would struggle to take it so effortlessly. The 6 observing saints also exhibited discomfort. Yuan Shi Tianzun rolled his eyes. What is the big deal? Country bumpkins, look at your clueless expressions. Tong Tian Jiaozhu wore a peculiar expression, gazing at the Chaos Bell now under Xiao Xian's control. Is he really going to confront the demon clan with the Chaos Bell? Considering the scene where Xiao Xian wielded his second brother's Panga banner along with his own, Tong Tian felt this was entirely plausible. Return it to me. Tai shouted in rage, attempting to summon the Chaos Bell back from Xiao Xian's possession. Tai appeared momentarily dazed, sensing Tai's unusual demeanor. Emperor Jun quickly inquired, Tai, what is the matter? Tai swallowed hard, his throat dry as he replied, Elder brother, I can no longer sense the Chaos Bell. Emperor Jun swiftly turned his head, only to see the Chaos Bell had shrunk and was now quietly hovering in Xiao Xian's hand. Emperor Jun was struck with terror. How could this be? In an instant, he had blocked Tai's perception and refined the Chaos Bell. How could this happen? To control a spiritual treasure, one must refine it. Yet Xiao Xian's mastery over artifact manipulation seemed like a cheat. With a teasing smile, Xiao Xian beckoned towards Emperor Jun and his companions. Come forth. Emperor Jun's expression hardened as he fell silent for a moment before soaring into the air. Bellowing to the demon clan, all demons, heed my command. Form the formation. Zhou Tian Xing Do, rise. The demon clan was taken aback. To deal with the quasi-saint, they required the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, but Emperor Jun had already begun to communicate with the celestial bodies, and they had no choice but to comply. Kuanpeng, Tai, and Fushi took their positions at the formation center, activating the array. Countless demon gods soared into the starry sky, skillfully arranging themselves in an instant. The Zhou Tian Star Do formation was complete. Xiao Xian observed quietly, patiently awaiting their completion of the formation, his eyes reflecting the Star Do array as he continually deduced its intricacies. Standing atop the Star Do formation, Emperor Jun commanded, the myriad stars painting a beautiful tapestry across the sky. Celestial stars descend. Emperor Jun gestured toward Xiao Xian, and from the starry canvas, countless stars plummeted, carrying overwhelming power as they descended upon Xiao Xian with blazing tails. Xiao Xian smiled, having grasped the secrets of the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, thinking it would be a simple task to dismantle. Positioning the Chaos Bell above his head, the observing saints flinched at the sight. Here we go. He is about to strike again. Xiao Xian extended his hand and lightly snapped his fingers, whereupon the Chaos Bell emitted a resonant chime. Dong! As the sound waves expanded, the space surrounding the Chaos Bell gradually began to freeze, spreading outward. In that moment, the falling stars halted in midair, their brilliant tails extinguished. Emperor Jun, Kuanpeng, Tai, Fushi, and all the demons within the formation froze in place, while Xiao Xian merely snapped his fingers again. Dong! The next instant, the void trembled, stars exploded, and countless demons perished in that instant. Emperor Jun, Tai, and others spewed blood, their primordial spirits dimming, their bodies collapsing like broken straw. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? Despair etched across Emperor Jun's face as he gazed at the demons plummeting from the sky, trembling as he summoned the last remnants of his strength to rise. Tai and Kuanpeng lay on the ground like defeated dogs, Tai glaring viciously at Xiao Xian, his eyes filled with unrestrained fury. How dare you use my Chaos Bell against me? We are now sworn enemies. One day, Tai shall. Before Tai could finish his threat, Xiao Xian found his gaze too intimidating and casually tossed him aside. Then, with a nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Xian approached Emperor Jun. So, do you understand pain now? Chapter 61. Xiao Xian must be eliminated. Xianming, his disciple, is our brother-in-law. Ancestor Wu. What? Who? Emperor Jun was rendered speechless, feeling utterly humiliated. Xiao Xian smiled, seemingly unfazed by Emperor Jun's demeanor. Never mind, considering you have also been manipulated, I shall not press you further. Manipulated? A shock coursed through Emperor Jun's mind. Was he merely a pawn in someone else's scheme? Who could it be? The Six Saints? Nuwa? Or perhaps the Three Cleans? Emperor Jun fell silent, rapidly contemplating the implications of this matter. Xiao Xian, observing his reaction, smiled and casually glanced at Shouyang Mountain, then naturally shifted his gaze away. Within the 8th Scenery Palace, the Old One furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing the implication of Xiao Xian's glance. If there is another instance, I shall strike Shouyang Mountain. The Old One's fingers moved slightly. Lost in thought, should he retaliate or bide his time? After a moment's deliberation, he sighed. What a hassle. It's not as if I stand to lose anything. What if I discover he truly comes to strike? The gains and losses would not align. How troublesome. Perhaps I should just sleep. Standing amidst the ruins of the Lingxiao treasure hall, Xiao Xian surveyed the surrounding demon beings. At that moment, the heavenly court was eerily quiet. I offer you a lesson, while also conveying a message. The human race is under my protection. Should you dare to act again, there'll be no second chance. We understand. Great One, please depart. All the demon beings trembled in fear, realizing the gravity of their transgressions. First, they were pummeled by the Witch Clan, and now a formidable foe had stormed their domain, ruthlessly besting them all. This was truly terrifying. The demon beings glanced at Emperor Jun, lamenting inwardly. Previously, they had viewed their sovereign as wise and mighty, but now, it seemed the demon clan was doomed. Noticing the fearful gazes of the surrounding demons, Emperor Jun's lips trembled. Morale was crumbling. After issuing his warning, Xiao Xian prepared to leave. Lingering here to flaunt his prowess was unnecessary. Ding. Host, remember to take the Chaos Bell with you. It is Yi Xiaoyao's opportunity. What the heck? System you? Does that mean the opportunities you provide can be easily obtained? Without me, how would Xiaoyao acquire the Chaos Bell? Exactly. Just take it back and give it to him directly. Is that not simple? Xiao Xian, my goodness, system, you are truly something. Xiao Xian took a deep breath. Shaking the Chaos Bell in his hand and addressed the demon clan, I shall borrow the Chaos Bell. I will return it to you in 1,000 years. What? No way. Tai exploded in outrage. The Chaos Bell was his life treasure. Without it, his combat prowess would be severely diminished. He would not allow even a day without it. Xiao Xian glared, an invisible pressure radiating from him. Go ahead. Take it. Emperor Jun quickly calmed Tai. He had no other choice. The situation was beyond him. Xiao Xian nodded, adding before he departed, Rest assured, I will return it. It is imperative that it is returned. The Heavenly Tao will not allow the Demon Clan to be without the Chaos Bell. Or how would the Witch Demon calamity unfold? Whoosh, I'm off. As Xiao Xian departed, all members of the Demon Clan let out a collective sigh, for this incident was truly tragic. Beside them, Kuimping felt a twinge of fear, recalling that it was he who had initially proposed the offensive against the human race. Would Emperor Jun seek retribution for this? Emperor Jun, feeling somewhat despondent himself, lacked the inclination to address such matters and hurriedly urged everyone to pack up and return home to rest. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun pointed towards the departing Xiao Xian and addressed Guang Chengzi and Ran Ding, saying, Do you comprehend why I am not assisting you in seeking vengeance? The expressions of Guang Chengzi and the others darkened as they nodded in response to Yuan Shi Tianzun's words. Observing their lack of fortitude, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a pang of disappointment, lamenting, You are simply too arrogant and dismissive of others. Otherwise, how could you have faced such humiliation? The heads of Guang Chengzi and his companions drooped even lower at this rebuke, prompting Yuan Shi Tianzun to abandon further lectures. Very well. Return and reflect upon your actions. Yes, master, heeding the command. Ran Ding, remain behind. You bear full responsibility for this endeavor. Ran Ding, taken aback, exclaimed, What? In the Pangu Hall of the Wu clan, all 12 ancestors of Wu gathered, excluding Hutu, as they mocked the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan is truly pathetic, overrun by a mere human. One scoffed. Indeed, it is a delight to behold. Another chimed, at this rate, we won't need to lift a finger. The Demon Clan will likely vanish on its own within 100 millennia. The ancestors of Wu continued in their derision, having previously been interrupted by Hong Jun and unable to annihilate the Demon Clan. They now reveled in witnessing the Demon Clan's misfortunes. Their spirits lifted. However, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin wore somber expressions, drawing the attention of the other ancestors of Wu. Eldest brother, second brother, what troubles you? Di Jiang inquired of his siblings. Surely, he must possess formidable strength to have single-handedly overwhelmed the Demon Clan. He should be capable of standing his ground even against our Panga true form. The other ancestors of Wu, bewildered by his words, could only nod in agreement. Yet this time, Di Jiang's tone grew grave. How many such formidable beings still exist in the primordial realm? After we defeat the Demon Clan, Will we truly be able to seize control of the primordial domain? At this, the other ancestors fell silent. Indeed, our clan and the demon clan vie for dominance, seeking the role of principal in the primordial realm. With the emergence of saints, and now a powerful figure like Xiao Xian, just how many hidden powers lie in wait within the primordial realm? Di Jiang sighed heavily, turning his gaze towards Zhu Jiuyin. Second brother, what weighs on your mind? Zhu Jiuyin, looking troubled, replied, I ponder that this human race may very well be a dire threat to our Wu clan. The human race? How can that be? Zhu Rong interjected. Second brother, you overthink matters. Such a trivial human clan cannot possibly pose a significant threat to us. Indeed, second brother, you are worrying needlessly, the others echoed. Zhu Jiuyin fixed his gaze upon Zhu Rong and the others. Before the establishment of the demon clan, did we ever regard them as adversaries? The other ancestors fell silent, reflecting on how they had viewed the demon clan as mere prey, but now they were forced to confront them as formidable rivals. Zhu Jiuyin sighed once more, continuing, the human race was first created by Nuwa, then guided by the saints, and now is under the protection of Xiao Xian, who is willing to confront the demon clan. Do you not see the immense potential within the human race? The ancestors of Wu fell silent again, contemplating that Di Jiang's expression turned profoundly serious as he spoke, regardless of how many strong beings dwell in the primordial realm. This human race and Xiao Xian are our most pressing threats. We must seize every opportunity to eliminate them. Upon hearing Di Jiang's declaration, the other ancestors nodded in agreement. Yes, eldest brother. Actually, Xian Ming hesitated. Xiao Xian's disciple is currently in a romantic relationship with Hutu. The ancestors of Wu gasped in unison. What? A brother-in-law. Chapter 62. Hutu. Why is my brother so peculiar? All the ancestors fixated on Xian Ming, causing him to feel a wave of unease. Di Jiang incredulously questioned Xian Ming. Sister, you cannot be jesting. Xian Ming pouted, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Is there any doubt? They are inseparable, constantly flaunting their affection. If you were to seek them out, you would surely witness it yourself. I too yearn to find true love, she lamented. Hearing Xian Ming's revelation, the ancestors of Wu cast incredulous glances at Di Jiang. Eldest brother, what is happening? The enemy we just identified is about to become our in-law. Wait, if Xiao Xian's disciple is in a relationship with Hutu, then Hutu will have to address Xiao Xian as master. Once a teacher, always a father. Thus, Hutu would have to call him father, and we would also have to call him? No, absolutely not. We, the ancestors of Wu, are transformed from the essence of the great deity Pangu. Even if we were to call someone father, it must be Pangu himself. We must prevent Hutu from this folly. Exchanging knowing glances, Di Jiang and the others swiftly set off towards Hutu's tribe, leaving Xian Ming in a daze. What is going on? Why the sudden urgency? Xian Ming pondered, feeling utterly bewildered. Hutu's tribe. She stood quietly amidst the forest, her gaze fixed upon the horizon, resembling a beautiful painting. Suddenly, Di Jiang and the other 10 ancestors of Wu rushed in, shattering the serene scene. Hutu, where is that person? Zhu Rong inquired, glancing about in confusion. Hutu, bewildered, stammered, what person? Just then, Di Jiang, maintaining his composure, calmly asked Hutu, Sister, have you been seeing someone recently? Hearing such a direct inquiry from Di Jiang, Hutu's face flushed crimson, yet she did not conceal the truth from her brothers, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong erupted in fury. This is absolutely unacceptable. Our ancestors battle against heaven and earth. How can we acknowledge another as father? Hutu, puzzled, responded, acknowledge as father. What do you mean? She found it difficult to comprehend her brother's reasoning that I am merely in a relationship. Why would that necessitate acknowledging anyone as father? Zhu Rong, speaking with fluidity, exhibited no sense of impropriety. If you were to truly be with that young man, then his master would effectively become your father. Hutu, I implore you, do not make a grave mistake. If you acknowledge him as father, then we too would have to acknowledge him. The other ancestors nodded in agreement. This is absolutely unacceptable. Hutu felt a headache coming on, bewildered by her brother's strange logic. What do you mean by making a mistake? Is it wrong for me to pursue my own love? My marriage is none of your business. Hutu, unwilling to engage in a rational discussion with her brothers, resorted to the Wu clan's preferred method of resolving disputes, force. Her gaze turned fierce, causing Zhu Rong and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. Among the ancestors, Hutu was renowned for her combat prowess. Firmly rooted to the ground, she could take on 5 opponents with ease. Words are futile. Brothers, prepare for battle. Wait, Hutu, you must remain calm. Do not make any mistakes. On Jinao Island, at Bayou Palace, Tong Tian gazed wistfully at Xiao Xian departing the demon clan. Turning to his disciples, especially Duo Bao, he felt a pang of discomfort. Duo Bao, the crown prince, sensed the weight of Tong Tian's gaze and felt a sinking sensation within, stealing a glance towards the demon clan's direction. He had been keenly aware of the recent battle and recognized that this was the second time he had encountered Xiao Xian. Previously, he had been a mere disciple of Jie Jiao, while Xiao Xian was insignificant. Now, however, Xiao Xian had risen to heights that left Duo Bao in awe, while he himself remained unchanged, devoid of any progress. Jealousy, anger, resentment, and even hatred flickered in Duo Bao's eyes as he struggled to comprehend why Xiao Xian had to ascend. Why should Xiao Xian rise? Why should he possess the power to rise? Xiao Xian should have been cast away to a deserted island to perish. Filled with rage, Duo Bao recognized Tong Tian's shifting attitude towards him and began to understand the reasons behind his past beatings. It was all because of Xiao Xian. How infuriating! Tong Tian furrowed his brow, observing Duo Bao's instability, sensing the risk of him falling into madness. Yet he believed that if Duo Bao could see through this, a vast future awaited him. Tong Tian felt that this mental barrier must be overcome by Duo Bao himself. Though he did not mind offering a word of comfort. Duo Bao, startled, Duo Bao turned to Tong Tian and bowed respectfully. Master, do you have any instructions? Duo Bao, you must forge your own path. Being overly concerned with others will only lead you astray. Do you understand? Duo Bao trembled at Tong Tian's words, bowing deeply. Yes, disciple understands. Very well. You may leave now. As Tong Tian dismissed his disciples, he reflected on the past, recognizing that no matter what, Xiao Xian was now a thing of the past. Regardless, he remained his own disciple. Tong Tian had ceased to dwell on these matters, acknowledging that while a saint is still human, they're destined for greatness. However, Duo Bao's heart was not so expansive. Duo Bao swiftly departed Bayou Palace, leaving Jin Ao Island behind as a direct disciple. He could have cultivated within the island, always under the guidance of a saint, yet he sought distance to clear his mind, standing upon a distant isle. Duo Bao found himself unable to shake off his turmoil when a voice suddenly roused him. Nephew, are you troubled? Turning, he found Jun Ti smiling warmly beside him. Duo Bao's expression shifted, and he bowed respectfully. May the saint be well. Jun Ti's smile was gentle as he directly expressed Duo Bao's innermost feelings. The once discarded child has now reached heights that you can scarcely aspire to. It must weigh heavy on your heart. Does it not? Upon hearing this, Duo Bao clenched his hands tightly. Though his face remained composed, surely, the sage has not come here merely to mock his disciple. Of course not, Zhuan Ti replied. I have come today to inquire whether you wish to learn my Western teachings. A chill ran through Duo Bao's heart. Was this an attempt to enlighten me? As the foremost disciple of the Jiejiao, how could I possibly learn Western sorcery? Zhuan Ti smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. His voice laced with seductive undertones. Is that so? But can mastering only one school's sorcery surpass Xiao Xian? Duo Bao's plump face involuntarily twitched. Zhuan Ti continued, if you are willing to learn my Western sorcery, I shall guide you with great care. That time. By combining the strengths of both schools, you may yet stand a chance against Xiao Xian. However, should you refuse, I shall not press you, but know that you may forever remain unable to surpass him. Duo Bao's expression stiffened as he gazed at Zhuan Ti, pondering why the sage would choose him. Zhuan Ti chuckled softly, his words imbued with depth, because you and I share a fateful connection. So, what say you? Will you learn? Yes, thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. Chapter 63. The allegiances of various factions. The 100 schools approaching their conclusion at Tianyuan Peak, Xiao Xian gently landed outside the Tianxian Hall. Gesturing to bring back Lu Er and the others. It was merely a matter of shifting through space for billions of miles. It was hardly a challenge. Master. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, Lu Er and the others were pleasantly surprised. Master, we just defeated 18 to Luo. 18 to Luo, Yi Xiao Yao exclaimed with excitement, while the others wore expressions of pride. What childish play! Merely 18 to Luo, I single-handedly overran the entire demon clan. Did you see me boasting? Xiao Xian felt immensely proud internally, yet he still offered them praise, as children require encouragement. All right, little Yi, release the monkey from your sleeve. Yi Xiao Yao paused briefly before hastily freeing the red-bottomed macaque. The monkey emerged, slightly dazed. With a simple wave of his hand, Xiao Xian lifted it and addressed Lu Er. What do you intend to do with him? Lu Er hesitated momentarily before resolutely responding. Master, I intend to keep him. Xiao Xian naturally respected Lu Er's decision and utilized the Dao creation to enhance the macaque's physique before handing it over to him. I have improved his constitution. Once he awakens, you may take him as your disciple. This will forge a beneficial synergy between your fates. Should you gather the other 3 monkeys in the future, it will greatly benefit you. Thank you, Master, Lu Er exclaimed, thrilled as he accepted the red-bottomed macaque. Xiao Xian then turned to Kong Xian and Bai Mei. You two must have received the legacies of Yin-Yang Taoist and the 5 Elements Taoist from ancient times. Correct? Kong Xian and Bai Mei nodded in astonishment. Yes, Master. How did you know? How could I not? When it was I who arranged it, Xiao Xian retorted, but enough of that. You both must now enter seclusion. Do not emerge until you reach the Luo. Understood? Kong Xian and Bai Mei had no objections. Acquiring another's legacy naturally warranted deep contemplation to transform it into one's own. Next, for Yi Xiao Yao, Xiao Xian directly bestowed upon him the Chaos Bell. Little Yi, this is the Chaos Bell. Take it and study it diligently. Within 1,000 years, if you have not reached a Luo, I will hold you accountable. What? The Chaos Bell? Yi Xiao Yao exclaimed with boundless delight, using both hands and feet to grasp the bell, caressing it in an exceedingly unseemly manner. Ah, treasure, I truly adore you. Lu Er, Kong Xian, and Bai Mei exchanged glances. EW, how disgusting. Xiao Xian was equally put off but could understand. After all, the Chaos Bell contained the entirety of time and space's principles, yet the manner in which Yi Xiao Yao was handling it was quite improper. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Xian shooed them away as if they were children. Enough? You have all gained your fortunes. Now return and enter seclusion. Yes, Master. Xiao Xian felt somewhat fatigued, but was relieved that Tian Chenzi and the others were less troublesome. However, speaking of Tian Chenzi and the others, the 100 schools were nearing their conclusion. After their flourishing, a fierce competition among the schools would ensue, each vying for supremacy over humanity. This was inevitable. And at that time, Tian Chenzi would be sent to unify the 100 schools, harmonizing their fortunes. Once the 100 schools were united, their fortunes would soar, and humanity would achieve a complete resurgence. This time, the turbulence was indeed unending. Xiao Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. The moment of harvest was finally approaching. Wait, have I overlooked something? System, what about the rewards for Lu Er's breakthrough to the Luo? You didn't consume them, did you? Host, I'm not that kind of system, came the response that I already issued them. You just didn't level up because you were too busy showing off. Ding! Congratulations to Lu Er for breaking through to the Luo. The Sect's fortune has increased. Rewards. 3,000 World Tree Seeds can help perfect the 3,000 Daos, and the fruits of the World Tree can transform into worlds and aid in creating mixed element powerhouses. Heavenly Source Dao Marrow enables the user to achieve mixed element physicality. Innate Supreme Treasure, 3,000 Battle Spears, with potential to become Chaos Spiritual Treasures. Xiao Xian's eyes brightened. These were excellent rewards. More importantly, they were all usable by him. I'm so moved, system. Woo-woo. What more could he say? The system was truly competent, living up to its reputation as an invincible sect system. Previous rewards were either for enhancing the sect or for the disciples. Yet as the sect leader, he had received nothing of value until now. This time, the system had finally shown its benevolence. Fantastic. Xiao Xian gratefully placed the world tree seeds into the inner world and nurtured the 3,000 battle spears within. He then took the heavenly source Dao marrow and swallowed it directly. Crack! The heavenly source Dao marrow swiftly spread throughout his body, causing a series of cracking sounds as Xiao Xian grew several centimeters taller. His physique expanding significantly. His body began to fundamentally undergo metamorphosis, the essence of the 3,000 laws resonating behind him, forming a vague silhouette. Before long, Xiao Xian clenched his fist in satisfaction that, what a delight. The products of the system are simply remarkable. His physical form had not only entered the realm of mixed element, but also possessed the ability to harmonize with the 3,000 Daos, merging with any Dao to augment his physical attacks with magical damage while rendering him nearly immune to various law-based harm. What a wonderful sensation! Xiao Xian contentedly opened the system panel. Sect Leader, Xiao Xian Cultivation, Pre-Saint Invincible Technique, Supreme Dao Canon Disciples, Tian Shenzi, Peak de Luo Golden Immortal, Mount Dun, Early de Luo, Li Exant, Late Tai Yi, by Mei, Peak Tai, Kong Xian, Peak Tai Yi, Lu Air de Luo, Tian Ji, Mid Tai, Golden Immortal, Yi Xiao Yao, Late Tai, Yu Ming, Peak Tai. Number of followers, 108 Sect Fortune, 300 million Sect Leaders Items, 19 Dao Seeds. Dao Divine Lotus, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure Tian Huang Seal, World Nurturing Pool, Enlightenment Fruits 10, 3,000 World Seeds, in Growth, 3,000 Battle Spears Sect Resources, Spiritual Objects, Sect Leader Seal, Heavenly Execution, Sacred Mysterious Sword. Primordial Cauldron, 9 Heavens Battle Stage, Heavenly Pool Spiritual Spring, Spiritual Medicine Guardian, Mirror of All Realms, Scripture Pavilion, 3,000 Limitless Great Formation, Divine Path Tablet, Heavenly Divine Domain, Sea of Reincarnation, Innate Dao Pool Heavenly and Earthly Spiritual Materials, 7 Stars Tian Yuan Peak. Myriad Spiritual Veins, Chang Yuan Immortal Ginseng, Myriad Spirits Immortal Fruit, 9 Heavens Breath Soil, 3,000 Mineral Veins, various innate spiritual treasures Sect tasks. Nun Tian Shenzi had reached the threshold of Pre-Saint. Tianji had become Tai Yi, and Yuming had also reached Peak Tai Yi. Not bad. However, what opportunities await Mao Dun and Li Xian? Host, all will be revealed in time. You're still playing the mysterious card. Xiao Xian was unconcerned. After all, they were all his disciples. After examining the system panel for a while, he noted that after this opportunity, they would all likely reach the Luo, and the Enlightenment Fruits could also be used for them. After all, they were rewards meant for them. After the unification of the myriad schools, they shall be permitted to return to that time. The fortunes of the human race will surge, and nurturing talent will become significantly easier. The chaotic, devouring spirit formation should be able to commence, alleviating concerns regarding the lack of spiritual energy enhancement within one's inner world that, after toiling for so long, the time for reaping the rewards has finally arrived. Chapter 64. The Unification of the Schools, the Ascendance of Human Fortune, shockwaves across the lands since the cessation of interference from the two teachings. The myriad schools have entered a phase of rapid development. Their diverse philosophies swiftly enveloping the entirety of humanity. Almost every member of the human race, even toddlers, can articulate profound truths. Yet, rapid advancement begets a need for consolidation, which subsequently leads to internal strife. The medical school, the military school, and others fare relatively well, as their doctrines do not lend themselves to governing humanity. However, the Confucians, legalists, and practitioners of yin-yang philosophy are different. It is well known that these schools possess vast knowledge and profound principles, each striving to implement their ideologies across humanity. Thus, they create the most discord. Internal conflict is invariably the harbinger of chaos within any collective, in the sacred city of humanity, within the human sacred hall. Tian Shenzi rested his hands on a scroll, addressing Li Xian and Tianji at the table before him. Well, the last tribe has submitted. It is time to address the myriad schools. Tianji, prepare the proceedings for tomorrow. The compliance of the schools rests upon your shoulders. Li Xian, the responsibility for tomorrow's defense and suppression falls to you. As he watched them depart, Tian Shenzi leaned back in his chair. Exhaling a heavy sigh at last, the end is in sight. Provided there are no missteps tomorrow, the school shall be unified, the fortunes of humanity will soar, and we shall enter a genuine phase of development, at which point my own mission will reach a conclusion. The human race shall not remain stagnant in this remote locale. In the future, the witches and demons will become their adversaries. Yet the foremost condition is that the unification of the myriad schools must not falter. I hope those disciples heed my words. Otherwise, do not blame me for using your blood to usher in a new chapter for humanity. The following day, disciples from the myriad schools gathered within the human sacred hall of the sacred city. Ever since Tian Chunzi unified humanity, this hall has become its epicenter. The human sacred hall naturally stands at the heart of the sacred city. At this moment, the heads of the various schools, accompanied by their disciples, were seated within the hall, fully aware of the significance of the day. Inside the grand hall, the disciples from the military school, medical school, miscellaneous school, agricultural school, and others were leisurely feasting, quietly observing the unfolding events that, in contrast, the disciples of the Confucian, legalist, Mahist, and Yin-Yang schools were at odds, glaring at one another as if they were mortal enemies. After numerous confrontations, their enmity had intensified considerably. However, their leaders remained remarkably composed, even exchanging smiles, appearing quite amicable. Seated at the head of the hall, Tian Chinzi commanded attention, with Li Exen standing to his left, wielding a heavy sword, and Tian Ji stepping forward with a solemn expression, reprimanding the schools. Today, as I have summoned the schools, I trust you all comprehend the gravity of the matter. The sages of the myriad schools have emerged, illuminating humanity with their wisdom. The clash of philosophies ignites a brilliant flame of civilization, sweeping through the human realm and illuminating the path ahead while bringing forth the essence of the myriad schools. Esteemed leaders, your contributions are truly remarkable. However, why do you allow your disciples to engage in ceaseless conflict, disrupting humanity? Upon hearing Tianji's words, a Confucian disciple stepped forward. Respectfully, Tianji, the legalists lack virtue. Due to a mere accident, they seek to imprison individuals, even sentencing them to death. Such actions are indefensible. In response to the Confucian's accusations, a legalist disciple immediately retorted, "You speak nonsense. An accident? That was a life. Moreover, the law is the law. Regardless of the circumstances, violations must be punished." The Confucian disciple shouted back, "A heartless law? What benefit does it bring to humanity?" Bah! The legalists uphold the feelings of the people. We cannot abandon principles for the sake of one individual. With the Confucians and legalists igniting the dispute, other disciples from various schools joined in the fray, creating a cacophony of accusations and disparagement against one another's doctrines. Observing the impending climax of this farce, Tianji immediately interjected, "Silence." The bickering factions paused abruptly, and Tianji continued without hesitation. The existence of the myriad schools is to lead humanity forward, to serve as a beacon illuminating our path. And what are you doing now? Excluding dissenting views based on your own interpretations, engaging in endless conflict for personal gain. Is this the conduct expected of the myriad schools? The disciples of the myriad schools suddenly knelt in unison, sweat beading on their brows, disrupting humanity. This accusation was one they dared not bear to that moment. The heads of the Confucian, legalist, and other schools also rose, bowing to Tianji. "We are guilty. We shall heed the arrangements of the three esteemed leaders." Good. At this juncture, Tian Chinzi stood, casting a stern gaze upon the disciples below. From this moment forth, all conflicts among the myriad schools shall cease. Each school shall adhere to its own doctrines, refrain from overstepping boundaries, and must not ostracize dissenters or engage in mutual attacks. Furthermore, we shall establish the Human Academy, the hall of the myriad schools, to impart knowledge, etiquette, virtue, skills, and more to all young members of humanity, striving for the resurgence of our race. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this proclamation, many disciples wore reluctant expressions, longing to continue their previous roles as educators, eager to lead the thoughts and revolutions of humanity. However, before they could voice their dissent, Li Exen, standing nearby, cast a predatory gaze upon them. enveloping them in an aura of lethal intent that rendered them speechless, their legs trembling in fear. Seeing their fright, the leaders of each school secretly chuckled, bowing respectfully to Tian Qinzi. "We shall dutifully adhere to your commands and dedicate ourselves to the service of humanity until our last breath." As the myriad schools submitted, the sky above erupted in a cascade of golden merit, akin to a waterfall, with 70% allocated to the heads of the schools, 10% to Shaoxian, another 10% to the disciples, and the remaining 10% showered upon all of humanity. The merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao heralded a surge in the fortunes of humanity. Boom! Above the human realm, hundreds of colorful, varying-sized streams of fortune began to swirl and gradually intertwine, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon of fortune, stretching millions of feet long. This dragon soared amidst the vast river of fortune, roaring defiantly at the immense fortune of the witches and demons. The human race had begun to reveal its brilliance. The 6 saints of the primordial world felt an unsettling sensation, lifting their gazes towards the infant dragon within the river of fortune. Their hearts filled with astonishment. Indeed, he has accomplished this. It is worth noting that, according to the heavenly Tao's design, humanity was meant to rise only after the witches and demons. Yet, now their fortunes are soaring. Though still insignificant, humanity has gained the qualification to compete for the leading role in the heavenly Tao alongside the witches and demons. Di Jun also sensed this, casting a fierce glare towards humanity, his murderous intent nearly spilling over. The fortune of the primordial world is finite. The more individuals there are to share it, the more adversaries emerge. Humanity, I should have been firmer from the start. Now, Di Jun recalled the formidable might of Shaoxian, who had shattered the heavenly court and could only endure his resentment. There will be opportunities in the future. Among the witches, the 12 ancestors gazed at the distant golden dragon of fortune representing humanity, their expressions grave. While they looked down upon humanity, they could not deny its potential. "Sister, return and inquire about that young man's master's true intentions. Is it to wholeheartedly support humanity, or merely to extend a hand due to his disciples? If humanity obstructs us, we shall show no mercy." Di Jiang regarded Ho Tu with a serious demeanor. Unlike the demons, they still had room for negotiation with Shaoxian if humanity were to provoke an enemy of Shaoxian's caliber. It would be an unwise endeavor. However, should Shaoxian insist on standing in the way of the witches, they would harbor no reservations. Ho Tu nodded, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. In the Tianxian Hall, Shaoxian's system screen was ablaze with notifications. Ding! The unification of the myriad schools, the surge of human fortune, the rise of Sect fortunes, rewards, spiritual vein upgrade. The 7 peaks of Tian Yuan evolve into a small world. The Tianxian realm, rewards, the pool of all spirits, which can assist any being in enhancing their roots, evolving their bloodlines, and comprehending the great Tao. Rewards, 1 world upgrade. Rewards, 3,000 boundary-breaking pills, which allow for the preliminary mastery of 3,000 great Taos. Rewards, sealed treasure, the great celestial star sealing tower. Rewards, chaotic spiritual roots, blood dew source spirit peach. Rewards, countless spiritual veins, 3,000 innate spiritual roots, already integrated into the Tianxian realm. Chapter 65. Shaoxian ascends to the Tao. Hong Jun's doubts. Shaoxian scrutinized the system screen, his gaze fixated on the world upgrade, his heart racing with anticipation. System, does this world upgrade align with my expectations? Indeed, it is precisely as the host envisions. Excellent. Shaoxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, elevate my inner world. Ding! The host's inner world is currently undergoing advancement. Bang! Shaoxian's mind was engulfed in confusion, leading him to lose consciousness. At that very moment, the inner world underwent a profound transformation. The land expanded, the space stretched, the barriers of the world grew more robust, and the order became increasingly complete and powerful. The accumulation required for the world ascension was immensely vast, necessitating nearly tenfold accumulation at the same level to be accomplished smoothly. This process was gradual, yet the system's elevation was abrupt and forceful, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, unstoppable and ruthlessly transforming a short stature into towering height. The entire inner world slowly swelled, and then with a resounding bang, it collapsed, plunging everything within into chaos and illusions. Yet under the system's might, it did not perish gradually. It expanded further, harboring even greater power, and then was reforged into a new realm, a more potent world, imbued with even stronger forces that at this moment. Xiao Xian awakened, his eyes seemingly reflecting the entirety of a world constructed entirely from 3,000 laws. Concurrently, the primordial heavens shifted in hue. The essence of 3,000 laws permeated the atmosphere, and an invisible pressure surged forth like a torrential tide, sweeping across the entire primordial expanse. Boom! Wherever the momentum flowed, all beings succumbed, and the creatures of the primordial realm knelt in submission to this overwhelming force. What was happening? Could it be that the seventh sage had emerged? The prostrate beings were puzzled, wondering why there were no auspicious signs filling the heavens. Indeed, why were there no omens of sage's enlightenment? Was this not a sage's testament? Unlike other beings of the primordial realm, certain powerful figures clearly possessed greater knowledge, such as Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, Jin Yuan Zi, and Ming He. They struggled against the overwhelming pressure while their minds raced, gradually concluding that this was not a sage's testament, but rather someone had attained the Tao of Han Yuan. The six sages stood suspended in the void, their gazes solemnly fixed upon Xiao Xian's direction. This aura was mightier than what they had experienced during their own enlightenment. Moreover, above Tianyuan Peak, above the Tianxian realm, 3,000 laws continually collided and gave rise to phenomena akin to the perpetual birth and annihilation of worlds. The extraordinary events during enlightenment represented the path cultivated by the enlightener, yet the simultaneous manifestation of 3,000 laws had never been witnessed, not even by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Yet this also indicated one thing. This individual was a master of all 3,000 laws. Although this was astonishing, the sage's intuition and perception clearly informed them that this was the only plausible explanation. Indeed, this individual had mastered all 3,000 laws and achieved Hunyuan enlightenment. This was utterly absurd. The six sages fell into collective silence, overwhelmed by their astonishment. They had endured countless hardships to attain Hunyuan enlightenment, ultimately relying on deceit, the will of heaven, to achieve it. The most unfortunate among them were Zhuan, Ti, and Jane, who had transformed into the strongest laborers, losing face in their quest to repay their debts. Yet now, someone had genuinely ascended to the pinnacle through sheer effort, achieving top honors in prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, and doing so with perfect scores across all subjects. Could one possibly maintain composure in the face of such disparity? Furthermore, he was not only a world-renowned chef, but also the greatest composer and even a scientist, possessing a plethora of skills, all maxed out, each reaching the zenith of global excellence. This was truly outrageous. How could this be possible? This encapsulated the most profound sentiments of the six sages, filling their hearts with a sense of absurdity. Isn't it the direction of Xiao Xian at Tianyuan Peak? At that moment, the astonished voice of Nuwa rang out, revealing the meticulous nature of women. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, the sages were struck dumb. Indeed, that was Xiao Xian's direction. This meant that Xiao Xian had achieved Hunyuan enlightenment. Moreover, he had simultaneously mastered the 3,000 laws. They had toiled for countless eons, relying on deceit to attain their status, while someone had achieved kingship in merely a few thousand years, excelling in every regard as a champion of the realm. This gap, the six sages felt as though they might bleed from the disappointment. Were they not supposed to be the pinnacle of the primordial realm? In light of this comparison, they felt akin to refuse. Was this what it meant to be a genius? Ignoring the desolation in the hearts of the sages, Xiao Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. His astonishment. It was indeed possible. System, I adore you. After laboring for millennia in the primordial realm, he had finally reached the level of Hunyuan. No, he had achieved Hunyuan enlightenment. To all the predecessors who have traversed time, I apologize for my shortcomings. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving Hunyuan enlightenment, establishing a true foundation for competing in the primordial realm. The system now announces a hidden task. Ding. Task details. Propagate the teachings throughout the primordial realm. Task 1. Preach to all beings, delivering teachings for 9,000 years to build the reputation and honor of 1S Sect. Spreading the teachings far and wide across the primordial realm. Task 2. Cultivate talents, accepting countless disciples and nurturing them into exceptional individuals, establishing a foundation for educating the entirety of the primordial realm. Task completion status. Unfinished. Xiao Xian gazed at the system task panel, deep in thought that if he were to propagate teachings throughout the primordial realm now, it would undoubtedly mean competing with the 3 pure ones for sustenance. But was he afraid? He had already made the opposition wail in defeat before reaching Hunyuan. What was there to fear now? With a surge of confidence, Xiao Xian activated his Hunyuan-level powers and proclaimed to the primordial realm, I, Xiao Xian, have achieved Hunyuan enlightenment today. Known as Dao Zun Xiao Xian, I shall deliver teachings in the Tianxian realm a millennium hence. All who aspire may come forth. The resonance of the 3,000 laws had not yet faded when Xiao Xian's voice, akin to a great bell, reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Indeed, it was he. The 6 sages felt an even deeper bitterness. The flicker of hope in their hearts extinguished as they exchanged glances and retreated to their respective abodes. Enough! We require solace. The sages departed quietly, but the greater shock was only just beginning.